Now, here go the flip side. Here go the flip side. The elite people are the only people using it, people. Don't nobody know about it like that. The stock elite people are using this stock, don't know, our people don't know nothing about it. Now, if we start investing in that stock is going to go up, people. I guarantee it. Because when you buy a stock and you hold it, the price goes up. The less stock that's on the market that we buy and own, the price starts to go up. So now, here go the move I want y'all to understand. I want y'all to start buying this stock on Cash App and just holding it. Whatever, I don't care if you got $1, $5, 10, 75 cents, I don't care what's, start buying that stock $1 or $2, $5, $10 every day and just hold it. The name of the game is you must buy it and hold it. Do not sell it. You keep holding it. Let your monthly dividends come in. Reinvest it. So when your monthly dividend come in, you reinvest it and buy a little bit more. So on Cash App, you can cut your reinvestment on. So when you buy your dollar and start investing in it, you go to the stock, you put in reinvest every month. So when they pay you, they pay the money right back to your Cash App. They pay the money right back to your Cash App, people. When the dividend come out, that company is going to Cash App you the dividend. You don't need no bank. You don't need no stock investors. You don't need none of that. So what I want y'all to do is go to Cash App, buy $1. Go to stocks, residential REIT, buy $1, come on your reinvest, and then you start from there. Today is the first day we're going to start. We're going to start watching this stock every day. Before my lives, I'm going to throw up what's going on with the stock, and then we're going to get into the lives. But if enough of us buy this stock and hold it, even if it's just $1 a day, people, I'm telling y'all what's going to happen. The price going to skyrocket, and they got to pay you dividends on your money every 30 days. The day, now, here go the catch. Here go the kicker. This is what I want y'all to look at. Now, this is insight knowledge. This is insight. Now, the lowest price on that stock this year was $14.05. That's rock bottom. $14.05 is rock bottom for the stock. Rock bottom. If that stock dropped down to $14, you're supposed to load up on that stock, because this is the lowest price it's going to get. It's like buying it on sale, right? So the way you do this is you buy a little bit every day, no matter the price. But the day it drops down around $14, you go in heavy. I'm talking about $1,000. You go in. Because now, when that stock go back up, you're going to win on your initial investment. And on top of that, you still going to get your dividends every month. This is what the elite do. Hold on one second. Roll the call. Now, what I'm looking at right here is this is the yearly chart for that stock, right? So I'm looking at the trends of the low and the high of the stock, right? The low is $14. Just like I said, this is what Google is reading when they're telling you this right here. The low range of the year, 52-week range of a year is $13.98. That's the lowest it ever been. This is the highest it's ever been. So you can kind of gauge where you at while you buying the stock. But if that stock go anywhere near $13.98 or $14, that is rock bottom. You get in heavy right there. I'm talking about if you got a lump sum sitting somewhere, drop it. If it hit 14, drop it. Because it's going to go right back up to 19, and you're going to win both ways. You're going to win on the dividend payment, and you're going to win on your initial investment. Now, let's do some more math. Because math ain't going to lie. Right? $13.98. Now, you see that's the lowest price, and it's the highest, 19. So we're going to do the math between $13.98 and $19.31 real quick. Let's go back to the calculator. Let's clear this out. Now, let's say we catch this. Let's just use $1 million for the numbers again, right? $1 million divided by $13.98. If we catch it low, right? $13.98. Catch it low, right? $13.98. You're going to get 71,530 stocks. We're going to do that times 24 cents, 0.24. If you buy that stock at $13.98 and $1 million, it's going to pay you back $17,167 every 30 days, people. Now, let's go back. This is what you're going to win on the dividend side. Now, let's go back. Let's clear this out. Now, if I spend $1 million at $13.98, divided by $13.98, this is my initial investment. Okay. There's 71,530 stock. Now, let's say that stock go up to $19.31. Let's say it went from $14 to $19.31. So we're going to go this amount times $19.31. 0.31. Now, you spent $1 million up front now. How much is that? Woo! You up $381,000. Then, in 30 days, let's say it went up, they still got to pay you $17,000 dividends on top of the initial $381 that the stock went up. Do y'all get what I'm trying to tell y'all? So let's say that stock go up from $14 to $19 in a matter of a month. You are up damn near $400,000. Do you get it? Y'all got me? By knowing the rock bottom price, they can't beat you. You know what it's worth. The lowest price is $13.98. That's the cheapest you're gonna get it. Right? Y'all with me? This is what these people are doing, people. Now, that $17,000 payment a month pays for their whole lifestyle, people. They drop their millionaire somewhere around the low point and ride it out the rest of their life. People. That stock hit $14. Them hunter-gatherer drop their whole life savings in there because they know one thing. It's going to pay them back at $1 million clip, $17,000 a month. Now, what you can't, you could buy land, help people, whatever you want to do. There's free money. Your million invested is still in there. You can always pull it out. I learned this from some engineers. And they doing it. They live off this stock. They make their money. Now, another move they do. Now, this is another move they like to pull off. I learned from the best now. These guys ain't playing. These guys are trying to be millionaire. They on money time, right? Just by working around these people, I learned this stuff. Now, they will pay their credit off. They will literally pay their credit off to make it an 800 credit score. They ain't going to get no damn no Benz. No. This is the name of the stock right here. Armor Residential REIT. They'll pay their credit off. They ain't going to get no Benz. They ain't going to get no house. They want money. So bank, I need 100,000. Bank, get them 100,000. Right? What they do with the 100,000? What they do with the 100,000 when the bank give it to them? They start using common sense. They don't go get no car, no house. They already got that shit. What they gonna do with the money when they gonna invest the whole 100? Now, let's ask some questions. Let's ask some questions. Let's just say $100,000 house. How much is a payment on $100,000 house? At the lowest, with good credit, a 30-year loan, you'll pay between $560 and $632 a month. So a payment back to the bank for a $100,000 loan is between $560 and $630. Let's do the math. Let's go back to the calculator. Let's go back to the calculator. Go back to the calculator. 530, 560 to 630. Okay. So $100,000 investment right now, divided by them 17.4. And 0.24. This is what they get back for a $100,000 investment. Let me show y'all. Show y'all what they're doing now. Almost $1,400 a month at a $100,000 investment. How much you got to pay the bank back? How much you got to pay the bank back for your mortgage? I'm going to say it's between $570 and $630. So we're going to go in the middle. We're going to go $600. We're going to go $600. Minus the $600. That's profit every month. It's profit every month. You pay them back they $600 a month. You keep that. That right there will pay your car note. That right there will damn near pay your mortgage. You throw a couple more hundred on there, $1,200, $1,300. Now, you are already winning. You see what I'm saying? Put a 2 in the chat if y'all understand what I'm trying to tell y'all. Put a 2 in the chat. Put a 2 in the chat. Put a 2 in the chat. Y'all hear me? We good? Now, you automatically up almost $800 a month after paying them the monthly loan payment back. Now, let's just say you take that other 800 and buy some more stocks. You pay them, buy some more. Pay them, buy some more. Don't even mess with the money. Just pay them their money back. Your credit is going up. What your credit doing? What your credit doing? What your credit doing? What your credit doing? Put in the chat. What your credit doing? Rising, going up, going up, going up. Now, you done paid these people back on time for a whole year with their own damn money. This is what they do with your money. Do what they do with your money. Why you won't do it to them? Now, you pay it off on time for a whole year. Now what can you go do? You go back to the bank and do what? You on time a whole 12 months. You go right back to the bank. What you gonna do now? Put in the chat. What would you do? Common sense. What would you do? Your credit ain't one. I want another loan. I want $250 this time. I already got 100 in there. I want $250. They break off $250. What you do with the $250? Like Finesse 2 times say. What you gonna do with the $250? You put the $250 right on top of the hundo. You got $350 in there now. Now, you got $350, right? You got $350. Now let's look at $350. $350,000. Roll the coin. Now, at $350, this is how much you getting back a month. $4,800. Now, you borrowed $350 now, so now your payment a little higher. Your payment probably around $2,000, maybe $2,500 on the two loans you got. You still up $2,300. Now imagine if you take that whole 23 and reinvest it, pay them back, then reinvest the 23. Just keep doing it. You'll be a millionaire very, very fast, people. Not only are you a millionaire, you got income coming in for doing absolutely nothing. You get it? Anybody got any questions about what I just showed y'all? Any questions about what I just showed y'all? I'm telling y'all this because this is what these people are doing. And ain't nobody talking about it. Now, as a people, if we stuck in this matrix with these hunter-gatherers, we got to know how to play the game too. Because the matrix is still going on. We ain't out of the matrix. We ain't got there yet. But you must know how to play the game that they play. When you learn the game, can't nobody trick you no more. Can't nobody not tell you that this stuff don't happen, don't work. This stuff work, right? Tamari said, I've been buying them stocks ever since, and I've been making money ever since. I told you, bro. When I first told you, this price was $15. It done went up since I done started talking about it, but this is the kicker. This the kicker. This the kicker. The price can go up a whole lot more than that. The price can go up a whole lot more than that. You see, they ain't got no new investors, people. When you just stick with the same investors, the price just fluctuate in a small percentage. But if our people jump in and ride this stock might go to $40 or $50 or $60. I'm telling y'all what I know. Now your initial investment in times 5, and you still got to get that dividend on the 15th. I think 7 Flames, I think you got to fill out the stock. You got to fill out the stock information on your Cash App. If you ain't never bought no stock on your Cash App, you got to fill out the stock information on your Cash App to buy stock. So go in there and fill out your stock information. Then they're going to clear it, and then they're going to let you buy the stock. Now, since people are always talking about, we ain't talking about nothing they gonna have nothing to do with us making good decisions, right? People are always talking about, we just talk about history and who we were and what all of that. So now, how about we start playing y'all game? How about we start taking over y'all games? Some information that can actually help people while they still in this in this matrix, we call it. What I just showed y'all is vital information, people. Anybody missed it? Y'all want me to go over it again? Anybody missed it? I want y'all to catch this. I want y'all to catch this now. This the one we finna ride out. See, we go over it again? Okay. We finna ride this stock out. So if you ain't got the stock on your Cash App, go on there and fill out the little thing, let them clear you, and we finna buy Armor stock until the motherfucker turn to $100 a stock. And we want our dividends every month and watch how easy it is. Watch how easy it is, people. AGNC is another one. But POW, AGNC has went up higher than Armor. Armor is the better buy right now. Them the perfect 2 stocks now. AGNC and Armor are perfect, but Armor is a better buy right now because Armor Residential is the dividend is cheaper. I mean, the cost of the stock is cheaper for the highest dividend right now. We just playing numbers. We just playing numbers, right? You got reoccurring AGNC. Go and get Armor also, skin down. Get a couple of dollars worth of Armor. We're gonna work Armor because right now the price and the dividend is a higher yield a month. So, but hold at AGNC. Keep going AGNC too, because these are the top 2. These are the top 2. Roll the coin. Now, let's go over this one more time. Armor pays 24 cents a share per month. Every month, a monthly dividend. It pays monthly now, 24 cents per share, right? Right now, it's the best buy on the market. Now, do what they doing. Armor, a 16.35% on your money. The share price is around $17 to $18 right now. The company maintains a consistent monthly dividend, 24 cents per share. So every share you buy, that company got to pay you 24 cents per share every 15th of the month. Right? Roll the coin. Right now it's $17.55 per share. Right now. The next dividend date is on May 15th. So it pays every 15th of the month. If it land on the weekend, it's going to pay you that Monday. Don't get scared. Now, the payout ratio, 132%. They paying it out, people. Because it is the law. The law, if you have a real estate stock, you have to pay dividends, people. See, this is the type of stuff we don't know nothing about. Let me show y'all. If you have a dividend stock, the law is you have to pay dividends. Right? Let me show y'all that. Let me show y'all that this to be true. Let me show y'all this. Let me show y'all because I don't want y'all to be thinking, right? Now, what they starting to do is they starting to tell people that these companies are trying to get out of paying dividends. I mean, some of them trying to get out of paying dividends, but they have to let you know amount of time before the dividend stops, right? So if they let you know the dividends from the stock, we just gonna pull all the money out. Soon as we see it, pull everything out. They gotta let you know a month ahead of time that the dividend's not gonna get paid that month. So we just gonna pull all the money out and the stock gonna crash. We don't care. We just playing the game like everybody else playing. But you have to do research and watch these companies to understand what's going on. But let's see how long these companies have been paying dividends and ain't missed the dividend yet. Let's see how long. How long does Armor So now we got to look at the history of the company, right? Go look at the history of the company. Let's go look. Now, Armor, this type of stuff we got to know now. It says Armor has consistently paid monthly dividends for the last 14 years. They ain't missed a payment in 14 years. That is what we want to see. Armor ain't missed a payment. But if Armor stopped that payment, they got to let us know ahead of time. We go in there right in there and sell all our stock off and let them crash out. But they've been paying it for 14 years straight, people. And these people been riding that company for 14 years. And this is a real estate REIT, so it's always profitable because they take in mortgages and stuff like that. Now, but what I think is going to happen, if we get new investors on that stock going to go through the roof. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. So y'all go in there, and we're going to start doing this every day. Armor Residential REIT on Cash App. Go in there and buy $1, $2, whatever extra little change you got on Cash App, just buy some every day. And we're going to go through the price of it and what's going on with it. And I'm going to put it in my lives every day. And we're going to take over that whole stock. We're going to take over that whole stock. And it's going to be easy, people. I guarantee you. Because see, now, you mixed in with the elites. You mixed in with the elites. Coach Fred, I got you, brother. I got you, Coach Fred. Now your money, now Flower Goddess. What has AGNC done? Did AGNC pay you your dividends every month? When I first started talking about it, it paid you every month since then, right? Look what she said. Tamari, they paid you? Bro, I'm trying to tell you, this shit is stuff we don't know that we need to know. Tracy Hamner, AGNC paid me every month on time. Oh, Tamara, they went up 35 cents a share. See, I ain't been watching AGNC lately. Daryl Hardison paid me too, fam. I'm telling y'all, bro, this shit is really genius. All we got to do is come together and buy up all these people's stock, and the price is going to go through the roof, and we're going to get our dividends every month. You can retire, and them people going to put that money in your account every month. You could be 100 years old. The payment coming. I'm telling you what these elite people doing. I'm just giving y'all vital information. But them two stocks, Armor Residential and AGNC, that's it. But right now, I want y'all to start putting it. We already on AGNC. Let's go into Armor a little bit. Let's start going into Armor. Let's start going into Armor. Right, let's go look at AGNC. Because, see, I ain't checked it in a while because I've been messing with Armor. But AGNC, I didn't know they was paying 35 cents now. That's fire. See, AGNC is paying 12 cents per share, right? But what's the price? Let's get the price. Now, see, this is the difference between AGNC and Armor right now. The price of AGNC is what? Right now. The price is $11.10 for 12 cents. The price of Armor is $17 for 24 cents. You see what I'm saying? So Armor has a higher payout every month. You get it? See, right now, you have to buy two stocks for 24 cents at $22 for Armor. But I'm tripping, AGNC. But for Armor, the $17 stock is paying 24 cents. So you're still winning that $3 or $4 difference on the stock, and you're making the same. So Armor right now is the better buy. I just got to tell y'all the truth. AGNC is a great investment now. Don't get that messed up. Keep that too. It's AGNC. Let me pull it up. AGNC Investment Corp. Let me show it to you. Right there. It's AGNC. That's it right there. Now, if you do the math, Armor is a better buy right now. See what I'm saying? Because Armour is paying the quarter dividend for $17.50, and AGNC is paying the quarter dividend for $22. So right now, 17 is the better buy. You get it? But I'm saying it goes by the share price. I mean, how many shares you got, Ty Mary? How many shares you got times 12 cents? That's how much AGNC is paid. That's how they do it. So Armour is just mathematically, Armour is better right now. Armour really perfect. It's perfect. $17.50. And like I say, if it drops down to $14, that is a sale. That's when you buy a lot of it because it's going to go right back up. And you hold it and let the dividends come. Got it, daddy girl? So Armour Residential is what I want y'all to start doing. We're going to do this every day. Even if it's only $1 or $2. Armour is ARR. Go to Cash App, go to stocks, go to search, put in Armour Residential or ARR, and then start buying $1 or $2 every day. That's what I want y'all to start doing. We're gonna see, can we get that stock to crack $20? And when it cracks $20, it might go through the roof. Because they have no new investors. They have the same old investors all the whole 14 years they've been doing it because don't nobody know about it. If new investors start coming in, their stock gonna go up. And it's gonna go up, ain't no telling where it might go to. Because now they are getting more investments in, and the stock is lowering itself, but the price is gonna higher itself. Because now you hold it and you own more stock in it. What sets the price of a stock is how much free stock they have. If the stock is kind of tight, the price gonna go up. If the stock they got a bunch of them for sale, the price stayed the same. So the more and more we buy them, the more and more the price gonna go up because it's getting rarer and rarer. You get it? So Armour Residential REIT, y'all screenshot that. We're finna run this stock through the roof. Because we all know. Now on the flip side, let's just use common sense. These people own all of the real estate, people. All the land, all the real estate. It's not gonna fail. It's not gonna fail. Everything else might fail, but people need places to stay. So if you're using a smart investment, you gotta always go real estate. It's not gonna fail. It might fluctuate, but it's not gonna fail in the big picture. And those people are still investing heavily in these places. They might not invest in this other stuff, but they invested in real estate companies. That's a fact. That's a fact. So Armour Residential, perfect buy right now for the dividend. The highest paying yield monthly dividend on the market. Highest paying on the market. So everybody start investing in it today. I don't care if it's $1. Cash App will let you buy a dollar partial piece of stock as many times as you want to buy it. Start buying it right now. Start watching your dividends come in. Start understanding how that stock fluctuate up and down, and you can play that stock the rest of your life for income. If I just got to give my people something worth knowing while we in what we in. I got to give it to you. If I don't give it to you, Who else gonna give it to you? Now it's on all platforms. It's on all platforms. I just like Cash App because they send your dividend right back to Cash App. You don't miss it. When the dividend comes out, if you got to reinvest it, it's going to show you reinvesting the money back into the stock. Or if you want it to come to your cash balance, it comes right back to your cash balance, your dividend. It's going to show you the company paying you your dividend like somebody cash apping you, and you see it. You can actually control what's going on with your own stuff. You can reinvest it or you can just keep it and use the money. Right? It's genius. I'm telling y'all what I know. I studied this stuff. When I learned it from them people, I studied it. And I watched these elite companies use these stocks to make money every month. Yeah, reinvesting is really the right way. If you don't have just a big lump sum in there, you reinvest it. Right? You keep reinvesting, keep buying stock, keep reinvesting. Then you get a nest egg of a dividend coming in every 30 days. Right? But if you already got the money and you drop it in there, you just waiting on dividends. The money on the way. You waiting on it just roll the coin. Now, Tez, that's a great question. That is a great question, Tez. Now you're thinking. Them people do that also. They pull their 401k down and then they invest it over there in Armor or AGNC, cut the reinvestment on, and they just let it grow. It's way faster than the 401k. Way faster than the 401k. You're really just doing your own investment. They just do the numbers, right? They just do the numbers. Now, that 401k they say it's doing about 10%. About 10%, right? Well, it says often match your employee 50% of the first 6%, then it gets up to like 10%. Almost paying 16% on your money. 401k paying 10%. So let's do that in math off top of my head. 10% of 100,000 is $10,000. 16% of 100,000 is $16,000. So you'll be winning $6,000 more dollars annually a year on a $100,000 investment with Arm. That's a fact. And it comes every 30 days. You ain't got to wait till you retire and get old and pull it out. You ain't got to do none of that. So I think the investment on your own is better. It pays more. You're more in control of it. You just got to understand and be focused on what you're doing. It pays 6% more than the 401k. So what I think is the best thing, if you pull that 401k down, you buy Armor, you cut your reinvestment on, and you just leave it alone. It's gonna grow way faster than the 401k. Facts. The payout is faster and higher. You get it? Faster and higher, people. Roll the coin. You got it? So let's just do some more math. Let's do some more math. Let's just do some math about a round number, right? Let's just say is, go back to the calculator. Let's just say your 401k, you got, let's be realistic. Let's say 30,000 in there, right? 30,000. Let's divide that by the price of the stock, which is 17.40. 17.4. 17,024 stocks times 0.24. You're going to make about $413 on your investment every 30 days. $413 on a $30,000 investment every 13 days. So what you want to do is reinvest that $413 every month. Every month. So you cut your reinvestment on. Now, $413 times 12 yearly, you're going to get about $5,000 yearly on that $30,000 investment. But at the same time, you are still buying stock, still reoccurring and buying more stock. So the price of this going to go over $5,000. It's going to keep going up because every time your reinvestment come out, you buy more stocks and your dividend goes up. See what I'm saying? So all you doing is just watching it snowball at this point. You're watching it snowball. Now let's go to the next year. So you put in 35 the first year. 30,000. Now you got 35,000 in there. And no telling what the price might be. We're still gonna go with 17. We're gonna go with $17. Now we're gonna go time that again the next year. You got 35,000 in there now. And it's going up. Every year, it's going up. You're buying more and more stock. You holding, and it's going to go up. The dividend going to go up more and more every month when you buy more stocks. Higher and higher. So y'all get what I'm saying. By reinvesting it, you just buying more stocks. You buying more income. That's all you're doing. If you let that thing roll for 10 years, and no telling, you come back at a 16% investment, it ain't going to take nothing but what? 7 years to double. Something like that, right? 17 times 6. 6 years. Yeah. 6 years, your 30,000 going to double in 6 years. Facts. Another 6 years, it's going to double again. See what I'm saying? Because it's already set up the numbers there to double it every 6 years. Now, Miss White, the lowest price on that stock in the last year, this how you look at it. It's $14. $14.05. That's rock bottom, right? If that stock dropped anywhere down right now, Miss White, you just invest moderately because it's kind of in the middle right now. It's between 14 and 19. 19 is the high, 14 is the low. So you kind of in the middle with $17. You just invest modestly. But if that price of that stock dropped down to anywhere between $15 and $14, that's when you load up. That's when you load up. If that stock drop under $15, you get in heavy because it's going to go right back up to $17 to $18 and $19. So $14 is the on sale price for the stock. I'm gonna teach it like that. That's on sale. That's buying a pair of Jordans for $100. But 17 is kind of the normal price. It's kind of in the middle right now. But 14, you get in. Get in. Because it's going to go right back up. And your initial investment going to go up. And they got to kick that dividend in on the 15. It's going up right now because y'all buying it. I'm telling y'all what's going to happen now. Telling you what's going to happen. It's going to go through the roof. Only elite people are buying this stock. Some more people buying it. We ain't buying it. We don't know nothing about it. We don't know nothing about it. Now that we know, we do something about it. Now this is my goal. You buy a lot of it when it's cheap. You buy some anyway, but you buy a lot when it's cheap. One stock is AGNC, and one stock is Armor. Armor is the better buy right now. Armor Residential REIT, ARR. That's the one. That's the one, y'all. I'm telling you. This is the one. Now, what if we get a movement going and we turn that $17 stock to a $50 stock? Now, what if you put your $30,000 in there and the price go up to $50 and you bought it at $17? How much money you got then, Tez? Now, let's do the math on that. Go back to the calculator one more time. Now, what if we run the price up? Because we can run the price up on this stock. Ain't no way around it. It's easily could be done. Now, what if, let's say I drop my $30,000 in there, divided by, let's go back to the calculator and give y'all some real math, because this can happen easily. Put your $30,000 there from your 401k or whatever, divided by 17.4 right now. That's the price. You got 1,724 stocks. Let's say the price go up to $40. Let's go time $40. And you bought in for $30,000. That's how much that stock gonna be worth. You bought in for $30. The stock worth damn near $70 if the price go up to $40. And they still got to pay your dividends on the 15. If all melanated people invested in that stock and we run the price up, this is what's going to happen. I'm telling y'all, this is what's going to happen. And we can control this. I'm telling you. We literally can invest in that stock and run the price up. This could be like a global melanated thing. We just buy it on. Run the price up to $100. Next thing you know, your $20,000 is $2 million or some shit. And you ran. Now we go back and buy all the land up. I'm telling you all what can happen. I done saw this happen with other stocks, bro. The movie stock. You can buy it on Cash App, Jay. AMC. AMC ain't got no dividends though. AMC ain't got no dividend. That's why it's just a get the money and get out type shit. But Armor, nah, we ain't never selling it. AGNC ain't got no dividends. It ain't gonna help us every month. Armor, dividends. I win both ways. Dividends and on the price going up. I don't think you can use Coinbase. Coinbase like for crypto. This ain't no crypto right here. This is a real estate stock. Y'all get what I'm saying? So if you buy that stock for $14 and the price of that stock goes up to $28, your initial investment automatically double. Automatically. If you got $10,000 in there, you bought it at $14 at the low. If it go up to $28 after we invest in it, that 10 gonna be $20,000. And then they got to pay your dividend on the 15. How you gonna lose? Ain't no losing with that. You up 10, and they got to pay your dividends on the 15. Or Coinbase sell stocks. I ain't never really messed with Coinbase. If it's on there, y'all go check it out. This the ticker right here. Go find the ticker. The ticker is ARR. Go find it. Right there, ARR, Arm Residential REIT. Now, since somebody said we couldn't do this, if we come together and buy this stock and just hold it a little bit at a time, I guarantee y'all by Christmas, that stock gonna be over $20-something. Going into the new year, we trying to run it up to 30. I'm telling y'all what's gonna happen, bro. I done the math. Them other people ain't gonna sell theirs neither. When people are not selling a stock, the stock skyrockets, people. Ain't no use of selling it because you're getting dividends off the buying of the stock. It's people with millions of dollars in their stock ain't finna touch it. You know why? Because every million they got in there paid them $14,000 a month. So if you put $2 million in there, they get $28,000 a month off their stock. What they can't buy, what they can't own, what they can't do. Nothing. See what I'm saying? And like I say, this is not about no money. It's just about being smart. It's just wisdom at this point. Just wisdom. They do manipulate the market. But see, you can't be manipulated if you understand what you are investing in. Right? We're watching it fluctuate. Everybody staying tuned on when the dividend come out. 15 come, everybody get paid. We watching the stock like a hawk. We ain't got no 10, no 12 stocks. We got one, maybe two. If that stock do anything funny, and they don't pay our dividends, we pulling all our money out, going to AGNC. See, you got to watch your investment like a baby, bro. You can't just put the money in there and just, no. We on their ass. We watching it now. Don't think we ain't watching. If they do anything funny, like don't pay a dividend because we invested in it, or the price started to drop down below 14, let me get that up out of there. Sell. We don't care if Plump dropped to zero now. Sell. You get it? They can't hold your money, bro. In the stock market, when you say sell, it's sold. Ain't no way around it. They're gonna put the money right back in your account. And we'll go over to AGNC then. Who cares? Ride another one. But from what I'm thinking, it's not gonna happen. It's too many elite people got investments in it. See, when you got certain people invested in something, and they've been getting that money for 14 years, they not finna pull out. So the foundation already built for the company, people. All we gotta do now is make the company successful, and they're gonna go through the roof. I'm telling you. The millionaires and billionaires already invested in the stock. The foundation there. We ain't building up no company. We just gonna put the extras on it to make it go where it need to go. We don't care if they get their money. We ain't hating. We not hating, but we can get ours too by playing the game like they play the game. Any questions? Put it in the chat. Any questions? Put it in the chat. All you gotta do is watch that stock like your baby. See what month, see what year the price go up, what month it go down. It gonna do the same thing every year, people. Just watch it like your 1-year-old toddler. Learn what it like and what it don't like. Around June, it might be skyrocketing. Around November, it might start coming down. Because people taking money out to buy gifts and stuff. You just got to use common sense. But me personally, I ain't pulling out nothing. I don't care. I'm holding. I'm holding. Any questions, put it in the chat. Or any questions y'all want to ask live, hop in the guest box. I know this is a whole nother conversation we have in the day. I usually do history every day, but I wanted to show people this stock. I wanted to show y'all this. I want people to know this. And we're going to keep track of this a couple of times a week. It's just a smart investment. Roll the coin. Any questions about this stuff I can answer, y'all hop in the chat. Y'all hop in now. Haven, you got a question? Or Prince Ian, you got a question? It could be $1, y'all. I ain't saying drop no whole life. It could be $1. You can just start off $1, $2, $3, $5, $10. Just start putting some in there every day or every week. $50, $40, $50. Just start buying this stuff, people. And hold it. Don't even just hold it in your cash out. Just hold it. We're going to keep buying it and watch what it do. AGNC went up last time when I put it up there. And I kind of left it alone. But this time I ain't leaving it alone. I ain't leaving it alone this time. I'm on the edge. Somebody insulted my intelligence. Like Malcolm X said. I ain't leaving it alone this time. I'm going to run armor through the roof. Roll the coin. Any questions? Oh, hey, you got a question? All right, let me pull you up, bro. Yo.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing all right. How you doing?
All right. I'm a little older, but I got 2 sons, and I've been trying to start something up like that for them for the long. I've been trying to start something up like that for them for the long.
Number 22, we're going to pop her on sale. We do have her in the bundle, okay? Now, all my people, if you're looking for a Mother's Day gift, say I, okay? If you're not looking for a Mother's Day gift, we're going to move on to some stuff and be selfish to us, okay? But let me know if you're looking for a Mother's Day gift because we have some Mother's Day bundles, okay, you guys? Definitely go down in the chat and let me know, okay? Let's go ahead and pop this on flash sale. Talk to me in the chat. Press that X to show in the yellow shopping cart so I can see that you want to talk about something or interested in it. Or talk to me in the chat. Press that screen power tap. Share and repost this live. Enter that giveaway right now for our 1 ounce travel size caramel kisses in the body scrub. Fully 1 ounces, okay? Fully 1 ounces. You're not missing an ounce in here, okay? Definitely enter them right now, okay? Let's go ahead. Pop this on flash sale. Number 22 is so good for the face, okay, you guys? And I'm also going to put that bundle here with the niacinamide silk and the body butter and the dry body oil on sale on the screen as well. Number 8, okay? Number 22 is going to go on flash sale as well. Stop. Are you ready yet? Wait, let me fix my hair. Yes. I think I'm ready. Been locked up in the house way too long. It's time to get it. Once again, he's out the wrong, and my girl's so real. Said it's been a minute since I had some. He's been acting up, but he won't be the only one. When they ask for us, when you put it on, get him up tight. This is your song, I'm not your back, I'm not impressed. I'm not your back, I'm last. But you're freaking your song. 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 Every woman got one. All right, you guys, we got to talk about my girl. We got to talk about my girl for the summertime. If you are looking for a summer scent, even for mother, okay, this is going to be Miss Pesh Petal Vanilla, okay? Miss Pesh Petal Vanilla is going to be candy galore. If you guys are looking for a candy scent, look no further than Pesh Petal Vanilla, okay, you guys? She is going to give us those peach ring candies, plus an amazing sour candy type of scents in here. It is not giving us warhead sour, but it's giving us that sour candy, like I would say the sour sweet corn joints, okay? Then we are going to have more so of candied rose, jelly fruits, okay? We are going to have gummy scent profile in here. We're also going to be accompanied by an electric citrus, okay? Number 13, 1-3 is going to be for my candy girls. If you want something bold, okay? Something super sweet, definitely giving us artificial candy. It's going to give us that viral peach ring candy scent in here, okay, you guys? We do have a scent profile of peach shine, okay? Which is giving us the peach scent, okay? With the electric citrus turning up, obviously, the peach in here because it's a citrus. It is a fruit. This is going to be so bold. This is a 10 out of 10 projection. From me, Amy T, she's definitely stupid. So let's go ahead. Remember, she is a dry body oil that is going to absorb quickly on the skin. It is going to be amazing. Shout out to you, my love, Jackie, for sharing the live, okay? Make sure you guys are power tapping, sharing, and reposting, okay? So we're going to dry out from that last set. Number 13, my goodness. I can't tell you guys enough. Pesh Petal is going to be for my days that I want to definitely pop out for the summertime for sure. And as soon as I open the damn bottle, she's crazy, okay? What's up, Sticks, baby? Shout out to you for the heart, me, my love. Good morning. Definitely putting her in the cart is amazing. Remember, I said dry body oil is going to be in the skin and not on the skin. Highly absorbent. Definitely doing your skin wonders for the summertime, okay? Amazing for eczema and psoriasis. Good morning, gorgeous. Back at you. How are you feeling today? This is going to be so good, okay? Now, this scent is a 10 out of 10. This Pesh Petal Vanilla is for my girls who want a nice, bold, summery scent. This is going to give us that artificial peach scent, okay, in here with the electric citrus. It's giving us the gummy candies, the peach ring candies, mixed with a little bit of a sour type. If you want candy that's 10 out of 10 projection, this one is the way to go. Pesh Petal Vanilla. Now, contrary to her name, it sounds like a floral vanilla scent. No, baby, no. This is giving us candy. Candy. So definitely put her in the cart. Like I said, this is going to be a dry body oil. Dry body oil, okay? Look at this. We're going to put this on my arm. Let's go ahead and do that, okay? Look at how that absorbs so easily into my skin. I mean, do you see anything here? It looked like I'm asking for the ring. Where the ring at? But really, I'm trying to show you my skin, y'all. Do you see that? All right.
Any questions, y'all got concerns about that? Y'all hop in and ask a question. Yeah, leave him alone, Andre. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. Watch your dividend come in on the 15th. Yeah, start small, Coach Fred. Start small, $5, $10 a day. Just get your feet wet. I don't want y'all to jump into nothing fast. Just get your feet wet. $5, $10 a day. buy the armor. Buy armor every morning, $10, $20, $5, $15, whatever. Just, or every week, $100, $50. Just start small. And then because I want y'all to see y'all dividend come in. Once you see your dividend come in with how many stocks you own and do the math, you're gonna see all the math is math in the end. All of the concern about what's going on is out the window once they put their money back in your account. You see what I'm saying? Now you see it work. I don't want to just tell you it worked. I want you to see it work. When you see it work, then you play it accordingly. But at the same time, by all us doing it, we are still we're going to raise the price of the stock by buying it anyway. So everybody start buying a little bit of that stock, and we're just going to keep doing it. And I'm going to keep it on y'all mind because I might start doing my lives right when the stock market open up and show y'all the live price on the stock from the day before to let you know if it's going up or going down. If we watch it together as a people and understand what's the high, what's the low, when to buy a lot, when to sell, when to hold, we can't lose. Too many eyes on it. And we understand how it works now, right? Every $17.40, they pay you a quarter a month. That's how you gotta look at it. It's like you buying a worker who gonna get up and go to work every day. He ain't gonna never call in. You buying that $17 worker gonna pay you. It don't seem like a lot of money, but get you a 20,000 workers. And see how much the 20,000 workers gonna pay you every month with that quarter a piece. It's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be able to make a difference in your life. I'm telling you. I'm telling y'all how these people explained it to me. And then I started doing it and it worked. So, let me see. The price is at $17.56 right now. $17.56. And like I told y'all, it's a 16% per year dividend on your money. $16% yield every year. So that means $100,000 will make $16,000 a year invested in this stock. It's $2.88 per share, but they break it into 12 months. That's why they pay 24 cents every month. They break it into every month. $2.88 per share a year. It's yearly. But monthly is 24 cents a month. Get it? You go to Stock Ticker, AR. Got me? Appreciate y'all, man. And like I said, if y'all got any businesses, I'm going to put y'all in my story for free. I'm going to tag you. I appreciate the Cash App too, y'all. That's my Cash App. We know the truth now. Y'all got any businesses, send them to me in my DM. I'm going to put them in my story for free. I'll put them on YouTube for free in my little post with your flyer, because now it's getting to the point to where we have to help each other, y'all. I don't care if it's the smallest thing, a repost, some help, some knowledge, some truth. We got to come out of this. We got to start coming together in this evil world, man. This world is evil. The people who run it are evil. They are turning good souls evil with all of this money and status and the way people treat people and and all of this stuff, and I'm not with none of it. Ted, you got a business, send me your information. I'm gonna post it in my story so people can lock in with the business. I got you, Ted. So at this point, the way I look at it now is I just want to try to help any way I can, bro. If a repost of your business or a post of your business will help you, and it's free for me to do, it don't take no but 2 or 3 seconds, I'm gonna do it. It don't make sense not to do it. We got all these platforms with all these millions of followers, and we on here talking about absolutely nothing. We talking about aliens and what the hunter-gatherers doing and what Trump doing and busting jokes and being funny and all this cool, but at the end of the day, it's not helping none of our people, bro. It's not helping none of us, right? Ain't nobody learning nothing worth learning to help them in real life. So the way I'm looking at it is, we learn our real history. We learn the game that we stuck in to get our people somewhere to where we need to be to try to help each other more, right? It's just that simple. It's that simple. So that's how I look at it now. I look at it a little different. If we got to play the game, we got to play the game. Sometimes you stuck in the game and you got to play the game. There's no way around it. We could talk about not being in the game, but we in the game. And we got to play this thing right to try to ease some of the burdens that have been put on our people for a long time. Armor going up too. It's almost at 1760. But anyway, that's how as I look around at all these creators and all these people, all these celebrities and basketball players and all this stuff, if we got a common goal and we done it together, our people's livelihood will change overnight. Yeah, we got to start small, 82 me. You're right. So this is my way of just kind of starting small with something we just can work on and see every day and see the progress of it while we learn history, right? Because like I say, my main thing is our real history. Then, we got to play the game we got to play. So we're going to mix all this stuff together and we're going to run it from there. We're going to go from there. Catalyst, thank you so much. But at the end of the day, people just have to, we have to get back to our culture, right? We got to start back speaking life into our people, nurturing our people, talking, saying good words and high spirits of your people. It's not always about yourself. We got to start speaking life into our people, pouring back into our people. People who pour into you, you got to pour back. You got to, and I ain't talking about like monetarily. It's just a kind word, a kind gesture, a kind, something to start with, because that's what we start to live like them. We can't live like them. We can't do it. They want us to, but we can't do it. We cannot do it. So now we got to lock back in with our people and put together some type of plan for us to win as we learn our real true history and knowledge of our people. We must elevate on all ends. Like I say, my ultimate goal is just to help people. I get on here and talk a lot of history, but my ultimate goal is to help people. So once I'm in a situation to just literally get out here and help people personally, that's what I'm going to do. That's my ultimate goal. Because that cuts through the chase and just helps people automatically. Right? So that's what we on. So if we got to use their system and use it right, and that's what we got to do. That's what we got to do, right? We got to use whatever is going on, we can master it. We are the masters of everything, right? We the divine growers of America, and that's what makes people divine. People don't understand it. What makes you divine is you learn your ancestors' history, and then you use it to nurture your people. That's what makes you divine. So men talking bad about women is not divine. Women talking bad about men is not divine. No matter what you think, it's not divine. We all know women came first, and they're the first nurturers. But at the same time, bashing your people is still not divine. What's so divine about that? When I look in Egypt or I look in ancient cultures, I see the man with the woman divine together. I don't just see the man up there, the woman up there. I see both of them. So you're going to speak over that culture for your own personal feelings. You can't do that. That's not divine. That's not, who taught you that? That's just a feeling you have inside of how the way the world is looking today. But the world today is not right, people. You can't be divine by yourself. That's crazy. Who taught you that? Being divine, you got to be connected to your people, the plants, the stars, the wind, the water, the animals. That's divine. Not just sitting there talking about your own people like you high and mighty. That's not divine. You are a loser. Who told you winning with that? It's trash. Let me explain something to y'all from my point of view. The melanated man has been beat down to the ground, people. Let me say it again. And I ain't taking up for no men. Y'all know I don't play that men women stuff. I don't play that. But I'm going to tell y'all the truth. The melanated man in Tamari has been beat down. I'm talking about every beat to, I'm talking about Mike Tyson beat down. Now, you expect the man that's getting beat down every day to be perfect. He's not going to be perfect. The world has beat him for centuries, hundreds of years on this land. The melanated woman get beat down too. But I promise you, you don't get beat down like the melanated man. And I ain't trying to take no sides. Don't think truth now taking sides or none of that. But I'm telling y'all, divine is pouring into that man that been beat down. Not telling him he ain't shit. Divine is pouring into him on his worst day. That's divine. You ain't divine because you talking about him like a dog when he down. It's not divine. The divine nurture when nurture is needed to build back up. Somebody taught our people wrong. I don't know who done it, but they done a hell of a job with misleading our people. Roll the coin. Let me show y'all something. Let me show you something. All you fake divine ass people, A divine feminine is a nurturer. She embodies unconditional love, compassion, and life-giving force of creation. So if she ain't no nurturer, she ain't got no unconditional love for no man, she ain't compassionate for you, she not divine. She could put on all the crosses she want to. She can get on TikTok and talk all the divine feminine shit she want to. She ain't nurtured nobody. She ain't embodied no unconditional love, and she don't give a damn about none of her people. She ain't got no compassion. She not divine. She could put an cross across her forehead. Truth not gonna be like, you not divine. Might well cover that up with a rose. You must know what divine is. Talking down on your own people is nowhere near divine. You a hunter-gatherer, really. Hate to tell you, men and women. You talking down on women, you not divine. You talking down on men, you not divine. You're not compassionate for them. You ain't got no love for them. It's just that simple. Roll the corn. Now, you think the hunter-gatherers don't know this? The hunter-gatherers know if I turn the divine woman against that man gonna for sure fall off. So now, we replace the man with the job and the money and the materialism. Now we separate them and they lose so much power. Now we can attack them on their own. See, the hunter-gatherer knows if he disrupts nature, we lose. He know that. These people know, the elite know how to stop us, people. You disconnect them with nature and they fail every time. You can see it in history. You disconnect them people from the mother and the child and the daddy and working together any kind of way they can do it, and you separate them and put the child along with the mother. They do that on purpose, people. You think that shit ain't made like that on purpose? You divide, you're exactly right, Catalyst. You divide them from nature and balance in nature, and you conquer them. Now, all you want is some money. Now, all you want is a whole bunch of women. You want 12 girlfriends. That ain't nature, bro. You not even in harmony no more. Now you out here wearing the rainbow. You all whacked out of nature now. You not divine no more. You ain't even following the laws of nature. You not divine. Fuck what you saying out your mouth. How do you live every day? Roll the coin. So now, they got us out here selling dope, trying to have sex with every woman in the world. We're calling everybody bees and hoes. Money over everything. But we divine. No, we not. That's trash. Now we got the women. They want to live alone. Every man is a narcissist. Everybody trying to touch on you and feel on you. and both sides don't even like each other. That's on purpose, bro. They done this shit on purpose. Okay. Now, let's go look at the other side. If the woman is a nurturer, embodies unconditional love and compassion for her people, that's divine. Now, let's go to the other side. Because I can't do one side without doing the other. That wouldn't even be fair. It ain't fair. Just get the basics. Just basics. The divine masculine sets the structure. He protects the divine feminine. Right? Stability, logic, and focus. He brings logic, focus. When the divine feminine can't always focus, the divine masculine focuses, uses general knowledge, logic, stability. They create together because they are perfect together in nature. When the divine feminine can't focus, the divine masculine can. It balances. And you win. And you protect the divine feminine. This is how it's supposed to go. She nurtures, nigga, you protect. You get some stability and you protect, and she nurtures. It's divine. That's the end of that. It ain't even hard, bro. How do we protect our men when they hate us? Flower goddess, let me tell you what you do. You show love and you walk off. Don't even talk. When somebody you feel like they don't love you or something, they don't feel you, you show love and you walk off. You show love and you just show it and show the love and just don't have nothing else to say. No matter what they try to rebel or say against you, just show love and leave. Keep doing it though. Just keep showing love and leaving. That's all you gotta do. One day, you'll argue back with them. It's gonna change their whole reality. I'm telling you. I'll give you an example. The smallest thing. Here go you a beautiful plate of food. I ain't got no talk. Big old steak, potato, big. Have a great day. Hope you enjoy your food. Well, I'm trying to argue with you, woman. Have a great day. Enjoy your food. I love you, I'm in love with you. And I'm gone. He gonna feel like a damn fool when he open up that plate and be like, damn. This love, this got to be some type of love or nurture right here. Look at this steak. They ain't arguing. They told me I'm in love with you and left. It might not work the first couple of times, but it gonna work. Just keep doing it. It's gonna work. I guarantee it's full proof. It's full proof. I ain't gonna go back and forth. Oh, that's the problem? Oh, handle that problem. Here you go. I love you, I'm in love with you. Go take care of it. Here you go. Here go you $20 to pay for that. I'm gone. Anything. And just do it and don't argue. A smile on your face. Great energy. I'm out. I guarantee you it gonna work. It's gonna work. But people don't know how to do that no more. People don't know how to do that no more. See, you cannot let other people's energy control yours. Don't let nobody, matching energy is not the right thing to do. See, they taught us to match energy. We match energy with hunter-gatherers. That's when we match their energy. But our people, sometimes it's already psychological that it's gonna go bad in the heads of man. It's already, when sometimes some of these melanated people waking up men, they already think it's gonna go bad today. Ain't even got out the bed. Oh, it's gonna be a fucked up day. And then somebody come in with some breakfast, with some good energy, and ain't got no organ, ain't nothing. Here you go, I love you, I'm out. Give you a hug and smile and walk out. You like, today might be okay. Hold on, shit, let me eat these grits. Today might be all right. See, if you think that is overrated, that's when we lose, bro. That's not overrated. That's all a person wants is some type of nurture. That's all they want. Something. It could be the smallest thing. But if you take that out of the equation, now we just existed. We just in the house watching TV existed. Ain't nobody care if don't nobody else ate today. Don't nobody care if don't nobody else got the car fixed today. Don't nobody care about nothing. We just in the house just watching TV. Just it ain't divine. Don't nobody give a damn. You see what I'm saying? So you got to up the score, like the young niggas say. Up the score on these folks. I'm gonna up the score with love, bro. All that stuff you on, I ain't. My great grandma used to always say, don't roll in the mud with a pig. The pig like to get dirty. I never understood that till I got older. Some people like the negativity. They like rolling in the mud. This is what they do. So they smiling in the mud. You down there frustrated because you don't want to be in the mud. Now, some people are just in the mud. You gotta let them go anyway. You do a kind gesture for 2 or 3 months and they don't change, they just in the mud, right? They like it in the mud. Let them stay. Stay down there by yourself though. That's when you get on down. But if they start to come around and start to realize that this nurture is really real and they start to do the same back because you showing them, that's when you know it's the right people. I ain't saying do this forever. I'm saying do this for 3 to 6 months. Give it a chance. If it don't change, because sometimes you will nurture another person so much, they just in the mud. They'll never nurture you back. That's when you gotta just suck it up and let it go. Simple. But you approach it the right way and do it for 3 to 6 months. 6 months go by, them folks ain't changed, ain't nothing. No. It just ain't in you to do. So now I must rearrange what I'm doing. Simple. Roll the coin. But that's the thing. Woman is a nurturer. Man is a protector. Man brings logic. Man brings stability. We all know female energy changes. Their thought process changes like this. Man thought process don't change like this. That balances out. You get it? That balances out. So when females start to change their thought process like that, you got to be able to endure that. You got to be able to stand there and endure that. My kinfolk, you got to be able to endure that, because that's a part of their nature. See what I'm saying? Don't just think she crazy. It's just a part of her nature. Stay hanging there, my nigga. Drake said something that, bro. Drake said something on the song I never forget, bro. Drake said something on the song I never forget. Drake said, "Please don't do me like you done the last dude." I see how you done homeboy. Please don't do that to me. Bro, that was a powerful bar, because I feel it, right? That's a powerful bar, bro. So, to be divine as a feminine, you must nurture, right? Be compassionate and have unconditional love for your people. To be divine masculine, you must protect that feminine energy, keep the logic and stability in that female's life. That's what. Then when you do that, ain't no stopping you. Now y'all already know, don't do all that other stuff neither. This new stuff. Don't do none of that new stuff. All that's not divine. All that cheating and see, ain't none of that's divine. So anyway, if you're doing that anyway, you ain't divine no way. It ain't gonna work no way, because you already got too much going on. But that is the balance in nature, right? To hate a woman as a man is not balanced in nature, and to hate a man as a woman is not balanced in nature. Simple. So all these people on the internet talking about hate the men and hate the women, and the women do this, and that's not divine. I just want y'all to know that. I know people get a lot of views talking bashing men and women all day, but I don't look up to none of y'all, because I know y'all wrong. Right? Y'all wrong. I just saw a video this morning. A lady was just bashing me, and I was like, whoa, like, it's not, it's supposed to be somebody teacher. It's supposed to be some type of divine goddess. You're not a divine goddess, ma'am. Who are you being divine to? See, they teaching people to be divine to themselves. That's not even possible. It's not even possible. I'm just gonna be divine to me and eat all the good food and take care of myself. You gonna take care of yourself anyway. That's not being divine. Divine is how you nurture other people, how you nurture crops and people and animals. Divine is even how you treat hunter-gatherers. You see hunter-gatherers tripping, you coming down on some divine shit like, I know y'all have better morals than this. Who raised? This ain't right. Walk out. Somebody got to say something, right? The feminine representation of Isis and Hathor embodied nurturing, intuition, and creation. Then the masculine Osiris and Ra symbolizes structure, protection for the feminine, and active creation they create together, often unified to bring balance and harmony in nature. Don't you get it? You need both. You need her, she needs you, we need each other. So if you just not nurturing, how are you divine? Who are you nurturing? Ain't nobody around to nurture. The dog? Or you divine to the dog in the house? Oh, the dog eat better than the people. Oh, okay, my bad. That's divine? No. Birds, it's cool to feed them too now. That's divine too, but them the only people you're gonna be divine to, the dog, with the dog food and the water and oh man, that's so selfish. Oh, it's so selfish, man. Now, it's so selfish. A husband and a wife represent a complete balanced union. A complete balanced unit, people. That's all it's supposed to represent. A complete balanced unit. You balance each other. Ain't nobody perfect. This ain't right, you bring it up. That ain't right on this side, you try to bring it up. You balance each other. But if you banish each other, and I'm sorry to tell you, you will never be divine. If you just say, forget the whole thing, I don't never want to have none of you people around me no more, that's cool. But don't be on here claiming you divine. It ain't, just say, I just gave up. I ain't nothing. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. At least somebody know up front, right? But it's too many people acting so holy and acting so divine, and they don't live under none of the real rules of it. It's rules coming with this stuff, man. It's ways of life that come with this stuff. This is why stuff be so messed up. Roll the corn. Roll the corn. I'm going to say this and I'm going to get out y'all way. This is the realest shit I'm going to say ever. This is the realest thing I'm going to say ever now. The protection and logic of a man is golden. But only thing more golden than that is the nurture of a woman. If you find the right person and you nurture them people will take care of you to your last day. That's a fact. If you find sometimes you find the right person and you're so stuck on this other stuff that you push them away. But if you find the right person and you nurture them, they ain't going nowhere, ever. These men getting up leaving because ain't no nurture. I'm telling y'all that now. Some of them just ain't no good no way. I ain't gonna say they is, but the ones who worth staying, they left because there wasn't no nurture. It's just all about all the time. That's your power. That's your power. When you lose nurture, you lose your power. Now you saying, don't nobody care nothing about you no more. Because you didn't nurture nothing. Hell yeah. If you don't nurture the flower, it's going to die. You don't feed that damn dog, it's going to die in your house. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? When the nurture is gone, It's that you lose all of your power. These people made our women forget their power, bro. Don't forget your power. Men don't want your money. If they do, you will already be able to tell. 9 times out of 10, men do not want no woman's money. They don't care how much you make, where you work at, none of that. Even if you give it to them, these men already know y'all finna give them no money. They already know that. They ain't even looking for that. They want some nurture. These folks don't care if you work at McDonald's. Don't you mean the real nigga don't care nothing about this shit? Women think that. Men don't think like that. If I like her and she nurturing, I don't care where she. I don't care if she flip burgers. I'm finna roll with her. You get it? We already know you ain't finna buy no Jordans, no way. That ain't the point. We know that. You think we don't know that? We come into it not expecting nothing. I'm just telling you, I gotta keep it real with the people, man. We ain't expecting nothing. But please, can I get a little nurture? Just a little bit. A hug, a plate of food, a pat on the damn back, a goddamn a Fago or a bag of chips or something. We gonna get them chips and be like, hold on. Roll the call. Y'all think this shit a joke. Y'all think it's a joke, bro. I'm just, we gonna get them chips, we gonna be like, man, I cherish these damn chips. Bro, I cherish these chips, bro. Let me take these to work and eat these motherfuckers at work. Bro, listen. A sandwich and some chips? Some type of nurture? Oh, man, I'm good to go today. I'm ready to fight the war for you, baby. I'm ready to fight the war. Where the war at? I done got nurtured. Oh, I'm ready to die about this shit. Roll the call. I'm ready to go hard. Now y'all understand. Y'all understand now? Somebody gave a damn today. I'm ready to die for them. It's just that simple. We're going to skip through all the bullshit. Somebody showed some love before 12 o'clock noon. I'm ready to die for these folk, man. Come on, bro. You got to be friends. So I'm talking like I'm from Miss back in Jackson now. Look here, Jew. I'm ready to die about this shit, Jew. Bro, I got a hot plate. I'm ready to die about this shit. Some Kool-Aid? Oh, I'm ready to die. We just go to war. Who messing with her? Boy, you better not say nothing to her in your life. Now it's protection. Now I'm protected. I'm roaming the yard like a big dog. Now look at her. You better not get nowhere near the gate on bite there. Listen. That's y'all power. That's your power. Then you power him up. Then he go out and be the person you need him to be. You done powered him up. You done put the battery in his back. Put the battery in his back. That's all you gotta do. Put the battery in his back, and that's all you got to do. But if you ain't gonna power him up, you acting all dry, ain't no nurture and ain't no love. You just laying, just looking there looking stupid. And now we're like, man. Now we know ain't no nurture there. Now you don't care no more. Nobody care. Now don't nobody care no more. You get it? Ain't nothing to look forward to no more. Ain't no nurture. We just hanging around like homeboys. You get it? That's what's going on out here, y'all. Just roommates. There you go, Miss Hines. You get roommates. Just fucking roommates. Just roommates. It's just. See, you know why the key to a man's heart is his stomach? Because it's nurture. I keep telling y'all, the food and the agriculture that is the closest thing connected. That's the closest thing connected to God. The love on that plate. It's just that simple. The steam coming off that plate, the closest thing you're going to get to God. I'm telling y'all what I know. That's why our people took agriculture so serious. Because I know if I can feed my people, that shows them. Let me explain something to y'all I read in books. The melanated woman is the first person. She's made in the representation of Mother Earth. Mother Earth fed her first. She learned from Mother Earth how to feed and how to nurture, because Mother Earth nurtured the woman first. The woman, the first part, her mother, Earth. You get it? Earth nurtured her, then man pop out. She nurtured man, the earth, the animals, everything. Because she's the first nurturer. She learned from the original nurturer. You get it? If people are made in the image of God, they try to say man is made in the image of God. That is religion. That's religion teaching. It got a truth to it, but it ain't all the way true. Woman is made in the image of Mother Earth. That's the real creator. So she's the first created. When you make something in the image of you, it's automatically in the image of you. So a Mother Earth creates a feminine woman first, because that is the first creation of the image of her. Do you get it? It's just that simple. They try to teach you man creating the image of God. No, woman is creating the image of the real creator, Earth. Then her nurture powers everything else. Do you get it? She the first person to roll the corn. She the first person to roll the corn. She the first person to roll it, grow it, put it through astrology, put it in your mouth and feed it to you, put it in the pot, put some seasoning on it. She the first being to do that on the planet. Therefore, she's the first nurturer. Do you get it? Then man learns that nurture from her and protects the nurture. Now they start to learn together. So the Bible teaches you man is made in the image of God, but your ancestors teaches you that woman is made in the image of the Mother Earth. So you gotta get back to the real teaching. Forget what the hunter-gatherer put in the book. They switch man from woman all the time. We're going to switch out the woman made from Mother Earth to man made from Jesus. So now the man can be. See, you see how they play on your thought process. Then you take the woman out of the equation and you fuck up the balance. Now everything is wrong. No matter what somebody tell you, your mama is your first nurturer. It's not your daddy. It's your mama. Simple. If Earth birthed woman first, Earth is the first nurturer of melanated woman. But we looking out of space though. Now you better look at your mama down up under you. Take care of her. They want you to look out of space and forget about her. One for her. If it wasn't for what's under your feet, what you would have ate today? Did any chickens fall out the sky? Did any hamburgers fall out the sky today? Any shrimp? Any rice? What'd you eat for lunch today? What time it is? 11 o'clock? What'd you eat for lunch? Any noodles fall out the goddamn sky? I ain't seen a pack of noodles fall out the sky yet. Packet or no packet. This what fed you up under your feet. Let's get back to common sense, bro. Roll the corn. That broccoli, that salad you ate, all of that came from the planet. The cheese, the goddamn salad, the tomato, the dressing, all of it came from the planet. Ain't none of it come from Nibiru. Ain't none of it come from Saturn and no stardust on your goddamn salad. That shit, let the white folks believe in that shit. You better believe in the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you. Everything you ate came from the planet. All your medicine, just because it came in a pill from Walgreens, don't mean it was once not in the field. Don't you ever think that. The Egyptians had a book of all medicine to heal every ailment on the planet. The Ebers Papyrus. Go read about it. Every medicine they sell in Walgreens in that book in natural form on the ground. They show respect back to Mother Earth. That was the creator. It was just that simple. You switch it out with all this new shit. Now Jesus your creator. Nah, bro. My creator outside in the grass, in the wind, the river. That's your creator. You 70% water. You 70% water, my baby. What else 70% water? The earth. Roll the car. Your bones made out of the same shit that's inside of the earth. You don't know that? This phosphate and all that shit is bone. You got to pay attention to that. Your veins are running like the rivers of the earth in your body. The core of the earth is just like your heart. The core of the earth is beating just like your heart, people. You don't know that shit? Talking about you made in the image of your creator. Yeah, you sure is. The earth. Your veins are flowing from the core, just like water is flowing from the core of the earth. Go research it. Go see how fast your heart beat and see how fast the earth core beating. Go research that shit and come back and holler at me. They made us forget that, people. Roll the corn. They want us to praise somebody for material gain that don't even exist. I'm not going to praise nothing for no material gain that don't even exist. That's ignorance. Thank you for blessing me with a Honda. Man, fuck the Honda. You're all in the blood of the earth. The rivers is too. All of it work together. So now, you just got to get back to the basics, bro. Simple. Gotta get back to the basics. All that extracurricular stuff is too much. It's not our culture. All is plasma. You're right. You're right. All in water. All of it works in the ecosystem. But what you must understand is it operates just like your body. That's the only point I'm trying to make. The planet operates just like your body. That's all the point I'm trying to make. Why is that? You got to ask yourself that. It operates as a complex, self-regulating system that shares striking functional similarities with one human body. Self-regulation, a circulation system. This is a circulation system. Why do you think oxygen on Earth? Earth need oxygen too, people. Just like you do. The circulation system, right? Waste management. The Earth has waste like you do. Come on now. Roll the corn. It's all the same. You are made in the image of the real creator. It's that simple. So, and all I'm saying is it has to balance out with nature. That's it. Once it balances with nature, you can't go wrong. Can't go wrong. Once it ain't like that no more, it's over with. Now, all they are doing is taking ancient teachings and turning it into religion. That's all they're doing. When they say you equally yoked, me and my hubby equally yoked, all that means is y'all is balanced and in harmony with each other. That's all it means. It's another word for it. It's the. Let me show you. Being equally yoked is a metaphor for perfectly balanced, harmonious, and aligned partnership. It comes from farming origins. Everything come from the field, my baby. In agriculture, yoke two oxen to pull a single load of plow, right? If the animals are of similar strength and temperament, they move in unison, making the work steady and efficient. Everything come from paleo. See, the paleo Hebrews knew that. You put two of them oxes that work together about the same size, and they work together and it's steady and efficient. That's what equally yoked come from. Now, when you go back into the truth of everything, it all coming from the field. Why? Because the people who created it, who worked the field first, created all of the morals of the planet. And them people come from Ty Mary. Simple. Ain't no two bulls plowing no field in Egypt in no 6,000 BC without us knowing about it. Unless we put it there. You get it? That's our culture. Agriculture is a culture. That's what they don't want to tell you. Agriculture is the first civilized culture. So the agriculture people are the first teachers of everybody else. Simple. That's why your people come from agriculture. Your people don't come from barbarism. Barbarism is without culture. So if our people came from barbarism, we would have never had no farms. We would have never had no spirituality. We would have never cared about our people to feed them. We were trying to feed ourselves. They are turning our people into barbarous people. Just feed yourself. If everybody else, just feed yourself. That is barbarism. You might as well wake up like a caveman and go chase down a deer and eat it by yourself and go lay back and get back in the bed. Might as well. You're a barber. You barbarous. But why you didn't chase that deer down and cut him up and season him good and feed him to everybody? See, that's our culture. They culture, eat the deer, anybody pop out. They culture is animalistic. When you drop a plate of food in front of a vicious dog, what if another dog walk up, what they gonna do? What they gonna do? Drop a plate of food in front of a mean pit bull, and what would he do if another dog walk up? What he gonna do, y'all? What that barbarous animal gonna do? Gonna tear that other dog heads up. That's animalistic. That's his instinct. He's in survival mode when the food hit the ground, people. Ain't nobody else finna eat that but me. I'm finna kill anything trying to eat with me. Y'all know what I'm talking about? That's how they got our people out here living. I ate today. Nigga, I don't care if you starved. I'm barbarous. I ate today real good. Oh, you ate shit? Okay. You a hunter-gatherer, animalistic, barbarous person. Now, it's a difference between bringing a box of chicken and a two-piece. You gonna eat my two-piece right in everybody's face. That's what they want you to do. That's what they want you to do. Right? Now you see the difference. So now if I tell y'all these cultures in Africa and Europe were barbarous cultures, when the food hit the ground, war jumped off every time. Go research it. When a farm out there and somebody own it, they go in there to kill everybody and take that farm. Go research it. When the Christians and the Muslims got to fighting, they went straight for the agriculture fields. Because when I took over the agriculture fields, I took over the country. That ain't our culture. Get what our culture said do. Guess what our culture said do. When my crop come in, I leave the outside of the crop field for hungry people. I don't even watch them. I don't pay no attention to them. I pull in my crop all the way to the last couple of rows, and I leave the last couple of rows for people who had a bad harvest, so they come through there and grab them a little something. I ain't watching them. I ain't videotaping them. I ain't trying to ration it out. Get all you want. That's why they don't want you to believe that you are some type of paleo people, Hebrew people, paleo Hebrew writing people, because that's what they done. So now they try to tell you them good-hearted people don't exist. You just that's a lie, people. It's certain things that we done, these people have taken upon and made them religious. You get it? Only a genuine person will leave something that they have grown all through the seasons out there for people they don't even know. You got to be a whole virtuous person. Now, you go out there and wipe the whole field down, leave nothing for nobody, no animals, no people, no nothing. You don't care. And that's what people are starting to do these days, because the other culture taught you to do that. Don't leave nothing for nobody but you. You big, greedy, selfish hunter-gatherer, you. And somebody supposed to come in there and love you. Can't nobody love nobody like that. Only for so long. You get it? You think that culture don't exist? It did, people. It's talked about in all these ancient books. Let me show y'all something. Laptop about to die. Let me see. Get a little light on it. Show y'all something. Now, for all these people always trying to throw biblical stuff into stuff, you don't understand a culture. These people have made you so bitter with that book in them that you don't want no parts of it. I understand it. But they didn't even write that book. Don't be so mad that you just forget about the truth. Don't let them people control your emotions like that, right? We know what they did, but don't let them control your emotions like that. Don't let the world control your emotions like that. Put a 2 in the chat. Put a 2 in the chat. Don't let them folks darken your heart, people. Don't let these people darken your heart. Nobody. The practice of leaving crops in the field for the poor is a fundamental, divinely commanded agriculture law found in Paleo Hebrew, often considered part of the ancient foundational Paleo customs. Where do you think they got that from? You think this is biblical? You think the Bible, King James done made that up? You really think hunter-gatherers made that up? Huh? Now, some people sit here and teach you that this is the beginning of this, the Bible. This was going on thousands and thousands of years before a book was ever written. Facts. Now it's in Leviticus and Deuteronomy. PR, the corners of the crop field. Laquette. Right? If you forget you must unpick fruit. Vineyards and olive gardens must not be picked over a second time. Fallen fruit and remaining produce belong to the poor. You think a virtuous person created that? You think a white man or melanated, barbarous European created that? You got to be out your mind. And they ain't never had no food to be plentiful with, but they leaving food on the ground for the poor. They don't even leave the food for the poor today, and they are way richer than they were when they was over there. They let the poor starve today. You know they're gonna let the poor starve when they were starving. Come on now, use your head. Stop being so naive to everything. Everything in the Bible is stupid and fake. You a lie. Ancient agriculturalists created these laws of agriculture. The white man will let you starve on the street today. You think he don't even throw a burger out there for his own people. But you think he gonna write to leave something for the poor and be 2,000 years ago. You got to be out your mind. They're not built like that. They are not the chosen people. The chosen people created that. He not gonna feed your ass today and he up 50 million. What if he was down 50 million? You show enough, you better not he gonna bite you like the pit bull with the bowl. But you expect me to believe that these people created this literature. Okay. That's how dumb they dumbed us down, people. You can look at the acts of the people and tell who they are. You can look at the acts of the people and tell who they are. You ain't got to go deep into it. Just look at the people and look at the act and be like, nah, they wouldn't do that. That hunter-gatherer? Nah, he ain't finna do no shit. Like, lead the crops. You can go to a hunter-gatherer field right now with 100 acres, pull you a couple pieces of corn, that man finna call the police and shoot the shotgun at your ass. You're like, bro, I'm hungry, bro. You got 100 acres of corn, bro. You better get your, go out there and try it. He's still not coming up off nothing. But these are the people who wrote the Bible, though. These are the people who wrote the agriculture laws of the Bible that taught us morals in real life. You lost. Somehow people lost, bro. Think everything fake, everything created by them, everything. It's not. Everything ain't fake. The virtue in that book ain't fake. Somebody wrote that. Somebody lived that. Somebody actually done that to help their own people. Now, if you believe what you want to believe, but I know the truth. There was our virtuous culture, and it turned into other things. But you must learn your culture before you can say it's not your culture. See, if you don't know your own culture, you just think you just a damn Indian running around in the South. You really don't even know your culture. A lot of these people on the internet just American Indians. And what's American Indian culture, nigga? What's the culture? Where did the basics of being a melanated Southeastern American Indian come from? Paleo-Hebrew ancestors. That's your real culture. You think your grandmama cooking on Sunday for everybody ain't in the culture? You just think they just do this shit just because the grandma cook for everybody big pots of food on Sunday? You think there ain't no culture? It's just something we do, huh? That culture go back. Whew. Start looking at the little stuff. Quit looking at the big stuff. Look at the little stuff. Your grandma rubbing you down with Vaseline before you go to school. Think they no coach? You just greasing for no reason. You just ain't. Ancient ancestors used to grease their people down with bear fat. Put it all in their hair. You think that ain't your culture? Cornbread ain't your culture? Dipping the catfish in the cornbread and frying it ain't your culture? Oh, okay. All them spices and stuff on that seafood ain't your culture? Them spices on that seafood don't even grow in Africa. This shit ain't from no Africa, bro. Nature's people created spices for food. That ain't your culture? You just think you just out here just winging it, huh? Roll the corn. You got a culture. Don't worry about it. Tell you ain't got one because they know your culture created theirs. Sitting down eating with your family is our culture, people. Europeans weren't doing that over there in ancient times. You think a hunter-gatherer sat down with his daughter and mama and auntie and ate some food in Europe in BC times? You think them melanated Europeans were doing it before our people taught them something? You out your mind. Barbarous cultures. They eat alone. Care about your mama eating, your sister, your child. That's what separates you from these people. Those are the jewels of God. The people who cared about their own people through earthly things, those are the chosen people. Not the people who bust your head for a plate of food. Let me show y'all a couple of receipts on that. Roll the corn. What makes you a jewel? What makes you a Jew or a jewel of God or nature? Caretakers are guardians. The caretakers are guardians of the land. That's what they really trying to tell you. That's what made you a Jew, a jewel. You are a steward of the land. If these other countries didn't have no agriculture, how are they the stewards of land? They not. So when people try to tell you, it was melanated people all around the world. Yes, it was, but all of them weren't stewards of their land. Y'all can stop that shit. I hate when people say that. It was melanated people in Africa and Australia. Yes, it was. But what the hell they were doing, though? Were they caretakers and stewards of the planet? Why do you think Egypt became one of the biggest spots in that continent? They were stewards of the land. They were connected to nature. That's what made them great. That's what made the Sumerian great. That's what made the mound builder and the melanated American Indian great. They were stewards of the land. Ancient Africans are not stewards of the land. Ancient Mongols, ancient Native Americans are not stewards of the land. Ancient Europeans are not stewards of the land. They're not the real Jews. They're not the jewels. Do you get it? Your great-grandmama Planting them damn tomatoes in Mississippi is a jewel of God, a jewel of nature. They great-grandmama wasn't doing none of that shit your great-grandmama was doing. Facts. Facts. Name me some more sharecroppers around the world. Ain't no more. Show me a European in BC times with an agriculture field in Europe. Go find me some old literature about that. You ain't gonna never hear about hunter-gatherers with no agriculture fields nowhere over there in Africa and Europe in BC times. You're gonna find it in Egypt every time, or in the Middle East, where our people went. You're gonna find it nowhere else. Or Indus Valley civilization. Or the first Chinese, which is our people too. I can prove it. You're not gonna find them people doing no structured agriculture and structure building and city building. You're not gonna find it. Our people built all them cities. Once we got there. Every time. You're not gonna find them people doing nothing together before we taught them to do something together. You can research all you want, you ain't gonna never find it. Your whole family was on that field in the Southeast working together. I pulled up my genealogy. I got 240 family members working tobacco fields together. Them jewels right there. Where else you gonna find it at? Nowhere else in the world. Africans is not 240 deep in no agriculture field working together. I never seen it in history. They'll sell their daughter for 10 cows. And you around here talking about these God-chosen people. And I ain't trying to be funny, but they not. And you know them Ashkenazis are nowhere near. Now, why do the Mormons do what they do? Why they do what they do? What kind of culture they live under? Why they do what they do? Why they own all that agriculture land? 1.7 million acres of U.S. farmland, ranchers in 2025. Why? They know the ancient laws, people. Them people are living off our ancient laws. That's why they live off the land. They don't even want no car, no TV, none of that. They are living off ancient agriculture laws your people created, and they prosper from it. They need nothing from the outside world. They got their own malls, all that stuff. Land, houses, crops. Them people be millionaires selling crops right on our land. They took on our old culture and pushed us to a hunter-gatherer culture, and they took on the ancient agriculture culture, and they won. Where you think, who you think they learned all this shit at? Where you think they learned all that at? Huh? Why you think they love all the mounds and all the stuff that come out the mounds? Why you think the first Mormons were going in the mounds? Trying to figure out what these Paleo-Hebrew people were doing. They bought all the land where the mound was at. Why you think they done that? Why they own all of Utah, all the holy land in Utah? Why they own it? You gotta ask yourself these type of questions. Where they learn it at? That's a culture, people. It's a culture. They live under ancient Hebrew traditions. They're trying to make themselves fit into a bloodline. They're trying to live like the bloodline. They talk to them everything they know. It's not even their bloodline. So when they scream Abrahamic religion, it's not their bloodline of people. They just trying to live spiritual like them people, off the land like them people. It is a cultural assimilation. I'm telling you, it's cultural assimilation. Roll the corn. Your great grandpa sold his recipe for chewing the back of the red man. That's amazing. Because my grandma chewed Red Man and Levi Garrett every day. Every day. Couldn't go without it. That's a good point too, Keisha. That's a great point to end this live on. Watch this. Great live. I mean, that's a great. Now, let me show you something. Watch this. Indigenous people in the Americas, indicating those in the Mississippi region, also chew tobacco or use snuff or mixed it with other herbs or consumption. These the only people in the world at that time chewing tobacco, people. Smoking and chewing tobacco, people. Don't let these people fool you, bro. Europe wasn't smoking. Africa wasn't smoking. The Native Americans got a little bit of smoking from us. But the ancient culture of the Mississippi River are the tobacco growers. They are the tobacco chewers. They are the first tobacco users. They created it for medicinal and ritual purposes long time ago, people. Ancient BC time. Why you think the Egyptians had tobacco in their stomach? They come from this culture. Ain't nowhere in the hell an ancient African got Mississippi River tobacco in his stomach, bro. Ain't no way. How? Your grandma and them chewing that tobacco and doing all that. My grandmama and them had fields of tobacco, acres and acres and acres. Where do you think they come from? Tobacco is not an African crop. Africans cannot sit there and grow tobacco because it ain't even in their culture. Come on now. Your great grandmama and them chewing that tobacco, they from the land, people. Africans do not chew tobacco. What the fuck is you think an African off a boat chewing tobacco? Man, you think an African got 100 acres of tobacco fields in the middle of Mississippi? No, big dog. No. No. Common sense. And then what do you people say? Tobacco was linked to slavery. That's how they want you to link everything to slavery, right? They're going to link everything to slavery, huh? Enslaved Africans chewed tobaccos on the plantation. Well, my grandma, you had chewed tobacco and she never was on the plantation. My grandma ain't never been on no plantation. Never. Why she chewed it? Why they grew it in large amounts? She was never on she was never no slave. She was a sharecropper, but she wasn't no slave. Roll the corn. That's in her DNA. You think somebody just chewing tobacco just because it's good? You got that's an acquired taste of a culture, people. These other people don't even know how that stuff even tastes. It's an acquired taste of a culture. They want to make everything about it enslaving, the plantation life. Nah. Cap. Let me kill that story right now. Let's kill that slavery story right now. Archaeologists found and have confirmed that tobacco was present and used in mounds across North America. Mounds. Thousands of years before slavery. Mounds. Look at that. Tobacco use in southeastern North America 4,000 years ago. Look. I ain't even looking for this stuff. It's right there. They ain't gonna let me pull all this up. 4,000 years ago. Tobacco pipes. Artifacts. It's part of our culture, people. They try to make our culture a slavery culture, but it's not. How? Now, why do you find that same tobacco in pharaohs? Ask yourself that question. Because that culture bloodline came from here. They're still doing the same stuff. Smoking tobacco, smoking hemp, chewing tobacco, all this stuff is still our culture. It was all the way on the Nile River. You act like you don't recognize it. Same culture. Why the elite people chewing tobacco? Love y'all, don't mean love with you. Like I say, y'all, we invested in this stock right here. I'm going to get out the way today. ARR, Armor Residential REIT. We are investing in this. I don't care if it's 50 cents a quarter, $1 a day. Put it in there. Hold it. I want y'all to start getting these dividends back from these people. I don't care what it is. And then we're going to run the price up on this stock. This is just to show you how the power of unity going to do right here. Can't see it? Let me blow my screen up if I can, so you can see it. Whoa, there we go. This is a regular stock, a monthly. ARR. It pays dividends every month. A quarter of stock. But this is what these people are using for income as they invest. We finna join them. We finna run the price up on this. We finna get our dividends. This finna be our shit. Roll the card. And I want people to learn about this stock and learn about it and watch it and go research it. Because this it. AGNC still good also. This just the best. Out of the two, Armor is the better buy right now. Out of the two, Armor is the best buy. The price and the dividend is higher. The price is lower and the dividend is higher with Armor right now. So you still got AGNC, still hold it, still invest in it, but Armor is the first up now. Both of them is perfect if you can do both. But the bang for your money right now is Armor. It was AGNC the first time. I talked it the first time, but now it's Armor. This is the stock the elite are using. Those two stocks, AGNC and Armor, and this other stock called Realty O, but Realty O is way higher. They're using these stocks to get monthly income from their money. So the foundation is already there. All we got to do is come in and start investing. The price going to go through the roof and start getting our dividends off of it. That's all we got to do. It ain't going to take much. So every day when I start my live, I'm going to start trying to start it around 9:30, 8:30, 9:30, depending on where I'm at. When the stock market open up, we'll just start with the price of the stock. Everybody going there, invest $1 or $2. Then we're going to jump the lecture off. We're going to watch this grow and watch what it do for people. Hope y'all have a great day, man. Rastaman, appreciate you, brother. Love you, men, love with you. Y'all be careful out there. Hope y'all learned something today. Excel, what's up, my brother? If y'all missed the first part of this live about this stock, y'all go to my YouTube. I'm going to put this video on YouTube because I want y'all to remember this. We're going to keep this going. Chief of the Land, what up? Rudy Ray. Fars, what's up, brother? Appreciate you, bro. You can also, I'm going to tell y'all something else you can do with this stock before I get out of here. That's amazing. On Cash App, you can send some of that stock to a person that you want to have it, right? You can send it to your daughter, your son. You can send it to them. Let's say if you got $10 worth of stock in there, you can send $5 of that to your son, and it goes right to the stock. And then you just explain to them what the stock does and how you invest in it. But by sending it to them, you put them into the market. You can literally go in there and send the stock to them. Fire. We know the truth now. Y'all be careful, man. Love y'all. I'm in love with you.
LK quote correctly, or you can't even get a Malcolm X quote correct, or a Fred Hampton quote correct, or even a Kwame Ture quote correct. But you know the quote of a well known segregationists speaks a lot about your actual knowledge about our community. But I'll land here and say this, sir.
Tap the
Segregation,
live and grab your daily heart, me chat.
being segregated was not going to benefit us because they already poisoned our resources, already stifled them. It was stagnant. We didn't have opportunities, which is the reason why people like MLK, like Malcolm X, like many others during that movement was advocating for integration to have some of the same resources, because outside of that, we didn't have a whole lot. You got to stop with this goofy indoctrination that you're doing, bro. You actually poisoning people to actually listen to you. And I hope it's not Mary Minute, which is the reason why every time you go
y'all go
live,
on and do that, bro. I'm not saying anything.
I'm about to land here and then you can respond, which is the reason why you only have 6 to 5 or 4 people in your live. It's probably a good reason why, but I land there.
The reason why I have 6 and 5 people in my life because I'm not consistently doing it, and I keep telling you, the profile that I have now is not the profile that I had when I was having live. I mean, I done had live with 10,000 people coming through a day and viewing. So for you to get up here and keep talking about that and saying these things that I'm standing on, the problem is that I'm centering myself in spaces and having conversations with a lot of people who like to dampen knowledge, true knowledge.
Come on now, guys. 10,000 is a little.
Hold on. Yeah, 10,000. Bro, I ain't got no reason to lie to you, B-Ho. I ain't got no reason to lie to you. No,
10,000 dollars.
B-Ho, let me have this conversation with him, man. Sometimes you just need to keep yourself on mute.
Well, we got to be honest sometimes.
Okay, so I'm being honest.
All right, Elmo. Leonidas and then Elmo. I see your hand, Elmo. Go ahead, Kyler. Just finish up. Quick.
So, and this is the problem I have because everything I said is inherently true, bro. It's the truth.
No, it's really
you talking about me quoting context. You talking about me quoting, making a statement from a portion of a quote that a person said. Don't mean I agree with his mentality overall about us as a people. What I'm talking about is that statement. If I understand what integration was and y'all champion people who were laying with quote unquote white women, and you trying to change that as if that wasn't some of their agenda to tie themselves to these people over there. That wasn't a dream we all had. We were fine with the relationships that we had with quote unquote good white people. We didn't want them to be able to come in and take over and undermine what we were establishing and building. And you always belittle and demean the successes that we had in our communities. You from Mississippi, bro. The core of the success Mississippi had was built and created and established first by quote unquote black people. Even the capital city was known as Chocolate City because of so much quote unquote black success that was going on over there. But you keep telling me from a whitewash mentality about yourself, bro. That's white supremacy. They teach you to belittle and think less of what you had so you would never seek to achieve it again. You think that the only success that we had on Great Parallel is because we were up under these people, bro? That's an
lifting energy potion spray as well, all right? Right there in the TikTok shop, y'all, okay? So, God damn it, bitch. Why do they keep doing it? Tap that screen, share out the live. I already went over it, baby. You'll get instructions that come with everything. You'll get instructions. Everything is available in the TikTok shop, baby. Hey, mama, what's going on, baby?
Let's focus on where our money goes and be more participant and be more active to get more ownership, get more contracts, whatever the case may be. But our money doesn't go into social welfare and prison systems. Because, like I said, that's where I'm like, we've got to really change this narrative.
Hey, host, I got to drop. Thanks for having me. And I respect everybody on the panel. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Already you too, DJ. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to drop it down, DJ, man. Don't be a stranger, bro.
All right, man. Thanks for having me.
And Black knows the majority of people locked up get their charges dropped and they're released anyway. It's a sick game, man. It's like it's bullshit.
And the sad part is the majority of the people that play ownership play the whole democratic thing. Like these are other people that really know the facts, but they're not saying it.
Yep.
Because people don't listen, and it's exhausting. Like we have to be realistic too. Like every vote counts, whether the person is informed or uninformed. When they go in and cast their ballot, it's worth the same amount of points as yours if you are informed. And we allow people to be politically lazy. And then when the consequences happen, they want someone else to do the work to clean it up. At some point, you have to take ownership of what you are actually allowing to happen to yourself. And if you are living, for instance, West Virginia, they are suffering a crisis now with their energy. Energy bills $800 to $1,000, and a lot of them are beneficiaries of social programs where their checks are like $1,200 a month, right? But they keep voting for the same thing. And then you get caught up in slogans, like political slogans. But I'm like, you up here robbing Peter to pay Paul, and then the person you put in office is robbing you. It don't make sense.
CM,
you have to remember
CM and everybody,
that Appalachia.
when people go to the polls, when people go in the polls and they vote for certain things, sometimes they're just, because I remember when Obama was going in office. I'm gonna mute you up, kid, because of your background. When Obama was in office, and for people that didn't know how to vote or didn't know what to do, and they only went to vote for Obama, people was in the line, and I heard people talking. They was like, "Well, I know I'm gonna vote for Obama, but what do I do about the other stuff?" Because they in line talking, so they just go Democrat, 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 everything Democrat down the line. Now, you know, I'm not the one to tell somebody what to do, but the you have your president, do you have your city, your state, who your sheriff is, and all these other things. All of those things are in there, but it doesn't necessarily equate to what you really trying to do in your community. Because I want to say they did a vote about something in tobacco, and they were talking about children, and people ended up voting for no nicotine in California. I don't know, y'all may not know nothing about that. Kick, you from California, don't you? Okay, I put Kick on mute. Anyway, D Davis, go ahead. I probably should have muted up and kept it to myself. Go ahead.
No, I think that's the point. Like when I come in here, every time I say I've always been independent since I registered to vote at 18, always, because and it's different for me because I got a degree in poli-sci, like that's my thing. Everybody, that's not your thing. But the fact that you wait until the 4 years and then you get caught up in the hype of what's going on when there are elections of some sort happening all the time in your area. And it won't take a long time. You can go on there and look at Ballotpedia. They have people in their campaign promises and proposals online, like you're on your phone anyway. Like you can go to community centers. There are people in community centers, libraries, wherever the case may be. You just have to walk into it and pick it up yourself. Nobody's going to hand it to you. And so I know they always have, I was going to say they always have people at the polls. They go to the polls and they say, hey, here's a stack of literature. You got 5 minutes to get through that literature and before you go in there and push a button or circle in something, right? But they have candidate forums. They have them
So here's the question, and then CM, I'll start with you, and you can finish what you were saying. So, what percentage of people that vote actually do you believe know what they are actually voting
1%.
for?
1%. 1%.
I'll be generous and say 10%.
Okay, put a 0 on back of it.
I'll be generous and say that because you can tell by how people argue. Like they are often arguing based off of emotions and their other beliefs that have nothing to do with politics. Like have nothing to do with any type of bill, no policy, no nothing. It's something else behind it, which is how they get caught. Like this is what politics and lobbying is for. They expect you to be very simple-minded. That's where all these campaign donations come in and all this funding come in. If they can raise billions of dollars for political campaigns, you don't think they can use that same money and actually just target the problems in the community? They can, but they don't.
100% correct. 100%.
100%.
And see, this is
I
where
wanted to add something before we move on.
CM didn't forget about where she came from when she got her education. I like CM.
I just want to add one thing before we move on. When we talk about West Virginia, Appalachia, and the Midwest, it's almost like they're G-siding white guys out of the society. Like 70,000 a year.
Mark of the deadline of the 60 days that Trump can actually proceed with his WAR against Iran. So tomorrow, it actually needs the Congress to actually approve further military operations in Iran. Trump cannot basically send troops or commit strikes or do anything anymore. I think he ran out of time. He hasn't achieved any of his goals and targets. I do believe that no matter what the negotiations are going to entail, same way that he pulled the negotiation team out of Pakistan and told them not to go, I think it's not going to go forward anymore. I think that's pretty much it. In my eyes, strategically, I think the US has lost this, as they have not achieved anything strategically in regard of this whole thing. But yeah, I'll just land it here. So I know other people wanted to jump in, so I'll just land it here.
You think that
No.
the Congress is
Questions.
not going to
I'm
vote
going
to
to. I've
continue the
waited.
roar?
I'm going to say what I'm going to say. Thank you. So I want to get back to this segregation thing, and I find it interesting that someone who's not black is trying to advise black people on their history and what they should do moving forward. Find it very interesting.
Is that how you took that
Sir, if you could stop trying to white man
let him,
your
let
way
him,
into this conversation.
Let him finish, sir. Thank you.
So again, I find it interesting that someone who's formerly black now wants to tell black people what they should do and how we should live and what the problems are that we have. Well, if you weren't man enough to stand your ground as a black man, then you don't get to tell us, because you abandoned us. You left the group. So stay over there with your group. Stop speaking on us. When you were questioned yesterday about black statistics to show us your prowess with the current state of black America, you had nothing to say. You couldn't say anything. You couldn't provide any statistical information when asked. So please stop speaking on black America, because you're not black. By your words, not ours. You chose a side.
Who's a former black?
I don't need anybody to jump in. I really don't. I really
I just
don't.
want to know
I don't
who's the
care,
former
Hawk. I really don't. I don't care what you have to say. And a Negro who can out-Negro everybody at everything, you've outcooked Gordon Ramsay, you've been to the moon and back, you've done it all. So how about you just mind your business and be quiet?
Let them finish. Like, what the fuck is y'all doing?
So again, and somebody who ain't even fully black trying to stop me in the middle of my conversation, get your blackness up. Now, back to what I said. Back to what I said. Trying to tell us what we need to do and trying to point out something with Squat, bruh, you ain't shown us nothing. And to Legacy's point, Legacy sitting up here saying, we would probably listen to you, but you want to sit up here and try to lecture us? You're not one of us, remember? You're not one of us, so stop speaking on us. It's old, it's tired, nobody wants to hear you go on and pontificate for 5 minutes telling us, and then you say you're not us. You're not us, so stop speaking on us.
I don't know who's
I just muted. I was done. I just mute myself when I'm done. So I don't interrupt nobody.
That's what it is.
Quinn, I just wanted to ask you, what do you think about the 60-day thing? What do you think is going to happen tomorrow?
With this government, I have no idea. I absolutely positively have no earthly idea what's getting ready to happen.
But they will require congressional approval, wouldn't it?
It does. He has 60 days, and then after that, he has an additional 30 days to get everybody back. Everybody has to return. And what that means is you can't be engaged. That means he can leave a fleet over there, but they cannot be engaged in any type of operations or anything. They have to, they can patrol their regular patrol, but that's it.
Yeah. It will be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. But yeah, it's a bit of a weird situation.
Technically midnight. So it's 00:00 or it's Zulu. We're gonna find out what's to it.
Yeah. Well, hopefully he doesn't make an excuse to start another WAR. I don't know. Hopefully this whole thing comes to an end, and because I see the fuel, because something about OPEC, UAE have left OPEC. I need to look what is OPEC exactly. But the Brent crude oil just jumped to $111 for the first time. So I'm not sure what is going to be the outcome of that. Is the prices going up for you guys as well, or has it been going down?
Y'all awful quiet now.
Elmo, real quick, just so OPEC is a collection of like oil producing nations.
I'm not.
It's like South.
Let me ask you something, because I'm not gonna stay. I'm not gonna stay up quick. I just want to go back to something you had stated earlier. So when you were talking to Godly up there, and you said that, because I just want to make sure I was getting the right understanding, because I tell everybody they should read Lovecraft Country and watch the movie.
Clarity.
No, were you stating that you understand as to why our demographic or Black people as a whole feels like we need to be segregated, because you've seen those things, because like you said, the art imitates reality? Or what exactly were you saying when you used that example?
I understand people's apprehension to wanting to like even talk to white people. Like I get it. I understand it 100%, especially when like most of you, like I can't speak for any of y'all's experiences, but I grew up in a very multicultural neighborhood, so I never really had an issue with like segregation or things of people being separated. However, I was made really apparent to the different plights of the different peoples that I grew up with, and it wasn't just by like reading and education; it was like firsthand as well. So, if I live in Baltimore, for example. So if I walk over into West Baltimore and people give me the side eye, I'm not gonna feel like
they're gonna rob you.
Yeah. No. I'm not gonna feel like they're gonna rob me. I'm not gonna feel unsafe or nothing. I know that I'm in a place. No. Hold up. I know I'm in a place where like I'm not necessarily welcome because of certain reasons and certain actions and like policies that have been acted way before I have even been born. Baltimore has what they call the black butterfly.
Not why they're just gonna rob you because they think you got money.
Not like, yo, bro, I don't know what you really think, but like that's not how things really operate in this world. But so going back to what I was saying, like, if I'm walking through a neighborhood where I don't necessarily feel welcome, I'm not really gonna take that too personally because I understand the dynamics and the things that have happened within the past. That's what I meant.
Okay, cool. That's all I wanted to ask. All right.
Oh yeah, 100%, not an issue.
Why y'all so quiet now?
Well, because y'all don't want to go down y'all know y'all don't want to get me started on magic and Lovecraft Country and dark. Yeah, y'all know you don't want me to. Me and Legacy wait. Y'all don't want me to.
I am going. So, what, Twin? Can we stay on this segregation thing, or do you want to get back more toward 45?
It don't matter because I'm kind of big.
Well, 1 second,
Okay.
but you're not black. Hold on.
So I'm just trying to understand, how do y'all think that this, if y'all can Thanos snap today, and you only get to go from today, have you all even considered the ramifications of what segregation, the negative side of what could happen with segregation right now? Have y'all even thought about that?
Oh, yeah, actually, Emmanuel did in our group chat a minute ago, did actually bring up a good point to me. He actually explained to me that I'm not a segregationist, I'm a separationist. He said because being a complete segregationist, it would involve us having to go in and steal resources. And, that's not, I'm not, I'm not that person. So I do believe that we could all live amongst each other on this great land in this country, but we should be separated. And I do think Black people should still govern themselves. I know that's never going to happen, but yeah, I know. I'm about to drop Legacy so y'all can bring
is
Debonair
Legacy
back.
on the Legacy? Are you on the segregationist or separationist side?
I don't think we need immediate or unequivocal segregation. I think we need gatekeeping more than segregation. Because the thing about it, when you have a gatekeeping culture, when the two cultures clash, your culture doesn't automatically lose because everybody stays on code. Well, that's what we don't have, though. We don't have a code of when the taco stand and the portable burrito truck come, you still go to grandma's restaurant. You know what I'm saying? Make sure that we don't do that. We let grandma's restaurant dry up because everybody want burritos and want to boo-boo for the next 3 days. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's the issue. We don't gatekeep nothing. We invite everybody who is somewhat cool to the barbecue, and all they do is take the seasonings that work for their meal and leave you cleaning up the barbecue.
But here's what I'm trying to get you. Okay, when I hear this argument, it sounds to me like we're saying, okay, so first question, what do you do with the people who are married to people from other cultures, and what do you do with the children of those people? Let's just start there.
One, you're coming, if you talking about actually building something where you can gatekeep all of that moral, you got a grandma.
No, I'm asking.
I'm telling you.
Legacy, you have to take the morality as part of culture, period. You can't separate.
Yes, you can, though. You absolutely can. Or you can mitigate it, right? Y'all be wanting to bring everybody who has every instance of something that can be considered into the fold. That's the same thing as inviting everybody to the barbecue.
Okay, so are we getting rid of biracial people?
It's not necessarily getting rid of biracial people. Like, but if you come to do this with us, we're not worried about your extended family. They're not part of this.
No. I'm saying
it's just like anybody. It's just like, no, you want to get rid of the biracial people, but you would get rid of the people or them bringing everybody else with them. You know what I mean? Like, so your grandma and your uncles and your aunties, like, y'all can't, if you want to be torn in between it, you just can't come, and that's fine. You don't have to. You know what I mean? You can stay wherever you want to do, but the only way that you build community, real quick, the only way you build collective communities like that is you create a hard line and build the community. You can't bring everybody. Everybody can't do everything. That's not how it works.
I get that, but what I'm saying is, okay, if Keisha marries Tyler, is she part of our community, or do we send her? Nah, you chose to marry him, so you go with him. And what if it's the reverse?
I just said,
if Hakeem decides to marry Court, whatever her name, Blair, does she come to us? Like, how do we decide who is part of the culture and who's not?
May I speak on this real quick before I leave?
I just told you.
I couldn't think of another name.
And the thing about what Leah Knight has brought up with Lovecraft, right? Even though it's a show, it touches on something.
Art imitates reality.
We teach them to say Egypt, use that as an example, taught Rome everything, and then Rome used it against them. right? That's how this works in real life. When
Mhm.
you are too morally open and always ambiguous about how you bring acceptance into your thing, you
Mhm.
lose eventually, right? So if Tyler wants to just be Tyler and kick it with us and don't go back over there, then Tyler can stay. But if Tyler want to take everything he learns here to back home, then Tyler can't come. Or this is the other option. This is the other option. You bring Tyler and Katie, but when we gatekeep, there's things that Tyler and Katie never get to
But
know.
y'all
You
are
hear,
nuking his
you know what I'm
views
saying?
right now.
Yo, Legacy,
I'm
real
just
quick.
saying, you
idiotic.
hear
This is
Tyler,
idiotic.
hey, bring
Legacy,
it on,
hold up.
Tyler, bring it on, Katie. I just want to make sure that y'all understand, like
Yeah.
we don't give them the potato salad recipe. Like you never get to see us
This
make
is
it.
a
So when
Because
you
it's
make it, you go
trash.
back
You
with
don't
the
want that
raisins.
recipe, homie. Just here.
You go back with the
Can I
raisins.
touch on what you're saying real quick before I leave? Because like I got children and chores and errands I got to do. I agree with what you're saying with gatekeeping, that everybody should not be allowed. However, like there's like nuances and not everything is black and white. I have a lot of interracial marriage in my family. Speaking on a personal point, there is kind of like a division because there are certain family members that really despise others family members for marrying outside the race for whatever reason. Now, what we're talking about really is morality and values. There are some people in my family that kind of just like slide that under the rug. There are other people like me who have took that person directly to their face and told them what they said were wrong and told them that they're, various other things that I don't feel like I can repeat on this live right now. So
I think you're lying.
yeah, okay, cool. Moving on. I really agree with what you said, like about gatekeeping, because like, not everybody should be allowed to like come into the barbecue. Like, not everybody is allowed. However, you should use your own judgment and base like stuff off of people's character and how they move versus like looking at how they look per se. Because even me myself, I don't really look the way I sound or how I feel or act. I kind of put up a facade in order to make people feel more comfortable around me. So take it as you will with that. And I really just wanted to say thank everybody for giving me the space to speak. Like I said, I got chores and errands and stuff to do, but y'all were really, really amazing. And I do hope to catch you like in another time where I have space. Y'all have a wonderful day.
You too, man. This is my last sentence on that. I'm not saying people can't be there. It's just like we already do it. We just don't do it effectively. Like for instance, when you marry your wife and your wife is talking to her mother and her sisters, there are things you're never gonna know about that conversation. Never. They're never gonna tell you because that's gatekeeping. It's the same thing, but we just don't exercise it when we go to cultural level. So, Tyler, you can be there as long as you riding with us. Cool, Tyler, but I'm still never gonna tell you everything. You're just not gonna know. There's inner workings that you can't know, and that's okay. You either be okay with it or go back with Katie to y'all family house. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just that simple. We've done this multiple times, bro, and it's failed every time. At some point, y'all got to stop getting beat by your own stick. If you want to call it a class system, I don't care. The world is filled with class systems, and it's going to stay filled with class systems. So it is that
So, Legacy,
simple.
I'm just confused. Legacy, I'm just confused. So I'm just confused about this topic, to be honest. Do people have an issue with interracial couples, or is there like what? I missed quite a bit of this live earlier, so I'm just trying to understand what is the actual.
That wasn't my issue. He was asking me if I was for segregation or separation. I was like, no, not really. But I am for gatekeeping. I just don't think it's realistic to have true separation and segregation entirely in this world. However, there are cultural nuances, family secrets, things that you keep tight to the chest, no matter who you're around, no matter how many other families or however many other cultures are around. You keep those things tight to the chest because that's how you maintain congruency and power. Everybody else gets it though. We just don't get it for whatever reason. We want to kumbaya with everybody and think that they kumbayaing back.
So you're talking
They
about having like a
kumbaya.
Chinatown or like Little Italy in New York.
Yeah, it could be
Like
like
everybody can come in, but we own it, we have it in that sense. Like the
yeah, it's
Chinese are
our
like, this is
space.
ours, these are our shopping centers, our buildings.
Can I come
You
on?
guys can come
Can I comment on this
patronize
next?
it,
Yeah, and
and
I'm not letting
enjoy
you buy my
enjoy
building.
our culture with us. But you can't own
Yeah,
stuff in here.
yeah,
You can't
yeah. I'm not letting
infiltrate
you.
this. This is ours.
Exactly. I'm
Okay.
not selling
Yeah,
my
that makes
buildings
sense.
to you. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? I'm not selling you
I get what
my
you're
family recipe. Why would I sell you my family
saying.
recipe when that's how we got put on? Why would I tell you how to do that? You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not doing that. Like, and that's where
But
we don't be getting
Legacy,
it.
can
We
I
be
respond to
thinking
that?
that everybody kind. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but like I get what you're saying about gatekeeping. I completely agree. But I think whenever you adjacent, like you align that with like nationalism and the rhetorics in which nationalism leads with, that is the biggest form of assimilation that completely wipes out what you're talking about. A lot of the things that you describe, in which we're a lot of small cultures or in group that are able to preserve the things that they want, when they do embark in a lot of these nationalistic, ultra pellets, the fascist words and stuff like that, those groups of people end up not having their own existence. Like that's just the realities of it. Because whoever that governing body's in charge, they're going to go on a whole list of things that you think that you want to preserve. That what your in group preference that you've been trying to fight for will not exist later on. From that, that's how the Irish had their own in group preference and the things that they're doing. But now, when you go around, you ask a white person or a regular white person, "Hey, where in Europe does your people come from?" They're just claiming that they're American and they can't tell you where. That's the issues that comes with like I agree with you about the gatekeeping, but nationalism with it does not make any sense. That's a huge contradiction. Hey, somebody's breathing. I can hear that.
I actually agree to that though, because I don't think nationalism could work. Like I'm talking about something you can take anywhere. Like you could be an American, you could be in Bulgaria, like by citizenship anyway. You could be a citizen of wherever, but your cultural nuances, the things y'all keep tight to the chest, are the same, and y'all
I
don't.
agree.
Doesn't
But a
matter
lot
what
of
country
those,
you're
a
in.
lot
Yeah.
of those, lately in our, especially in the past like 10 years, a lot of those sentiments when it comes to cultural gatekeeping has been hijacked with nationalist rhetoric. I see it specifically in my country. A lot of times, like a lot of different tribes will be proud from where they come from, but then they'll be super nationalistic. But then whenever you actually then go into the nuances of what you're trying to get done, you end up like not really doing much. So that's the problem, that a lot of those rhetoric, which I agree with you that is core tenets, but they have been hijacked by a lot of right-wing nationalistic things that literally erase that.
But doesn't this give this white supremacists like the ammo of what they want, talking about, oh, the culture of the country has been taken over, like we're seeing it here, because you've got certain areas where you've got majority South Asian or majority of any other ethnicity. They would think that the country, the culture has been taken over. They're taking over our country and this and that. Isn't
But
that
that's what
where?
I was, that's what I'm speaking
Is
to
all
them about.
nationalism bad, Emmanuel?
Yeah, nationalism's a terrible thing. It's not a good
So,
thing
so,
whatsoever.
so if the nation of Africa wanted to unite to keep their resources inside of Africa to benefit the wealth of Africans
That's not what
first and
nationalism is.
foremost, hold on. So that is caring for your nation,
No, but that's not,
putting your nation first. What
you're asking a
what?
question, you want me to answer. Nationalism is the illusion of that. That's that they sell that to the people as in like we're putting our nation first, but all you're doing then is to try, you're consolidating power into said fascistic or a unitary power system. That is not, and you don't end up putting those nation or the people or the nation, but the people in those nations first. That's just not true.
So you know where I can give you an example of somebody who actually did these things that I named off?
Who you're gonna point out? Let's hear it.
Muammar Gaddafi.
He was literally unaliving his own people.
No, he will unaliving
You're gonna say
Al
T
Qaeda.
groups. No, but he was
Exactly. Hold on. The same T groups that were used in Syria, the same T groups that were used in Somalia, the same T groups that
even
we
Muammar
used.
wasn't a nationalist either, though.
Hold on.
Muammar was not a
Wait. Let me
nationalist.
explain to you how he was.
He wasn't.
Hold on. Let me explain to you. He urged all of the heads of state of these African countries to get together. The same thing y'all talk about Abraham Treehold doing is
Yeah,
what
he's not a
Muammar
nationalist
Gaddafi.
either.
Hold on. Let me finish, man. Let me finish.
That's not what nationalism is.
Hold on. Let me finish. I gave you examples. So Muammar Gaddafi urged African nations to stop sending your resources, to stop with all of this and create the products, produce the products in the country, and then sell it to the world. He did it just like with the oil and gas. He nationalized his oil and gas. That's nationalism.
No, it's not.
Hold on. Him and African heads of state got together. They sent up their own satellite, the first African satellite into space, to where when people from other countries called into Africa, they did not have to go direct through Europe, then to Africa. So all of that money and wealth will be into Africa. There are multiple things that he's done where you can say that is national. He was putting the nation of his people first. There's nothing always wrong with that. And I get what you're saying about, yes. Well, but Mussolini and them also, you're right. But that's the same thing you can say about communism. That's the same thing you can say about socialism. It's all a facade to control and power. Same thing with capitalism. Okay? That's
I
why
didn't
Legacy
bring up anything
always
about
says
that.
this. That's what
That
Legacy
was
always
not the
says.
point of my
No matter
conversation.
what system,
That was not the point of my conversation.
Okay.
That was literally not what I brought up. It had nothing to do with capitalism, communism, or even you bringing up Muammar.
No, you just brought up what
Wait.
you said. Now I
Oh,
asked you if nationalism is bad, and you said yes. But I gave you
you
examples.
didn't let me explain it.
No,
You're
but
cutting me
go
off
ahead.
as well.
No, you stop talking.
No, I didn't.
Stop it. Go ahead.
All right.
Stop
So we
talking.
done. We done with this conversation. We done with it. I'm sorry to interject. It's going well off topic. Has nothing to do with the subject at hand whatsoever. I'm sorry that y'all just divulging completely off into some other topic, which most people have agreed with in the comments. They don't even care about it. They don't even know what the hell y'all talking about. To be quite honest with you, because it's completely off there. So while Twin is busy, I'm gonna ask that you all get back on subject. Or if you cannot get on subject, then just drop. Okay? Seriously. Now, I hate to be forceful like that, but y'all just
No
y'all just go
conversation is
way
happening.
off. That's because you apparently cannot expound on your knowledge in terms of what's going on right now. OPEC. Did you know that the
We talked about this.
UAE
We talked about this already. We talked about the topics already, man.
and in reference to that topic, the
Can I see the second
UAE has
topic?
decided to leave the OPEC. Did you know that? That's also on topic.
How is that on topic?
Wait, can I see the second topic though? I can't.
Yeah, I
Twin
was
being away.
going. Go ahead. You mean?
No, I was just asking. See the second topic. I can't because Twin big old head.
He just moved over.
Oh yeah, you talking about tangible gains? Yeah, there's not really much tangible gains in the material conditions, especially for marginalized groups. When you see, the wealth disparities grew, they actually came out with a new study that broke down, the decades long of trickle down economics and how it's literally led to the biggest wealth inequalities of this country specifically. And somehow, people ignore that and continuously allow for people to steal from them. And then we go into circular discussions about tax policies, yada, yada, yada. But then we ignore that, the biggest theft in America is wage theft by the tunes of like 300 billion or more annually. And I think the governor of Virginia was the first politician now to even ban wage theft at the state level. So that was a W move by her. So that's my response to that.
Yeah, all that I was saying in reference to that, they talked was kind of what Emmanuel was talking, some of what Emmanuel was talking about. But UAE is decided to leave OPEC. Then you have the DOJ is now requesting that a judge steps in and acts because of what took place the other day It's not trying to force the ballroom. It's many of different things that correlates to this administration that is taking place right now. That's what I mean by being on subject. The subject matter is surrounding this administration. That's what I'm referencing.
You're talking. I thought you was talking about the topics on the screen. Hey, they just voted. The Senate not too long ago voted to. They voted against stopping sending weapons to the I country as well. So our government in general, they're
No,
not
that's not true.
interested in.
That's not true,
It is
Governor.
true. So yeah, it was 60-40 vote in the
That's not
Senate.
true.
To supply
They
them,
voted.
debonair.
No, it was they voted against stopping it. So they're continuing. So the
Yeah, they
proposal was they're going
continuing
to
to
stop.
supply weapons.
Correct. They voted against stopping supplying weapons, so they're going to continue it, and both sides voted for it. So it's our government. They align well when it comes to WAR. They get that one
Yeah,
right together all the time.
yeah. Well, I guess like that's a deeper topic when you go back about APAC and all of that and the influence of the other country. But I think that's going to be taking us away completely from the topic that's on the screen if we do that. I think about what ML said about UAE after I understood, like when the guy that was up here said what it meant about OPEC. I think we're going to see a massive increase in fuel prices as well. We've just seen Brent crude go up to 111.
So they said that, but OPEC is just it's literally all those countries that produce oil.
It's just to
So if they leave OPEC,
it's
like what does
just
that
to
mean? They just
keep
don't
the
have a seat at
market
the
stable.
table?
It's just to keep the OPEC is
They
to
have
keep the
20% of the
market
oil.
stable. Yes. And
No,
if
correct. I
they
know
can
that.
so
But
what
what I'm
UAE
saying
can
is,
do
it's
is
just
now
made up
the
of the
80.
countries that produce the oil there.
No, not all countries that produce oil
No,
are
I
part of
know,
OPEC.
not all. I'm saying I think it's like the
So
Gulf countries.
now the UAE can dictate on what price of the barrel oil they want to sell for,
Correct.
which that undercuts business. So I mean,
That's good though.
that's good for them.
That's what you want.
But
No, that's good for the world. They,
no, that's
if
hold
yeah,
on. Whoa,
go ahead.
brother.
Go ahead.
That is one of the main. Why do you think we at WAR with Iran? Why you think Russia? All these countries. Because they want to dictate their own. Like, come on, man.
Well, that's so. What I'm referring to is more so like the reason Americans get gouged and Americans, I guess, get the short end of the stick every time, and we always pay and pay and pay, is because of that. Because they've aligned and created these kind of globalistic or globalist groups or whatever you want to call them, or packs, or however you want to categorize them, and then they dictate the markets instead of actual competition in the market where countries can say, "Hey, we have a larger oil supply, so we can discount our rate to sell more." Instead, you have these groups that say, "No, you can't do that because we don't have that much oil and we got to sell at this price, so you can't lower your price." So now it's
That's
real
not how it
competition.
works.
But the
Not every
problem
It's
is
country.
called
one thing.
capitalism.
No,
Hold on
no,
one second.
no.
One
Not
second,
every
Mr. Big
country.
Hall, 1 second. So, just to put it in context for you specifically, Devin, I think Big Hawk already knows some of it or most of it. So, with UAE leaving, it gives OPEC and weakens their position and their power to, control prices. And with a big top producer such as UAE, it's going to cause volatility. And then now the UAE, because they're leaving, which is after 59 years, they can pump as much as they want, and they can control their own revenue. Kind of what Legacy just stated in the comments. That's a big deal.
That's
Well,
horrible.
that's what
Hold on, Debonair. Let me explain it to you.
man.
The reason why they created OPEC is because it's a governing body to regulate fuel, right? Because not all countries, the cost to produce fuel, the cost to refine it, every country's is different, right? Now, if you have a major country like the UAE, like ML said, they're going around and they say, well, we can just pump how much ever barrel oil we want, and okay, we can sell it for a barrel oil is what, $111 right now. Well, we could sell it for $75 a barrel. Do you know what that's going to do to the market? That will
Yeah, but
crash.
big hog,
That affects
but
a
don't
United
forget.
States economy
Yeah, but
But
what you're
wait, big
not
hog, don't
in a
forget that
understanding.
negative
majority of
way.
these countries. Don't forget that most of these countries have went into force majeure.
What you said?
This is
Don't
go
forget
ahead,
the
Amo.
majority of these countries are now in force majeure.
I don't know what I couldn't understand that last part. Force me what?
Force majeure. So force majeure is a legal term that states that they have
I got some
every
extra
right to
nine.
leave every contract that they've had. As well, they have stopped the production of oil since the WAR have started. You had Kuwait, you had the UAE, you had Oman. All these big countries have completely stopped the production of oil due to the WAR. Some of the airports are still closed. They have not opened. Kuwait, for example, has still got their airport closed and they have stopped the production. The UAE, the one that was hit, is going to take 7 years or 5 years to fix again. There are so many things that are
I
happening
know
in the
some boys
background
from
that none of us
Louisiana
are.
that'll fix it faster.
So big hog. This is what I'm referring to, though. Like I get what you're saying, but they didn't create OPEC. Okay, they didn't create this governing body to lower oil prices or to make it more beneficial for the citizens and people of the world of these specific countries.
Bro,
They
do you
did
know
it
who
to
OPEC is?
control. Hold
Go
on.
ahead.
They did it to control markets. That's what I'm referring to. That's what got us in this. Like everything wrong with the monetary supply around the world is because there's these governing bodies that control these markets. Everything wrong. You can look at any body of government that they've created to control markets. None of it benefits people. And if you go to a system where countries operate independently and they can compete with each other and trade resources. Don't you guys, everybody complains about no diplomacy. We need diplomacy. Well, that would force diplomacy
Well, let
because
me tell you where
now,
you're wrong.
hold on. Now, if the UAE is producing more oil, right? You're going to want a better relationship with them. Why? Because you're going to want to lower costs. You're going to want to provide them a service. You're going to want to work with them more. When you have something like OPEC, as long as you can control the leaders of OPEC, then you're good. And if they're benefiting, why would they give any benefit to citizens, to people? Like I just this idea that these large governing bodies have done what's good for the world and good for people, I don't think you can point me to one that has benefited the world.
Okay.
No, let's
So,
tap the live
Debonair,
chat and share the live out. Give me 1 second. Let's double tap the live and share the live out, you guys. And if you're in here and you haven't reposted the live, make sure you repost the live chat. I don't keep getting the algorithm today.
not everything is the globalist agenda. We got to fight back the globalists. Dude, OPEC benefits America the most. It costs us the most to produce oil and gas. We operate at the highest cost when it comes to producing oil and gas. Now you're going to a country that pulls out of OPEC, isn't regulated by a governing body to say this is what they have to sell their prices of barrel oil. And then on top of that, they it's probably dirt poor cheap for them to refine everything because they don't have the protections, the labor laws, the protections, the benefits, all these things that American does, right? And you can just Google right now how refineries look inside the Middle East. It's horrible. They don't have to have turnarounds and maintenance their units like they do in the United States. Man, shut up, bald head. So all of these things is anyway. All I'm telling you is them leaving OPEC affects America. So I don't know where you think this is good for America or good for we should follow. It's not, because now countries who don't produce oil, now they can turn around and go back, and if we don't put sanctions on the UAE, they can turn around and say, well,
He
why would I
got
go?
just saying anything. Yeah.
Yeah,
God
bro.
What
damn,
I'm
man, what's
referring
up with
to.
you, twin? Hold
You
on,
want to put
what's up,
sanctions on
man?
the UAE
I
now,
can't
big
even
hog?
finish. Hold on.
You want to put
So
sanctions on the UAE, big hog? Like, for real,
wait, man,
man?
shut up. Damn, let me finish.
So now we can go. Now countries who do business with the UAE say, why should we pay $110 a barrel price of oil? The UAE, hey man, fuck this live.
Why are you crying, Big Hog? Why are you crying?
What is wrong with you? This guy is
Language,
crazy.
and you guys leave Big Hawk alone.
When I crash
It's
out, they're gonna be
crazy.
saying I be tripping, Miss Corey.
Yo,
You see what I'm
Big
saying?
Hog.
You can't
When I
crash
crash
out.
out, they're gonna say I'm tripping.
I see them messing with
no
you.
crash
Nah,
out.
they
I see
gonna
them
see.
messing with you.
So but Big Hog, like
Big
nobody,
Hog,
I don't think
big.
anybody's arguing that you kind of want to control oil prices, right? Like nobody's arguing that. But it's also like we gotta get out of the systems we're in, bro. Like you can't deny that. I know you're in the oil and gas, and it might affect you because the UAE is gonna undercut everybody if they just produce. But China did it when we let them into WTO. China did exactly that. We let them in the World Trade Organization. They undercut all the labor, and now the whole world benefits from cheaper products. So it happens, bro. But the
And
idea
Hawk.
that they got to keep trying, this is why we keep going into these WARs and conflicts for oil, because we're
And
trying to
definitely just
control
be
everything.
saying
We're trying to
everything too.
control
Just,
OPEC. No, I don't just be saying
Are
anything.
we
yes,
in a
you do.
reverse day
I'm all
today?
for deregulated, let them compete, because we are the largest producer of oil. It would only benefit us.
Oh, sorry, Big Hawk.
I just don't see this.
Big Hawk, you need to stop
It
crying,
costs
man.
us the most to produce, though. That's not what you're not. You like it costs man hours. Production. This all costs money. Lots and lots of money. Exxon is one of the biggest. Do you know how much you would think Exxon profits? Hundreds of billions of dollars a year. You know what Exxon runs on profits? Probably like 40 to 40 billion. But
man, what a short bit, little bit of money,
bro. I'm telling you, don't.
But oil's not like a luxury product, though, bro.
You're
You
not
got
understanding.
If they profited $1 billion for providing a service we actually need in the world, that's more than enough, bro. They shouldn't be making hundreds of billions of dollars for me to be able to drive to work.
If we lose, if all these countries say no OPEC, and the United States has the highest cost, okay? Do you know what overhead is when you run a business? The United States, when it comes to oil and gas, has the biggest overhead, right? And then we're gonna turn around and compete with people who have a floor overhead. We're at the ceiling, they're at the floor. And then they're going to turn around and sell for whatever. We could turn around and sell for $30, $40 a barrel of oil because
it sounds like you're going to have to be a plumber soon.
No, it sounds like I'm going to get some money.
You're going to have to get out the oil and gas and become a plumber.
No, that's not, because I'm a crane operator. I can go do anything. It's not about it's not. I can do anything. I have trades. My trades, I can
Big Hog, get the F out of here with that BS, Big Hog. Get the F out of here with that BS, Big Hog.
No, I'm not. It's not.
It doesn't bother me.
I don't have to be. Well, let me just say this. I don't have to be a sleazy insurance salesman. Okay, let's just say that.
All right, Big Hog.
And my crazy is Hog the light skinned guy. Quinn, you just mad because I'm a better man than you, beta.
Yeah, my God.
Listen, stop being so ghetto and get back. Let me see who want to come up here and talk.
The light skinned people be the most ratchet in the world, trying to prove that they black.
Let's not awaken
you gotta prove he black.
Let's not awaken the dragon.
No, I'm just a better man than you.
I know. You're a better chef than Gordon Ramsay. You're a better astronaut than.
That's not topic. Let's get back on topic. Go ahead, Heavy. What's going on, sir?
Twin. You know what? Twin, you know where he gets this from? I showed him my CDL and he got so emotional.
All right, go ahead.
Nobody get, bro. You're not special. Trust God. You're not.
Heavy.
Hey everybody, I don't be on this TikTok no more. The thing is, this has been going on for the past, this is crazy. You supporters still support this nonsense. It's honestly getting sick and it's honestly not even funny anymore. It's really not. People are affected by this. The military is starving in the Middle East right now. For real. For real. They don't have no funding for that, but they have funding for all this other stuff. And you guys still support this man? Didn't Carson Tuck, whatever his name is, didn't he say, I apologize? Didn't Candace always say they apologize for, supporting this man? And you guys are still supporting this man, especially you, Debonair. You're a Hispanic. You're Hispanic. Don't you understand? You're not white. You're
Hispanic,
not. And you're
heavy.
laughing about it. And you, Big Hog, you're not a crane operator. Just stop lying. I'm sick of you guys, for real. It's starting to get old and it's starting to get annoying. It's starting to get embarrassing. I'm no longer yelling on these panels because it was ghetto and it was fucking insane.
But you're still cursing.
I'm learning patience with you guys because people are affected by this.
Heavy language.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. I'm Auntie Corey. And, this is nonsense. It's crazy. The military there are starving in the Middle East. I never seen no stuff like this before. Ever.
Hey, Heavy, can I ask you a question? How many senators do we have?
I don't give a fuck.
You see, he doesn't even know nothing about politics.
Let him finish or you're going to be dropped.
And why are you not a crane operator? Aren't you a crane operator?
Heavy, you have to watch the language.
No, I got you.
Yeah, you got to watch your language, though.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I will. Yes. Aren't you a crane operator? Because it's in season right now. You should be at work. Because guess what? Construction, it's May. They work this season. It's season time. They work every day.
It's year round.
They work every day up to 80 hours a week. Why are you not at work if you're a crane operator?
Because I just had a baby and I can do that because I have money.
Why aren't you at work? Oh, now you have excuses? Boy, please. A mess. Just a mess. All right, I gotta go now. Bye.
Did you get fired?
Have a good day.
Aren't you unemployed?
Bye.
Living off government? That's why you mad at Trump? You taking your unemployment check?
Are you mad? Are you mad? No, I'm not off government. But are you mad? Because I make my money. I make all ends meet.
How you do
all
that?
All the time. Don't worry about it.
Oh, you sell your body?
Money. Just know I get some money.
You pimp yourself out?
And if I did, are you mad? Are you jealous?
Let's be mature.
Right. Because strippers get paid more than you do on a crane. Play with me if you want to.
Your big fat ass stripping.
You about to go because that right there is going to. All right, Heavy, I'm going to let you go because that is going to get the live flag. But I don't know what y'all doing, what y'all got going on, but I'm about to be done what I'm doing, but I have to do something else. I'm a little busy today. But y'all, I don't know what's going on.
So you guys don't think
you can't say that. And that was definitely rude. That was insane, and that was childish. Because if he say he gonna get a fan and blow that damn house down, then you gonna get mad. Well, if he puff and he puff,
he probably blow that house down. He's probably living in a man's shelter.
But
I don't want to come up here. Don't start, twin. I'm not gonna start with Heavy.
Let's try to keep the personal attacks off the line.
Right.
Please.
So my thing is, I just want to.
There are Miss Corey, and he got.
I just wanted to explain. I just want to explain that because this is nonsense. It's nonsense. And like I said, I'm not embarrassed to say it. I just got into politics in 2024, so I don't know everything by the heart, but I know a lot of shit. I mean, stuff. Sorry, excuse my language. A lot of stuff. So therefore, I don't need to know that because, like I said, I'm not embarrassed. I didn't know nothing about politics, and I'm keeping it 100. A lot of you guys never been into politics until now, and it just shows. So I land my plane. You guys have a blessed day. All right, twin. I'll be back soon.
All right.
Hey, to the second prop, twin. You guys don't believe that black and brown people have benefited from this administration at all?
Thank you.
Wait, what? Of course they did.
Like those major.
Give us some things and where they're benefited.
Yeah, those major tax cuts.
Mm-hmm.
How about unemployment rates? What are you talking about, bro?
Well, yeah, you could point specifically to negative things, but we're not speaking about the negatives, Elmo. We're speaking about the tangible gains.
How did that benefit? People getting unemployed. What is that benefit of that tax cut is going to do if people don't even have a job to pay taxes?
Somebody being a female.
And if they aren't,
got a job,
the majority of them.
Where they at, Mel?
But if you're getting $500 back in a refund, and then maybe the next year you get back $570, is it really like a major?
No, that's not what.
Investment?
That's not how that. No, those taxes, those tax returns.
We have the same tax policies
humongous.
that we've had the same tax policies that we've had since 2017.
No, we don't, because we don't have taxes on overtime and taxes on tips.
Okay. Which
so
what I'm referring to.
No, but it did help. Did it help black people? A majority of black people that we're
Wait,
working and
what did
working
the tax
overtime?
cut do? Wait, what did the tax cut do when everything went up in prices and the inflation kept on going up?
But
I don't
it's
know
not.
about y'all.
Inflation's actually down.
I don't
Hey,
know about y'all.
why we didn't have this question when inflation was up and it wasn't no tax cuts?
So
Like
Oh
you,
my
Wait,
we
what?
got
God.
we got a question now, and you got tax
Inflation
cuts
went
in
up
place.
because
clarify.
we hold
We
on. Let me
can't
answer
hear
that because we
everybody.
we
Sorry.
understood when inflation went up. Well, the majority of us understood that there was a reason for that. We were in a global crisis. Inflation went up across the globe because we had supply chains that were stalled. We had the deal with OPEC where they slowed the oil production, which also, when everything started opening back
Say
up,
I'm about to drop
added
down
to
in a fly.
inflation. Then a lot of countries, including ours, dumped a lot of money into the economy to keep everybody afloat during C-19. So that also added some to inflation. So there was a multitude of reasons as to why inflation was the way it was here and around the globe.
You also had a tax code that was still in place, so you
How
couldn't.
y'all? Then we
Yeah,
finally
you
get a
can,
conversation.
Quinn.
You couldn't sit up here
What's going on, Miss
and
Hart?
you couldn't sit up here. You still that tax code was still in effect. The second thing, Mel,
No,
you
you
do
can count
realize
on
on the
no tax on overtime.
I
Quinn,
swear to God,
Quinn,
I
Why
was
y'all be
talking. I
lying?
swear to God, I was talking. I
hey,
swear I was. I
they
know I
tax
was
cut.
talking. I was talking to
Okay, go
Mel.
ahead, go ahead.
So, and then Mel, you do know that the tax on overtime, if it's time and a half, the only part that's tax exempt is that half. You do know that,
Quinn,
right?
Quinn,
No,
if it's
I
one,
mean,
listen,
let's go.
listen. If it's one, if it's a 0.3, it's some extra to somebody, bro.
I get your
It's some
point.
extra. Yeah, it's some extra to somebody. Just like in a dollar raise, a dollar raise. It might be an extra 40. To a lot of
Let
people, it might
Mel do
just be
your
$40.
taxes. You're going to jail. You're going to
People
It
jail.
might
make
just be
Let Mel
40.
do your taxes.
It
some
might
But
be
people
an
make
what
extra
I was
$40.
referring to,
$60,000 a year on overtime.
I wasn't
That
I wasn't
halftime is
referring
still a
to.
lot of money. You
So,
broke that
so Mel,
12,500 barrier. Oh my God.
Mel, back to what we were saying. You and I were having this conversation. You're making it seem as though, number one, that something had shifted. This tax code had been in place for years. So even when inflation went up, it was still under the same tax code. And then the only thing that he added was the new. Sorry about that alarm. I got a 2:00 meeting, but the only thing that he added was the no tax on overtime and the no tax on tips. And there's still, even right now, there's still argument if either one of them is really going to have that big of an impact on the people who are most affected by those things.
Yeah, but Quinn, like I always say, bro, nobody. And this as long as I could think, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody comes in and puts something in place where everybody is benefiting.
Oh,
That's
I
just
agree with that.
yeah. That's just so you're gonna always have somebody pulling a little more this time,
Yeah,
then and vice versa. It's just what it is.
So Quinn, real quick, can I?
Had that same energy when it's coming from the other side of the aisle.
I did. I went up.
No,
Listen,
I'm not saying you specifically,
yeah.
Mel. I'm not talking about just you. I know me and Mel gonna go have a beer and talk crazy in Houston. I know that.
Damn right.
But
Oh my God.
Language, Mel.
Hey,
All
Quinn,
right.
but that's what I was referring to because black and brown people are more entrepreneurial. They work for themselves. A lot of them are self-employed rather than getting a job. So those tax cuts do benefit them significantly, and not everybody. And you can say not the majority, but a lot of them are. A lot of them are self-employed. A lot of
Ask Miss
people
Corey
like
about
working
them
for
tax breaks.
themselves, and it's not a. It's just reality. That's what I mean by it benefited them.
I know Miss Corey love them tax breaks.
Was that a question?
I know it did.
First of all,
you
a tax
think
break,
they?
a tax break is not a tax break if we have to borrow the money to pay for it. Eventually, we're going to have to pay it back with interest.
You won't.
So that's how I look at it. I would rather, we're talking a few percentage points for me. I would rather not have to take health insurance subsidies away from Americans that need it. I would rather not have to cut SNAP benefits to families. I would rather not do that. I would rather focus more on working the middle class Americans and their needs and the poor. Because if they're doing well, prosperity is going to trickle up. That's how I see it. So at what cost? I don't want the government balancing these things off and hurting poorer people to do it, kicking people off of Section 8 in 2 years when we have a housing crisis. And that was the whole point of Section 8, was to combat the housing crisis. So to me, it's not worth it. It's not worth it if I'm going to go from, I don't know, 37% to 39% or whatever the bracket is. It's not worth it, given what.
Why it is.
Hey, I enjoyed those texts because I don't care
What
about
do you-
none of what she just said.
I didn't say,
real quick,
well, that's a
Mrs.
different,
Corey.
that's a
everyday
different
American
argument.
stuff.
But you
That's a
can
different argument,
take
Big Hawk. That's a different
like
argument.
there's no
American stuff.
but you
That's a
can
different argument,
take
Big Hawk. That's a different
like
argument.
break
and
as
pay it.
somebody at a much higher level and actually use that money and go directly to people who need help or and I'm not saying because I don't agree with giving money to foundations because I think most people, executives and stuff, presidents take a lot of the bonuses and money, but I'm saying presidents take a lot of it should do this, the government should do that. Well, why if people can just take the money and do it themselves? Like
Because the
we can
government
just
allowed
do
the
it.
system. The government allowed the system where now 50% of the bottom only has 3.5% of the wealth. When you have that type of system, then you're going to have more people rely is not trickling down to everyone the way it used to.
And no tax
Yeah,
policy
but
could change that, Ms.
do you
Corey.
really believe, Mrs. Corey, do you really believe if somebody applied themselves to get a skill, worked 40 hours a week, and not, yes, some people will have a harder time because of they have kids or whatever the case may be, right? But if somebody really applied themselves to develop skills and worked a full-time job in America, do you really believe that they would not live a decent life? And by decent, I mean able to pay your bills. You might not be able to vacation every year. Your kids might have the newest things every year, but you could live a decent life. And I think that's where we've gotten away from, where we believe life should be just, peachy and I shouldn't have to struggle for things because there's billions, because Elon Musk has $500 billion. Why do I have to get up and struggle and work 60 hours to make ends meet? But life is about ups and downs.
I'm saying if you put 40 hours of work, because I'm not even saying quality of life. I'm saying if you put 40 hours of work into whatever job, I don't care if you're picking string beans somewhere. If you work for 40 hours, is $400 a week unreasonable? Like
you said 400 a week?
Yeah, for
that's
40 hours of
unreasonable.
work. For 40 hours of work, 400 a week is unreasonable? Because right now it's what, 280? If you make minimum wage, and minimum wage is the floor. Everybody's wage is affected by that because it's so low.
How many
What I'm
people
saying
are
though,
on minimum
that's what I
wage?
mean
So
though.
what I'm saying is, if we have a
Corey,
30,
but they're not there forever. It's a starting point.
that's not the point.
And you got to build yourself into
That's
something that
not the
makes
point that
more.
I'm
Because
making.
everybody wants to be a millionaire until
I'm
you got
not
to do what the
arguing that,
millionaires do.
debonair. What I'm saying is, because the floor is so low, regardless of what job you have, it's still based on what the minimum is. So, and the minimum needs to be increased. In 20 years, we would have had a $7.25 per hour minimum for 20 years. Come 2029, everything has
And
gone
not to
up.
argue against that, Ms. Corey, but there are states that raise minimum wage and lost, like companies went under because of that. And I mean, businesses went under, small businesses went under. in California. So I believe like 1,200 restaurants had to close doors because of that, because they just wasn't able to compete with the high-end restaurants in California by when they raised their minimum wage. So it's a positive and a negative to it. Like we say all the time, no
And
matter
again,
what happens. And no, Miss Corey, let me just finish this point,
America
and I know
has
you're
a
going to agree with
wealth
this.
problem in America, period. However you want to
And no
slice it.
tax plan, and
We have
not taking money from the rich and just giving it to the poor through subsidies is still going to make them live a better life or get rich, because that's not their mentality.
I'm not saying
Y'all
that.
got to understand
Big
that.
Hawk, I'm not saying that. I'm saying we have allowed a system where 50% of Americans control 3.5% of the wealth. This is what we have. So I don't care that there's a family somewhere getting $6 to $8 a day for SNAP benefits, because this is the system that we created. So
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
either.
I don't care that. I don't care about that. I don't care if they're getting the money. They should get the money, because this is the system that we created here in America. So while people, that's why you never hear me talk about people that's on assistance, because that's fine. I want them to be on assistance, because what's the alternative? Families don't eat. So all I'm saying is you cannot entice me with a tax cut, because I know when it comes to Republicans, they will starve the system, they will run up deficits, and then they will look to poor people to try to balance the budget or to make the deficit lower. I don't subscribe to that. That's all I'm
That's
saying.
yeah, and
That's
I
what
agree there,
they've been
Mrs.
doing
Corey,
that
because I
since
don't.
Reagan. Since Reagan, we have money for this, and this, but then they say, oh, but the deficit's too high. Then they cut taxes, making the deficit higher, and then they look to poor people for them to give something up: housing, health insurance, SNAP benefits.
Hey,
And
so
that
look,
But that's
somebody
not
said in the
all
comment.
of it,
Hold on,
Mrs.
Deb.
Corey,
Let me
because
say
we
this.
do.
Hold on, Deb. Let me say this. Somebody in the comment said that's not why small business restaurants went out. You can Google right now. One of the main reasons why majority of the small businesses in California, such as the restaurant industry, went out of business, and the number one thing that'll pull up says the cost, the overhead cost, and it says such as wages from a minimum wage to $20 an hour. It's nothing to argue about. I understand. Yes, I hope they raise minimum wage so I can go from my $40-$50 an hour to 70-80. I know that's going to happen, and I know, guess what? Prices are going to come up. Whatever. Houses are going to be more expensive. Produce is going to be more expensive. Everything. It's always going to balance out. It doesn't
but
bother
it's
me.
going
If
up
y'all think this
anyway, Big Hawk.
illusion, huh?
It's going up anyway. This stuff is
Well,
going
that's
up anyway. And then what's happening? These companies, look at Publix. They made what? It was like before the pandemic, they made like 2 point something billion in net profit. And then during the pandemic, and this was at
yeah,
the
it
height of
increased.
the inflation, right? They had like 2.6 billion in net profit. Did they lower prices even though they had 2.6 billion in net profit? No. They kept prices high, and then their net profits went to 4.6 billion.
And then
They're
now they're
still
going to really.
increasing.
And
But
then
but
guess
Mrs.
what?
Corey,
Get your
that's
Then
data
they're
not
going
hard
to
in the
have
real
a
chat.
quick,
real
big hard. Let
reason
me
to.
let me respond to, because Mrs. Corey, I agree with you on that. Like, if somebody's getting food assistance, that's fine. I really don't care
It's
about
six
that.
dollars a
That's
day.
very
It's $6 to
minimal.
$8 a day.
What I'm referring to though is more so, why are Americans expecting the government to do something that we can do? You're supposed to want to help your neighbor. You're supposed to want to help feed the needy. You're supposed to, and it's the idea, right?
Because
Like,
the neighbors
you
also need to be fed. That's why.
correct, but why do you? And this is why I just get confused with this, because it's like, I got a tax cut this year as well. And like, I can do something with that to help somebody. Why am would be caught up in, here, government, take my money, and then now when they approve a $900 billion military budget with the money that I gave them, that's not increasing the amount of people getting food. But you know what I could do? Say, actually, let me keep my money and I'm going to go to the church that has a food bank on Sundays and I'm going to drop it off at the church so they can buy more food to feed the families coming through here. I don't want the government involved in this. That's what I'm referring to. So these tax breaks and things, like to me, it's bigger than just, oh, corporations and billionaires get a tax break. Yeah, that is true. But at the end of the day, you got to realize like every society has a ruling class since the beginning of time. That's never going to change. And I don't think there's any government that's going to change it. What I'm referring to, though, is Americans collectively can get back, can keep their money and do things with it that produces more. And I don't think we have that mindset. I think we've been so lucky to have enough tax dollars in rotation where we've now become accustomed to subsidies. Well, why can't I just get a discount on my health insurance? Just give the insurance carriers a check out of the tax money that we pay, and then I can pay less. Like that just doesn't make sense to me. It never has. I don't even understand how we got here. I don't even know what generation allowed us to get here, but it sure wasn't millennials. And that's what I'm referencing. These things that we think are very small for people who make six figures. Yeah, you might have got a tiny tax break, but the millionaire got $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 off his taxes. So you should be upset about that. You shouldn't be happy that you got an extra $5,000, $6,000 that you can actually put into rotation to help. Like that's I just don't understand that mindset. That's my thing.
It's
I
just
don't get
simple.
it.
The more money you make, the larger your taxes will look. The more money you'll get back because you spend more in taxes. It's just simple. It's simple. People don't understand that concept. But I don't have a problem with the tax breaks. You said it's back to. I know it helped me and my family. More money in my pocket.
This
But we're
conversation.
borrowing the money to give them, and that's
Miss
my issue.
Corey,
When you are
I'm gonna
in, when
promise you,
you
Miss Corey. This is what you fail to realize and what me and Debonair try to tell you. No matter what, we are going to keep going into debt. No matter if you raise taxes, cut taxes, for us to stop going into debt, we have to eliminate, even when it comes to corporation welfare, people welfare, subsidizing corporations, military spending. If we don't stop that, Miss Corey, no matter what, we're going to go in debt. So if we're going to keep down this trajectory, which for the past, I don't know how many years, 30, 40,
since Reagan,
hold on, right? So I would rather keep my money and invest it and let my money make money instead of worry about depending on the government that's gonna go into debt anyway. Like,
and the
just be
way I
honest with
see
yourself.
it, if
You think,
and
but
the way I
who
see
does
it,
better
if we
with my money,
stop,
Miss Corey, me or the government?
and the way I see it, the only way that we're going to be able to get our fiscal house in order is if we start having the Americans, our country, pay for our spending. When we actually have to pay for it, then we are going to get our fiscal house in order.
No, we
as
have
opposed to
we have too
borrowing
many
it.
programs, Miss Corey. We spend too much. We take in around $4 to $5 trillion a year, but spend $7 trillion. We spend too
That's
much.
the issue as
We
well.
don't have enough Americans to keep up with the spending. Not Americans pay for it. We need to cut the spending. We're spending. That is like it's like we have a credit card
But why are
and
we
we
cutting
charge it.
social programs and not subsidies to the
I
billionaires
just
and
said that.
That's
God,
what I'm
this is
saying.
not
because you want
about
the
a
ACA.
Republican or Democrat point.
Or there are companies in America who don't pay any taxes. Well, maybe
Let's
now because we
nominate
put in a
Thomas
minimum
Massie and we
tax.
can deal with this problem. How
So,
about that? Will y'all vote? Will
but
y'all
the
get behind
ACA,
him?
Debonair, is not the problem. It's when I say when we cut in subsidy, like my tax dollars shouldn't be going to try to get us to the moon. I know that y'all love that and all that stuff, and that everybody's gonna say, "Oh, there's reasons we're trying to do that." I mean, we could feed people and give health care if we stop trying to get off the earth, like, and stop paying Elon to do it. I mean, I'm for that. If y'all want to cut stuff like that, sure,
I'm
that's
for
waste.
cutting everything.
But
Military.
you can't say America first and then be like, "Oh yeah, but cut the food to the poor people.
No,
cut the
that's
WIC
not.
to the mothers."
Listen, let me tell you something. You cut 20% from the bottom and 50% for the top. I guarantee you, over the long term, we will stop printing as much. strengthen our dollar, then that 20% at the bottom is going to come up because their money is going to be worth more. Did y'all cry and complain about not being able to work 40 hours as a barber, as a waiter, afford a house and live how our great grandparents and parents used to live, right? One of the main reasons why is because of our national debt. When we print so much money, we devalue the dollar. That's
Not
one of the
really.
main reasons
That's
why.
one of them, but I
No,
think to
that's
a lot
one
of
of
it.
the
But hold
main
on, a
reasons
lot of it too
why.
is a lot of
You
it too
saw
is
it
greed.
directly when the.
Hold on,
I'm
because
sorry. You
Big
saw it
Dog, a
directly
lot
when
of
the
it is
Infrastructure
greed though.
Reduction Act,
But a lot of it is greed.
when the
It's not just
IRA,
that.
when the infrastructure bill passed and they had trillions of dollars into the circulation, you saw inflation shoot up. That goes to show you that when you print
Right.
money, you're
Agreed.
devaluing.
Not negating that.
So
Not negating that. But we can't just put it off on that, because a lot of it is corporate greed. Like Miss Corey said, with the minimum, it's the fact that these companies aren't paying livable wages. We should be able to work 40 hours a week and still make a living wage, while these like Mr. Hart just put in the comments, $88 billion corporations don't pay any federal taxes. The money's there. The issue is the money's being hoarded. So I get what you're saying, but the issue is 100% greed. But that's what comes along in a capitalistic society when the top starts the top of the money. Hold on. The top of the money starts getting too top heavy. Capitalism starts to crumble and fall. We've seen it in every real world example thus far.
There's a reason why you don't hear like CEOs of companies complaining about who's on SNAP benefits or get housing vouchers or childcare stuff, because they are being left off the hook, because we're literally subsidizing these companies to not pay their people. Walmart, you don't hear them complaining about who's on SNAP benefits to those folks. Why? Because their workers can go get SNAP benefits, they can go get Section 8, they can get help with childcare, and they can still pay nothing.
Miss Corey, do you think
subsidize? So I think we should not have people working 40 hours a week still making less than $400, which I mean that's still low in a country where the wealth is what it is. What our GDP is, what 30 trillion, I believe, something like that. Like, and again, Big Hawk, maybe that ship has sailed. Maybe the ship of the majority of the wealth being concentrated in the working and middle class,
it's
like
over
it used
with.
to be, okay, I'm with you on that. Maybe that ship has sailed. So then we should not complain that our tax dollars have to go to feed people, to house people, to give people health insurance, because we have allowed this system. We can't have it both ways. So
you
we're
never
going to
heard me
say,
complain
okay,
about none of that.
No, not you. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying in general, because you will have people complain about a single mom getting $6 a day per child and not recognizing why that's the case in the first place. Because the wealth has been concentrated to the top. Somebody's going to get left out.
And Miss Corey, this is all I'm saying. I get what you're saying, right? But even if those corporations, right, have to pay their taxes, right? Right? Every corporation that y'all name, all of them pay into the system the correct percentages that they're supposed to. Our government is so corrupted that they're still going to find a way to burn up those extra tax dollars as well. That's what y'all not understanding what I'm saying. I understand y'all argument is with the corporations. I'm thinking past that. I'm thinking about these people in Congress that somehow still taking $5 trillion a year and always spend over $2 trillion. That is my argument right there. No matter how much money our government could take in $10 trillion, I bet you they'll still find a way to run go over debt $1 to $2 trillion, Ms. Corey.
Yeah, and you know who does that
Obama
the
cut
most?
the deficit by 66%.
The Republicans.
Clinton
the people
ran
y'all
a
keep
surplus.
voting for.
Clinton ran a surplus. Obama cut it by 66%. We have Reagan tripled the deficit. The deficit went up under Bush. Son Bush, the deficit, I believe, doubled.
It went under
Donald Trump.
up on Obama. The deficit went up on Obama.
Excuse me.
It went up on Trump.
Cut the hold on. The deficit was cut by 66% under Obama. When he came into office, we had a $1.3 trillion deficit. By the time he left, I believe we were around 450 billion, maybe 500 billion. When Donald Trump came into office, the deficit was 500 and something billion. By 2019, Big Hawk, it was almost $1 trillion, 980 billion. And that was when we had low unemployment in a decent economy. He managed to explode the deficit when we were not in a crisis. You know how great and being fiscally irresponsible you have to be to do that. At least under Obama, yes, we had a $1.3 trillion deficit, but we were in a economic crisis. Unemployment was what, 10%? The economy shrank by negative 9%. Every aspect of our economy was failing when we ran up that type of deficit. Under Donald Trump, we had low unemployment. We had a growing economy. Things were trucking along.
What about Biden?
Again,
please don't get me started.
I don't care what you say.
Big
Hawk, I don't care. Listen,
Biden
I don't care if you decide to spend a little bit less of the picket.
You're not talking over me. When we are in a crisis, Big Hawk, it makes sense that we would run up deficits because the less people working, the less money that's coming into the treasury. So deficits increase. Also, if people are out of work, that's money that you got to spend to prop them up. There's money that you got to allocate to states to balance their budgets so they don't have to fire people because by law, they have to balance their budgets.
And what was the budget? What was the deficit when Trump left? What did he put it up to?
Okay. So
did he have
did
C-19 affect Donald Trump as well, Ms. Corey?
Did you not hear what I said?
So you just said that it went to $1 billion. You giving
not really.
Big Hawk by 2019.
Oh my God! The same grace y'all giving to Biden, y'all don't want to give to Trump.
This is why I need you to listen to what I'm saying. 2019, the deficit was $980 billion. That was before C-19. C-19 didn't hit until 2020. So in a climate.
Oh, I didn't hear you say that. I get what you're saying.
Okay. So he had record low unemployment. He had a growing economy, nothing to scream home about, but decent. We were not in an economic collapse. And he, because of his reckless spending and tax policy, ran the deficit up to almost $1 trillion. When the deficit should have been going down under his presidency, because when he came into office, unemployment, I think, was at 4.7%, which is why the deficit was going down. And it got even lower at 3.5%. So that's more money coming in. And we weren't in a crisis. And then now we're doing it again because he comes into office. He does this big, beautiful bill. He cuts taxes, even though his first tax policy was trash because it was not fiscally responsible. And now we have what? A $7-something trillion budget and a $5.3 trillion tax revenue. What are they doing to address the difference?
Okay, Ms. Corey.
Starting more wars, and then that's more money.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. You're not going to see me up here defending Donald Trump on that part.
I don't want you to.
Okay,
I am. Let me respond.
Hold on. Let me say this. Mm-hmm. I don't care if one person's dug in the piggy bank less than the next. They all spend money, and none of them are paying down our bills. They none pay down the bills. The bills who are owed to the American people. Over 70% of that is owed to us. Okay,
not true. We just gave examples of who paid down the bills.
Do you know what a deficit means?
Do you?
They're still running at a deficit. That means they still
We're always
in
going
a
to run at a
negative.
deficit. Why are we? Hold on. We're always going to run at a deficit. And why is that?
Because
Always.
we spend too much money.
No,
too
just
much
because
too much all of this.
It's not
Cut
even just
it.
because we
Get rid
spend
of
too
it.
much money. It's because we're a consumer. We're always going to run at a deficit no matter what. Now, is the deficit out of hand? Absolutely. But again, she just gave you two examples.
We're not borrowing money.
She just gave you two examples of two administrations who brought the debt down.
Did you just say we're a consumer? We're not borrowing money for Americans to buy products from other countries. That doesn't. No. We have too many programs, subsidies, all of these programs
the money
and subsidies
that pumps
that
into the economy does go. Well, hold on. No. That's not true. Because where a majority of these small businesses that they do get this money that's pumped into these economies, where do they buy their goods from? They sell back to people, usually in other countries. So that is also how that works.
And they turn around and sell it for a profit. They don't give it away.
Know, but I'm saying, but it's not abnormal
and then they
for
turn
us
around
to run
and pay taxes. That
correct,
is not
but it's
why
not abnormal for us to run at a deficit. I agree. We have a spending. I agree, but you're just arguing to argue. You're not listening because the issue is that what you're arguing for is quite literally a contradiction of who you voted for. Because the only people continuously running up the debt and the deficit is the people you keep voting for.
No, the reason why I voted for Donald Trump, hold on. The reason why I voted for Donald Trump, specifically, my personal reasons, and then I turn around and I said, hey, the government's going to take my money and burn it up anyway, so why not I vote for a tax break and keep my money in my pocket and do my own investing and grow it instead of actually turning it into a plus instead of a negative at the beginning of it, like our government does.
What?
Did you not understand what I just said?
No, not really.
Or do you want me to? What you want me to talk in Spanish?
No, you can repeat it, but it sounded like some
break. Hold on, I voted for a tax break because I said I would rather me have my money in my pocket through a tax break than give it to the government. Do you want me to say it in Spanish? Debonair, translate it for me, please.
Either way, you're still having to give it to the government.
Hold on, because
no, it's not. If you invested, no, you don't.
Oh my god!
You guys just gonna go back and forth. But what Mrs. Corey was referring to is presidents who cut down the deficit, not the actual debt. And Donald Trump in 2025 cut down the deficit. So for you guys to keep saying that the deficit grew under Trump, it did not. If you take away C-19, that package from Biden and from Trump was the one who cut the deficit. Biden did not. So you could take away all the spending from the C-19 relief. Just take that away. Trump cut the deficit twice. This is his second term cutting the deficit. So this idea that it's
they
just
want you to
Democrat
show a source. They want you to show a source.
Yeah, I'll pull the source if you really need me to. But what I'm saying is, so it was like 1.8 trillion in 2024 calendar year. And for the 2025 year, it's under 1.7. So it's like 2.5% lower than it was. So that is cutting the deficit. Now, this is just I don't. Where do you guys get these like stats?
I'm trying to figure out where you got yours at. That everybody's asking for the source.
So once I pull it up, though, are you going to admit you were wrong?
Oh no, because I know I'm not wrong. So, but go ahead.
He pulls up the stats. They're going to just find something and say that is misinformation.
And so fiscal year, right? Not calendar year. Just so we could get that out the way. Here, mama. Here, take that. Go on.
What's going on there, dude?
Well, what's going on? I was just patiently waiting my turn. How's everyone today? Good. Glad to hear it.
Good. Blessed and highly favored.
Okay. You know, I just was listening.
No, I was muted. My man, I said good.
I was just listening, and it reminds me that the problem with liberalism is you always run out of other people's money. And Big Hawk, in my opinion, is over the target here. We do not have a revenue problem. We have a spending issue. And Kat, you make a good point. Trump did not come in and cut spending like he promised. Doge was performative at best, but it was a squandered opportunity to get into the budget and to line item strike things from the budget. Congress would not acquiesce and play along, and that's something that we have to reconcile as a people, and that's something that we have to vote for people to be our representatives they're willing to do the heavy lifting to be able to do that. I think about this data point.
Sorry, guys, I got a phone call, so I didn't hear anything you guys were saying. Sorry. Go ahead, Dad.
Real quick, Debonair said he's pulling a source. Debonair said that for 2 years in a row, Trump cut the deficit, so we was lying. So I told him to get a source.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Man. So let that dude finish, and then we'll tackle that lie together.
Yeah. I'm gonna digress for a minute, and I'm gonna address Mr. Jeffrey in the chat here. STFU and tell us what exactly needs to be cut. How about we start with 10% off the top? Everybody gets a 10% haircut. Is that good enough for you, Jeffrey? I am not going to discriminate on anything. 10% cut across the board. Now let's talk. All right. But hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dad, dude. I thought I was muted.
Okay. All right. But here's the data point that sticks out in my mind routinely. The top 10% wage earners in this country pay 72% of all income tax brought into the federal government. And one of the most tired talking points to me from the left is, well, they should pay their fair share. But one simple follow-up question is, okay, well, what is a fair share? Give me a number. And it's like you see this like dance that they do where they can never be specific on what a fair share actually is. It sounds good. Pay your fair share. It has a nice ring to it. Well, guess what? The top 10% pay 72% of all income tax. Where do you want to go from there? Because pretty soon you're not going to be able to pinch a link until his eyes cross anymore.
Okay. So, I mean, when it comes to income tax, I think I don't think that we would go into a depression if we go back to the tax rates that we had under Clinton. And I believe everybody has some skin in the game there. But when it comes to corporations, if we're going to have a 21% tax rate for corporations, then my personal opinion is that they need to pay that whole 21%. Period, because we can't afford anything else. Since we lowered it from 35% to 21%, then pay all of that 21%. No loopholes, no nothing. That's what you pay. Because what we have allowed that do
I agree with that, Ms. Corey.
Yeah, I could, like I said, I could work with this administration. You want to drop it from 35 to 21, fine, but then you pay every dime of that 21%.
Yeah, don't go out there and buy you a jet and try to write off everything. I agree with you.
As opposed to loopholes where the effective tax rate is like 8 or 9% or 9% or no tax at all because of all of these loopholes. And I think that would be, fair. Now, I would rather it be up a little bit higher, but since it's going to be at the bottom, they should pay every dime of it. Then that way, we don't have to try to shrink the deficit on the backs of poor people or people that are on entitlements. We can maybe bring more revenue into the treasury based on that. Because, like, I'm a small business owner.
You don't use the loopholes, Ms. Corey?
Say that again.
You don't, go out on the town, take a few family members and work friends and charge it on the company credit card.
No, I'm very fiscally responsible, and I have to be, because small business owners have to be. Like my biggest expense is basically payroll, and we have to be, fiscally responsible. And no, I'm not going out there buying, ridiculous things. I'm not doing that. But again, we're a small business, and everybody we employ we give work to a lot of people.
Well, to your point, Mrs. Corey.
But as far as corporations are concerned, if you're netting, some of these they're netting billions of dollars. Netting.
Let me ask you a question. And I just
like one of my clients, they netted 10 billion. I was like, what the heck?
So, Mrs. Corey, okay, as a small business owner,
let's just pay a little bit more.
Let's say, for example, I don't know what line of business you're in, but let's say you're in landscaping. You own a landscaping company. Now, under the current tax code, you can write off the equipment that you utilize, your trucks, your mowers, weed eaters, the whole 9 yards, right? Are you telling me that at the end of the year, if I've exceeded my goals that I set for the year, and I'm trying to reduce my tax burden, are you telling me that me going out and buying a new fleet of lawnmowers that year so I can try to duplicate the process again next year is not serving in the interest of the overall economy? Is that not serving to help employ people that are at that manufacturing facility producing those mowers? Does that money not move through the economy in a good way?
Yeah, and there's
Mel,
the
you should be
rub,
hollering
right?
up and down at Miss Corey right now, Mel.
So, and that dude, I get what you're saying. Like, I have a soft spot in my heart for small business owners, and I think that we can do this sensible. If you are a small business owner and you're under a certain amount, then you can write some of these things off, fine. But if you are a corporation and your tax cut has gone from 35% to 21%, and you're netting billions of dollars, you already have gotten your tax cut from 35% to 21%. So why not, for the greater good of the country, let them pay that full 21%? Small business owners, they employ Americans, I get it. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that, making that distinction between the small business owners and corporations.
But what I'm not okay with is
because the money has to come
show
from
his source.
No,
the
so
money
hey,
has, the money has to come
Mrs.
from
Corey, I'm
somewhere.
gonna drop.
So,
Bring me right back. My camera's not turning on,
and
so I can
Debonair,
pull it up.
just
I'm gonna come right back.
and hold on, and Debonair, I was talking about Donald Trump's first term, so just keep that in mind.
It's not hard to cut the deficit, Debonair, when we're not going through a global pandemic anymore. I'm gonna just say that before you show it. And I'm arguing against the guy I voted for.
Put me on the big screen.
I'm arguing against the guy I voted for.
So you can see last year in 2025, Trump did cut the deficit. So I don't know what we were arguing. We know it shot up during C-19, but outside of that, this term in 2025, he has cut the deficit. You can find this pretty much anywhere. So yeah, the national debt.
What was the hold on, pull it back up. Wait, pull that back up. Miss Corey did say his first term, but I want to say that you said he cut the deficit. What was the fiscal year on that? Just because I can't see it because you're back in the small box. Sorry. Well, mama.
2025.
No, but so what month to what month? So if it was 2025, it had to have been what month? It can't be January. January, that's not how the fiscal year in the government works.
Correct. So it's for the fiscal year of 2025. The deficit was cut, and it's based on the revenues. So this is under Trump's term.
Hold on.
Yeah, there's nothing really to argue here. They cut. It was slight. It wasn't like a large, but it is something. The national debt's going to keep going up though. Like Big Hawk said, we spend too much money. There's no way. Like, there's no way the deficit's ever gonna catch up
Sorry,
at this rate.
my baby's being a little hard headed right now. So, but correct. But so you said
Take care of
fiscal
that
year
sweet
20.
baby.
I know. She throwing her cup. She wants some more to do, so I'm getting it. But what I can't remember what I was about to ask. She got me all messed up. So not all of that decrease in that debt would have been his, right? Because it would only been for, you said fiscal year 2025. His administration didn't take over till February. So which is why I was asking what month to what month. Isn't the fiscal year in the government like what month to what month is that counted off of?
It's October
October, yeah.
1 to September 30th.
Yeah. Hey,
October 1,
so-
2024 to September 30th, 2025.
I don't even
got you.
think 10% will help that, dude. I think it needs to be 25%.
Hey, you're not going to get an argument from me.
So real quick, so I'm clear. We're always talking about the
sorry
debt
about
and the
that,
debt.
y'all. Sorry.
We're always talking about the debt and the deficit. Do you think that, I know you guys swerving down that there's so much waste, fraud, and abuse. I know y'all do. And I know that you guys will starve 1,000 people for one person if you think that somebody got $10 more than they should have. But at what point do you all see that the government has a responsibility to the people and to take care of the people, and that maybe, possibly, I know this is antithetical to you guys as Republicans, but maybe we might need to raise the debt. If Warren Buffett says, hey, if y'all raise my income taxes a couple percentage points and you raise it on corporations, the American people, the middle class, wouldn't have to pay taxes. So when somebody like Warren Buffett says that, why don't you all listen to that and accept that as, hey, that's probably what we should do? Dad, dude, why don't you accept that from Warren Buffett?
Here's the reason why. I believe that millions of families are sitting around the living room right now and looking at their monthly budget. And I think they're going through what they spend in a month, and they're trying to identify areas that they can cut costs, namely like subscriptions. I've talked to several people that are like, I cut HBO Max or whatever, right? Like that's what a lot of people are doing. And until our government decides to do that same thing, and hey, start with line item number 1, the DOD, because until they can pass an audit and tell us where all this money is going, I see no need to give these people any more of a revenue stream.
But wait a minute. You have to have the biggest military, because we got to be the biggest and best military, and we can't tell you where all the money is going because we have to build these top secret weapons that you really don't want to know about, Dad, dude.
Well, that's
but the issue is,
and I'll take some of that for what it's worth. But again, I repeat, until
military spending is going,
until this outfit can pass an audit and produce where or
but
what
projects,
they're not going to ever be able to.
They can't.
What I'm
they
saying.
can't tell you something like that because.
But what we can do, Quinn, what we can do, because they're not going to be able to pass an audit. It's some stuff we know can't be put on paper. But what we can do is just decrease the budget, and they just have to work within it. And then when they come back to us for money, then they have to pass an audit. Then they have to produce what they've spent all the money on.
That's not the problem of the military. The problem of the military is we allowed, oh my God, bro. We allowed them to charge us crazy amounts on top of it. The percentages of what they build something and turn around and charge us is
That's
the problem.
why I just said we lowered the budget, and they have to, regardless, they have to work within that.
But it's nothing about the reason why the military budget is expensive. It's not because of top secret boom booms we're building. No,
we know that.
Because
oh my God!
What is it, Kat? I know you hate me so much,
Kat.
Quinn. I know I'm a better man than you.
I have a question for Kat. Hold on.
The fact that you have to say you're a better man
what's going to happen?
You're like the weird ass kid in every high school.
Hold on, Quinn, because we need
to be accepted by Black people by being here.
I don't have to be. I understand
you try so hard to be accepted.
Okay, come on, y'all.
So hard
to feel like
stay off my jock, dude. You're weird.
Okay, so
you got a whole wife and kids.
Oh my God.
All on my dick for no reason.
Oh
opening your
Lord,
mouth every time I talk. Oh my
Quinn.
God.
He's
Oh my God.
weird.
Stop the sidebar. I wouldn't say nothing.
Give me a sec. You cannot. I don't say this shit over and over and over. Stop talking like that on my motherfucking live, cause my shit gonna get chopped. Y'all ain't gonna give a damn. Chill the fuck out. Like we do this shit every single day. Y'all grown as fuck. I'm tired of fussing at y'all like y'all motherfucking kids. Like this shit don't make no sense. It's getting tiring. And stop
But
saying that. You can't say nothing SEX on this fucking live. You can't say nothing like that. That one got me chopped for 7 days.
but
Damn.
I want to go back to, so you're gonna have, unfortunately, Debbie, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to pull that chart back now that I got her contained, because
Like a
and I need you
display.
to, that's fine, but can you click the link too, because Miss Corey actually did bring up a good point, and I was gonna bring that up too, thanks to Emmanuel because he sent it to me. That deficit cut accounts for the tariff revenue.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
we
it's
have to pay
also not.
back.
Yeah, it's also not Trump's budget either. So this is still Biden's budget with all that revenue. So the deficit would have increased
Wait, but
significantly if we didn't
Debonair,
collect any revenue money. So now you're basically saying Biden
So the
exploded the
decrease,
deficit.
so the
wait.
decrease is Biden's, is what you're saying, because that what you
We
just said
didn't
actually
have
didn't
a
make any sense.
No,
we
the
didn't have
decrease is Trump's
budgets.
because of the tariff revenue.
We didn't have
Trump
budgets. We had
gets credit
continuing
for the. Go ahead, Mr. Corey.
What?
we had continuing resolutions. So if we didn't have a budget, they just keep continuing and then they're adding stuff as they go along. We didn't have like a
That's
whole
true.
full fiscal budget. But when we pay back these tariffs, that's
Mhm.
going to affect our deficit.
Yeah, but this isn't Trump's quote unquote budget. So it's what Joe Biden and the administration passed in October of 2025, which Trump inherited. He began to collect tariff revenues, which drove down that deficit they were expecting. And that's why you saw a dip in it because of that tariff revenue. So if Donald Trump would have went in and rode Biden's economy, go ahead and take $100 billion off that deficit. You've now exploded the deficit.
Wait,
Joe
but they
Biden,
No,
the
that's
Democrats have never
that's
controlled the
That's
deficit. Where
not.
are you
when
that's
was
see?
not
yeah,
true.
Where on
That's
this
and
not how
when
the
chart?
was Joe?
math
Hold on, yeah, and
works.
when was
That's
Joe Biden's
exactly
budget?
how it works.
When was Joe Biden's budget? You said put into
October
place.
2025
So
or
so
2024.
they passed the budget in October of 2024, knowing that a new president was coming in
Well,
February.
no, it
Well, they
wasn't.
have to.
It
Every year
wasn't for
you have
the
to
entire.
create a budget.
Well, but it wasn't for the entire year because unfortunately, we keep doing these continuing
Oh
resolutions,
my goodness.
and it just keeps going. But to say that the BBB didn't have any bearing on
The BBB had
2025 is
it
not
doesn't. It
true.
doesn't
We
because
increased defense spending in 2025 as well.
yeah, but I'm not then and
That
that's what I was
also
saying. But that this is what
adds
I'm
to the.
saying. So because what Kat was trying to do is say, well, the deficit is because of Biden because it's in the fiscal year of 2025, which technically starts October 2024.
It
So
ended
if
March
you're gonna give
28th.
Well,
him if
that's
you're
if
gonna
you don't make that's if you don't make changes when you come into office. If you
correct. So
And
that's what
Miss
I was
Corey,
Donald
and
Trump,
that's what I was
yes.
saying. Hold on, Big Hawk. And that was the point I was making that with those changes that Donald Trump made, we saw a deficit.
Wait. The
So
continuing
that would be
what?
resolution only.
credited to
What?
Wait. The
Well, we already
continuing
have.
Jesus
resolution only
Christ.
lasted till March 28th of 2025.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
realize that,
that's
right?
why I'm genuinely confused because
What are
you
you guys
accredited.
talking about?
What are you
The
talking about? You
you
accredited the whole
Did Donald
decrease of
Trump
the
hold
deficit.
on.
Hold on, you accredited. Hold on, let me say back to you what you said to us so we can make sure we're all on the same effing page because we don't sit
Put
here
me
and
on the
confuse
big screen
ourselves.
so I can show you.
You accredited to the entire year of
Jesus
2025 the
Christ.
decrease in the deficit. You accredited that to Donald Trump, but then you
Yes.
said. Okay, but then you
I
said
have the
that
bill up.
it was only part of that because the deficit was exploded because of Biden.
Right.
Yes, if it was not for the tariff income, if Donald Trump would have rode Biden's income or Biden's policy and not made any changes at all, as you see under Joe Biden from 21, 22, 23, 24, it went up. The reason it
Wait,
went
what?
down was
What?
because you don't see these bars. Each bar is a
No, I'm
year.
trying to. It's
The
kind of
bar
small.
at the
The
end. Hold
writing
on. The
under it.
bar at
What's
the
that
end.
last year? Hold on. What's the last year on there, Devin?
2025. 2025.
All right, is that
So the
2020
three,
next? Okay.
no,
All right.
yeah. So each bar represents 1 year. So the huge one is from 2020. That was Donald Trump. Then it was Joe Biden the next year. Then it dropped, right? Because
Well,
we
no,
didn't
that
have the
would have been
pandemic.
finishing.
Hold on.
2021 would have been wrapping up of
Jesus Christ.
Trump's.
I know, but Joe Biden had done the stimulus. That
He
was
didn't do
under
the
his
stimulus in
administration.
2021.
Yes, he did. That's when he got in
When in
office.
2021?
In like February, as soon as he
Biden
got
did
in
pass the
office. What are
stimulus
you talking
But
about, dude?
regardless,
I'm showing you the trend. Hold on,
account.
Kat.
I know, but we have to account for fiscal year. I get the trend.
That's what I'm
What's
saying.
it's not.
So my point being, if he would have came in, made no changes, made no tariff income, no revenue, the deficit would have continued to increase. Okay.
Oh my
The
God.
fact is, when he came in,
That's not what that says.
Yes, it is. Do you understand what tariff revenue did for the
What's the name of
country?
that chart? What's the name of that chart?
But do anything. We don't get to keep it. So what are you talking
I
about?
just wanna
That's
ask
the
Miss Corey
point.
one
That's the
thing.
point. Hold on,
What's
big
the
hog.
name
Hold
of the
on, hold on.
chart?
Yeah,
It's
what's the name of the chart? Because my head hurt, like for real.
Miss Corey, who
Because it's so small. It's so
who
small.
controls the purse? Who
fiscal
controls the strings of the purse, Miss Corey?
Hold on, big hog.
Schmongers.
So
Which
it's
part?
fiscaldata.treasury.gov. You can find this. Fiscaldata.treasury.gov. So what
Yeah,
this
I
is
think he put
saying
it
is,
in the chat. I think he
what
put it in the
this is
chat.
saying is, okay, is with all the changes, with everything that was done in 2025, okay, there was a deficit. That includes tariff revenue. Okay. Now, if you take away that all of the tariff income that we have to pay back, which okay, let's offset the tariffs. Let's say we weren't going to collect, we got to pay it back. That means the deficit is going to have gone up. The only changes Donald Trump made was to drive the deficit down because we made tariff income. Now tell me what spending bill or what he did last year to increase the deficit. Go ahead. Tell me right now.
And I know, and what's hold on, and I know
that didn't take effect till October 1st, 2025.
And I know that you're 10 toes like standing down.
Jesus Christ, this is so basic to understand.
It's not because how you're explaining it is not what
no, you're trying to find a way to blame Donald Trump and give
my
Biden credit,
God.
and you can't wrap your head around it.
We didn't even we didn't blame anything for it.
Oh my God.
We don't want to see your legs, man. We don't want to see your skinny jeans. Hey, I want to know something.
What is this weirdo talking about?
See, there he
It's
go
'cause
again.
I moved my phone on the
There he
green
go
screen.
again. You see what I'm saying, Debonair? But he get all emotional when I call him out.
Your mama's emotional.
That hurt it, Quinn.
Hey, can I
hurt it? That show. Listen, go back to high school.
Okay.
Can I read the bill?
Know the level of your education.
Jokes. Okay. So, Kat, I want to know if
Big Hog, I was going to read the continuing appropriations bill.
Oh.
Yeah, the bill that was actually here that explains exactly what was going on. Can I do that? Okay, I'll do it. The bill provides continuing fiscal year 2025 appropriations for federal agencies, provides emergency funding for disaster relief, and extends various expiring programs and authorities, and modifies voter registration requirements for federal elections. Random as hell for that. But specifically, the bill provides continuing fiscal year 2025 appropriations to federal agencies through the earlier of March 28, 2025. So, yeah.
Can I ask if the House controls the purse, the strings of the purse? Yeah, when we look at we look at hold on, huh? Okay,
the Senate
right.
has to approve it as well.
So
it's both houses.
So when Obama left in 2015, that was under Republican-controlled House.
Obama left in 2016.
Correct. That is correct, Big Hog.
And both times.
And every time the deficit has dropped or we've tried to balance a budget, it's a Republican-led Congress.
Yes,
every single time.
And it was a Republican House, I believe, when they left
every single time we've had a deficit or trying to get to a balanced budget, it's a Republican-led Congress. Every single time.
They put in our
and Mrs. Corey, hold on, Snoop. Mrs. Corey has said this over and over again. With a Democratic president and a Republican Congress, we've been the most fiscally responsible.
So then what's the issue now?
Well, we'll see. His budget. This is after this point. There's no going. This is all him. So we'll see this year. We'll see what happens. I don't know.
I can say this, that Trump is an outlier. Trump isn't fiscal responsible at all. He just is.
The billionaire, not the billionaire. The billionaire, not fiscally responsible.
No,
Debonair, do you have
fiscal responsible on knowing how to get that money in his bank account? But even in the Obama years, when he left with a deficit, Republicans controlled Congress.
Wait, so are y'all disputing this?
I don't even know what we're talking about anymore. Okay,
the U.S. economy.
Debonair,
are y'all disputing this?
Yeah, they're disputing that.
So, Debonair, are you saying that we have $195 billion in tariff revenue for 2025? Are you agreeing with that?
I don't know what the number is. No, in revenue, it was like close to 6.
In tariff revenue.
Oh, yeah.
195 billion in tariff revenue.
No,
would you agree?
If that's what they said, I want to dispute it.
Okay, the deficit was 1.8 trillion. Do you agree with that number?
Yeah, 1.78. Yeah.
Okay, without deficit, without the deficit without the tariffs would be 1.995 trillion. Correct?
Yeah, I think.
So what is your? I'm trying to understand your argument. Then you're saying that somehow or another that 195 billion was like, whoo, glad we didn't go to.
Trump cut the deficit 2 years in a row. That's how we got onto this, and then we forgot about that asinine statement, and then just kind of went down to read that chart that didn't make any sense.
Okay, now the second part of this, Debonair, doesn't he have to give that money back? Wait, hold on, Kat. I want to slow walk this thing. Doesn't he have to give that money back, Debonair?
Yes.
So then we factor that money back into the deficit, don't we?
Yes.
So he's right back where he started.
That's the point I'm making, Quinn. That without. So the point I'm making, hold on. If he would, this is the point, and you can go to that chart that I referenced. Each year under Biden, even if you take away the 2021 pandemic relief, the deficit increased over and over and over. If he would have came in and did absolutely nothing and just rode the wave that you guys love to say that it was great, a great wave, the deficit would have increased. The fact that he came in and said we're implementing these tariffs to collect revenue to lower the deficit, that actually lowered the deficit. It wasn't it wasn't by a lot. It was only like 2%. It was a decrease of like 2.3% from 2024. So it wasn't a significant amount.
No,
but that changed.
Tariffs are always.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Wait. Okay.
Let me just finish what I'm saying, bro.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
The collection of that tariff revenue is what allowed us to have a deficit. If he would not have done that, the deficit would have increased. And now, and this is what I just said to Kat. So as of this year, okay, so when we get the numbers for 2026, there's no excuses. It's all him. 100% him. There was a Republican-led Congress and him as the executive. Whatever the number comes out to, whether it's an increase or a decrease, is 100% him. That's what I said.
But wait, hold on. No, but Debonair, right now, it is only he only prevented it mathematically.
Yes, I'll give you that. Yes.
So I'm gonna give you this. Mathematically, he did what you said. Yes. Mathematically, he lowered the 2025 deficit by 195 billion. Granted, I'm gonna give you that mathematically he did that. The problem is now that SCOTUS has ruled on it, we have to go back and change the math, and the math becomes
$2 trillion. And whether you like it or not, Debonair, this is just part of leadership. That when you take over the insurance company, it applies to you. It applies to whoever takes over McDonald's. It applies to any and everybody. When you take the job, when you sign your name, all the problems become yours.
Well,
So if the deficit
that's not
would
how
have gone
accounting
over,
works.
that's
not how accounting works.
Can I
Quinn.
finish what I'm saying? Can I just finish what I'm saying?
Please, by all means.
Once January 20th hit and he swore to take over, that became whatever the economic problems were at noon on that day, they were his. If that deficit was scheduled to hit 2.2 trillion, 2.5 trillion, it was his job at that point to curtail that from happening. He did that with the tariffs. Cool. It curtailed it until SCOTUS made the decision. Once SCOTUS made the decision, then that math goes out the window, and he's at 2 trillion in deficit. Period.
Well, that's not period because that's not how accounting rules work.
Oh my God! I swear to God, I swear to God, I go on mute when I'm finished. I swear I do. I stop talking and I mute.
Yes, I'm gonna sit here and say I haven't seen that they've passed anything that would have increased the deficit for the 2025 fiscal year. I mean, if you can tell me what they did,
Well, the
what they
big beautiful
passed to
bill
spend.
has the big
Yeah,
beautiful
but
bill
that
hasn't
took
kicked
effect
in yet.
October 1st. That took October 1st for the 2026 fiscal year, not the 2025. So the big beautiful bill took effect for, again, 2026 fiscal year.
But
What
no,
I'm
the
saying
tax
is
cuts took effect when though?
those were retroactive.
Right.
And so they're projecting an increase in revenue on that. So
How are they projecting an increase in revenue from tax cuts?
Well, you can go to the treasury.gov and ask Scott Bessent why he's projecting that, but those are the numbers.
How do tax cuts equal
Because
revenue increase?
last year, so for the 2024 tax year, we collected 5.1 trillion. For the 2025 tax year, they're saying we're going to collect 5.6 trillion. So $500 billion more in revenue. How? Why? I'm not sure.
Did we get a tax cut or not?
That always
We did, but see, and this is where I'm saying more people. For some reason, they always collect more revenue when they lower taxes. How they do it, why it happens, that beats me because I'm just as confused
because
about
people
that.
decide to file
But that's
taxes.
just it.
Because
You can
everybody
look it up,
decides to
bro.
file
It
their
happens
taxes.
every time. I don't know why. I don't know how. I think more people just pay into the system for some reason because it's less, I guess. They don't find a way to go around it. I'm not sure. But that's just what they're projecting. So that would go to his credit of increase in revenue. All I'm saying is, so for 2026, if it increases, it's 100% on him. There's nobody to blame. There's no in betweens. There's no inherited anything.
All
But for
right, sorry guys.
2025, it did decrease.
Of course, when we start talking my language, my phone starts ringing and stuff.
Yeah, that's also not true.
So, but here's my point. When it comes to the BBB,
have you been listening, Miss Corey, too? As well?
I haven't because I was on the line with my
I forgot. I asked you. I wanted to
right.
ask you a question. I'll ask you when you're done.
What I would have hoped is that this administration would have paid attention to what happened to the deficit the first time around, where we went from 500 billion, and we could have been trending that down to going up to 980 billion by 2019, pre-C19, and said, okay, this time around, we have to be a little bit more fiscally responsible. It's not enough to cut the deficit by 100 billion, because if unemployment jumps up, that's going to jump up. If we have a crisis, that's going to jump up. Like right now, they get to use the fact that, okay, we're at 4%, 4.2% unemployment. There's more tax receipts coming in. So the deficit is a little bit lower. We had tariffs that also brought the deficit lower, but it is not enough. They should have said, okay, this is what happened our first time around. We can't do this because this is irresponsible. And instead of evaluating, should this tax policy mirror what we did in 2017 when it wasn't the fiscally responsible thing to do? Maybe instead of 21%, we could do 28%, which is what VP Harris was advocating for. Maybe instead of spending this amount on defense, we can do this amount. Maybe we can fill in the blank. But doing the exact same policy and hoping for the best, to me, doesn't make sense fiscally, because as we saw when a global crisis hit, what was the deficit? Because Joe Biden was starting with $1 trillion before he spent any money.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the tax policies that we passed and the spending that we did in 2017.
Yep.
So that's all I'm saying. We're starting off with $1 trillion. What was it, $2 trillion deficit now, or maybe 1.8? What are we doing to say we cut all the spending that we're going to cut under this Republican Congress and under Donald Trump? How do we now make up the difference?
I want to address one thing that
that's all I'm
Debonair
saying.
had said, though.
During 2017, a remix of that was not the fiscally responsible thing to do, because we saw what that did to the deficit the first time around.
Right.
So
I was going to state that, like, for 2017, because Debonair made a claim that when tax cuts occur, apparently our revenue jumps, and that's not the case at all. Actually, according to this, to the Center for American Progress, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017 lowered corporate and individual taxes, but it led to a significant decrease in federal revenue.
So real quick, Debonair.
Well, and low unemployment also brings in more revenue. So if you hit record low unemployment, of course, more revenue is going to come in. But to that point, why did we have an almost $1 trillion deficit in 2019?
Mm-hmm.
Because we increased spending and we cut taxes.
Sounds about right.
That's how it goes. And that's reckless. And we should have did the opposite under this presidency.
That 195, they'll just add it to the new spending, because apparently the refunds don't work. It'll still be recorded historically that he lowered spending. Technically, mathematically, he lowered spending, that he got the 195, Debonair. He's going to get credit in saying, when you go read the history books, it will say, oh yeah, he had it at whatever our number was, 1.8. He had it at 1.8. The problem that you're going to run into is that those refunds, they get counted in 2026.
And I'm okay with cutting spending too. I'm not saying we shouldn't be cutting spending. We should.
No, that's
I'm saying
fine.
it's all a lie. It's a lie.
But it's all it is. All he did was move the loss from one year to the next. That's all that happened. The loss will be recorded in 2026. And if anybody does any bit of research, does any bit of simple math, they're going to look and they're going to say, if he has the exact same identical numbers, they're going to sit up here and say, oh, but wait a minute, we got to tack on 1.95 billion in additional spending. So he could be at 1.8 this year, Debonair. You're going to have to tack on almost 2 billion more to make it 2 trillion.
That's correct. Can we factor in the fact that, Trump is being sued by Alvin Brown for racial discrimination?
Can we factor in the fact that the DOJ just indicted James Comey again as of an hour ago?
Oh yeah,
again?
over a tweet, by the way.
The safest place in America is under a DOJ indictment.
Hold on, my girl
now
is
under this
literally
kangaroo DOJ.
Exactly.
Hold on, it's not even my girl anymore. It's the guy. If they're 20-0, they finna be 0-21. They are
Wait, I
about to
thought
be
they were
0-21.
0-11.
No, ma'am. Pam Bondi single-handedly by herself was 0-18.
Yeah, she
Well,
didn't bring any.
they're about to have a victory with the SPLC.
They're not.
They're
They're
not.
not.
I don't
They
even
won't.
care. I'm just like, my
They're
God.
absolutely
If
not.
I was,
Arguing Miss Corey logic, there
if
will
I
be.
was
Hey,
a,
no.
if I was a
Because
smug dealer, I would be like, please come arrest me,
right.
because I know I'm gonna walk under these idiots.
Hey,
Yeah.
Big Hawk, let me tell you, who are the complainants in this SPLC case?
It's not the donors. that they claiming
And it ain't the bank.
Hold on. You're
ain't the
saying
bank.
about who was the complainants about Donald Trump and his bank fraud case, that he defrauded the government, defrauded the people. I mean,
Well,
defrauded
because Big Hawk.
hold on, Miss Corey, don't let me finish.
Those are two completely different
That's
things.
what you're trying to do. You just hold on. The
It was
bank
the
didn't
state.
complain that Donald Trump defrauded them.
It was the state.
Right, but okay, so
They
in
didn't.
one,
The state
hold on.
didn't. The bank
Big Hawk.
said there was no victim. The bank
He
got their
filed
money
his-
back.
The reason why they went after him, though, he filed his taxes and said he made less money, so he could pay less taxes.
Right.
But
No, I'm
then,
talking about when he borrowed
went,
the money for inflated the properties.
yeah, I'm getting there. But then when he wanted to get bank loans, he put how much money that he made more money so he could get qualified. So either he lied on his taxes to pay less, or he lied to the bank to get more loans. So the
He lied
government
to
is
the
like,
bank.
well, you said that you only made this amount, so
Right.
committed tax fraud because you told the bank that you made this, but you told us that you made this and you pay less taxes.
That's what happened.
He
Right.
lied to the bank. Yet, but he didn't defraud the
And to
bank.
the
No, he didn't lie.
government.
He lied to the state.
He
He lied to both.
Anyway.
Well, he lied to both because he inflated his assets so he can qualify, I guess, for these loans or whatever. But that was just one of the things. He also lied on his taxes about, paying off a corn star and writing it off as I think a business expense or something. I don't know why he didn't just eat it. Like, he's cheap.
Right.
Why didn't he just eat that?
That went against campaign laws, right? That went because you're also defrauding voters who needed to know that information. You were doing a cover up so that you could protect yourself in an election. That's illegal.
Yeah. Well, that's why the charges got upgraded, because it was like he did so he can squash the story.
It was in connection to another. It was in connection
right.
to another crime. That's what made
Correct.
it. That's why it got accelerated to a felony. When they asked that question, it's because it was in the commission of other crimes. That's why it got accelerated.
Right.
Like, this
I
is
don't know
not
why
the fact that
he
they
didn't just.
Why are we
eat it.
relitigating this? It's
I
like,
don't know.
bruh.
I don't know how
care.
this is even comparable to the
I don't
SPLC.
care that he did whatever he did with Stormy Daniels. I don't care about that. I just don't understand
They
why
wouldn't
do you
have
just
cared.
pay her and then keep it pushing? Like, why you try to write it off as a business expense?
They would have paid to watch the video.
But
Just
my thing
eat
is,
it.
Gave his
Look at my
money, the
daddy,
money to the lawyer.
DJ
That's
King
why
of
he
Storm.
wrote it off as a business
so we just
expense,
listed,
Miss Corey.
We just listed all that.
I see. So he had to. Is that he had to do it?
Technically, the reason why I believe they got a conviction because the 100,000, Donald Trump paid his lawyer 100,000 or how much ever it was and wrote it off as a business expense because the money did go to the lawyer. So he had to. Where it comes in and says that the lawyer
in a briefcase.
I don't know. I guess he didn't want to have the transactions from him directly come back to him through the woman. He would rather have that, in which that's how business people work. They go through lawyers.
You want that?
And stuff like that.
I would rather that than a paper trail.
Right, but here's the thing. He didn't want to do that because it was nefarious, Big Hawk.
Do y'all think this man's John Gotti? What are we talking about?
No, wait. Melania don't care. I would have just
illegal.
paid her off and keep it pushing.
You mean
a briefcase
and she's
full
so
of cash.
Have you seen how that woman looks?
I mean, I'm not.
Have you seen
I don't think people like her because
his wife is not ugly.
Hey, can we not get
His
off
wife is
topic?
hideous. You're right. She's
No,
not
she
that
All
not.
right, yes.
No,
Right.
she's
Let's
not.
not go
But
down.
once,
Let's not
Oh
go down
yeah.
that
Anyway,
rabbit
Don't
hole.
say it.
anyway,
Don't
right.
say it. Don't say it. Yeah. Let
Okay.
me.
I
But
don't.
once
Well,
again,
listen. I don't know if y'all ever follow Stormy Daniels on Twitter, but she is hilarious.
she is hilarious. She is.
I'm
She is
just
very much
saying.
right. But this has nothing to do, once again, with the SPLC. There's no case here. Because once again, there's no complaint in.
why not?
There's no grounding. There's no standing for this.
No, that's not true, Smooth. When you
No,
run,
it's none.
wait, let me finish. Let me explain to you how. It's because when you have a nonprofit and you take that money and you do nefarious things for it, you can't get convicted for that. You see number of nonprofits and their heads get indicted for things like this, taking the money and doing what it's not meant for.
So let me.
When you register
wait.
as a nonprofit, so technically they don't pay
that was
tax.
working with the FBI.
Hold on, it does okay. Do you think that the FBI is privy to everything that nonprofits do? No, that's not how that works. No.
Sir, once again, the FBI knew this organization was paying informants, right? They knew about the informant program. This is exactly why
the SPLC didn't even say that.
Why.
You're making an argument they never even claimed.
Yes, it's in the indictment. What are you talking about?
And Kash Patel is on record in October 2025 stating that the FBI was severing its partnership with the SPLC.
Right.
Like he's on record with saying that.
Right.
So what was they partnering?
The reason why, you know why? He said that is because of the anti-Christian bias.
And they went after, they were going, right. They were deeming Charlie Kirk's group as a hate group, and this administration didn't like that. But they've been working with them.
Yeah.
This is not a new
So do you think, so hold on, Ms. Corey. Do you think that a group that quote unquote the SPLC takes money and then they say pay informants, and that informant goes out there, right? And if it's said that this informant
Wait, Big Hop, before you go there,
hold on,
that dude's
man,
about
let
to
me
drop.
finish.
Hold on, wait, before you drop that.
No. Let me finish.
Wait, don't drop that dude.
That they took money.
Sorry, he had to go, Emmanuel.
You wanted to argue with that dude?
No, I mean, I wanted to talk to all y'all.
I'm just seeing your comment. I didn't see that, man. I would have kept him.
What they said is they took money and gave it to agitators, right? Y'all call them informants, right? And then that informant goes out and agitates something that happened in Charlottesville, right? That's which they claim. And then the result of that, hold on. And the result to that, someone lost their life. Do you think that is not wrong?
No, it's not. And also, that's not at all what happened.
God.
That's also not. Wait, that's also not in the indictment that you clearly didn't read.
I actually did read it. Miss Corey sent it. They hold on.
But the informants did not say that that's what happened. This is what the DOJ is saying happened. So when they go to court,
you do not put everything that you have in your investigation in a indictment. You don't put witnesses' names.
Well, that's how you get your charges.
Yeah, that's how you
get your charges.
No, that's not. That's really literally not. The FBI is the only people that listen. The FBI is the only government that can indict somebody on conspiracy and not.
Yeah, sure.
Listen,
So
I don't understand how y'all like. Y'all
conspiracy on what? Conspiracy of what?
They can. If you're Smooth, if your son or your mama, let's say your mama is a rug dealer, right? Rug dealer, this and that, right? And your mama gives you $1,200, and then for school, and you deposit that in the account. Do you know the FBI can indict you and saying that you were conspiring with your mama?
Wait, beautiful. Can I ask?
What the feds do.
Can I take that example?
You don't think the feds do that?
Smooth. Give him a second. Give me a second, please.
My homeboy mama got indicted. But hold on, Emmanuel. My homeboy mama got indicted for cashing a $1,200 check from her son.
Yeah, I'm not denying none of those. The antidote.
They do that on purpose to get you to plea out. That's what the feds do.
I'm not negating none of that. Why in that indictment, in your example, when you're claiming that the fraudulent use of funds like in the example with the mama and you getting indicted and stuff like that, why didn't the federal government include none of the Klan group of people that were also responsible in that indictment?
Listen, with what evidence that they had, bro,
do you understand why I'm
with
asking?
what evidence? Listen, it is up to the FBI and the DOJ when it's time to hear these arguments out in court to come to the courthouse.
Yeah, I get that. You don't
With
gotta
the
repeat that.
witnesses, they have bank statements
You're not
with
asking
those
what,
statements and break it down.
yeah,
They
but
do
you're not
not
answering what
have
I'm
to
asking.
include all of that in the
No,
indictment.
but in your questioning, and even
Y'all
in the
asking
example,
why they didn't do that. They don't have to.
in the example you gave, you even said that the kid got indicted for having that said money. Why didn't none of the Klan group, who also were somehow getting the money that y'all claimed that the SPLC was funding?
Right.
Because
That's
they
why I
probably
was
turned
mute up,
state
Miss
witness,
Corey.
Emmanuel.
Why aren't the hate groups
Miss
being
Corey,
pulled
mute your
into
phone.
this?
Like
What?
apparently, if they got bank records, Emmanuel,
Yeah,
those
but why
bank
is none of the
records,
Klan group in
somebody
the
is,
indictment?
but because they probably are turned state witnesses, Emmanuel.
Oh, so
they
now
probably are rolling.
now the Klan now the Klan are informants for the
That's
federal
how
government.
it works. They don't have to put. Oh my God, this is how I know.
That's
Like,
the
bro,
narrative.
y'all never. This is why I say y'all arguing about this, but
That's
you've
the
never
narrative.
been through the system to understand
Yeah,
how
no,
it works.
I don't have to be the
They
system to
do
understand
not
that what you're
have
saying
to.
is
Yes.
BS.
If you would know. They do not have to name.
Wait, so I got to be in the
witnesses
system
and
to understand
indictments.
that what you're saying is
But they're
cockamamie?
listed. All the informants are listed in the indictment.
Where at? Where that you see names of informants and listed?
I didn't say names. I said they're listed in the indictment. They're
Yeah,
code names.
not one of them are
And
Klan
I
groups.
guarantee you,
But he's not
they
wrong,
will
y'all.
be.
He's not wrong. That
Thank you,
don't
Legacy.
have to enlist him.
Jesus
right?
Christ.
No, I'm not getting.
I don't know
We're not.
In
That's
his
not the
example,
argument.
Legacy, did you hear his
Y'all
example?
wanted because
I heard you. Wait, in your example, you said that a mother who is a D-Rugs dealer gave his child some money, and the child also got indicted for having said money and stuff like that. In that example that you gave with the Charlottesville situation, in which where a crime was done and stuff like that, why did none of the groups that were affiliated with that said crime? Because if you're trying to trace the actions, the illegal actions that were being done by the SPLC and that money that led to it, where is the why does it look like the Klan is being protected?
Let me tell you. Let me tell you how it works.
Do you understand what I'm asking?
Yes. Let me tell you how it works. So,
oh my gosh,
investigators. No, I'm gonna tell you how it works. Investigators will go to said people, right, and said, "Well, hey, look, this and this. We heard this and this and that, and we got a judge to subpoena your bank records, and we see that money came from this organization, and we're going to indict you if you don't turn federal witness." And I guarantee you, they turn Fed witness.
Wait, so you're telling me that
that's
the Klan,
how it works. You don't.
So
they
now
don't
you're
have to
telling
indict
me,
them first, bro.
Wait, big guy. So you're telling me that the Klan now are informants for the federal government to stop from
I'm
informants in
not.
the SPLC.
Listen, we have to wait to see.
So
but
okay, so I'm glad that you say you wait
hold
to
on.
see. I'm glad.
Emmanuel.
Hold on. I'm glad you said that. How much money do you want to put up that this indictment goes nowhere?
Listen,
Name a price.
I'm ready to bet. I'm ready
name
to
a price.
I am arguing
48. Y'all name a price.
Emmanuel, can you just listen? I am arguing.
You said a band? 48?
And how
wait.
Works,
no, hold on.
Emmanuel.
No, hold on. Money's been talking. What are you saying? 48? You said a band? We can do that. We can do that. Twin, you heard that? Legacy, Miss Corey? You said a band?
And don't be betting if you ain't gonna pay it.
Yeah,
Don't be betting. Thank you, man.
No,
please
Legacy.
bring up.
Y'all are hearing
bring
this?
up Mel. Can y'all please bring up Mel?
Y'all hear this, Legacy?
I heard it.
Hey, you warn him right now before he go along with this, Legacy.
I think y'all should send a deposit of 252. I think y'all should each send a $250 deposit.
I'm a literal mod in this space. Twin know this money is good. Like the money is absolutely good.
Yeah, his parents are rich.
No, it ain't got nothing to do with that. It got nothing to do with that.
I'm just playing. Hold on, can y'all please invite? Can y'all please bring up?
It got nothing to do with that. But 48, I'm making
sure.
You
bring up somebody that said.
If I could, hold on, wait, Zara. I'm just gonna say this. this is a nothing burger, and it's going to be a nothing burger, especially when there are multiple
Y'all hoping
organizations.
it's a nothing
Can I
burger.
finish? Can I finish? Thank you. It's a nothing burger, right? Especially when you have the National Urban League stating that this is bull. When you stating that the Native American Rights Fund saying this is bull. When you're saying other organizations of minority groups saying this is bull, right? They're looking at this like, and these organizations aren't smart, aren't stupid, like they don't have lawyers. There are there's multiple lawyers across multiple spectrums saying there is no standing for this indictment.
So to be
Of
clear,
course, there's organizations
to
who
be
say
clear,
that.
48.
I gotta.
Go ahead,
One
Zah.
second,
Go
you
ahead, Zah.
guys.
Real
Hold
fast.
up. 1 second, Zah. If you guys haven't sent your daily heart meet and you know you haven't grabbed your daily heart meet chat, please make sure you send your daily heart meet, please.
Did those same groups?
Okay,
say
I
the
gotta
same
go back to
thing?
work, y'all. I gotta go back to work. So I just came up here to say one quick thing. I've been in an indictment, right? And I'm telling you, in an indictment, they usually trump up the charges in an indictment, right? They don't bring the charges down until you get to discovery. They do not have to list witnesses in an indictment. They only have to list them in a discovery. That's when you have the right to face your. That's when you have the right to face your accuser. I know. I'm
So why y'all
helping you.
saying I'm wrong?
I didn't say that was wrong. I never
We
disputed.
didn't say that was wrong.
Yeah,
But
I
we're
didn't
saying
Just so
that
we
there's no
clear.
guarantee. We're saying there's no
Thank you,
concrete
Zah.
evidence.
No, but yeah, I didn't dispute that point.
Smooth. It is what. Listen, when you get an indictment, it is up to with this DOJ. They indict everybody and their mama. Right. It is up to them to who they want to indict. Right now, when it goes to court, they have to present enough evidence for a judge to hear the case.
Right.
Yeah. So,
But
Big
it's not
Hawk, I
going to go
appreciate
to
the
court.
Bank records.
But I'm saying it's not going to
Where
go
did
to
they
court
get
because
those bank records from?
hey, they're not going to go to court because even
Wait,
during the
wait, before
discovery,
you do that,
you
wait,
still
before that
have to.
response. I'm trying to secure this bag. I respectfully, Big Hawk, I appreciate the class lesson for that, Big Hawk. I really do. I'm not even arguing with you on this one. You got it. But Mr. 48, I want this on record that we got this 1K band, this band bet going.
I've been waiting to ask a question.
No, but I need you to clarify because I don't
Yeah,
want
but
somebody
he's the
running for
new.
my bet.
He's the new. We have a new person. He has to go.
Yeah, he has the floor. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, Twin, you missed that. He bet a whole band, so
Yeah,
we just making sure.
I'm trying to get my man. Come on,
I bet. Let me tell you something. I bet has never been processed here. They
This is the
bet,
first
but
time
it
for
don't.
something
It
every
don't
time.
never get. It don't
That's
never get.
something.
Oh, somebody owe you money already, Emmanuel?
3 people owe me
Moon.
money.
He owes Moon. He ain't
No,
never
3
been back,
people owe
huh?
me money.
What's
EK
that
owed
white
me
guy
money
that
twice.
owes Moon money?
Yeah, EK owes me and Moon.
It don't matter. It's just gonna be somebody else owing you money. Anyway, go ahead.
But let's move forward.
Holy shit. Now you got me.
Can you put me on the big screen while he talks, Twin?
But you have to watch your language, and
There's
nothing is
nothing on
showing
the
on your
screen.
screen.
It's
It's showing
black.
Did these same groups that are advocating that this is all nonsense, are these same groups the ones that they advocate for when the individual from the VLM was indicted? That they advocate for her as well?
Wait, what?
Oh my god! We can't see that. You could just tell us
From
what it is. We can't see it.
BLM?
These are the bank records, Twin.
Yeah,
That
they never
said,
denied that. They made that known.
So they got this. I'm telling you, they got this from somebody. This is a paper trail, Emmanuel, right here.
Yeah, but that's
This is enough to
new
indict
information.
somebody.
I'm trying to tell you, this is not.
Big Hawk. They work with the FBI. They would have access to this information. What are we talking about?
Do you know how much groups Smooth? Do you know how many people get indicted for misappropriating government funds, and the government doesn't have a clue of where Big privy to spending that money?
This isn't misappropriated
work
funds.
Very closely with the SPLC because of the SPLC's informant program. They've actually indicted hate group members. They put people in jail for working with the SPLC. Did you not know that?
I understand all of this, Smooth.
So I'm confused on what you're pointing this out. Like this is
of
course they will have this information.
Big Hawk,
hold on. Let me explain to y'all, because y'all are
y'all
so
let my money run away.
foolish when it comes to
Y'all are so foolish when it comes to
I was gonna
how
use that on my next trip. Oh, Jesus.
Look, I don't have any stake in the SPLC, but what I'm saying is, in the indictment, what they're claiming, the fraud is that they didn't disclose to their donors what they were using the money for.
Exactly.
And that is why they're saying that they committed fraud. And those wires that you see is them basically saying they gave money to this informant, disinformant, and so on, right? So the other side is going to be able to come to court. And if they have a good enough attorney, and I'm sure they do, they're going to be able to make the case at the law center, right? That's why I said
the whole law center.
I'm sure that they are going to be able to make the case that this is what we said we were going to do. We're going to tackle these hate groups or whatever their mission statement is, right? And these are the types of tactics that we had to do in order to infiltrate these organizations. So we had to pay informants. We had to this is how we got in. So I think they are going to be able to make the case to their donors. This is why we did the things that we did to infiltrate these organizations.
Also, they're not obligated.
They're
not obligated to list out their line items what they spent their money on.
Wait, Miss Corey.
There's no obligation.
There's no obligation, Smooth.
Huh? What you said, Miss Corey?
There's no obligation in this organization to disclose what they're spending their money on. It's not illegal to not share to their donors what they're spending the money on. There's no rule or no law stating that they have to disclose that
and they will be able to make that case in court.
You cannot take donations if you're a 501c3 Smooth. You cannot take donations. Say if I have a nonprofit, right? I get tax exempts from the government. I don't pay taxes, right? And I am feeding the homeless, right? And I get millions of dollars in donations from donors, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I turn around and I say, if I get 100 million and I use 70 million of that to feed the homeless and then F off and do some nefarious things with the others, I will be indicted.
What is nefarious?
But they didn't do. Okay, so let's go with your argument, Big Hawk. What the Trump administration is doing is saying, okay, you only told your donors that you were going to feed the homeless, but you went and hired all of these companies to cook the food to feed the homeless.
Exactly.
You didn't tell them you were going to hire companies to cook the food. You told them you were going to feed the homeless. So you should have been buying the groceries. You should have been cooking the food. You should have been feeding them yourself.
Right.
That's
great analogy, Miss Corey. That's a great analogy.
That's basically what they're saying. So, the SPLC is going to be able to say, we said we were going to go after white supremacist groups. So we did this, and this to go after white supremacist groups. Now, the Trump administration may disagree with their tactics, but that doesn't, and they may say, oh, well, the donors didn't know they were doing that. But that doesn't matter because they don't have to. They don't have to share with the donors the tactics that they were using to fight these groups. As long as they were fighting the groups, they are in line with why the people were donating money to them.
Right.
Hey,
once again,
one second, hold on.
Wait, I just want to point this out, Mr. Mel, because we're in the middle of this. I'm not sure where you heard our conversation, but in the indictment, they have all the informants listed out. They don't have them by name. They have them by code number, right? So they have all this information on what each of the informants were doing. And again, they were putting people in jail for this informant program. The FBI knows all of this because they were in tandem with this organization to put these people in jail. So this whole indictment is stupid because why are you just now bringing this up after working with them for how many years?
Listen, Smooth.
That's what I was going to ask Smooth. Hold on. That's what I was going to ask. Like, with the money that the donors donated, how much of that? to like did any of that money? So all the money that went to the informants or whatever, did they incarcerate anybody?
Yes.
I'm talking about with this situation,
Yes.
not in the past.
No,
but with
period.
this,
What situation? What do you mean, what situation? The only reason why this indictment is coming up is because this organization started investigating TPUSA. Literally the only reason.
Just want to know.
You realize that, right?
This is smooth. This is where I think that the indictment, they will add to the charges on the indictment if it is this way. I think what you're saying about the donor thing, I think that is a bad reason to indict. I think they should have indicted on something else. Hold on right quick.
But they're not doing anything wrong.
What else would you even look to
right?
indict
What
on?
are they doing wrong?
To what Smooth is saying, he's absolutely right.
Inciting, and they should be indicted for inciting violence.
Wait, but that's why I keep asking you if that's what they're indicting them on. If you're claiming that their money led to violence, you would have to include the Klan on that indictment.
Exactly.
That's all I'm saying.
No. First of all,
because you have to include the people doing it.
Not if they turn state witness.
You can't.
No, but that's not what that was being said. They didn't disclose that.
You cannot, bro.
There's no introduction of that information.
You cannot include them because they wasn't working together, bro.
No, but that's that's literally what Hawk was just saying. That's what Hawk is saying.
No. The SPLC was working against. The SPLC was working against them. You can't.
I know that. That's not what Hawk is saying.
You can't indict them together.
No, hold on,
man.
man.
Know what he's talking about.
Yeah,
I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to clarify, Mel. They said that the SPLC was funding Klan members, agitators to agitate things like what happened in Charlottesville. Is it North Carolina? That led to the unaliving of someone, right? That's what it said in the press conference. It's not in the indictment, right? They indicted them for misappropriating donations, right? Fraud, bank fraud, wire fraud, which technically wire and fraud, they might be able to, now that I think about it, they might be able to get them on wire and fraud for that.
They're not.
I mean, if the charges are broad, bro, I mean, everybody want. If you can't I look at all cases from in the middle, man. I don't, and that's what y'all not. That's what y'all not.
This is
that's
not.
What y'all, no, that's
you don't know what we're doing, Mel, because you don't know what you're talking about,
bro. But the reason I know, the reason I do. That's how I am, bro. But how I know is because you think. You cannot be indicted if you're not working together, bro. Those two totally different charges. You can't be indicted together on two totally different charges.
What are they indicted for again? What are they indicted
for? Wire fraud.
For what? For doing what exactly?
Whatever they got. Whatever evidence they got.
You don't know.
Smooth. Listen to what you're saying, bro.
I am listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying you don't know.
Listen to what is the charge? What did they charge them for?
Let me bring up the charge because I have the indictment right in front of me, right? Because we've read this. Here's the introduction. The Southern Poverty Law Center's stated mission included the dismantling of white supremacy and confronting hate across the country. However, unbeknownst to donors, some of their donated money was being used to fund the leaders and organizers of racist groups, including the Ku Klux Klan, the Aryan Nation, and National Alliance. The SPLC's paid informants, aka field sources, so we're going to just name them FS, right, engaged in the active promotion of racist groups at the same time that the SPLC was denouncing the same groups on its website. The SPLC also had a field source who was a member of the online leadership chat group that planned the 2017 Unite the Right event in Charlottesville, Virginia. The field source made racist postings under the supervision of the SPLC and helped coordinate the transportation to the event for several attendees. In order to covertly pay its field sources, the SPLC opened bank accounts connected to a series of fictitious entities. The covert nature of the accounts allowed the SPLC to disguise the true nature, source, ownership, and control of the fraudulently obtained donated money the SPLC paid the field sources. In order to keep the scheme going, the SPLC made a series of false statements related to the operation separation of the accounts. Now, here's that's the indictment. Out and complain about this, right? The bank didn't come out and complain about
but
this,
no.
right?
Get to the charges, bro. Get to the charges.
He just read it.
None of what you said is a charge, bro. None of what you said is a charge. What are they being charged with?
Wire fraud.
Yo,
They
those
wire money to hate groups.
I just
are
explained it.
No. Listen. With the difference, what you read is the allegation. There's like specific
Right.
charges that go with allegations.
Okay. Well, okay. So I'll read the actual charges, right? Even though I don't understand how that matters because
it does.
So counts 1 through 6 is wire fraud, right? Is that good enough?
Yeah, that's
there's
good
11.
enough.
There's 11. Count 7 through 10 is false statements to a federally insured bank, right? Mind you,
that's wire.
The bank hasn't claimed this.
The bank can't claim it. The bank is not. The bank is not pursuing a suit against them, so the bank can't claim it. The bank is not.
Yes,
the bank is not going. The bank is not
claiming fraud. How's the federal government going to be claiming fraud?
Hold on, wait. Because they said that they stated that the money was for something, but it was actually for something. They when you
I don't think y'all listening to me.
Hold on. Whenever you take out, I don't know if y'all ever did this. Whenever you take out large sums of money, and they ask a reasoning for what this money is being used for, right? The bank has to turn around and they report that to the IRS and these things, right? So if you say you claim you take out the bank, you take out money to go on vacation, $10,000 or a shopping spree, right? And then you turn around and then you go buy rugs with it or something. So the bank does have to, whenever you take out large sums of money, you do have to tell them why are you taking out these large sums of money.
They weren't charged for taking out money though.
You just said that hold on.
No, I said they made false statements to a federally insured bank.
Because
I didn't say anything about withdrawing money.
Because they wired money to the informants. Move.
These are different counts.
They have to tell why are you wiring this large sum of money to this account, right?
That's not what this indictment says.
You just said.
I didn't know. I just gave you the charge. Now I can tell you what the statement says.
Read that charge one more time.
Under false statements to a federally insured bank, right? And it says this SPLC did knowingly make false statements on applications to a federally insured bank in violation to Title 18 USC Section 1014. Has nothing to do with withdrawing money, Beckhawk.
Yeah, it might be a reason for a loan or something. It could be like a reason for a loan or something like that.
Can I read the indictment, y'all, instead of y'all making these weird, off the wall kind of just guessing? Please, thank you.
Let them give all 11 charges.
Legacy,
right?
we spending more time in the indictment than the actual DOJ is about to be in the courthouse for this case.
They're gonna fail anyway.
It's going to fail because none of this is concrete, right?
They're not going to spend this long arguing this,
right? They're not going to know. Pretty much, the individuals at the SPLC open bank accounts for CIA, Fox Photography, Northwest Tech, and tech writers at Bank and then -1. They don't have the specific bank. Similarly, individuals at the SPLC opened a bank account for Rare Books at Bank 2. Right. It says here the purpose of opening these bank accounts for the fictitious entities was to be able to conduct financial transactions that made it appear as if the field sources were receiving money from the fictitious entities rather than receiving donated funds from the SPLC. Right. Because it doesn't
I
make
think my biggest question is,
can I ask you a question? If you have an informant that you're trying to pay, right? And you don't want to keep, you want to keep them, incognito. If you want to keep them covered, would you, being the owner of an organization with its mission statement to attack hate groups, write a check out directly to them from your organization?
I mean, but I think Smooth.
Can you answer that question?
Smooth.
They
People
didn't
have
wire.
several.
They
Can you
wired the
answer
money.
that simple question?
Smooth.
They
You
wired the
don't
money, man.
listen, but no, but
That
this is
doesn't
my
matter.
thing.
Why won't he
None
answer the
of us,
Yeah, and
question?
that's why they got charged with falsifying statements.
When can you answer the question?
none of us know where they were
Arguing
sending
over
money
Legacy.
from
nothing, bro.
to make that
Legacy.
assumption. None of us know where they were sending money from to
No,
make that
This
No,
assumption.
we
argument,
do.
You,
It's in the
but
indictment.
you know,
Legacy.
this
But it's in the
argument done
indictment.
bounced like 150 ways. Like what? So,
yeah, that's what I was like.
like, well, listen. Smooth is probably ultimately correct, and Corey, once discovery comes and their defense team is able to get a hold of it, they're probably going to shred all 11 charges easily. But y'all are the other portion of the conversation that y'all was having. Like, yeah, you're right. The state or feds can bring an indictment without the complainant being involved. That's true. But it's still not going to go nowhere. So y'all ultimately arguing over nothing.
And again, I'm not saying that I like this. Like, I'm not saying that I like the fact that, this money was. I get the mission, but I'm not comfortable with it. It's the same thing how I feel.
Right?
No, I'm not saying it's nefarious. I'm saying like it's the same thing when we have police officers posing as dealers, and then they get into that world and they become more a dealer than the actual dealer. It's like,
and nothing happening to them, huh?
But in the effort to, I guess, catch the big fish, they wind up going up the ranks and rubbing elbows with the big fish.
Right.
So it's like, the lines get blurred real quick.
And
The deeper you get in.
But
exactly.
so what you're saying about?
Now, I'm not saying it's illegal, but I'm just saying I can understand why people are like, "What the hell? They giving money to?" I understand.
It's next to impossible though to prove nefarious intent. Like when because of what Smooth is saying, it's like I can't send the money directly to him. I have to do it through third or fourth parties. That's the only way you could do it.
Police officers don't dress up as police officers when they're making deals with criminals.
That's all I'm saying.
Hold on, Legacy.
Thank you, Legacy, for answering. And trying to infiltrate groups, hate groups specifically, right? You're not going to go in there like a bull in a china shop.
I mean, but
doesn't make any sense.
I mean, but Smooth. My thing is, you had the Department of Justice come out and read what they investigated. Supposedly, I'm gonna even give you supposedly.
Them reading it doesn't mean anything.
But no, it doesn't. But what I'm hearing is, black people protect people who were supposed to be working with the Klan. That's real.
You're listening to right wing.
That's a little.
No,
that's a little.
I swear to you, you're just listening to right wingers. Like the propaganda. That's not what the story is. No one's protecting.
So let me ask you this.
That's exactly what you're doing, man.
That's been the message on a lot of right wing creators. They've all.
I don't. You don't never hear Mel. You don't never hear.
But
you don't never hear. Mel don't be on those panels. You don't hear.
I'm not saying that you're on those panels, but I'm saying that something on your feed you somehow scrolled through and didn't realize that that's what you read and that's your interpretation.
No, because you're on this panel. I'm a black man every day. That's why.
Now you're on this panel, and nobody up here said that. Said what you were suggesting right now.
I mean,
nobody said that.
I mean, because but Mrs. Corey, they are. If this comes out to be true, they were. I'm not gonna say you because you kind of stood in the middle. But Smooth, Smooth definitely was.
Mr. Mel, do you believe? Okay, that would be like, let's say a police officer went undercover, right, and then he infiltrated, I don't know, organized crime organization, and rose through the ranks and was just getting intel on the organization, right? And then that officer got arrested. And people will say, well, he wasn't a part of the organization. He was investigating the organization. You wouldn't accuse us of defending the organized crime organization. We're just saying that the officer was undercover, did what he needed to do to get information on this organized crime organization, and that's what his job was. Now,
what if that officer started profiting? What if the officers started profiting?
But
Jesus
well, that's
Christ.
different than what I'm saying.
But
So you wouldn't say that we were defending the crime organization. We're defending the officer who was going after the crime organization.
Wait,
exactly.
can I just say something? So I just read why did they charge them with falsifying statements? Is because they claiming that they set up organizations
I read
through
it
the
already.
banks. Yes. That I don't think you can do that. I don't think you can set up organized, and the reason why I say I understand. Oh, you're just not going to put yourself out on Front Street and expose what you're doing. But when it comes to a federal bank and stuff like these accounts, you can't do that with money and accounts. You can't just open up as a 501c3, open up these accounts.
That's not what they open up
and make
as.
statements. Hold on. They make statements falsifying statements to the bank saying that we're opening these accounts for A, but they're turning E.
Hey,
You can't do that.
Can you? No, that's one. You don't know what law that is. But two, these were all opened up as sole proprietor accounts. You realize that, right?
Again, they're charged.
No.
That is
Do
the
you
reason why
realize
they're
that
being
was
charged.
the sole proprietor accounts?
The
I'm trying to move
But I'm
point.
SPLC.
sure
I would like to move
but they
past this point though, because we're like Legacy's been saying, we're literally going in circles. We are currently going to spend more time on this argument that the DOJ
It is. Mind
when
you,
they go in their hearing.
Email, I'm not trying to argue this.
Last thing.
I listened to the lawyers who literally all came out and said this is a nothing burger. Like
Yeah,
this
but
is
that's
going to go nowhere.
So that's why I'm trying to go into the next part.
always have.
Wait,
It's
I'm trying to
always
go
a
to the
lawyer
next.
looking for
I'm trying to get to the
client.
next part of this topic, in which where it's not going to be discussed. It's not being discussed, and this is the overarching plan of Project 2025 and their goal to weaponizing the federal law enforcement against political opponents and reshaping the civil rights enforcement by the weaponization of the DOJ. Project 2025 advocates for the reorganization of the DOJ to align litigation decisions with the president's agenda. The SPLC indictment, led by Kash Patel and Todd Blanche, is described by critics as his campaign of intimidation to use government powers to target organizations deemed threats to their agenda, targeting quote-unquote anti-white bias and DEI. The blueprint calls for the DOJ to prosecute anti-white racism and dismantling DEI programs and stuff like that. So instead of us discussing that, the federal government is going ham on different nonprofit groups to put fear into them, we're over here talking about,
Right. Well, I can pull back.
Where you read that from?
I can pull.
This is from the leadership of the leadership conference in civil rights.
Right. I can pull up the argument. I mean, the article where once again Kash Patel has cut ties with the SPLC because he stated that the SPLC was engaging in anti-Christian bias.
I listen. This one thing I know. If the SPLC wouldn't have named Turning Point USA as a hate group, I guarantee you they wouldn't be in the indictment. I agree with you. That is wrong. That is the sole reason why
that was
they're
a part
indicted.
of it, but they still were going to be targeted.
Hold on. This is what Legacy.
Yes,
I don't know. I think it's mainly because of the TP, the Turning Point USA.
Do you think that the federal government?
A lot of other things.
Do you think the federal government should be using their judicial system to be protecting private groups like TP USA instead of actually, doing their job, going after?
You're gonna hate what I say. You're gonna hate when I say this. Yes, no, they should not be doing that. But this happens all the time, and we don't know of this because it's not as a large scale. Organizations, people, and always use their power and influence to do these things to opponents, other corporations. This is how this
that's
works.
not what I was asking.
I mean, in your mind,
no, I understand what you're saying, right?
Okay.
Yes. What I'm saying is the reason why they indicted because of what they did to Turning Point USA.
No, they're not.
Right?
No, that's not it. They also got. Did you know they also cut ties with the ADL? Do you know what the ADL is?
Yeah, of course he does.
Yes, I know the ADL.
Okay. Did you know they cut
Big
the
Hawk said
FBI cut
Yahtzee.
ties with them as well?
I think they should.
Why?
Because the ADL wants to class everything as anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I got my issues with the ADL myself.
They're not just
I'm lying.
anti-Semitism.
Hold on, Emmanuel. Am I lying that the ADL influences and lobbies states and other and they try to do it on a federal level, but states to lobby law and legislation to go against free speech?
No, I mean
No.
but that's not the conversation though. You're not wrong though.
No, but I'm saying he asked me, do I think it's wrong for them to? I said no, I don't. I don't think we should be
Wait, but
funding
the
an
SPLC,
organization. I don't think.
themselves also went after the ADL. That's where I'm trying to let
Do
you
you
know.
know why they cut ties?
The SPLC and the ADL aren't all aligned either.
Right.
No, they're not. Why they cut ties with them?
They cut ties on FBI training, on extremism. He didn't think that the FBI needed to be trained on extremism. You realize
because
that?
what they classified Tucker Carlson as an extremist. Smooth.
Well,
They
he was an
classify
extremist.
anybody who criticizes the.
Did you not hear Tucker Carlson coming out apologizing for what he's done?
No, you're not getting it. The ADL, that's not what I'm saying. The ADL criticizes and says Tucker Carlson is extremist because he says that our tax dollars shouldn't be sent to the I country
That's
to
not
boom
why
boom
he's an
kids.
extremist. No, that's
No,
not
I'm
why Tucker.
saying that's the ADL will call him. I'm talking about the ADL. What I'm saying, what the ADL
I'm not
calls
saying
extremists.
I agree with you, Big Hawk, on the ADL.
No, but I'm just trying to tell Smooth. I'm trying to get to this point with Smooth.
I'm telling you,
what
the ADL isn't on
classified?
anti-Semitism. That's not the only thing that's not the only thing they classify things as is anti-Semitism, right? That's not the only thing.
But
you
what
keep
I'm
focusing
telling
on the
you're
anti-Semitism part.
You're okay, but you're asking. I wish they would cut ties with them all together because they negatively influence our government to go against Americans' free speech. They got Ron DeSantis in the state of Florida to pass legislation to go against people's free speech.
So you believe hate groups should exist then?
No, but I don't think that. No, listen. You're not listening. You're not. You're not getting what I'm saying. You asked me my personal opinion.
I didn't ask you for your personal opinion.
Classifies everybody smooth. If the ADL, if anybody from the ADL comes up here and says,
Big Hawk, you know you're not supposed to be yelling, brother. What we doing?
No, listen, and Emmanuel, you know this is true, and I don't even know why you're not saying I'm right. If the ADL comes, if the ADL comes up and you got a big enough name,
Big Hawk, I said you were right.
Okay, so what? So what? So
I'm not arguing with you.
Yes, they should advocate, but they cross. Listen, they cross what is extremism to what is people criticizing what the government of the I country is doing. That is not extremism. That is not anti-Semitism. That is not. I don't care what the government cut ties with them on. Okay. Do you get? I'm saying the government should cut ties with the ADL altogether.
I get it, and what I'm saying is you don't have a line on what is considered dangerous rhetoric and what is free speech. You think everything should just be said out loud and people should just suck it up, not knowing that what people say and what organizations say could actually be harmful to people. For example, there's a reason why you can't yell fire in a movie theater and think you're going to get away with it. Isn't that free speech?
Wait, to be fair, no, I agree with y'all on, like, especially when it comes to like Yahtzee speech and stuff like that. But the reason that, like, the things that Tucker Carlson say, like, I know you kind of are more of a protector of him, but Tucker Carlson has absolutely said a lot of problematic things. He's went on his platform talking about the great replacement theory. He's went on his platform talking about prowling blacks. Everything that you claim that oh wait, you saying numbers that you're not. No, I wouldn't want your personal information being read out like that. But no, like, to Tucker Carlson, he's absolutely said a lot of like hate speech like commentary,
and he's came out and apologized for it.
Yeah, he's not a saint.
I don't know if he's apologized for it, but he's definitely acknowledged that what he's done and the reason why the administration is in power now and his part in that, he's acknowledged that what he's done is probably wrong. So the fact that you don't think that Tucker Carlson was an extremist when he absolutely was, just like Charlie Kirk, I would consider him to be an extremist for his rhetoric, especially towards the Black community, which was very, very harmful. So I guess we could talk about this slippery slope of free speech, but when you allow, for example, there's a reason why in Germany you can't say Adolf's name. You can't
Smooth, when you finish, welcome man back.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. You can't do certain actions that Nazis used to do back in the day. You'll go to jail for that. So I'm just saying, if you want hate speech to be out and said, and there's no repercussions for it, and people can say whatever they want to say and be harmful to whole groups of communities, just say that. But these organizations have been doing the work and putting people in jail for hateful things. The reason why hate crimes exist. What are we talking about here? Go ahead, Bag.
Welcome back to the panel.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Did you want to respond to one of the topics or something that you heard on the panel?
I got a hard time reading, so
don't be friendly now.
I could do it for you. You want me to read You want me to read the topics?
Yeah, please.
Sure. So the first one says, has Trump and his administration contributed to escalating political chaos and violence in the U.S., or are these tensions rooted in deeper, long-standing divisions beyond any single presidency? And then the next one is, what tangible gains, if any, have Black and Brown communities actually seen under this administration? And how do you justify those results in the face of policies many argue have done more harm than good?
I would actually like to talk about the first one. I think that is a fallacy right there, as if Trump administration is causing people to go out and take people's lives. You know, the pew-pews have only been flying one way as of late. Like, to pretend like pew-pews have been going at both the left and the right is crazy to me. It's been strictly right. Strictly right.
So Melissa Hortman?
Let him finish, Smooth. Let him finish.
So when it comes to this type of stuff, you have even people on this TikTok that's like, man, he's still alive, like with 300,000 likes, like that type of content. And I'm only seeing that type of speech getting said one way. I've never heard Republicans sitting up as Hakeem Jeffries gone. I mean, unalived. Is he unalived yet?
Charlie Kirk said that Joe Biden should be taken up front and put on a noose. Your own party, I don't even know if I can say that word, created an effigy for a vice president in Mike Pence. I don't know why you're lying to yourself about this.
Wait,
like,
hold on.
Wait, 1 second. Bag, did you land your plane?
Did you land? I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, but I know how this
go
one
ahead.
goes. So y'all
go ahead.
No.
My apologies.
Y'all got it, because I'm gonna respect y'all, but it is what it is.
I muted. I muted them. I want you to be able to say what you want to say. I'm coming to you next, Move.
Well, we can all sit up here and say the right was going after their own, but it was not. I can say this, that in playing off the people, the voter base, the constituents, and having people waste their lives behind a government that looks like it's going to protect its own, Democrat or Republican. Because that man that ran up in that room, it was Democrats there. It was people who wasn't part of the government. All of them got protected. The thing is, they sending people off into this crash dummy mission, and they getting people lives took with this rhetoric. Because not only could that man have unalived, like, man, Secret Service could have got rid of him right there on the spot. They didn't have to arrest that man. They could have put his inside of his frontal cortex and sent it to his mama. And people out here crashing out, wasting their lives over something, a party that's going to protect its own and the Republicans. Push come to shove. They sending y'all off on a crash dummy mission, man. I hope y'all realize that. And I land my plane now.
So, Bag, what party do you think is responsible for this man's actions? Because I put the onus on the individual. I don't know if he's a independent, Democrat, Green Party, Republican,
Festo, Miss Corey?
No.
Doesn't he call Donald Trump a PDF file? Doesn't he call him a Yahtzee? Doesn't he call him a YT Supreme? Is the right saying
JD
that
Vance
Donald Trump
called
is a
him that.
Hold on, wait, hold on. By and large, hear me out. By and large, who is spitting that rhetoric even on this app every single day? The left or the right? All
JD
three of
Vance
those.
called him a Yahtzee.
Bro, just answer the question.
Can I go?
I answered the question. You asked.
I didn't ask did JD Vance call him that. I said what side is saying that? JD Vance isn't a side. He's a
JD Vance is literally right
individuals?
to the closest side of
I'm asking
Trump.
a side, left or right? Left
No.
or right?
I
Who's
just
saying that
DM'd
Donald
you,
Trump is a
Smooth.
PDF file? Who's
You
saying that
heard
Donald
Smooth? I
Trump is
just
a
DM'd you.
Yahtzee?
Go look it up.
Who's saying that?
So how about, hold on, guys, how about we put the onus on this gentleman that decided to inflict violence on a room full of people, or at least try to? Because I think it's giving him a pass to say, oh, he was radicalized by the left or by the right. He decided to make this decision. And he could have made this decision solely based on some of the things that this president said that he did not like.
Can I ask you a question, Ms. Corey? If I tell somebody that the host in her is this, that, and the third, let's say he's all the things that I'm claiming Trump is, and somebody come in this, say we all in the room, this the live, we in an actual room, and somebody could try to come pew up the place to get the twin. Because I was sitting there saying to that person or spreading the word around that twin was this, that, and the third. And this person write up a manifesto and said everything that I said about twin. None of y'all said it, but he said everything I accused Twin of being. And he tried to come in there and eliminate Twin, and he don't care who he got.
Why are we giving?
You gonna blame it just on him? Or you gonna like, hey,
I said
why
those
you
same
saying
things
this
about
stuff?
Donald Trump, Bag. I said the same things about.
Hold on, Big Hawk. Why are we giving this gentleman a pass? He could have himself said this president is X, Y, and Z based on his own words. Now, I'm saying there's no room for violence in the political arena. I don't think anybody should be taking a pew at the president. He is the president. He has a family. He's a human. I'm not saying this should not be. It's no need for that. That's why we have elections. If you don't like him, vote him out. Well, he can't run anymore. But elections have consequences. He's the president. So let me just be clear.
How many times have it been
that.
attempt on Donald Trump's life?
So bad.
Like, how many excuses are we gonna give people?
I'm not giving people excuses.
I'm that's too many. That's way too many.
I'm putting the blame on the people that decided to try to unalive this president. The same way when it was Obama, I didn't broad brush the right. When someone took a pew at the White House, or when someone sent anthrax to the White House, or when they were plotting to unalive him, I didn't put it on the whole right. I put it on the individuals who tried to take out the president. And I think
that's
what we should do.
How many public attacks in history have a president faced?
Great.
John F. Kennedy.
Actually,
I said public. Not some that they hid. Not some that they hid and threats and stuff coming in. I'm talking about they are on national television. Like Donald Trump was on national TV.
Someone took a pew at the White House.
Can others of us join this conversation?
Yes, hold on, Finny. Let me put Finny on the big screen.
Well, I have data too. I'm on the same. I'm on the same article. Finny.
Well, everybody, you can drop me after.
First.
Well, no, you can drop me after because I'm about to go to work. But this is the central stratagems of. Oh, dang. This is the Central Stratagems for International Studies, the CSIS organization. This specific article was done by two individuals that were part of this specific terrorism organization, like information kind of like searching or whatever. And they did a study that was attempting to attack the far left when it came to political violence. As you can see from this graph here, specifically for the past 30 years since 1994, you can see that the political right has been far more violent Red is the amount of attacks and plots that were done by the perpetrators of the political spectrum. So red is right, blue is left, yellow is jihadists or Islamists, green is ethno-nationalists, and teal is other. Another graph that you'll see, and it's actually really interesting that they brought this up, but this, as you can see, is another graph that shows the amounts that have been done throughout the years. When the political left, as you can see here, have not gone past the number of 10, the political right have gone closer to 35 and upwards to 30 attempts and plots and attacks over the past 30 years, multiple times. This is non-refutable. It's very easy to find this. They did 750 plus different data points to show otherwise.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
So when you're showing that type of data, right? When you're showing that type of data, and you going back in time since, what did you say? Since what? Since when?
1994.
94,
Since
yeah.
1994. That still doesn't excuse the fact, as of right now, right today, not yesterday, not 1965, not 2001, and 2026 and 2025, since this president has been elected, there has been 4 live television attempts on his life.
We understand.
More than Barack Obama.
Yeah,
More
that
than
doesn't
Barack
change anything.
Obama. Because
We
Barack
understand.
Obama never had a live TV attempt. There's been really 5
that doesn't change anything. He's had like
Does he not recall when they were pew-pewing at the White House when Obama was there?
He didn't know. He doesn't know that's move.
That was not on national TV.
Plus, on top of that, he's had
He's
had upwards to 10. He's had
get him, not y'all. People have tried to get him in middle of speeches, so the whole world can see exactly like they did Charlie Kirk. That the whole world saw him on a live stream. Get his neck
again,
blown
that
off.
doesn't change anything whatsoever because because I'm about to drop right now. It doesn't change the fact that that we know so far, 2 of the 4 individuals that did attack the president currently are either registered Republicans or are politically right. The other ones that are individuals that are there too, the one in Mar-a-Lago, that one although he was unaffiliated, the third individual was unaffiliated. He and his family members were saying that he was a Trump supporter. So I don't care whether or not this individual, I do care about the president being attacked. What I don't care is this rhetoric that you're trying to push by saying that it's the left's issue, when if you look at the affiliations, when you look at their political ideology, when you look at the reflections of what they want, it is the political right, hands down, without question, that is doing this.
Who's been saying that Donald Trump is a PDF file? Who's been saying he's a Yahtzee? Is it the left or the right? Is it been predominant? And I don't mean naming one person like, JD Vance said it. Who predominantly says that Donald Trump is a PDF file, that he did something to E.G. and Curl, that he's also a IT supremacist?
We have to allow smooth into the conversation. We have to wait. There's a line
if they
here.
stayed healthy,
it goes with smooth and then to me. The
if
line goes
stayed healthy,
smooth,
particularly Tracy and
then me. Everybody else,
even Stephen franchise, and he was just a drinking.
Oh, he's in another conversation. That's it, Mike. Hey, so one of 2 things. I think this idea that you think that because it was on live TV, it matters more than other attempts.
Look at the comments. They say he is though.
It's ridiculous. I get it. Can I finish? Can I finish? Thank you. If you look at the data too, because it coincides with that chart too, we look at the actual numbers, right? The victims unalived in T attacks by perpetrator, right? On the right, 112, right? Number of attacks, 152. Victims per other countless unaliving threats that he was receiving throughout his whole administration.
A teenager.
What does that got to do with anything?
Wouldn't even known about, bro.
But that doesn't mean that information doesn't exist. Hey, back. That doesn't mean that information isn't out there. So before you get mad about what's going on right now, you might want to do a little bit of research about what has happened in the past, right?
At least I'm not the one that celebrates when Charlie Kirk got unalive, bro. That's
Now
how
who did that?
It was a white guy.
No,
A
who I
person
said
that was
who
a
I
person
said
that
who
was dating a T
celebrated?
person.
Who
The
celebrated
left.
that?
The left. Y'all went and
Who?
stomped out people's vigils and everything. Bro,
Are
that's
you
Y'all
talking
are
about
bro,
far
that's
left,
individuals?
supported.
Bag. That's
Oh,
far
man,
left,
bro.
Bag.
Bro,
Come
get
on,
out of here,
Bag.
bro.
That's
That's
the
the
far left
beside y'all
radical
Okay,
liberals, Bag.
so Smooth, are you done? Bag,
Yeah,
have
I'm done.
you responded? Bag, have you made your response? Was that your full response?
Yes, who did all of the
Okay.
violence against Charlie Kirk? Who went out there and celebrated, had panels everywhere with thousands of likes. They even did one of the top Democrat spokesmen, Dean Withers, Charlie, and
What
said
happened
what
to
they did
Melissa
wasn't
Hortman?
right.
What happened
Wait,
to
Man, get
Melissa
out of here,
Hortman?
dog.
let him finish. Let him finish. Cause it's getting to be too much of a headache. Like, just
Can you
finish,
bring up
Bag.
Melissa Hortman?
I'm
And
gonna get y'all that.
y'all do it to y'all own. If one like Dean Withers, one of the biggest Democratic progressive talks persons on this app, influencers, however you want to say it, y'all did allow a mass unfollowing of him when he cried for Charlie Kirk. That's y'all side. I would never
Okay.
follow Dean Withers. I am not his
Okay.
supporter.
Okay. Are you done? And can you stop yelling at everybody?
Hold on one second. Hold on one second, Quinn. Bag. Look, boss. I'm gonna say this one time. Mrs. Corey's up here. She respects you. Twin is right there. He respects you. I respect you. But let me tell you one thing. I am that enforcer. All this yelling, like you got having an aneurysm and stuff,
Mel, you
is
can literally
stopping.
eat my dick, man. You can.
So
Bruh,
let me
like,
tell you
stop
something.
that.
Come on, Bag.
We
Come
don't
on,
need.
Bag.
I don't need nobody to jump in. We don't need none of that. The blatant disrespect. We're not doing that, bro.
That's sad that he's that entrenched in whatever indoctrination that he has, and with this whole left situation. I believe he's one of those people that think the left are demons. I mean, that's what I'm starting to hear now. Like, these people keep coming up here. You guys are demons. You guys are the devil. What are we doing? What are we doing? He's not, when he's talking about the left, you're talking about individuals, Americans, right? And their actions. We can't hold them accountable.
He's still
But that speaks to
institutionalized, man. That's what that is.
Yeah.
I spoke about earlier, where you have people who cannot hold him accountable and will do anything to defend him and minimize his behavior. He's attached to something that, oh, I gotta defend him. I gotta do all that. Like, when you're faced with empirical data, when you're faced with real life numbers that are just what they are, when you're faced with two people, you want to talk about, oh, this happened to him, they did this to him, and it's the calls coming from inside the house, and you still want to blame somebody else, bro. You have a disorder. Seek treatment. Like, that's real. And I'm not saying that to be funny. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's a real thing that we just witnessed. These people really do have personality disorders.
Yeah.
That's real. That's not hyperbolic.
No, it's not that. I'm telling you, buddy, is still institutionalized, man.
Legacy.
I mean, that still sounds like trauma legacy. That still sounds like therapy needs to be had.
I mean, yeah, you're right. Therapy needs to be had. I'm just saying it's not a personality disorder. It's
Legacy. You were just looking in the mirror just now. That's what that was. That's who you and Big Hawk and all you black supporters. That's who y'all gonna be. Y'all keep down this road. We done kept trying. We keep trying to tell y'all, hey, that kid used to be normal.
You never heard me. You don't never hear me defend Trump about stuff like that. I have morals and values.
I was just playing.
Yours is different. You have NPD. You have narcissistic personality disorder. You can look it up. NPD, DSM-5. It's free.
It's because I'm an alpha. Most alphas have that.
No, that's what a narcissist would say.
Anybody who classifies himself by alpha beta, that's definitely NPD. That's definitely NPD. Thank you for proving my point. Thank you for proving my point.
You didn't help that case, Big Hawk, by saying that. You really did.
You think I care what Twin says? I just want to say this.
No, Only people care what Big Hawk says. Big Hawk, please bless us with your wealth of knowledge.
What you want to learn? You want to learn how to build something? You want to learn how to what do you want to learn?
Whatever you feel like we should learn something. Go ahead. The world's yours.
I just want to say this.
Not
As a man,
NPD. Jimmy, it's NPD. Narcissistic personality disorder.
I just want to say this. As a man, I will not pay another man to outman me. Simple. And I'm gonna go on mute.
Right. So your point still stands, Kevin.
But okay, it sounds good.
Makes me a narcissist. No, well.
You know that's not a good thing, right, Big Hawk?
You can put that on a Hallmark Father's Day card, though.
You know what I mean by that, Itchy? You don't know what I mean by that?
You meant it. I don't.
So say like if you got a porch outside, right? And your steps are starting to rot because it's wood, and some people decide to pay somebody, a man will decide to pay another man to fix it instead of do it himself. That's paying a man to be better than you. Or as if you catch a flat tire on the side of the road and somebody's going to pay, what's the roadside assistance to come change a tire? That's paying somebody to be a better man than you.
Do you know what narcissism
I don't do those
is?
type of things.
Wait, Hawk. Do you know what narcissism is? Because you just described what narcissism is in a nutshell.
That's what weak men.
Yes,
narcissism. Men classify men who are better than them.
So Itchy.
Hold on.
If I make a certain amount of money,
this is one question, and then Big Hawk. So do you think that because one man might have a skill that you don't have, that they're better than you?
Huh?
Do you think that a man that may have a skill that you don't have is better than you?
What kind of skill you talking about?
It doesn't matter.
Oh my God.
Because some men might have skills that I don't want to have.
You can walk right into the point.
No,
hey,
I'm
Itchy.
Right.
Hey, Itchy. I got a question. If I make enough money to where I don't have to do something, I can choose to do something else. I can spend my time doing something else. Does that make me the better man? Because I have the financial resources to pay somebody to do something else other than what I want to do.
Outman me out now. No, I didn't make no money there.
Because I pay somebody to change my oil.
Anything that's done in my house, I get guarantees. Guarantee you're gonna bring your ass back out here and correct this something.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Itchy.
But Itchy.
It's not my fault. I know how to do it. And I guarantee it get done the right way the first time by me doing it. Itchy. I'm sorry.
That's great. That's great.
Itchy. I busted a line in the ground. I was digging up some lines because I wanted to attach a new water line, and I ended up busting the line. You know what I did? I cut the water line off, went to Home Depot, and I repaired it.
Okay,
you think I'm about to pay a plumber $600-$700 to come out for something that took me 15 minutes to do and $40? I'm not paying nobody $700 to be a better man than me. I'm not paying a man $700 to be better than me. I'm sorry.
That doesn't make you better than
I'm not paying a man $100 to change my oil.
Hold on, Hulk. I work in that area. I'm not gonna say that you didn't save you a dime or two by doing the work yourself, but it damn sure wasn't 15 minutes.
And you damn sure not better than anybody else.
Itchy. Let's stop it, Itchy.
That's my profession.
I'm running.
Every water line in this city, at some point in time, I've had to touch it.
I live in the country.
Please don't tell me. I don't care where you live. Country, county, city, it's all the same.
Itchy, I put a shark bite on it.
If you hit a water line, You spent a lot longer than 15 minutes repairing.
No, I did not. Itchy, hold on. It took. Hold on. You might say, hold on. I'll give you this. Itchy. From me turning off the water, getting in my vehicle, going to Home Depot, buying the supplies, coming back to my house, fixing it. Then let's say yes. But I use shark bites. I know you know what shark bites are. How long does it take to put a shark bite on? It's literally push and press.
How deep down was that water line?
Dude, not even. This is not. I live in the country.
You're not gonna answer that part.
This is not. No, literally a foot in the ground. A little itchy. I dug up. I was digging a hole right to get to the line. I knew exactly where the line was. I dug a little too deep. Snapped the line. It's PVC, right? Right when I seen it, I went right to the
Okay,
to the
so
line.
you were already exposed. You had the line already exposed.
Yes, I knew exactly. I broke it. Okay. So from where I broke it,
you broke
I fixed it.
No, you didn't break it, did you? Because
I don't have to. Hold on,
Michael.
What kind of man breaks?
You do it right.
What kind of man breaks his water line?
What kind of man
does that?
Wait. Hold on, Itchy. Do y'all have technology that shoots into the ground to mark out how the depth and where exactly the lines are on the ground? Yes or no?
And that's why I was asking.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I don't have that. Thank you.
You already have a line exposed.
Itchy sounds like he's better than you in that aspect there.
Well, he's a plumber. I'm an all-around jack of the trades kind of guy.
Man.
Itchy. You know what's their problem, Itchy?
None of this ain't got nothing to do with the topic.
Let me just say this. I'm sorry. Itchy. You know what Quinn gripe is, Itchy?
Oh my God!
Because, hold on, his gripe with me is because I know how to do a bunch of things, Itchy. And it's not my fault that I grew up in the country and we was all...
When people know how to do a bunch of things, they don't know how to do one thing well.
No, I can tell you what I do.
Jack of all trades and a master of none.
Nigga ran into the point again.
Now let me tell you the difference. I am good at what I do. Oh, wait.
The portraits of Abraham Lincoln are fake. As you can see right here, this is a prime example, right? Abraham Lincoln's face from the $5 bill photo was flipped and placed onto a slavery proponent body from 1852 engraving. And this is in the Library of Congress, right? So, for those who don't know, man, they've been doing AI for a long time. They've been altering and doctoring pictures for a long time. This ain't nothing new. Right? This ain't nothing new. So if they are willing to put a lie inside the Library of Congress, these folks won't, there's no limit to the things that they'll do. There's no limit to the things that they'll do. Right. Shit. We got 7 minutes before the restriction off. Y'all roll it if you got it, if you can. Anybody got any questions, let me know. We'll tap on it. But most of your portraits and paintings, not just Abraham Lincoln, but a lot of people, ain't even the real pictures of those people. And a lot of those pictures that they have listed as white and you think is a white man, a lot of them is white passing people. Right? Oh, my appeal was not approved. That's crazy. It's cool. We got 6 minutes. What's that in Magnificent? Peace. Right? But we're going to get deeper into this Abraham Lincoln character. And I do mean character, right? We're gonna dive deep into the character. It made sense you question one of their roles in early America. And two, what America looked like prior to it. Yep. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Because trust me, if we going off what we know with the Tartarian buildings, old world, and all of that type of stuff, right? We know that people wouldn't really be dressing or looking like this, right? They wouldn't even be using feathered pens. You know what I'm saying? You believe in the reset anyway, that's good. The belief and knowledge of resets definitely will help learning about history. You know what I'm saying? A lot of holes in history is because people leave out the resets and everything. But facts. He said by with an airship. Nah, facts. So how 19th century portrait of Abraham Lincoln was later revealed to be a fake. Okay, let's read a little bit. Let's see what they talking about. So while the manipulation of images is increasingly causing concern in the era of deep fakes, it's been happening for centuries, actually. All right, peace, what's happening, Corel? Right? While the manipulation of images is increasingly causing concern in the era of deep fakes, right? Y'all got to be careful what y'all seeing. It's been happening for centuries, actually. Even one of the most iconic photos of Abraham Lincoln was doctored. In an era of deep fakes and AI generated imagery, the manipulation of photo is increasingly causing concern. But as Henny Farter, a professor at University of California, Berkeley, who specializes in the analysis of digital images, has written, quote, "We may have the impression that photography can no longer be trusted. From the tabloid magazines to the fashion industry, mainstream media outlets, political campaigns, and the photo hoaxes that land in our email inboxes, doctored photographs are appearing with a growing frequency and sophistication. The truth is, however, that photograph lost its innocence many years ago." Right? What's happening, Health Wealth? Yeah, that's because I already got a restriction. I got 4 minutes left on my restriction, and then y'all can repost again. Y'all know they was gonna get me. You know what I'm saying? Man, they covered themselves good as fuck. Yeah. So they telling you that photos, you can't really trust photos like that. You know what I'm saying? They've been doctoring shit since the 1800s, right? Let's keep going. Right? Arguably, photographers has played around with depictions of so-called reality since the birth of technology. You said, what time did I start? 15 minutes ago. I saying that Lion Dre. I started 15 minutes ago. All right. Arguably, photographers have played around with depiction of quote reality since the birth of technology. Technology has always been around, peep game. With many of the earliest pioneers as painters, drawing on both science and art in their images, right? Yet the photographic portrait has long been seen as one of the most accurate ways of capturing someone's true likeness, right? Let's flip the page, right? It was one of the means by which Abraham Lincoln came to power, gaining the U.S. presidency in 1861, just before the emerging discipline became widespread and using photos to his advantage. Listen, Abraham Lincoln was using photos to his advantage, okay? Harold Hauser, author of The Lincoln Image, argues that, quote, Lincoln sensed that flattering depictions could be his cosmic salvation, unquote. Although he often made fun of his appearance, after being accused of being two-faced, the politician replied, quote, "If I had another face," listen, being two-faced, right? The politician replied, quote, "If I had another face, do you think I'd wear this one?" Unquote. Lincoln was king sitter for portraits, posing for more than 120 photos in the last 18 years of his life. That's a lot of photos, right? One of those taken in February 1864 by Anthony Berger became the iconic photo of Lincoln, used to produce an engraving of the president that adorned the $5 bill from 1914 to 2007. Berger was the head photographer at the Washington, D.C. studio set up by Matthew Brady, one of the first photojournalists in the United States, who gained fame for images taken on the Civil War battlefield, right? As Dr. Farad has said, quote, Brady routinely doctored photographs to create more compelling images. Listen to what he's telling you. What's happening, Dark Mother? All right, listen to what he's telling you. He said what? He said Matthew Brady, one of the finest photojournalists in the United States, gained fame for images taken on the Civil War battlefield, right? Brady routinely doctored photographs, right? What do it mean when somebody routinely do something? Can somebody help me out in the comments? When somebody routinely do something, what do they do? They doing it all the time, right, Sean Bay? Do it over and over again on schedule, make chase every day, right? So Bradley routinely altered photographs to create a more compelling image, quote unquote, right? Or was he whitewashing things to create a whitewash history? Who paid him? Why Abraham Lincoln took 120 photos, but we only got 4 of them? And then the 4 that we have, 3 of them is doctored. Not even him. All right. Let's ask these questions. All right. Let's ask these questions. Lincoln's face from the $5 bill photo was flipped and placed onto a slavery proponent's body from 1852 engraving, as you can see with the picture up top. All they did was switch out the face. Everything stays the same. All right. The left is the real picture, 1852. Abraham Lincoln, 1861, 1862. All they did was just, and that ain't even his real face either. You know what I'm saying? The whole shit technically fake, but just look at what they doing already. So Printmaker, what's happening, y'all? Peace. Shout out to everybody that's coming in, man. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. Look, my live visibility restriction is off. We got 44 people in here. Just get 44 reposts going before TikTok start playing with us again. Y'all know they do this shit periodically. So Printmaker, William Patt, has superimposed Lincoln's head onto Calhoun's body. They even told you. What's happening, Horse? Right? They even told you who did it. Printmaker William Patt has superimposed Lincoln's head onto Calhoun's body, possibly to give Lincoln a more dignified, patriotic appearance. Right? So they did it to try to give Lincoln a more patriotic appearance. So what did he really look like? Because if you have to give somebody a look, that means he didn't look like that, right? So we had to give him a patriotic look. What was he really on? For real. Right? In the Calhoun image, the paper on the table says strict constitution, free trade, and the sovereignty of states. That's on the Calhoun's picture on the left, right? The paper says strict constitution, free trade, and the sovereignty of the states. In the Lincoln composite, the words changed to read Constitution, Union, and Proclamation of Freedom. So they even changed the paperwork, right? Why they took out sovereignty of the states? Why did they take out free trade? Strict Constitution, right? Big game. Now, I'm going to show y'all something because a lot of my OGs know, right? Let me show y'all a so-called younger picture real quick, right? Because a lot of my OGs already know. They probably caught this, right? Now look at this picture of Abraham Lincoln real good. Now, Abraham Lincoln had a homeboy, close friend. His name was, what was it? Stephen Phelps, I think. Summer Phelps, one of them. I'm going to show y'all here in a second. But he had a close homeboy, right? The reason why his close homeboy is very important is because he looked just like Lincoln. What do I mean? Well, he looks like what they gave you as Lincoln, right? Stephen Sumner Phelps. This guy right here. Right? Stephen Sumner Phelps was a friend of Abraham Lincoln, and the two shared an uncanny resemblance, huh? Uncanny resemblance, you don't say, right? Look at him. Right? Who is this guy? The world's a stage, ain't that what Shakespeare said? Who is this guy? Could this be the guy pretending or posing as Abraham Lincoln in all these pictures? Could this be the face that's on your $5 bill right now? Who is this Stephen Sumner Phelps? Well, for those who don't know, Stephen Sumner Phelps was an actor. He played in movies, theaters. He was an actor. That's what he did. He acted. He played a role. Was that in Alicia? Peace. Reginald was in it. Right? He played a role. Right? Stephen Phelps. Right? Let's go to the census record real quick. All right? Oh, there's a census record of it. All right? There's a census record of it. All right? An uncanny resemblance, huh? Now I'm gonna do y'all one even deeper. So-called Abraham Lincoln used to live with Stephen Sumner Phelps too. He's on their census record, but it ain't filled out. It just says Abe Lincoln on it. There's nothing else filled out on the census record, but he lived with them. Could these be the same people? Could the picture on the right be an older picture of Stephen Phelps? All right. Who is Abraham Lincoln for real? Let me read this to you. So Mr. Phelps was a personal friend of Abraham Lincoln. It is related that on the occasion of one of Lincoln's visits that Mr. Phelps, Lincoln took a knife from his pocket and handed it to Mr. Phelps with the remark, quote, "Here is a pocket knife, which I hope you will keep. I promise to keep it myself until I find a man homelier than I to give it to. There is no doubt it rightfully belongs to you." Could Abraham Lincoln really be Stephen Phelps? Because we already know that the portraits of Abraham Lincoln are fake. We already know that. I got Abraham Lincoln book written by Abraham Lincoln. And the way he described himself definitely ain't like the portraits. He said he is swarthy. He is a melungent. He had gray eyes. Right? So we know the pictures of Abraham Lincoln are fake. We know his description. We got court documents of all white people calling him the N-word and all of that. We have all that. So the question is, who is on your $5 bill? All right? The question is, who is on your $5 bill for real? Yep, there's writers at his time that described him as well. Lincoln used his homie as a front man. There we go, OG Tribe. That's outside the box thinking right there. There's outside the box thinking right there. What's that name, E-Flow? All right. It's out the box thinking. He got his homeboy to play him. Maybe he didn't get his homeboy to play him. Maybe this is Abraham Lincoln altogether. We don't know. Maybe he did get his homeboy to play him. Pretend to be him. Right? He said if he had another face. That shit crazy, right? But that right there, just a little introduction right there, y'all. Shout out to everybody that's in here, man. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. Hey, if y'all new to the page, hit that follow button so you be notified every time I go live. Welcome to High Learning Book Club. Roll it if you got it. It's the slogan, Cushion Coffee, right? So now, appreciate that, OG Tribe. So I just wanted to open up the live with a little mind boggler, you know what I'm saying? Just to have y'all thinking, right? Because we know the world's a stage. We know about the world fairs. We know about how a lot of these people aren't the actual people, right? Stay vigilant. Stay vigilant. Let's keep going through this. Let's keep going through this. Hey, appreciate that point, Dexter. Thank you for the gift. Now, let's talk about hair for a second, right? Like I said, man, we just blowing off old gems for new people. So all my OGs hang in there, right? Got to catch people up to speed, right? Now, blowing old gems off for new people. I'm glad y'all tuning in for the first time. Appreciate y'all for hitting that follow button. Thank y'all for the gifts. Now, for those pan goofies who be talking about the Afro come from Africa and all that type of shit, it don't. The Afro started with Black Americans. I don't know if y'all ever seen this newspaper, but y'all can screenshot this. Right? Okay. Peace to the shotter, OCO. Right? So Afro hairstyle, this newspaper is called Afro Hairstyle, a U.S. original. This is what the Africans said themselves. So don't get mad at me. I ain't write this article. The Africans said this themselves. Okay? The Africans said that themselves, that the Afro is a U.S. original. Right? Let's read a little bit, right? By Stanley Messier. Okay? Dar es Salaam in Tunisia. Some militant African nationalists are denouncing a new import from America, right? African nationalists are denouncing a new import from America, right? The bushy Afro hairstyle of young American Negroes, right? American Negroes, huh? The denunciation is ironic for Black Americans, have made the Afro or your natural style their fashion because they want to proclaim their roots in Africa. Instead of mimicking white fashion by straightening their hair, they let it grow out bushy and natural, the way they believe it is done in Africa. Right? Let's say in Yuchi, peace, shout out to everybody that's in here. Right? The way they believe, not know, but believe is done in Africa, right? Key word, right? Right. That boy said you want to be indigenous. I just pulled up his profile pic. That boy got a Modelo, boy. I know you. Hey. Kukakalacha, kukakalacha. Woo. I know you one of them. Yeah, that boy got that Modelo up there, boy. You need to put that motherfucker down talking crazy in my live, boy. You feel me? But I'm gonna go ahead and escort you. This a coloreds only live. I'm sorry you ain't get the memo. Right? I'm sorry you ain't get the memo. This a coloreds only live. Coloreds only. I don't know if you guys got the memo that's been passed around. This is coloreds only. Sorry. You worry about that Modelo, man. That motherfucker getting hot. You better drink that bit. All right. So now that they believed is done in Africa, right? But listen to this. But African women usually crop their hair short or cover it. Listen, but African women usually crop their hair short and cover it with an elaborate bandana or let it grow long and plant it into stiff strands that arch upward. In the past, the girls who wanted to be the chic and modern might straighten their hair into the latest Paris and London fashion. So they telling you that over there in Africa, they was either straightening their hair or they were plaiting their hair in stiff plaits that go up, right? They wasn't doing the afro, fam. Let's flip the page though. Let's get a little bit deeper. All right, listen. I'm just giving y'all some old gems for the new people in there, man. Appreciate y'all following the page, man. If y'all new to the page, let me know y'all new. Check it out. So modern girls accept. Recently, however, some of the modern girls in the town have taken to the afro hairdo, right? Some of the girls in the town in Africa have taken to the afro hairdo. A few stewardess of East African Airways, are sporting it in Nairobi. Miss Maria Abdut, the wife of President Milton Abdut of Uganda, has been seen in an Afro coiffure or Afro wigs. What's that in Swarthy? Lola said, I'm new. What's that in grandson? Listen to what they said. They said in Africa they was wearing Afro wigs. Natural afros. And I'm going to tell y'all the truth. They still wear Afro wigs today. You'll be surprised how many so-called Africans be on TikTok and that's a wig. But you wouldn't think it's a wig because you see a dark-skinned person. So you're like, oh, you know. Nah, P gang. They don't grow their hair out like that. All right. The Afro wigs are advertised in some of the magazines that educated African girls to read. This new fondness for an Afro hairstyle among the smart set has come about not because it is African. Listen, the new fondness for an Afro hairstyle among the smart set has come about not because it's African, but precisely because it is not. The Afro, it is not African. The girls like the Afro because it comes from Black America. Hey, appreciate the gills on the alien buddy. Hey, right? The girls like the Afro because it comes from Black America. We in Africa, this is an African writing this newspaper, y'all. I ain't write this. I wasn't born back then. This is an African saying this. He's telling you that their fondness of the Afro is because it comes from Black America, the home of exciting and popular soul music. The home of soul music is America, not Africa. The rank list of militant African nationalists and socialists who see the Afro fad as part of a cultural invasion from imperialists and capitalists of America. In their new view, it's just like rugs and cowboy boots. The resentment erupted into an article recent by an African writer, Hadij Kandi, in the government newspaper of the Tunisia name, right? So the fad started catching on in Africa so bad that they start creating propaganda magazines and newspaper to encourage people to stop. To stop. Right? You said clock it. You already know what it is, right? The Afro is an American thing. All right? But you got paying goofies out here who won't even read a newspaper. They be trying to teach. A lot of them paying goofies Man, look. Speaking of paying goofies, this goes into my next gem that I'm blowing off for new people. Catch everybody up to speed so y'all can see what High Learning Book Club is about. For those who hit that follow button, this is what you've been tuned into. Speaking of paying goofies, have y'all ever seen this newspaper article from 1922? All right. Called How Marcus Garvey Betrayed the Negroes to a Georgia Negro Hater. Y'all ever seen this newspaper before? Y'all ever heard of this? Are people exposing Marcus Garvey? This the shit that got him deported, for real. Our people expose Marcus Garvey. That's why I be looking at them paying goofies crazy when they don't be knowing history. How you gonna promote Marcus Garvey when your ancestors was banning this nigga? Counseling this nigga, as we call it, in 2026, right? They were counseling him. Our people. Right? Let me zoom in. If y'all want to get y'all screenshot. And we gonna read this before we make our way to the Black Anglo-Saxon. We in a new chapter with the Black Anglo-Saxon, right? Just giving y'all some new gems giving y'all some old gems for the new people. So now, let's keep going. How Marcus Garvey betrayed the Negroes to a Georgia Negro hater. 1, Garvey joins the KKK. A lot of people don't know that, right? He was cool with Walter Plecker. Matter of fact, Walter Plecker bailed old boy out of jail. Walter Plecker was tied to the Anglo-Saxons Club of America, which are the Klan members. Right? Walter Plecker bailed out Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey was kicking it with the Anglo-Saxons Club of America and the Klan members. Now, my thing is this is 1920s. This is damn near at the height of them strange fruiting and reclassifying niggas. What white man is going to bail out a Negro if they not working together? What racist YT man gonna bail out a Negro in 1922? Red Summer 1919, right? Garvey joins the KKK, right? Foreign Negro would help Klan deport Negroes. Ooh, y'all see that? All right, back to Africa, right? Shout out, what's happening, Lily? Peace. Shout out to everybody that's coming in here, man. We got 93 people in here. That's what's up. Let's get 96 likes, 96 shares, 96 reposts, 96 follows to the page. If y'all new here, man, I appreciate y'all for tuning in. But you see that? Foreign Negro. Now, I'm with the FBA a little bit on this, right? The foreign Negro, tethered, right? Would help Klan deport Negroes. What Negroes are they trying to deport in 1920? Remember that, Walter? Right? Remember that 1920 newspaper article I read to y'all? How can we send the American Negro to Africa? He is not an African. He is an American. All of this is in the same time frame. Appreciate that, OG Try. All this in the same time frame. Marcus Garvey was working with Walter Plecker and the Klan and the government to try to take the Indian off his land. You are the Indian for those who haven't caught on. If you're a Black American tapping into my life for the first time, and if you haven't caught on, you are the Indian. You are the Indian. I swear to God, you the Indian, man. You ain't African. Everything you do is Indian. You've been sitting Indian style since a kid. You like fucking popcorn. You play basketball. You barbecue. You get grills. You wear tats. You like golds. You shoot dice. You the fastest motherfuckers on earth. And they say that the American Indians are the fastest people on earth and who been holding down the Olympics since we got into the Olympics in sprinting. You are very much Indian. You still eat Indian bread, cornbread. You are very much alive. The Indian is only unalive on paper. You still here. You just not in the history books anymore. The white people in I don't know what the fuck to call them other motherfuckers on the reservation. I don't know if the niggas Siberians by now or the Caucasian Siberians or like Euro Siberian. I don't know what the niggas so mixed up over there now. I don't know what the fuck to call them right now. Right? Them niggas ain't the Indian. They reclassified you, stripped you from your nationality and your sovereignty when they reclassified you. Homestead stole your land, pushed you into the inner city in the urban areas, and now you urban Indians in government documents while everybody else occupy your shit. This whole time, our people be yelling 400 years of slavery. And they don't even know that when you say 400 years of slavery, you talking about Indian slavery, literally. I got the book on Indian slavery. I got 6 books, actually. Indians was enslaved for 400 years. So-called Africans was only enslaved for 250. If people knew that, that also put a hole in the time frame. Because 250 years put you in 1775, 1776. So who was these Negroes, these 20 and odd Negroes coming in Jamestown? Them 20 and odd Negroes, remember the word Negro means more. More means Negro. Them 20 odd Negroes was prisoners of war that was captured from a Portuguese ship, right? Conversos, dropped off in Jamestown, kicked it with the Indians, ran away with the Indians. Come on, man. Y'all got to understand the history and put it together. So even when they talk about Africans, they ain't talking about random old cosplaying Africans that we see today. All right? Yeah, Garvey is diabolical, Swarthy. You already know where we're going with this. Right? But the pan goofies don't know that. They still drinking from the Kool-Aid. They still drinking from the government Kool-Aid. Right? We're gonna let them keep drinking from the Kool-Aid too. We ain't got time to be trying to save a motherfucker. That's if it's a person on Pan-African side, I ain't got time to save them. I'm only trying to reach my brothers and sisters that's there, halfway there, or suspicious of getting there. Pan-Africans is too far gone. Ain't no saving them. You ain't even about to change their mind, not even a little bit. Gotta let those Negroes go by the wayside. I'm just being real. Niggas gonna hold you back. Godfrey is cosplaying. I will say that, yeah. If you listen to Godfrey interviews, he tried to separate Black Americans, but then when he started talking about Black American history, he always inserts himself, right? It'll start off, and he do it all the time, Vlad TV and all that. He'll start off, how people gonna shit on Black Americans? They don't know, Black Americans did all of this, and we built the community. We built America. He'll throw we in there real quick. Oh, whoa, slow down, Godfrey, nigga. No, it ain't no we. It wasn't no Nigerian slaves over here. It wasn't even a country called Nigeria in colonial days. It wasn't no Nigerians over here. Slow down, nigga. You feel me? You niggas came during Ellis Island. And we're going to touch on Ellis Island here in a second, too. Slow down, fam. They love to slide that we in there. They'll slide it in fast. We, hold on, bro. Just keep reading this, though, because Garvey ain't who y'all thought. Well, shit, Garvey is exactly who some of y'all thought he was, right? So foreign Negro will help Klan deport American Negroes, Jewish and Catholic citizens. Garvey runs with Negro hair, right? Black Anglo-Saxons, and chases with Ku Klux Klan hounds. Listen, they're telling you that Marcus Garvey even participated in chasing niggas down with the Klan. That's what it just said. Garvey runs with Negro hairs, Hare, in chases with Ku Klux hounds. My nigga was dressing up at nighttime in white sheets chasing niggas, bro. A lot of us told you, go back and look at some of them old Klan pictures and look at the hands. Some of them are black hands. Especially pay attention to the ones that wear gloves. Pay attention. Go look at a picture of all of them. You'll see the white ones, right? They ain't got no problem showing you their hands. Yeah, we white. And then you'll get to the ones with gloves on. Then you gotta look at the cutouts. Oh shit, you gotta see little black eyes around that motherfucker. Hold on. Some of them might be the Africans. You know, some of the Marcus Garvey niggas, little black Anglo-Saxon niggas up under that shit. And that all skin folk is skin folk, I'm telling you. The only difference now is everybody took the hoods off. They blended in. You can't tell who is who. They took it all off now. Our people so brainwashed, they can't even believe black people was in the Klan. The Klan members accepted black folks all the time. I just got a visibility restriction. Your live is restricted in recommendation and search results due to low quality content such as black, blank, or blurry screens. It's the same shit every time. I'm glad we got 127 people already in here. It don't even matter no more. So I appreciate everybody for dropping the repost. Make sure y'all hit that follow button. I'm on the TikToks, most shadow bans. Shout out to Swarthy, my brother Swarthy in the live too. He another TikTok shadow ban club. It's a club of us. For real. It's a club of us. You know what I'm saying? Welcome to the underground. Glad you can find us. So they even saying that Garvey used to run with these niggas and chase niggas. Garvey in South becomes ardent Jim Crow advocate and a supporter of KKK Negro string. Man, look. Garvey, Marcus Garvey in the South becomes ardent Jim Crow advocate. He's advocating Jim Crow. And he is a supporter of the Klan and strange fruiting Negroes. That's what it says right there. He is a supporter of the Klan, strange fruiting Negroes. Pan-Africans. Is this y'all king? Is this y'all king, Pan-Africans? Oh shit, man. If y'all want a screenshot it, here you go. But this article was published by A. Philip Randolph and Chandler Owens at 3 o'clock Sunday afternoon, August the 6th, 13th, 20th, and 27th at the Shuffle Inn Music Parlor. All right. Exactly 1,000 seats meeting under in surpieces of friends of Negro freedom. All invited men and women, white and colored. Garvey's statement at New Orleans. This is what Marcus Garvey said, right? Garvey's statement at New Orleans. Quote, this is a white man's country. He already fucking up, right? You see how Garvey already took the Indian out? It's 1920. Indians is still here. We still here. You feel me? We still here. Listen to what he's saying. This is a white man's country. He gave your country to the white man. This foreign Negro who went to college in England, the most prestige college in England. This Negro in the 1900s, early racist 1900s, went to college in the most prestige college in England. Who paid his tuition if your family was so-called broke Jamaicans, quote unquote? Who paid your tuition to go there? How did you end up in that college, nigga? Niggas couldn't even get into Yale and Harvard, nigga. How you get into the most prestige college in Europe, England? Why, when you passed away, they sent your body to England and not Jamaica? Hidden in plain sight. Let's keep reading what Marcus Garvey said, though. This is a so-called white man's country. He found it. He conquered it. And we can't blame him if he, and we can't blame him if he wants to keep it. I am not vexed with the white man of the South for Jim Crowing me. right? He's not mad at the white man in the South for Jim Crowing him because he is so-called black. Quote, I never built any streets, cars, or railroads. The white man built them for his own convenience, which is cap. The Indians built all this shit. We built America, right? And if I don't want to ride where he's willing to let me, then I better walk. That boy sound like a spineless Negro, right? Yeah, he was definitely a Mason, right? Marcus Garvey, Walter Plecker, all them niggas was Freemasons together. They was all in masonry together. When you dealing with masonry, it ain't about color. Y'all two still brothers, and y'all got to look out for each other. So that was his statement in New Orleans. And Black Americans said, we know Marcus Garvey was a tool and a traitor. Was he also the white man's spy? Yes. If he was a tool, a puppet, a traitor, running with the Klan, strange from Negroes, trying to deport American Negroes to Africa, even though we can't be deported, he is definitely the white man's spy. The white man sent him. Right? The white man sent a lot of these niggas. Elijah Muhammad, huh? Farrakhan, my bad. Yeah, man, yeah. So I'll leave this up here for a little bit if y'all want to screenshot this for a second. Shout out to everybody that's in here. We about to go ahead and make our way here in a second to, we'll do Black Anglo-Saxon. You said white was not considered a skin color then? In 1920s, yes, it was. By white, 1920s, it was white skin and white people was definitely here. I'm just saying, Kurt. Shout out to you, though. You know what I'm saying? By the 1900s, the white people and niggas. Oh, Ellis Island, my bad. Appreciate that, Rob. Appreciate that. Mm-hmm. Ellis Island, my bad. Let's go ahead and jump to it. Well, I really want to say Ellis Island, more like Castle Gardens, right? The Ellis Island before Ellis Island. But real quick though, how many of y'all knew that there was like Hindu and Pakistani people that look like this? Cause y'all remember that Asian slave trade I was telling y'all about? I'm gonna touch on this, I just wanna, this is a little side gem. Y'all remember that Asian slave trade, from Chinos to Indians, right? They told you they was grabbing Hindustans and Asians and Southeast Asians and all that. Yeah. Y'all ain't never thought about Hindus and Pakistanians and shit that look like this? Y'all ain't never, come on, man. He look like some of y'all uncle. He look like some of y'all uncles, some of y'all cousins. I got a cousin named Carlos, look just like him. Will I am, huh? Right. If I take the turban off of him, move the knife, right? Put some J's on him, put some blue jeans, white tee, you know what I'm saying? Put a 45 in his pocket, put that 9 on him, you feel me? Couple of tattoos, have him speaking Ebonics. Right? I'm just saying. Or what about Morris Day? Right? Or what about this Pakistani royalty? My nigga out here looking like Morris Day, boy. I don't know how old y'all is in here, you know what I'm saying? But I'm a 90s baby, early 90s baby. I know about Purple Rain and all that, yeah. My nigga out here looking like Morris Day, boy. He about to cut up on y'all. My man about to cut up on y'all. It's a real picture, though. There's real people, real pictures. Y'all ain't never seen no Pakistani and a Hindu that look like this, do you? Hell nah, they only show you a specific type. They ain't show you the indigenous so-called Dravidians before. Oh, yeah. Or could these be remnants of the Moors that was left? Because we know the Moors was in Hindustan. Could this be remnants of the Moor? I mean, he looked more like an American Indian than a Dravidian. Well, we have read books about American Indians going to the Mediterranean region, Asia, Europe. We read about American Indians and Mayans going to these places, right? Mayans went to Cambodia and all that, right? We read about that. Why do people always compare us to so-called Africans? Why they never compare us to Asians? Why they never, everybody always, you guys are Africans because you look like African. Well, what about this Pakistani and royalty dude right here? I look like this nigga too. Why we ain't never compared to Asians? Why we always compared to Africans? Yeah, that mustache tight than a motherfucker. He just shaved that bit for this picture. You feel me? You already know how we get down. It was picture day. You know he had to clean cut the face, get the mustache right. You know what I'm saying? He threw on the best jewelry. My man jeweled up, fam. Pearls on top of pearls on top of pearls. Diamonds and pearls. Yeah. Mm-hmm. They haven't seen the original Asians. That's why. Yeah, they wouldn't even believe the original Asians if they seen them. Randolph was with Marcus Garvey Must Go government campaign. Study the history. Yeah, Marcus Garvey had to go. The boy was an agent. He said that dude looked like Morris Day. Yeah. He said computer love looking at computer love. Yeah, man. You already know what it is. I got a lot more pictures of this. I just wanted to show y'all these two pictures because there's a picture of one that look like Sinbad, right? Like the comedian Sinbad. There's a lot of these pictures, right? And they all came over here. They all came over here on this one little boat. Well, I ain't gonna say little boat, but they all came here on a boat. They tried to say that you came here on a boat, but in reality, they came here on a boat, right? They try to say you came on a boat, but they came on a boat. Just go ahead and get into it. FamilySearch.com for those who need, references if you're searching for your family and genealogical records. So, New York passenger list. There's a whole passenger list of Ellis Island and Castle Garden babies and immigrants. Okay? Passenger list for over 13 million immigrants arriving in New York City alone. Listen. Because they told you 12 million African slaves. Yeah, it wasn't 12 million African slaves. It was 12 million Slavs and Europeans and shit, right? But this is a passenger list for over 13 million immigrants arriving in New York City. 13 million in New York City alone. We ain't even talking about Texas, California. You feel me? 13 million immigrants arriving in New York City from 1820 through 1891. 1820. Slavery to 1891. Okay? Check it out. Let's get into the history. So before Ellis Island, entering America through Castle Gardens, 1855 to 1890. Since the founding of America, millions of people hoping for a brighter future left their home countries and immigrated to the United States. The number of immigrants increased dramatically after the Civil War, with nearly 12 million arriving between 1870 to 1900s. 12 million, right? 12 million, right? There go your 12 million slaves right there. There go your 12 million slaves right there. 12 million arriving between 1870 to 1900s. More than 70% of all immigrants entered through New York City. More than 70% of all immigrants entered through New York City. That's a high ass number. All right. Castle Gardens opened in 1855 as the primary immigration processing center and operated as such until Ellis Island opening in 1892. And from 1890 to 1892, the center was moved to the U.S. Barrage Office, right? We scoured our newspaper archives and the stories behind some of those immigrant arrivals. Flipping a page. Okay. He said, not throwing shade, but look at New York now. They always been getting in 3. I mean, honestly, bro, for real, like, no, I've always said no shade to New York cities or Northerners like that, but I've always wondered, are there still indigenous Black Americans in New York? Like, yeah, man, my people been in New York City for generations, nigga. We ain't come from the South, nigga. We from here. Like, I haven't really met a New Yorker with that story, like our here. You know what I'm saying? Most New Yorkers I run into, they family always come from the South, right? Mostly Georgia, South Carolina, Florida, Mississippi as such. But I have never really, me personally, I've never ran into a New Yorker like, yeah, bro, nah, all my grandmamas and shit from up here. You know what I'm saying? And I just wonder, like, what happened to those New Yorkers? You know what I'm saying? Or did a lot of them move back down south because of the immigration that was happening? Or did they move down south for the first time because of the immigration that was happening? I always wondered what happened to, like, the thoroughbred New Yorkers and up northerners and shit. Right? So P gang. So the first wave of immigrants, right? Right? The first wave of immigrants was the children. A lot of us is moving back down south. Yeah, I hear that a lot too. I hear that a lot. It's a lot of the immigration has never stopped. This shit still go on. You know what I'm saying? They still be coming through New York and Florida as well. Ain't nothing changed but the name on the mill. But listen, the first wave of immigrants from Castle Gardens was the children, right? Remember, I told you that they sent the children first, and that's what Castle Gardens was, which turns into your orphan trains. Right? Just because, they sent all the children here, which is beginning the orphan trains, right? So children traveling alone, all right? Like many families. Hold on, let me move this down so I can read the top real quick. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Give me a second. All right, here we go. Let me move this down for a second. So, like many families, the Slainsby couldn't afford passage for the entire family at the same time. In 1884, Maggie and Mary, 9 and 10 years old, arrive at Castle Garden with their names painted on heavy cardboard signs attached with a profusion of green ribbons to their bodies. They were reunited with their parents in Ohio, right? They was reunited with their parents in Ohio. In 1887, Irish immigrants living in Cleveland were finally able to send for their children. Now, when they say Irish, y'all, don't think white people only. I know that when we talk about orphan trains and Ellis Island and immigrants, I know that we always like to say white people and we, because we see pictures of white folks, but we got to understand the Black Europeans, quote unquote, the darker Europeans are at the bottom of the ships. Titanic showed you that, right? The people that was getting off first, white people, rich people, Christians, Catholics, small hats, all them was on top, getting off first. The undesirables, the poors, the homeless, the orphans, the Black Europeans and all of that, they was at the bottom. They got off last, right? This is society they don't tell you. So when they say Irish, black and white. When they say Europeans, black and white. You feel me? So don't just always think white, right? Because you send the kids through the mail back in the day. Y'all silly as hell. What's saying NBCU? Peace. Appreciate the gift, y'all. So Irish immigrants living in Cleveland were finally able to send for their children who had been staying with a grandmother. Okay. Castle Garden sent a telegraph to their parents informing them that after a rough and stormy journey, the two children ages 9 and 11 had arrived safely. In this clapping, the superintendent at Castle Gardens tagged 3 children after their arrival and shipped them to their father who was living in Chicago. This 1887 clipping tells the story of a 10-year-old girl who arrived at Castle Gardens from Ireland. Her mother and 2 brothers left her in the care of nuns until they could afford to pay for her passage to join them 6 years later. God damn. This final clipping tells a story of a mother desperately searching for her daughters after they arrived at Castle Garden. Right? A lot of shit going on, a lot of chaos, right? So they sent the children first. This is what Castle Garden looked like. It used to be a fort. All right, if y'all want a picture. It's Castle Gardens, Staten Island, Governor's Island, Staten Island, Castle Garden, right? Originally a fort, Castle Garden was constructed between 1808 and 1811, and at that time wasn't even connected to the island of Manhattan. By 1821, the U.S. Army released the fort to New York City. Having seen little military action, the city turned the area into an entertainment center with a restaurant and theater. And according to Battery Conservancy, for $5, ticket holders can promote around the walls and snip mint and juleps and ginseng and punch liquors for $5. Sound great? That's the same thing foreigners do today. They send their kids first, SSDD. Yep. Yep. They definitely send their kids first. Facts. Most of the United States Americans treat Caribs and Arawaks like Africa or the Americas. Not really. A lot of us don't. You know, it just depends on what side of the live that you on. If you are on the American Indian side, we know that the Caribs and the Arawak is our brothers and sisters. Shit, I'm part Arawak. You know what I'm saying? My great-great-grandmother is from Haiti. You feel me? So I'm part Yeshon or Arawakan myself. So, you know, a lot of us know about this. You know, if you American Indian, find you a American Indian community in live and stick to it. Don't be out here roaming the TikTok streets. Now, when you talk about the FBA and all of them, they are the ones that be treating motherfuckers like Africans and shit, right? I don't associate myself with the FBA. I'm not FBA. I'm American Indian. I don't even know what the fuck the FBA is. You know, some of them say they African. Some of them say they Indians. Some of them say Anunnaki. I don't think they know who the fuck they are as a collective right now. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. You know, P gay. But yeah, they definitely sent their kids first. They still do today too. Yep. So this is the introduction. Between 1854 and 1929, the United States was engaged in an ambitious and ultimately controversial social experiment to rescue poor and homeless children. The orphan train movement. The orphan train operated prior to federal government's involvement in child protection and welfare. While they operated, orphan trains moved approximately 200,000 children from cities like New York and Boston to the American West to be adopted. Many of these children were placed with parents who loved and cared for them. However, others always felt out of place, and some children was put with abusive people who mistreated them. Damn, it's a hard life as a kid, right? So now entering Rotunda. The Castle Garden Rotunda was the large open space directly below the building's roof. This space held the majority of the offices located within the depot. as well as the superintendent's office on the second floor. It was also the most cramped and crowded spaces in the entire facility. Upon entering the rotunda, one Norwegian immigrant described the scene as, quote, so loud that one had to shout into the ear of the listener in order to be heard, unquote. Another said, quote, the moment I arrived, I was met by a violent roar. The immense room was packed with people representing every nationality in the world. Here, there was much to listen to, but nothing to understand, unquote. Yiddish speaking immigrants, right? Yiddish speaking immigrants. I wonder who is these immigrants coming through Castle Garden. Yiddish speaking immigrants coined the term Castle Garden, unquote, to describe the often noisy, confusing, chaotic scene they witnessed as they passed through. So it was the Yiddish speaking immigrants who coined it Castle Gardens, but they spelled it Kessel Garden, and it got anglicized to Casti. I mean, it's Castle, Castle, right? Castle Garden, right? See how they anglicized that? Yeah, small heads, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right, Yiddish speaking immigrants, huh? So upon entering the facility, immigrants were separated into two lines and funneled into the registry desk. One line was for those who could speak English, and the other was for those who needed an interpreter. Okay. The facility was the first of its kind to take detailed records of the people who passed through its gates. Detailed records, right? Genealogical records, huh? That passed through the gates. Officials recorded the names of each individual and family, the vessel they arrived in, their destination, the amount of money they had on hand, and even the names of the family members already in the United States. Castle Gardens provided these new arrivals a safe place to buy railroad tickets, exchange money, contact relatives, rest, and even wash up before leaving. Though most of its original records were destroyed, you don't say, huh? Right. Let me see. The most of its original records were destroyed. Huh? I wonder why they destroyed them. Right, Yiddish speaking people. You know, I wonder why they destroyed them. Right, Siberians. I wonder why they destroyed these original records. Right. And little of the facility remains. Original stories and images of the facility have been preserved in newspapers and other media. Taken together, these records allow historians to pull back the veil of the past and attempt to recreate the first steps of these future Americans in their adopted homeland. What? These future Americans in their adopted homeland, right? What was going on to the American Negro? What was going on with the American Negro in the 1800s? Do anybody know what was going on with the American Negro in the 1800s? Y'all put it in the comments if you know. Let me change my background real quick. Well, what was going on? What was going on? What's going on? What's going on? What was going on during the time of Castle Gardens and Ellis Island simultaneously with the American Indian Negro? What was going on at the same time simultaneously with the American Negro? And it's funny because I ain't gonna say it's funny like that, but it's funny because the Native Americans don't know nothing about this, but they swear that they Indians. They swear they Indians, but they don't know nothing about this. I haven't met a Native American on a reservation that got ancestral stories that's tied to Georgia or the Southeast yet. Most natives that we run across, they have been on the West Coast, Northwest. A lot of them is in Canada. You know what I'm saying? New Mexico, Mexico. A lot of them ain't from the Southeast. This is what we be trying to tell people. This ain't your history. You can't scream indigenous erasure if you don't even know the indigenous history of the Southeast. Most of them was on reservations at this time anyways. Most Native Americans was on a reservation well into the 1800s. I'm just being real. What was going on? Right? The so-called Negro Holocaust? Race riots? I believe this up for a little bit. If y'all were to get the screenshot, y'all are very much welcome to get the screenshot. I'll leave this up for a second. Roll it if you got it. Pour it if you got it. How I Learn a Book Club. Y'all know how we get down. Let me sip my coffee. Anybody got any questions? Anybody object? Feel free to hit the panel. But anybody got any questions? Feel free to ask right now. In order to adopt a homeland, something has to happen, right? In order to become so-called future Americans and adopt a homeland that ain't yours, something has to happen with the landowners. Remember that newspaper article? The Negro has billions of real estate in the United States and it's not so easily taken from him. Why send him to Africa? He is not an African. African is a misnomer. He is an American. Yeah, same time frame. Billions of real estate in our name. Billions of real estate in our name. A billion is a lot of money in 1920s and 1912s, 1907. That's a lot. That's a lot of money. So there was no massacres in the West and being West? It was. It was. You know, when you talk about Angel Island and all of that, it was. Like, you have indigenous Black Americans that's, you know, indigenous to the West Coast of things. But a lot of them got pushed to the East when the Siberians came, right? When us and the Siberians was going to WAR, a lot of the indigenous West Coast Indians got pushed to the East Coast and Southeast and Southwest. He said, man, what, $20 you was living large, man. Look, $20 you was in the game in 1907. My grandma always told us we were Chickasaw and Shada tribes. Yeah, grandmama know where she come from. Grandmama know exactly where she come from. Anybody that wants you to second guess your grandmama, they are an agent. And they don't mean you no good. And most times they know that your grandmama was right. Grandmama know her parents, just like you know your parents. The biggest Black Americans do have an identity crisis, but it's not an African identity crisis. It's an American Indian one. They made us hate being an American. They made us hate being called an Indian so much that in today's time, our people don't even want to be associated with Indian or America. Most of our people hear the word America, they think 3Ks. That damn 18-wheeler close as hell by my door. Look, they made you think about America with 3Ks, and the Pan-Africans did that. The Pan-Africans are the ones that pushed that into your head. America with 3Ks, Pan-Goofies did that. They made you disassociate yourself with America, which disassociates you from the land. What's happening, La La Land? Peace, peace. Mm-hmm. Let's keep going. Hold on, y'all. Let me mute my background real quick because I ain't trying to have it noisy on my YouTube. Okay, there we go. I don't know what that was. I think that was a trash truck outside. All right. So now we know what was going on at this time of this large mass immigration. Right? Now we know what's going on. While Castle Guard immigration is going on in Ellis Island and Angel Island and Port Galveston, immigration is going on, we also fighting for our land, right? A lot of these dates that they're naming, right? Gullah Wars, Seminole Wars, Shada and Cherokee War. A lot of the Indian wars and rebellions is going on right now at these times, right? All the dates correlate. The Indian Wars is the slave rebellions. The slave rebellions is the black massacres. All those are the same thing, same people fighting the same people. They just chop it up in history like that and change a little name here, change a little name there, and it throws everybody off. Right? In one book Indian Wars, and then another book you be like slave rebellion, right? And you'll think those is Africans, but remember what I told you about Indian slavery, right? So Indian rebellions and slave rebellions and Indian wars are the same thing. And then the Black Massacre, all three of those are the same thing, same people, same area, same timeline, same frame, same rural and farm area that was lost because of the immigrations and all of that. It's the same people. This is our story. This is our history. Castle Garden Immigrants with an E, not an I, Depot, was America's first facility dictated entirely to the welfare of immigrants coming to America. Immigrants coming to America, right? Mm-hmm. The facility opened to the public on August the 3rd, 1855, and closed on April 30th, 1890, right? 1890 is a very key year on why it closed. That's a very key year, right? Appreciate the gifts, y'all. Appreciate the gifts. Right? 1890 is a very key year. All right. Between August the 3rd, 1855 and December 31st, 1889, the last year for which data was recorded, 8,280,917 of the 10 million immigrants who entered the United States, 75% of immigrants passed through Castle Garden. 75% of immigrants passed through Castle Garden. What have I always told y'all? 70% of white America can trace their ancestry to what? Castle and Ellis Island. Meaning that 70 to 75% of white America wasn't even here in colonial days. 70 to 75% just got here. So once you understand that, you got to rethink colonial times now. Well, okay, well, shit, if the fucking white man just got here 75, that's a lot. 75%, that's the highest number. If 75% just got here in the 1800s, then who was the European in colonial times? They was black people. Yeah. Who was the European? They was black people from the Iberian, Portuguese, Sicily, Italy, and Sicily, and South France. They're called Moors, Sephardics, right? And then the other Europeans was the Russians and Siberians out on the West Coast. And then you got the mulatto white passing babies, which was mostly the conversos, right? It was always the white passing biracial children who became your Moor-ish conversos. I'm telling you some real shit. So who was here in colonial days? Indians, Moors, Sephardics, their white passing children who got kicked out with them, Russians and Siberians. Only people who was here in colonial days. Connor and Hunter and Sarah and Summer, all them, they were still in Europe, England, living nasty to the motherfucker. Okay? Mers and Moors are the same people. Mers and Moors are the same people. It's just a pronunciation that people is getting confused, but they the same people. For real. That's why a lot of them was trying to come over here. So the largest, you say you disagree? That's cool. I mean, you can disagree, but one thing I have that most people don't have when you talk about Mers and Moors is I have sources, facts, dictionary, etymological, and I got the history books, which tells you that the Mers and Moors are the same people. So unless anybody can top that, I know where the Mers and Moors shit come from, and there ain't no source on that. But let's keep going though. So the largest ethnic group that came through the facility was Germans. Oh, there you go. There you go. There go Slavics, Slavs, Caucasians, Connor, Hunter, Sarah, Bob, Bill, Joe. There they go. Your largest ethnic group that came through the facility was your Germans, your Anglos, your Anglo-Saxons, your small hats, your Holy Roman Empire, your Catholics, Byzantines, the people who's in government now. Most of your congressmen, all your presidents damn near, all them niggas descend from Ellis Island ancestry. Castle Garden, someone was orphan children, believe it or not. So followed by the Irish was the next largest ethnic group, right? English, Swedish, Italian, Scottish, Russians, right? Yiddish small had people, Chazars, Russians, right? Norwegians, Swiss, and French. Today, about 20% of Americans can trace their ancestry to someone who came through Castle Garden. The facility was the first of its kind to take detailed records of people who passed through its gates. Official recorded the names of each individuals and families, the vessel they arrived in, their destination, the amount of money they had to pay. Said Chief Condite explained the MERS were the originals, essentially the good guy. I don't even know who Chief Condike are, but I'm pretty sure Chief Condike ain't got no source to back up anything he's saying. The Moors and MERS are the same people. It's just a pronunciation. Some people say tomato, some people say tomato, pecan. They're literally the same people. MERS are the children of Moors, so is Moors. Mordos, Mardos, Morris, Maury, MERS. They're all the same people. They all come from South America, the Yuchi Mayans, and the children of Mu, who are also Mayans. Yuchi meaning the sun, the children of the sun, just like the Yuchi Creek and the Itza Creek that's in the Mississippian Empire. The deluge happened, the Yuchi Mayans left, and they went to Europe and they became Moors because of the pronunciation change, because of the region. The ones in Europe became your Picts or your Pic Moors, right? Those who went to North Africa became your Martyrs or your Mauritanians, your Berbers, your Tuaregs, your Amazigh, right? Those who went to Rome and Greek, they became Mortaros or the Morteros, right? Those who went to Portugal and Spain, they became your Morteros, just like your Mortero Filipino indigenous people, right? Those who went to Germany became Ma'ar, right? M-O-H-R, Ma'ar, or Marzen. You feel me? It's all about the pronunciation. These are literally the same people who came from America, spread American civilization around the world because only the pyramid builders have the knowledge of building pyramids. And the Moors story is the American Indian story. Now, I got a whole book about that. You know what I'm saying? I got a whole book on that. So I don't know where Chief Condite getting his information from or her information. Y'all should ask her to show a source to see if they actually will show you where they get their information from. And, you know, sometimes you got to research the researcher. All right. So let's keep going. So Castle Garden Immigrant Depot. It has always been great enough to enable everybody to understand the position of that poor exile of Erin, right? Ireland, Erin, who went up to be examined for a teacher in the public schools and being asked who discovered America was not at all clear. But being asked where the discovered land answered with triumph and promptitude, Castle Gardens is what they would say. Okay. So that's a little backdrop on Castle Gardens. You know, tomorrow we'll do Fort Galveston. The next day we'll do Angel Island, and then we'll do Ellis Island. We'll go in order, right? But Castle Garden was your first one. You know, they sent the children first. Same thing with Port Galveston in Texas. They sent the children first. And then both of those shut down around 1890s, 1880s. And then Port Galveston became Angel Island. And then Castle Garden became Ellis Island. Then all the adults started coming in. And this is where you got the microfilms of the people walking around in America wearing all black and black hats and umbrellas, you know, walking around like they never seen the place and shit like that. They all on the beach full in suits. You know, they got microfilms of this. People coming off of the actual boat and everything. You know what I'm saying? I might try to screen record one of them and post it and do a little video on it. What's happening, Rob? Peace, peace, peace. So we're going to let it breathe for a second. We're about to go ahead and tap into the Black Anglo-Saxons. Clear out this chapter. Peace, peace. Shout out to everybody that's still in here, man. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. Thank y'all for liking the live, sharing the live. I would say repost, but they took it from your boy, but it's all good, man. Hope y'all enjoying yourselves. Hope y'all getting some of this information, this knowledge. Get y'all screenshots. You know, and when I get done with the teaching, I'm gonna open up the panel. If anybody want to come up, drop some gems, and just build. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, they took the repost. I got a restriction. Yeah. 888. Somebody was hating. Somebody was hating from outside the club, man. You know how they be doing, your boy. Everybody good? Any questions? Roll it if you got it. Let's see, do I got any more coffee? Do I drink all that? Oh, I got a little bit in here. I got a little sweet. Gonna take that to the head. Everybody good? Okay, cool. Appreciate the gifts too, y'all. Appreciate the gifts. So how many people remember the Black Anglo-Saxons? And, you know, so I know, like, how many people was in the live when we started it a couple of weeks ago? How many OGs remember it? I know we got a lot of new people in here probably never heard of it, and that's cool. So the chapter we're going to get into is called The Mimics, right? Before we got into the mimics, we was talking about the image makers, right? What's happening, Zah? What's happening, Drip? Right? We was talking about the image makers, right? We was talking about, you know, those who was, you know, tap dancing for the white man, you feel me? Selling us out, hindering the progression of indigenous Black Americans, right? It wouldn't even surprise me if Marcus Garvey was a Black Anglo-Saxon himself, because when we read that news article about him, it fit the Black Anglo-Saxon perfectly. And like I said, his ass got deported back to England before he even got sent back to Jamaica, right? So, yeah. So we about to get into it. What's happening, couple? Peace. So we covered the image makers. You know, we talked about how they love jobs and careers that do with mass persuasion and entertainment. You know what I'm saying? Peep game. Some of them like the police. A lot of them will be your preacher, your pastor, and they ain't got no church. You know, hint. You know, they in organizations such as, you know, the Black Caucus and shit like that. They out here hidden in plain sight. NAACP, Urban League, you know, all of these are organizations that was, you know, pretty much founded by Black Anglo-Saxons, right? Now history has been rewritten. They won't tell you that. They'll just say Africans or Black people, or, you know, whatever the case that they might say. But the original history is that a lot of these organizations and, you know, was funded and built by Black Anglo-Saxons. When you talk about some of these places, some of these HBCUs, some of you know, Black Jewish people help their YT Jewish counterparts build these HBCUs, right? A lot of people don't know that, you know, because when people hear Chazar or Little Hat, you know, they automatically think so-called white. But like I've always been telling y'all, teaching y'all and showing and proving y'all, is that for every white thing, there's always a dark counterpart. So if there's a white Chazar, there's a Black one. If there's a white British, there's a Black one. You know what I'm saying? White German, there's a Black one. White Caucasian, there's a Black one. You see what I'm saying? There's always counterparts. We have counterparts too. The parallel universe is funny like that, but we have counterparts too. That's why I be telling you, you know, a lot of our people haven't caught on yet, but I feel like they will. But, you know, they're going to fight against it for a long time. But our counterparts don't look like us. Just like I just broke down to everybody else, you know, our counterparts are white too. I'm telling you, some of these so-called white people ain't white people. It's a reason why some of these people will die for America, nigga. This is my country. I'm patriotic. I will go down in the soil for you. God damn, nigga. my ancestors been here, and they don't even be lying. You damn okay, damn his ancestors been. Come on, man. This nigga probably come from white passing Indians. That's why I did the whole white passing saga to show you that there's a great area to history. You know, a lot of possibilities, maybes, and check off points. Right? You can't sit here and say you're not original if you're not dark skinned and copper colored. Then what the fuck am I supposed to tell my damn nephew who's damn near pale? And he's not biracial. Both his parents is darker than me. He just light skinned and shit. He's white passing almost. What the fuck I'm supposed to tell him he's not original then because his skin way fucking lighter than mine? Come on, man. Don't become a colorist while trying to fight colorism. Don't become a racist while trying to fight racism. A lot of people start to mirror the very thing that they hate the most. You got to be careful with that. You know what I'm saying? So just tap into it, right? Let's tap into it, right? Damn, my viewership dropped tremendously. Somebody probably didn't like that comment about the Moors, but you know, it is what it is. Well, facts over feelings. Just keep it going though, Black Anglo-Saxons, man. Just go to this page called The Mimics. This is what chapter we in now. We are in The Mimics. Chapter 4, Mimics. Appreciate that alien buddy too, man. Appreciate that. Omega, yeah, Omega Sci-Fi. Yep. Q Dogs. I believe Q Dogs are like black Romans on the low ski. I ain't even gonna cap. I deeply feel like Q Dogs are like black Roman Greek niggas because a lot of them like wrestling and shit like that. You know, I'm just like the Roman and Greeks, and a lot of them be down low like them Roman and Greek niggas. I'm just saying. You feel me? Like and I do say that because I think every organization is tied to a specific bloodline of a black Anglo-Saxon or a black European, right? Like some of them, like this organization is for those who descend from like Roman and Greek niggas and shit. You know, this is for those of France and you know, this from Spain. That's why the colors be matching some of these damn European countries as well. You know what I'm saying? I kind of like it might be my brain overthinking and analyzing, but that's kind of what I just be seeing. And I grew up around Q Dogs. Them niggas is overly aggressive. Yeah, bro. They zesty and overly aggressive, bro. I used to hate when them niggas used to come to the club growing up. For real, man. I used to hate that shit in the club growing up, boy. Man, 18, 19, 20 in the club. 20 years old in the club. I used to hate when them niggas come through the door because there's always some zesty shit. They're cute, dog. Nigga got their shirt off and Timberland boots and shit. Stunk like, come on, bro, nigga. Y'all done fucked up the whole vibe. We in here listening to T.I., Dope Boy in the Trap, nigga. We on some whole other shit. You know, cute, dog. Cut that shit off. And start stepping, shirt off, glistening and shit. Then you get the other nigga, Alpha 5. They all in here pink and red and you. Man, hey, y'all, it's time to go. Y'all trying to go to Waffle House? Man, yeah, go to Waffle House, bro. Fuck this shit, man. I don't even want to be here no more. For real, bro. Man, that's when I used to leave the club. For real, when them fraternities and sororities come into the club, I leave that shit, boy. Hell no. It's time for me to get the fuck up out of here. Like, man, hell yeah. Hell yeah, they used to do too much in the club. Them nigga damn near be gang banging lightweight. For real, them Q Dogs damn near be gang banging almost. You damn nigga, are y'all in college in a fraternity or y'all gang members, nigga? Y'all in here beefing with Bloods and shit. The fuck y'all got going on, nigga? Shit be crazy, boy. You know, I just be saying that, you know, a lot of my family don't like that, of course. You know, like I got Masons in my family, you know, my sister, mom, sororities, and all that type of shit. I get it. But there's another side of my family who understand it and say the same shit. But, you know, a lot of people, families have this, you know, when we be talking about Masons and all this stuff, don't think that this ain't in your family. Swarthy tell y'all all the time when he hop on live, like, a lot of these people is in your family. You might be the family member that got this on, nigga. That's why you don't know shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, they have to scope out their family. You know what I'm saying? Like, they know what side of the family gonna go with the program, and they know what side gonna resist the program, right? Those who will resist or we feel like gonna resist, we will cut ties with you. Those who I know will go with the program, okay, boom, still blood ties. I'm telling you some real shit. And don't get it twisted. They know you. The Masons in your family that you never see, never hear, they know you. They watching you. They done watched you grow up from afar and all that type of shit just to see if your mindset will change. Most of these celebrities or most of these people that be getting approached always be a cousin, uncle, granddaddy, be the main one. All right, you ready? Are you traveling? You know what I'm saying? I ain't about to get into it with y'all, you feel me? But that's one of their little questions. My uncle be trying to get me to join that shit every time I go back home. You ready? You ready? Square? You ready? Get the fuck away from me with that. I am 36. I am not joining shit else at 36, bro. Nah, real talk, bro. I'm too old to be joining anything. I am not joining shit else. I've already joined the organization. They was the Bloods. You know what I'm saying? I've already retired from one fraternity. I ain't trying to get into another one. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? So, you feel me? I ain't even trying. You feel me? Hey, blah, OG, nigga. Some of y'all ain't never heard that old blah, nigga. You feel me? Yeah, I'm good, Shit. Hell no. You'll be trying to sacrifice a nigga just to live your younger years again. I'm coming to East Face, man, like for real. So let's get back into it. Few more people just left. They might have been the Masons, the fraternities. I'm sorry. Let's go. Hey, enlightenment is not for the weak. So chapter 4, the mimics. So mimics are the close kin. Listen, because we already talked about the image makers, right? The image makers, those who like jobs and careers in persuasion, mass persuasion, police, all that shit, right? Remember, right? Boule niggas. The mimics are the close kin of the image makers, right? First cousins, right? Remember, we always said they all related. Right? So you'll be the last right for the family legacy, man. Look, content creators, man. Look. But look, the mimics are the close kin of the image makers, right? They all related, right? Close kin, right? First, second cousin, maybe. Uncle, auntie, granddaddy, right? Mimics are the close kin of the image makers and are especially prevalent among school teachers. What? Some of your school teachers was a black Anglo-Saxon. You always wonder why Miss Johnson was always fucking with you. Damn, Miss Johnson, you always fucking with a nigga, man. Come on. I can't get that one little point to graduate. No. And she always old and mean too. I hate this class, bro. Always her ass, bro. She always be tripping on a nigga, bro. I don't even know why she don't like the niggas, because you an Indian. She's a black Anglo-Saxon. And she's been teaching Indians, and she's tired of this shit for 60 years. You niggas irritate my soul. You know what I'm saying? Mad at above her. Yeah, the principals and shit. Especially the principals, Swarthy. Principals, school board, teachers. Yeah, the whole school. Damn near. Except for the janitor. The janitor might have been a black American Indian. You feel me? Of course. But yeah, Mrs. Johnson had to put a nigga on game. You said, what makes a black Anglo-Saxon? A black Anglo-Saxon is a black British person, right? So back then they was called black Anglo-Saxons. In today's time, political correctness, they're black Brits. And ironically, because in today's time, the black Brits still hate your ass. Like, ain't nothing changed. The black Brits still be hating your ass. I tell you, some of the black Brits that be on TikTok talking that shit about us, they be in America too. Don't be thinking that these niggas is still in London and shit. They over here just like the Africans. They be right there 5 blocks away from you. I hate black Americans. You guys just, they could be right here. You said, what's their origin? Germans. Black Anglo-Saxons are basically black Germanic people from Germany. Nah, they Germans. They black Germanic people. I think 50 Cent might be a black Anglo-Saxon too. Mm-hmm. Yep. It wouldn't surprise me, Swarthy. Remember, 12 million immigrants passed through New York. It wouldn't surprise me if he was. Mr. Curtis Jackson. What's happening, Genius? Peace, peace. Mm-hmm. 21 Savage, a black Brit. Yup. Mm-hmm. You had a sub teacher who I never really got along with in elementary. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, them teachers. Yeah, the janitor probably American Indian. You know how they be doing us, OGJD. You know it'd be hard for our people to even move up in rank inside the education world. Like real talk. Even that's a fraternity. It's all a brotherhood. We gotta pay attention to the word brotherhood. Cause even the teachers use that brotherhood, the family, the faculty, you know what I'm saying? Even that's an organization within an organization. And ironically, most of your teachers went what? Through college, fraternities, sororities, the same shit. They infiltrated on all levels to make sure that we keep getting the same indoctrination and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We all know that the public school is getting the worst so-called education out here, but ain't no black teacher for real standing up. They keep teaching the bullshit, knowing they know the real shit. And P gang, that should be right there in your face. Mm-hmm. The janitor and the lunch lady, yeah, Swarthy, you already know the lunch lady, especially the one that got the little arm flapping going on. And she always be greeting you, hey baby. That lunch lady, you know she American Indian. Hey baby, how you doing? Mm-hmm. It's always the nice one too. Oprah Winfrey look mixed with some. She probably a black Anglo-Saxon with a little American Indian in her, because some of them did mix amongst our people to get inside our tribes. Some of them paid $5. Some of them pretended to be us and mixed amongst American Indians to get the bloodline and the name. Got on the dolls rolls and shit. Yeah, man, this shit happened all type of ways. That's why we tell people it wasn't just white people. Even though pan goofies and super pro black people want you to think, oh, white people. Nah. That's how Swarthy and me and others know that Pan-Africanism shit was created by a black Anglo-Saxon. For that same reason. If I got everybody focused on some pro-black shit, you ain't even worried about your black enemies. You so focused on the white man. That would the burglar sneaking in through the back door wearing all black and he black. Ain't that something? Just keep going though. So, and are especially prevalent among school teachers and white collar workers. They chronically imitate white mannerisms. Listen, they chronically imitate white mannerisms. Chronically. They can't hide that shit. They chronically, not frequently, not usually, chronically imitate white mannerisms in the quest for a feeling of similarity or closeness to their white ideal. As whites do, they do. As whites do, they do. As whites do, they do. Shut out of white society for the most part, right? Black Anglo-Saxons are shut out of white society for the most part. They use skillful mimicry as a means of sharing vicariously in what they conceive to be its delights. What they cannot accomplish in reality, they gain through wishful thinking, backed up with the biblical references that, quote, as a man thinketh, so he is, unquote. Individuality is traded for conformity and robotism. What? Individuality is traded, sell out, for conformity and robotism. And Negro virtues and vices are exchanged for their white counterparts, right? The mimic minister recently cited as proof that Negro churchgoers are every bit the equal of their white peers. Ooh. shit, not the churchgoers. Don't do them, Los. Don't talk about Jesus like that, boy. You gonna go to hell. You know, I'm gonna whip your ass. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? The Negro churchgoers are every bit the equal of their white peers. The fact that Negro congregations, quote, can speak the same language, sing the same hymns, discuss the same issues, attack the same problems, and support churches in the same style equals, even if they can't support the same churches. The life of a mimic is accordingly one endless duplication of white society. God damn. He has reached, hey, appreciate that, Swarty. He has reached the point where he does not want to be regarded as different and is especially sensitive to any suggestion of a difference between whites and blacks. Hey, so what do you think about whites and blacks? I don't see no different. We're all the same. Yeah, those niggas. We're all the same. There's no difference. Hey, why are you dating that white woman? What white women? Oh, so I can't date a white woman. We're all the same. We bleed. Oh, you guys got to stop racism. Yeah, all that shit, right? A Negro marketing analyst, after enumerating differences in the consumer behavior of whites and Negroes, added it defensively, quote, this is not to say that Negroes live in a manner dissimilar to other Americans, unquote. Sameness has become synonymous with equality. And too often, this type of orientation will dampen the mimic's enthusiasm for opposing the corruption of society, right? They are opposing the corruption, right? They're not opposing it, right? It would dampen the mimic's enthusiasm, right? It would dampen the mimic's enthusiasm for opposing the corrupt society. So he will go with the program. He fears to seem different, so he will go with the program, right? He fears of being different, so he will go with the program. Said a medical student in the South, quote, it has taken me until my junior year to suddenly realize that I really am the same as everyone else. I don't feel the need to fight about it anymore. I just know it, unquote. Appreciate that, Swarthy. Right? Mimics. How y'all feeling about these mimics so far after that first page? What's happening, Gia? How y'all feel about that? And so the mimic conforms to white norms in the expectation that the elimination of all what the fuck? My bad. Woo. In the expectation that the elimination of all ostentable, I'm going to have to research that, differences between the races will eradicate the socioeconomic and discrimination now suffered by his race. Having unconsciously accepted the internal superiority of the white world, he naturally proceeds to imitate his transcendent supermodel, the whites. In its detail, the aping of white behavior by mimics often amounts to burlesque. A white accent, for an example, is taken to represent a high degree of association with the better class of whites. In effort to talk like a white person, quote unquote, mimics, when speaking publicly or to strangers, affect a snarl or twang imitative of whites. Right? A little twang, you know, a little country white man, right? You might imitate a country white man down south, right? You know, a little snarling twang to him. Because we know that Black Americans don't sound like that. If you listen long enough, however, you are likely to hear an I pronounced ah, as well as other tall tale signs of their southern origins. Ooh. Ooh. Now he's talking, when he says that of their southern origins, he's talking about those Black American Indians who want to be white too. Because trust me, this shit go both ways. You got black Anglo-Saxons trying to get it back in the graces of their white counterparts on one hand, and then on the other hand, you have those sellout American Indians who's trying to mimic and do the same as the European, black and white. Let's not act like that the sellouts didn't exist and they still exist today. Are we reading black Anglo-Saxons? So he's saying that when it comes to our people, right? Our people with the Southern accent, even though they try to talk like the white man for real, every now and then you can hear that Southern accent come out if you listen hard enough. And if you listen hard enough, you might catch that British accent too on the other side. So in reality, their quote unquote contact with whites is mostly limited to public functionaries such as telephone operators and radio and television announcers. Therefore, they are led, even in private conversation, to imitate the artificial, the British tamed articulation of the white public formality. Okay? I'm sorry, my people, but I do believe that there is a such thing as talking white. Therefore, they are led, even in private conversation, to imitate the official British twang, articulation of white public formality. There is definitely a white accent of articulation. I'm just being real. It is what it is. But notice that that white accent is different from the Cali's accent of articulation. Do not confuse California talking white because they don't. They talk very American Indian with actual British conversation, right? Harry Potter, Dumbledore, peasant, you know, that black elite. Yeah, that shit. All right. So mimics derive prestige on a scale based on the similarity of their speech in a white model. Mimics with maids, usually babysitters, but usually to refer as maids or housekeepers, will hold the domestic to the same stiff requirement of talking such as like white as possible, please. Please, don't use no ebonics here. We don't speak jive. Yeah. So even when they hire maids and housekeepers, a stiff requirement is to talk as white as possible. Okay. Mimics frequently express fears that their maids will transmit their Southern Negro accents to the mimics' black Anglo-Saxon children. Did y'all catch that? Let me say that one more time. Let me say that one more time so y'all can catch it. We talking about two different people right here. Here we go. The mimics frequently express fears that their maids will transmit their Southern Negro accent, to the mimics' black Anglo-Saxon children. Just learning to talk. This likelihood is greater than it seems, since the maid is with the children all day in more waking hours than the parents. The latter, after coming home from work, often for a salary little higher than the maid, often rush off again to so-called social obligations. Mimics mock in private conversation the Southern Bordeaux, or the Southern language, right? The black Anglo-Saxons mock the Southern Negroes' accents, right? Of friends and relatives, whom they struggle to avoid in the presence of whites. Although most are unfamiliar with the more advanced Negro poets, such as M.B. Towson, they loathe and condemn leading poets of Langston Hughes. Langston Hughes told you he was an American, all right, who are said to, quote, merely reproduce the jargon of the Negro, unquote. Damn. Interestingly, This contempt for Southern speech is not carried over to the accent of the white Southerner. They telling you it's two different. Negro jargon or Ebonics is different from white Southerner. In fact, a mimic on the faculty of the leading Negro University in New Orleans recently wrote an article of the Journal of the Negro Education in which she was admonished Southern Negroes to, quote, discard their dialects, unquote, for that of a more standard Southern speech, right? Remember, journals, mass persuasion, Black Anglo-Saxons, they tried to get us to stop speaking like us and adopt a more standard Southern speech or sound like a Southern white man. All right. Yeah, Langston Hughes was definitely working with the CIA, and he was inside those little rainbow hidden bars that they had back in the day, but that's for another live. That's for another live, boy. A lot of people don't even, that's another history people don't know. Some of them boys was in them hidden rainbow bars back then. Woo, boy, we ain't gonna get into it. But for the most part, he did acknowledge about the Indian. So that's probably about the only thing I give him credit on. Everything else is questionable. So, flipping the page. So to abandon the Southern jargon, all right, the so-called ghettos in the future, she urged Negroes to procure tape recorders, learn phonics principles, and through a, quote, enormous effort, work towards breaking down this last and most formidable barrier, unquote. A number of Negroes known to me in the South have long been engaged in feverish mimicry of the white Southerners' twang and regionally peculiars of pronunciation. Mimics North and South who have mastered such habits of speech, right? These mimics, remember who the mimics are, Black Anglo-Saxons, right? They mastered the habits of speech, peep game. Look upon themselves as the, quote, only Negro around here who can talk, unquote, and are the first to say so as well. I have known more than a few female mimics in the North who, because of their past experiences as domestics in the South, had enough contact with whites to perfect a white Southern accent. This they clung to in the North as a mark of distinction, right? Again, there's our jargon, Ebonics, is not the same as white Southern accent, okay? Beep gang, again, they telling you it's a difference. Whereas most Negroes regard the white Southerner accent with amusement and disdain, like, ah, damn, buddy. Yeah, shit like that, right? The mimic considers it rather cute, particularly if used by a colored woman, right? A Black Anglo-Saxon woman with a white Southern accent generally enjoys the sweet fruit of being likened to a Southern white belle. See what they doing right there? A Black Anglo-Saxon woman with a white Southern accent generally enjoys the sweet fruit of being likened to a Southern white belle, unquote. Men will adopt such verbal gems as Ewans. We already know Ewans. You don't be doing that, right? Ewans or Ewns for you and yours. Y'all know. All right. In imitation of Southern whites, they telling you how the Black British been practicing your accent for the long time. I do declare, face. Well, I do declare. Look, for real. But they telling you how the Black Anglo-Saxons, right? They wanted the Southern white accent, but they also wanted the Southern Negro dialect. Right? Remember, the dialect and accent is different, right? So the Black Anglo-Saxons figured, okay, we can blend in and all this type of shit. We can get the Southern white accent, combine that with the indigenous Negro dialect, and we can probably take this shit up north and create something new. Diabolical. Goddamn-bolical. Right? But while the mimics cherish a white Southern accent when northbound with a Southern Negro accent, see what I'm saying? I just said that, right? But while the mimic cherish a white Southern accent when northbound with a Southern Negro accent, she struggles increasingly to lose it as she draws near her northern destination. Old habits, however, are not so easily discarded. The mimic is beset by constant setbacks, especially as she begins to meet people and feel enough at home to relax her front behavior, right? When she begins to meet people and feel enough at home, they will relax the fake behavior, right? On vacation trips back home to the South, mimics, Black Anglo-Saxons was down south and then they moved up north. I forgot to tell y'all that, but yeah. But back home in the South, right, mimics chirrup like a northern symphony. Warm-ups for the first few days, basking in the envious comments of neighbors who are also mimics or mimic admirers. But they eventually forget themselves and revert to their old ways of talking, huh? Wonder what that old way is, right? Talking about Black Anglo-Saxons, right? They probably sound like Bobby Boucher goddamn uncle in that goddamn swamp. Yeah, they probably sound like that, right? Well, anyway, though, this leads to an even greater frenzy to rid themselves of their past speech habits. Others who have never been out south, let alone the country, require British accents. There we go. Boom. Bomb goddamn drop right there. Right? Others who have never been out south, we talking about Black Anglo-Saxons. The Black Anglo-Saxons who never came down south, they still acquire their British accents. Now, go listen to Baltimore people talk. Yes, there are American Indians with British accents. Go listen to people from Baltimore. It's you, dummy. Right, you know what I'm saying? Listen to that shit. They're British. But they told you that when they got here, the ones who went down south, they started having a Negro Southern accent at first. And then they start taking a liking to the white Southern accent. So then when they go up north, they combine the two and they start to lose themselves, their British accents after a while. But those who ain't never been down south, they still have their British accents. All right. 21 Savage still have his British accent. He just don't speak it on camera. Swear to you. Not all skin folk is your kinfolk. A lot of them still got their British accents. They just don't speak it on camera. The closest you gonna hear is Slick Rick. If you go back to listen to Slick Rick albums now, since y'all know that he British, he raps in his British accent. He's probably one of few who still, he was like, fuck it, you niggas gonna rock with it. You know what I'm saying? Go back and listen to Slick Rick. He raps in his British accent. It ain't, you know what I'm saying? He still do. So some of them could make it work for him. Some of them couldn't make it work for him, right? So, let alone in the country, they acquire British accents, as is the case of one school teacher compensating for her inability to find work in Oklahoma, right? So they had to start adapting our speech. They couldn't find work in Oklahoma. They couldn't find work. Not only in Oklahoma, but anywhere they couldn't find work. People was teasing them. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to get them about the rabbit hole of the fire, but I'm telling you what happened. The reason why they stopped using their British accents. It was hard to find work. People was teasing them. They got in a lot of fights. We couldn't understand they ass as teachers. You know what I'm saying? So P gang. So the mimic's copycat impulse is not restricted to speech though, right? The mimic, remember, the Black Anglo-Saxon, right? The closest kin to the image makers, right? Their impulse is not restricted to speech though. Oh no, it don't just stop at speech. Lloyds of London, right? It don't just stop at speech. Hey, it's funny you say that, Swarthy, because when you go back and watch the video, it's like his southern accent kind of disappeared a little bit. He was like, black is not a nationality. You know, you can't get reparation. Reparations is for nations. A nationality, right? Real southern, right? And he was like, you need to talk to Lloyds of London. Oh, hold on. What the fuck, Tip? Lloyds of London. The fuck? Nationality, Lloyds of London. Look, man. P game, man. That shit crazy, bro. That shit always slip up. And I ain't gonna lie to you. When we talk about the Southern Black British, oh, they definitely inside Atlanta. I ain't gonna cap. They definitely in Atlanta. They definitely in Atlanta. They definitely, because we got to think, like, when Black Anglo-Saxons came, they came in colonial days. They've been here since colonial times, right? Your so-called English colonies and shit like that, right? These was your Black Anglo-Saxons, your Black Brits and all of that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? They've been here since colonial days, 1600s. They ain't never leave. They've been mingling amongst American Indians, Moors, and Sephardics for a while, these Black Germanic people. You know what I'm saying? So, like, a lot of them came down to the South first. No, a lot of them, they landed in Virginia as a landing point. From Virginia, some went up north, some went down south. Those up north, you know, some of them acquired a Dutch or Italian accent after a while. Some of them still kept a British accent and pretended up north with it. You know what I'm saying? Those that came down south, they hid their British accent for the most part and started trying to adopt a Negro jargon mixed with a white Southern twang to it. You know what I'm saying? But every now and then, that goddamn Britain or that British will slip. You feel me? You just gotta catch it. So that's what that is, and that shit been going on for a minute. Honestly, I think Georgia got. I know we Indians down there, but I think Georgia got a lot of Black British pretending to be Indians there. Carolina, Virginia, Alabama, right next door to Georgia, so I know they got some Black Brits in that motherfucker. Not so much Florida. Florida got like Florida Black Spaniard descendants will be in Florida. You know, I keep telling people, you know what I'm saying? The Mexicans and Hispanics that you see today, they are Spanish. They're not Spaniards. They are two different things. Spaniards are El Negros. They look like us, right? Moors, Sephardics. Spanish are the children and the white passing children of those Moors and Arabs mixing, right? The Moors and Arabs mix, which gave birth technically to the forefathers of what you will call later on Hispanics today. You know what I'm saying? So that's how that happened. But Florida would have the Black Spaniard gene pool down there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But they definitely in all major cities, facts. So let's keep going though. So it ain't just restricted to speech that they imitate though. For an example, those who have never seen the inside of a Catholic church will dutifully eat fish on Fridays, right? In general, there is an effort to acquire the mannerisms and personal characteristics prevalent among whites in their region. Mimics in the South, for an example, boast of their Southern hospitality, unquote. A woman returning to the South on vacation will be praised by her mimic kinsmen as processing, quote, a balanced blend of Southern charm and Yankee drive. That's crazy as hell. These damn black Anglo-Saxons everywhere just adopting niggas' language and cultures and habitats and shit. I'm talking about they ethnociding themselves. Some people literally ethnociding themselves, like got rid of their old history, creating new history type shit. And so most of them don't tell their kids, but this is why they created these fraternities, sororities, and stuff. Like, we ain't really gonna tell you where we come from, but just know that you part of this sorority and fraternity. And my granddaddy was a Mason, so you gotta be one. Prince Hall, Scottish. Oh, my grandfather was a Q dog, so you a Q dog. This house is Q's. You know what I'm saying? That type of shit going on. You know, you be wondering why they be so passionate about some of these organizations and shit, because this is where a lot of them hide. You know, a lot of them hide in these organizations and fraternities. And a lot of our sellout brothers and sisters be rubbing arms with these folks, mixing, you know, having babies with these people and shit. But let's keep going though. So bringing praise to Boston mimics for proficiency in, quote, one of the highest forms of art, unquote, snubbery. That come from your Boston black Anglo-Saxons, right? Snubbery, right? Others return for vacation trips with, quote unquote, California airs, right? Or California mannerisms, right? Black Anglo-Saxons went out there to Cali, adopted the Cali mannerisms, right? Those that went to Boston adopted the Boston. Remember, they mimicked the white people of that region. So Boston mimicked the white Boston people. Cali, they mimicked the white Cali people. Chicago, they mimicked the white Chicago people. You feel me? Those who have just returned from 2-week tour of Europe are cheered for their Persian charm, right? And they'll go back to Europe for 2 weeks, peep game. Texans mimic strive to become so-called Fresnel boosters, and others are said even to follow the sun and return again home with, quote, California and Miami tans, unquote. Whatever the fuck that means. Y'all are Negroes. But anyways, some avoid summer sun. Right? You know, my black Anglo-Saxons, Negroes, right? Some of them avoid the summer sun. All right, you better watch out for those Negroes that be complaining about the sun. I don't like the sun. It burns. Oh, it's hot. Yeah, be careful of them black boys. Hey, you black Anglo-Saxon, because I love the sun. Yeah, that shit be hot, but that shit feel good on my skin. Others be like, I don't like it. It's hot. It's burning my skin. I get sunburned. Oh. Be looking at their head like, you get sunburned? Yeah, I get sunburned. I can't be out here. But what the fuck wrong with your DNA? How the fuck you get sunburned? All right? What's that in this ain't? Peep game, black Anglo-Saxon. They carry the genes of their white counterparts, or their counterparts carry the genes of the black counterparts, right? Because the white come from the dark, right? So some avoid the summer sun to retain as much of a visible semblance to whites as possible. So those got to be your light-skinned black British who's avoiding the sun. So they can retain the visibility of looking white as possible. Others of dark tan hue, yeah, so those was the light-skinned black British people. So they avoid the summer sun to appear more whiter than they are, right? White passing go a lot of ways. Others of dark tan hue delight in reporting that no matter how much they stay out the sun, they just can't seem to get a tan. Enthusiasm for aping white behavior sometimes pervades the most personal, intimidate. Fuck. Y'all know what I'm trying to say. My tongue ain't rolling. Aspects of mimic life. Married mimics, for an example, are prone to hold up white men or women as ideas to their mates. When a female mimic husband fails to open the car door in the classic gentleman style, she is apt to berate him with the statement, quote, now a white man would have opened the door for his wife, unquote. There's a lot of motherfuckers in the TikTok world on this gender war shit that be sounding like black Anglo-Saxons. The white man treat their woman good. Why can't the black man? I don't even know if you Indian. Shut up. For real. I don't even know if you Indian, bruh. Shut your ass up. I'll let the door shut on a black Anglo-Saxon woman in a heartbeat. I will open up and shut it again. The fuck you talking about? Indian only, coloreds only. Okay. Yeah. So listen. So the black Anglo-Saxon woman would say to her black Anglo-Saxon man who forgot to open the door for her, now a white man will open the door for his wife, unquote. The male mimics, however, are more likely to act the role of a gentleman when whites are present. Many wives complain of the inability to get mimic husbands to so much as lift a broom around the house, unless white guests are present. That is the time when they will bend over backwards to appear courteous and helpful. When a male mimic wife does something that bothers him, he is likely to tell her, quote, wouldn't nobody do that but a colored woman, unquote. God damn. Shit, it sound like some of them niggas in that manosphere world. But by the same token, when a female mimic is peeved with her spouse, she also talks about his hereditary or makes the declaration that, quote, his type is generally no account anyways, unquote. Damn, they beefing inside the household? Shit crazy. Male and female mimics each project the blame for the current plight of the race on each other. I'm trying to tell y'all, stay away from them gender wars. Sometimes those are black Anglo-Saxon men beefing with black Anglo-Saxon women and vice versa. And they trying to bring the American man and American woman into their conflicts while pretending and cosplaying as us. Dodge the hijacks in the real world as well as these books. So male and female black Anglo-Saxons will project the blame for the current plight of the race on each other. Women say race would gain equality of opportunity if the men would stand up to white men. Males rationalize and complain that the only Negro woman and the white man are truly free in the United States. Haven't we heard that before? Some unmarried female mimics boast that they wouldn't have much to do with the Negro man because, quote, I don't have nothing to give to you, unquote, or won't do nothing for you, unquote, meaning that he can't afford to squander money on the black Anglo-Saxon female. Yeah, they don't even like each other. God damn. Damn. Bro, they don't even like each other, bro. Black, the black Anglo-Saxon man and woman, they don't even like each other in this motherfucker, bro. God damn. Oh, mimic female gold diggers. Shit, boy, hold on. I wasn't ready for that one. So, mimic female gold diggers, acting on this disdain for Negro men, frequently acquire white sponsors. These men pay their rent and maintain charge accounts at exclusive clothing stores. Damn, that sounds familiar. In return for Collistine's sexual favors and intimacy escape from the white community. Trade for a trade. Such a woman derived prestige from being sustained in the idleness by a white sponsor or sufficient wrath to set her down, that is free. Shit. You gotta stay away from them gender wars, boy. That shit. Sometimes that shit ain't got nothing to do with you. So I'm gonna read this last page and I'm gonna open up the panel if anybody wanna come up. So, and her from the mandatory work. Mimics not blessed with white sponsors obtain vicarious thralls by merely watching a sponsored mimic walk into an exclusive store where they themselves are mainly employed and proudly charge something to a wealth white man's accounts. TikTok full of these Layla Brown types, man. Look, Layla Brown came to my mind instantly with the mimic. I am Cherokee. I'm part of an elite family. I'm better than you guys. I'm telling you, boy, them black Anglo-Saxons be right there in plain sight, boy. Well, you guys aren't real Indians because you don't have no tribal card. You know, Dean and them, where your tribal card at? A few not proficient in exploitation of love and sex will journey to Africa and seek to act like whites among the natives there. Damn. So if the black Anglo-Saxon can't get it here with the white man in sponsorship, they will go to Africa and act like whites among the natives there. This necessitates an about face on their part prior to recent emergencies of African countries in the world of nations. Mimics either ignored Africa altogether or scoffed at her diplomats and leaders on their visits to America. Most then, as now, adopt Europe as their mother, or should we say stepmother country, right? Unquote. But now that whites are taking notice of Africa and according to her respects, mimics are increasingly doing the same. Black Anglo-Saxons are going to Africa. Too many mimics. It is not enough merely to act like whites. One must also look like them as much as possible. This applies especially to female mimics, though it is by no means unknown among the men as well. Some usually the product of barefoot farm days during which their feet grew freely, now cramp their feet in shoes that are too small merely because they have heard it said that whites have smaller feet than Negroes, unquote. Other diet themselves into poor health. Serena Williams. Well, Serena Williams look, boy, she look goofy as fuck now, boy. Right? Diet themselves into poor health. How we know she an Indian. Okay. In a frantic effort to approximate the comparatively flat-hipped anatomy of their white idols. Was that in real? Peace. Right? Mimics copy the conspicuous and often the most ridiculous elements of white makeup, tainting their hair blonde one week and brunette the next, then back again red and even purple, with no regard for the color of their skin. Ebony recently reported in December 1962 that, quote, spots several by a number of leading wig factories. Now that an impressively large number of Negro women, right, Black Anglo-Saxon women, are having an extra head of hair, unquote, than whites, not to mention wig caps, right? Mimics will also ridicule Negro women, right? Mimics will ridicule Negro women who do not follow their example. One distraught victim wrote in the editor of Negro Weekly that, quote, I wear my hair natural and find that it is not the white person that I expect, but the mimic or the Black Anglo-Saxon who is taken back and becomes wide-eyed by this as if my type of hair is unknown to them, unquote. Ooh. So Shawty said that, man, I came to work with my natural hair out. But it ain't even the white people that got a problem with it. It's so-called black people, right? So-called Black Anglo-Saxon got the problem. Y'all notice something? Our women have always been wearing bonnets. The only people start having a problem with our people wearing bonnets is these so-called black men. How we know they weren't Black Anglo-Saxon men? We have always wore bonnets. That shit ain't never been no problem. White folk don't even give a fuck about that shit. Some of them being white people wearing bonnets now. Peep game. Black Anglo-Saxons still live amongst you. They still live amongst you. All right. So Shada said it wasn't even the white folks who was taken back by the afro. I wasn't even the white folks. Indeed, the Negro who dares to comment on beauty of the colored woman's fashionably washed hair before it has been fixed will be laughed away or condemned as a black supremacist. Right? When Sephia magazine in June of 1962 printed a picture of jazz singer Dakota Staton wearing her hair natural, right? Unnatural or afro, right? Afro. A mimic reader in Philadelphia wrote a letter of the protest to the editors and stated that she was disappointed and ashamed of Miss Staton for wearing her afro out. Yeah, Monique. Yeah, Monique might be Black Anglo-Saxon. You know, she kind of always only play fucked up roles. All right. Mimics prefer to spend millions of dollars on various concoctions called hair grease or bleaching cream, unquote, in effort to look more and more like whites. Conversely, whites soak up suntan oils and sun baking ointments to render themselves darker, and Black Anglo-Saxons are bleaching their skin to appear whiter. Crazy world, ain't it? Mimics long even more frantically in proganity of invisibility and sameness in the social sphere. From time to time, they may be found hopefully applauding scientific progress in the production of a pill which could control skin color and provide the Earth's people with a common neutral complexion, unquote. Damn. And it's crazy because they got melanin injections right now. But anyways, what a dull, drab, and unattractive world that would be. The outlook of the female mimic present problems even if she is purchasing cosmetics. She once only specially mixed face powder, you know, since that is what so-called high-class whites use. Also, it provides a sense of importance to have some visibility being prepared, something especially for her. But since she rejects such tones as nut brown and other shades of brown reasonably and objectively close to her own particular hue, the discussion invariably ends in the squabble with the clerk and mixer. Damn, so she got the squabbling with the damn clerk. She got the squabble with the clerk, boy. The discussion invariably ends in a squabble with the clerk. God damn, she fighting the clerk for that bleaching cream, boy, that damn makeup mix. You ain't got the white powder, nigga? She was in that motherfucker tweaking out. The fuck you mean you ain't got the fair skin, the fair skin tone, nigga? Tweaking. Right? The mimic is not always aware of the source of his or her behavior. The mimic is not always aware of the source of his or her behavior, for it is governed by what the eminent psychologist Gordon Allport calls, quote, functional autonomy of motives, unquote. Allport suggests, among other things, that a person takes to something for one reason, which may or may not be apparent to him, but later comes to believe that he likes or dislikes that thing for his own sake. Thus, mimics may initially imitate some nonsensical behavior because it is fashionable among whites, then later come to believe that they selected the fad or triviality for its inherent qualities. The Allport syndrome lies beyond the shameless intramural prejudice and discrimination of which Black Anglo-Saxons are guilty of. Meaning Black Anglo-Saxons hate themselves. Self-hate. Black Anglo-Saxons hate themselves. They hate people that look like them. They hate your skin because it's black. They hate their gums because they black. They hate your black ass. Yeah, Anglo-Saxons. Man, hell yeah, smart. All right. Some have gone so far in their adjustment to the white status quo as to segregate Negroes from whites in their own places of business. In Tulsa, Oklahoma, there is a barbecue cafe at Pine and Greenwood Street, which was segregated for years, although owned and operated by Negroes, Black Anglo-Saxons. Whites sat on the east and other Negroes, us, sat on the west. A drive-in theater in the same state does not admit Negroes, although it is owned by Black Anglo-Saxons, aka Negroes. Right? That's crazy. Y'all ever heard of a whites-only restaurant but owned by a Negro? Or we know them as Black Anglo-Saxons, but as a Negro? They don't tell you that side of history, right? A lot of these white-owned businesses was owned by Black Anglo-Saxons, okay, Negro. Yeah, they don't tell you that, right? The whites only pies got a little bit different kind of twang to it now, don't it? Miss Daisy Bates, president of Arkansas NAACP during the Little Walk event in 1957, led a picket line of about 30 Negroes, only 5 years later against the Negro-owned business. It had refused service to Negroes in the air-conditioned white dining room. No ninjas allowed is crazy word when the ninja is the owner. How do you turn out more insecure than your mutation? Oh shit. This is how do you get more insecure than your guy? That's crazy. That's crazy, man. So yeah, the panel is open if anybody want to come up, add on to this. We done finished chapter 4, the mimic. That shit crazy, boy. And remember, not all skin folk is goddamn kinfolk. Man, that shit crazy. It said Negroes own. Negroes not allowed. And the whole time, that shit was ran by a Negro. It's diabolical.
Yeah, man. When you start reading all this shit, I start thinking about all kind of people. It's a lot of people on TikTok that fit the description of what you just read. I mean, like a lot. It ain't just the Layla Browns. It's a lot of people that's in the Indian community that fit these descriptions. Then if you listen to them and they be telling you about their genealogy, they tell you that yeah, man, my people came from England.
Yeah.
They telling you just ain't paying attention. Niggas is telling on themselves.
Trying to tell you, man. That shit crazy. That shit crazy. Especially just thinking about our ancestors growing up in that time when these niggas was first coming off that shit. And they was probably just shocked, like, damn, nigga, you really gonna be racist towards me, nigga? I thought we the same people.
Hey, that's the most the most diabolical shit. What you said is about them owning restaurants and businesses, and then it be whites only, and then the owner is a nigga, a nigga with a pushback cul-de-sac hairline in the back, talking about no niggas allowed. Don't let no niggas up in. Everybody fired if you let one nigga up in here.
Uncle Ruck is a nigga.
Yeah, boy, this shit right. It's in plain sight.
And you want to know what's crazy? Is that there's probably pictures during that time frame, and it's probably one black person inside that restaurant of whites only, and he probably the owner. And our people be talking about he's the worker and shit all the time.
Yeah,
he's the
like that KKK picture with the nigga that looked like Charleston White on there.
Yep.
I'm starting to think Charleston White might be that nigga granddaddy.
Shit, might. A lot of these niggas, a lot of them starting to kind of show their hand a little bit. Like, a lot of them don't like niggas. I'm just gonna be real with you.
That nigga said he don't like niggas. So
yeah. Yep. And I've always said it. You've always said it. We told people that the one thing the Black Anglo-Saxons can't hide is their hatred for you. They don't see themselves as niggas. They see themselves as white.
Yup. Layla Brown just was on somebody's panel a couple of 3-4 days ago talking about how her white man just took her on a shopping spree in Italy and Milan and all this shit, and we ain't shit because we ain't got a white man taking her shopping. She was going in. And then now to hear you read this shit, it brought me back to that moment the other day when she was going in. I'm like, this is Black Anglo-Saxon shit.
Black Anglo-Saxons, I'm telling you. She always bragged about family being so-called elite and organizations and fraternities and shit. Like, and she probably know that she come from Black Anglo-Saxons, but she gonna scream that Cherokee shit to the end of time, like a lot of $5 Indians.
And like you said, a lot of them people came over here and signed them Dawes rolls. It was a reason why they ain't let a lot of our ancestors sign that shit. But then you got a side out of niggas that is on there. Are you a Black Anglo-Saxon that paid $5?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
$5 Indians ain't just all white people. It was some niggas on there too.
Yep. And I'm gonna keep it real. After all the years of knowing Layla Brown and hearing her voice, I can see why niggas probably broke up with her. Broke a little hard. Her mindset is horrible. That's enough to run a nigga away.
I'm gonna tell you what it was. It was a nigga. It happened in high school. It was a nigga that she liked that didn't like her because she was probably skinny as hell with some little bee stings at the top in high school. And she, you know, some women like her developed late. So, niggas wasn't checking for her. And then it was a nigga she liked, and it was probably an American Indian woman or a girl that got with the nigga she liked, and she was like, I can't stand those niggas. And ever since then, she had a disdain for American Indians. Just, like, I'm talking about whole no 30. We talking 30 years ago, because Layla in her 40s, so we talking 30 years ago.
Oh shit! Hold on. That damn heartbreak had activated her Black Anglo-Saxon. Her ass went full fraternity after that.
Yep. So went to college, started dating white men, and ain't looked back since.
Hell no. That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
Then you got to start thinking about even some of these rainbow niggas, how we were talking about, like the Langston Hughes shit. The reason why some of these niggas on that type of time, because they're descendants of Black Anglo-Saxons. That type of shit was going on in the Victorian age in England. That's where that shit come from. The whole fraternal order initiation process, and you got to go through like the hell week and all that come from this word called Fagging. That's where that FAG word come from, because they would this started in the boarding schools in Victorian England.
Yep. And then it's crazy because that FAG word also means a bundle of sticks. And if you got a bunch of men together,
it's a bundle of sticks. It was a bundle of sticks. It's a stick party.
This shit crazy, man. Hey, man.
Yeah, all this shit in plain sight, bro. Like, it don't never be really hidden. We just don't be paying attention to the small details.
Right. What's that for, ladies? The Russian, are you trying to come up? Because you don't ever really hit the box, so I don't really know. But yeah, that shit, everything hidden in plain sight, man. That shit. And you just gotta pay attention to people's behaviors and characters. You know what I'm saying? When you know what you're looking at with the behaviors and characters, you can start to kind of see who's who a little bit. That's the whole reason why they wanted to blend all of us together and all of that type of shit.
Mm-hmm. I get that type of vibes from the Kevin Samuels niggas, and then like you said, all these war people that be all on TikTok every day with a gender war topic. Every day you got a gender war topic. Houseway.
Every day. Yep. And the only reason why I say Atlanta, because when these places where they say black meccas and shit, most of the time Black Anglo-Saxons is pulling the strings behind them cities.
New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Atlanta, Dallas, Houston, Miami, Charlotte, North Carolina. Oh, they all up through Charlotte.
Oh yeah, they all up through that motherfucker. Hell yeah. And this right here is, and this is the thing that makes that shit really diabolical, is that everybody's so blended in with this so-called pro-black shit, is that young people can't even tell who's who no more. We we don't even think about black Anglo-Saxon or black British. We Indian or African, and that's the only two identities that people hung up on. And I really feel like that was part of the play. You know what I'm saying? Get everybody just focused on either, okay, you African or African American type shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's it. But we all black power and all that right there kept this shit murky. You know, this book was written in 1960.
Yeah, I was just talking about this with Capri earlier when we was on the way to the store. And I was saying, like, the reason why, like, it kind of irks me when people be on the pedal talking about, we need to do this. The black men need to do that. The black man need. Well, no, the fuck we don't. We don't even know who's who. Some of these niggas will be, soon as we on the front line trying to do some shit, these niggas the one calling the police. Yeah, I know where the headquarters at. Hey, they gonna be there at 6 p.m. and everybody got a stick on them. Come get them. You know what I'm saying? Fuck all that shit. You're not finna have me on some Rico case with these goofy niggas.
Man, I'm trying to tell you, like, that's why I said I don't never really try to feed into those narratives when I hear it. And I really hate hearing it inside the American Indian community because I feel like
they were doing that yesterday on CEO panel.
Yeah, I feel like that we should know better now than to engage in stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? We be quick because a lot of stuff that happened ain't even happening to our people for real. It's happening to other
demographics of black people. Yeah, like you know a lot of that shit is inside those immigrant African communities and shit like that. A lot of this shit that's going on sparked like a woman. I seen a woman talking crazy like black men out here unaliving their children. No, that's an African lady. Don't put that on us.
Yeah, and then I hate when we try to bring that to the conversation and then people disregard it. They're like, man, fuck, there's a black man, and I'm like, damn. So everything that we learned just go out the door between everybody ain't us and all of that type of shit. Like
it do.
That's crazy.
When it comes to accomplishments and creating something positive, he's Nigerian. He's a West Senegalese man. Yeah. But when it comes to a nigga doing some fuck shit, he's a black man. He's from Memphis, Tennessee. No, the fuck that nigga not. That nigga's name is Olatunde Walakambe Mutombo. That nigga got there African as fuck.
Man. And I just, and I really don't want that damn gender war shit to bleed to the Indian community, but
you see it's coming now. You can see it.
Yeah. And I'm gonna be real, a lot of people gonna hate my point of views if it ever comes to that, but I just I don't know, man. They gotta stay clear of that shit because it's coming.
That shit the setup.
And that like I was on CEO panel today, like the Meg Thee Stallion and Klay Thompson shit that happened to further push the agenda to split people up because anytime celebrities break up whatever, it always turns into a gender war. You know what I'm saying?
And I believe they wasn't even never in no real relationship anyway.
Man, you both, it's entertainment. You know all this shit fake publicity stunts.
Arranged marriages, arranged relationships. Y'all gonna rock, and then when Meg about to drop the new album, y'all gotta break up because she got a new breakup song that's coming out.
Yeah. And Clay ain't really been hot for real in the public for a while. It's a publicity stunt, career stunt. In entertainment industry to keep people entertained. I don't think a lot of this shit real. I don't even think, I'm gonna be real, like all the news and shit that be coming out, and then like all the news that be coming out is always about so-called black people or whatever. But all that shit, I think like a solid 80% of that shit is fake. Especially since AI can generate fake stories and shit now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And because I notice a trend and a pattern that when a lot of these so-called unalivings happen, don't nobody relative speak out. The neighbor don't speak out. Nobody around. Like this shit just happened and nobody heard. Nobody know.
When I found out about they can like rig relationships, the Chris Brown and Rihanna shit, that shit was rigged as fuck. Mm-hmm. That was an arranged relationship, y'all.
Yep. All that shit's arranged in that entertainment. This why they all date each other. They and it's crazy that everybody think that they're dating different people in the entertainment industry, but people don't know how small that industry is.
Everybody same girls.
Everybody cheating on each other.
Everybody been with the same woman. Everybody been with Lori Harvey, like from Michael B. Jordan to Michael Jordan. Like everybody done been with the same girl.
And then once people start to understand that, which you should understand by now, because all the freaky shit that didn't happen from Hollywood and the music industry, that most of them are swingers.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't cheating for real. They say cheating like that to get y'all riled up, but damn near everybody in the industry swingers. That's why everybody date each other.
Clay doing this, Clay doing that. Boy, that nigga is an NBA player. What do y'all think NBA players do?
Mm-hmm.
Like, are you fucking serious? You'll be a fool to marry an NBA player and expect that nigga to be faithful.
Man, y'all be a fool to think anybody in the entertainment industry gonna be faithful. Like that's clearly their job.
Yeah, they got groupies everywhere they go.
Their jobs is to be 304s, men and women. To be honest, like we already know what go on Diddy parties and old white Jewish dude, like all
Bro, I just watched the little Michael Jackson movie. To me, man, I don't know what the hell niggas seen. I watched that shit last night. Man, that shit was trash. I spent 2 hours watching that fuck shit.
I already knew that shit would be
that
trash.
shit was trash, nigga. Now, I would have felt like if it would have had the shit where he was talking against Sony and showing how he bought the Beatles contract and all that shit, that would have been dope to add into the movie. Nigga, they was on some Michael Jackson was getting beat by Joe the whole movie. This nigga had Thriller out and was still living at home with his parents. Nigga, Thriller was out. Then there was a part where that nigga, when he wanted to make Beat It, that nigga was watching the news and saw some Bloods and Crips and then rode to I don't know where he found these random Crips from. That nigga found like a whole bunch of real Crips and put them in the Beat It video.
And I wonder how he approached real Crips to do that.
We talking about LA 1980s gangbanging. But them niggas on the movie, them niggas was all fanned out.
Yeah, man. That shit crazy. That shit. Just like how they watered down the Tupac shit too.
Yeah, but that was that bullshit. I said, yeah, nigga, they could have kept this weak ass movie.
Yeah,
everybody think it's the best movie ever, nigga. This shit trash.
Man, the only thing is they got a dude that look like Tupac, and that's probably about it for
me. This one they have Michael Jackson nephew playing them.
He don't look nothing like him. I mean, okay, so since we talking about the Jacksons, like, and there's people in the hallway and all that, can we just be honest and just like, bro, them ain't his kids? Can we stop pretending now like the man gone? You know what I'm saying? Can we just be real for a second?
Blanket and all. What's the other kids and that? Yeah, man, Prince Michael and all this shit. Man, them is white.
He still was a melanated man, and he would produce black babies.
How he got? Real. Yeah, he got white people sperm. Come on, man. What we talking about? What we talking about? This shit crazy. People really go around like, yeah, Blanket, Michael's son. That is not that man's son. And you know what's all right, the town where we just moved from is where Michael's baby mama from. Where basically like where she was at when he met her. She got like a ranch. Like out here, like close to the mountains in the next town, it got like ranches and shit out there. She got like a big ass ranch. And she still live out here.
He was cloning, which is why his skin started deteriorating. I mean, I'm kind of on this bandwagon that Michael Jackson died after he in '85 or something like that.
You talking about the Pepsi commercial? It showed that shit in the movie. He blamed it on Joe Jackson in the movie.
Unalive. My bad. I think the real Mike was taken out then, and then they cloned him.
I feel like that movie,
the clone started deteriorating, like nose falling off and shit. Yeah, because he was wearing a wig the whole time, and people don't even know that.
Yeah, that movie was awesome. Trying to make the melanated father-son relationship look like some old abusive. I'm gonna beat you just because. on some hot. Remember the Uncle Ruckus story when he was a child and shit? It was basically like that. He was Joe Jackson was whooping that nigga for anything.
Hey, and you know what's crazy? Like when they be trying to make these men abusive in a lot of these storylines, I kind of be questioning now because I heard Ike Turner's side of the story.
Yeah,
he said that
wasn't
Tina started
abusive.
a lot of that shit.
Tina was whooping him.
Yeah, and he was defending himself, and people took that moments of him defending himself and blew it up like he was I was like, oh man, for real. And you know, back then, who the women who called the police, you know, the man always go to jail anyway, so that also looks bad with it. And I just like, damn, but when
You
he
ever
told
seen
his
Joe Brown talk about he said he grew up right down the street from Ike Turner and Tina Turner house. And he says they will be at the basketball court playing basketball. Ike Turner would stop and get them niggas money and shit. He said Tina Turner will always be on some mean I'm a celebrity, I'm a diva, don't talk to me type of energy.
Yeah. We know it's not a clone as well in the movie. Nah, that's his love. I don't even want to say nephew because these niggas kids don't be looking like them, bro. Something up with that shit.
How the kids come out with plastic surgery noses too?
The whole family might be clones at this point, to be honest. This is why Janet Jackson probably stay away from all of them.
Nigga, she ain't even in the movie. They don't got Janet in the movie at all.
And she ain't support the movie at all.
And they got only Latoya. They don't got Rebe. They don't got none of the other, like, where the other children that we always used to hear about, but we never really.
He's a descendant of them. They're all the same people. Like everybody keep on acting like because they look different in order that they different. They're not. He's a descendant of them. The United States is a corporation owned by those people. They stole the royal birthright.
But you know, yeah, because I feel like I really feel like the real Mike. I think he was like kind of rebellious a little bit. Like he wasn't really trying to get down with that shit. That's why they took him out. I mean, my nigga is from Gary, Indiana. You feel me?
Mm-hmm. And that nigga grew up. Any nigga that grew up taking that many ass whoopings, he gonna be tough.
Yeah, he ain't no bitch or nothing like that. You feel me? And they said that Mike could fight for real anyways. You know what I'm saying?
They said that nigga beat up Tupac.
Yeah, they said he beat up Tupac and a couple of other niggas.
They said him and Tupac got to fighting over old girl, Quincy Jones' daughter. Yep. Michael was like, "That's my niece. Don't be calling her no bitch." Sorry. You know that nigga was tall and skinny too. You know that nigga probably had long ass arms. Mm-hmm. Punch a nigga from across the room.
Nah, for real. And it's just crazy. Like, but I know for a fact that when they do these celebrity things like this, they always slide some on the low ski and shit. Because I mean, I ain't gonna lie, like I've been seeing lives about the shit, about the Megan and Clay and shit, and I just be sitting here, I'm like, damn, celebrity, that damn celebrity syndrome shit, worship syndrome is real than the motherfucker. Like,
yeah, that's niggas gods. Bobby Hemming talked about, he said in the future, the new religion is gonna be music. And think about it, what everybody talking about right now? Oh, I gotta get tickets for the Chris Brown and Usher concert.
Man, the same people probably said they ain't got no money to start building.
Nah, they gonna be all at that concert though.
You know, you talk about a nigga about investing. You know, how much? $100? I ain't got that.
Nigga got $1,500 for Chris Brown to take a picture though.
Yeah. So I don't know, man. I feel like since now that we done went down the rabbit hole and we kind of can tell the different type of people, I feel like, yeah, some of our people is caught up into that shit, that celebrity worship. But I feel like most of that celebrity worship is the children of other so-called ethnicities who done been here long enough to blend in and shit, like the new fans or whatever the case may be. Because, you know, and some of our children will be sucked into it, or matter of fact, our children was the one that led the way into it, because it always have to start with us. That opens the gates to let everybody else in. Once they could get
I'm
us
about to say my upbringing, just from being around these celebrity niggas in high school before they became celebrities, a lot of them niggas was weird, lame niggas.
Yeah, I definitely can confirm that, because there's a lot of Atlanta niggas I done went to school with, and I can definitely say that they be capping when they raps. That's why I don't really be listening to some of their shit.
Yeah, them niggas was weird, lame niggas in school, and all of a sudden, nigga get out of school and they the most gangster nigga ever. Like, hold the fuck up, nigga. Hell nah. I remember you was hiding in the bathroom for niggas.
Man, when they tell their story, bro, that shit don't be making sense. Like, so you telling me you moving bricks, trying to make a rap career jump off, beefing with niggas, you got switches and shit,
and you wearing dresses and ponytails and goddamn finger and goddamn purses and your fingernails painted.
That shit crazy, bro. I done went to school with a few of them Atlanta niggas who ain't really on that shit.
I feel like them niggas fucked up our culture, nigga. Them niggas fucked up the Atlanta culture, nigga. We had a beautiful culture before all this fuck shit happened.
Yeah, Atlanta was beautiful back in the 90s and early 2000s, and even before then, but I'm a 90s baby, so I don't really remember shit.
But you remember old Atlanta, though? Nigga, that shit was lit. Nigga. These niggas fucked that shit up, man.
Yeah, the Underground Mall was jumping, the Magic Johnson Theater, all that type of shit. I ain't gonna lie, like, and then the 2000s is when I seen it happen though, like early 2000s.
When the immigrants started coming in, you had an influx of Africans coming in during that time, early 2000s.
The Africans start coming, the up north people start migrating down.
New York niggas start coming in heavy.
Then New Orleans people start coming after Hurricane Katrina and shit, you know. Not blaming our people for it, but I'm just saying, like, a lot of shit started happening and people started hiding amongst other people, and it was hard, you know. A black French person can pretend to be a New Orleans motherfucker.
Look, one thing about Atlanta, I don't give a fuck where you from. Within about a month or two of you being there, you gonna be talking like you from Atlanta. That's type of influence the city have on niggas. I don't give a fuck. Well, you could be the most New Yorkest nigga. Most of the hey shawty type of niggas. Them niggas really, when I first met them niggas was from New York. They was Yo Kid Yo and Son and B and
yeah.
2-3 months later, they was, yeah, shawty, yeah, we about to go around here to the, you know what I'm saying? Like, hold on, nigga, where you get an accent from?
Nigga got their fitted cap tilted to the side.
They got an A hat now. These niggas came with a New York Yankee hat. 2 weeks later, they got an A hat. Niggas, hold up.
Niggas start wearing Timbs and grab some polo boots.
Yeah, it'd be the women. The women influence niggas out there because you will see the most beautiful women, melanated women ever, and they'll be on their shit. They'll have nice cars and houses and shit, and you'll conform just for them.
Man,
that's what it be.
That's why I said like when it came to Atlanta and I learned about the black Anglo-Saxon, I was like, the black Anglo-Saxon anywhere in Atlanta, them niggas will be in Peachtree or Stone Mountain.
Yeah, they run Atlanta. Boy, that's why I said I grew up with a lot of these niggas that you describing in Stone Mountain on the east side. The east side is full of these type of niggas.
Man, I ran into a lot of these niggas in Peachtree and Buckhead.
Yep, that's where they moved to after they leave Stone Mountain when they become adults. They moved to, they grew up in Stone Mountain and they moved to goddamn Buckhead and goddamn Austell and all them little outskirt little places.
Yep. And I ain't gonna lie, I hate to say it, but my auntie, she be like, she's a publicist in the entertainment realm and she be bumping elbows with them, and I hate, but a lot of that shit done rubbed off on her and shit. Like,
she be on that shit.
But she don't be like, when they talk about family and shit, bro, we don't exist, nigga.
Hey, Capri people is the manager for Yo Gotti, so trust me.
Yeah. We don't exist at all. Like on my aunt, like I told my auntie, I like, yeah, cause she said, cause she used to watch the lives and shit. She was like, I want to show T.I. and them your lives and shit, but can you kind of clean up your cuss words a little bit, and you know, don't smoke for real. And I was like, this hell no, this is my platform. What the fuck? You ain't my publicist.
I told you, nigga. I got that shit in my family heavy, nigga. Especially on my mom's side, nigga. My uncle helped start the goddamn internet, nigga. When I say this nigga been having bread since the 80s, and that nigga never gave me a dime, nigga. Not a one red nickel cent. I don't even think that nigga ever gave me like he go $1 to go play in the arcade machine before. Never gave me shit, nigga. This nigga frugal as a bitch. So look, as I'm starting my internet career or whatever on Facebook and shit, one day he watched my live on Facebook. He was like, "Oh man, that was some great information you was giving." He like, I'm starting up this website and I want to post podcasts and stuff. This before podcasts was popping. Like only like a few handful of people had podcasts at this time. This is maybe about 10, 15 years ago. He like, yeah, I want to start a podcast or whatever. I was like, oh, that's dope. I'm trying to start one too. And then he was like, yeah, but you can't talk about none of that shit. He was like, I want you to run it. He was like, you can't talk about none of that shit you be talking about though. I want you to talk about business. And you know what's crazy? He got all that shit up and running now, right? Shit popping. His website is called Every.Black. Every.Black is the name of his website. But he got podcasts and shit on there. When I went on there recently, just to check up on it, nigga, this nigga got a nigga doing what I'm doing on there. Like, hold on, you don't want me to do it, but you let another nigga do it.
Dang,
that's that Black Anglo-Saxon type of shit.
Yeah, like everybody's family, I can guarantee either you have one Black Anglo-Saxon in there who done slid their way in, or you have at least one auntie or uncle in every generation who, you know, have the Black Anglo-Saxon mindset and try to rub shoulders with the others. You feel me? And they would definitely, you know, you ever wonder what your second cousin removed, third cousin removed, and you be like, well, what happened? Don't nobody want to say shit. Don't nobody know why your cousins removed.
That shit diabolical. Look, all right, so he got like now. I would understand if it was like he got 50 nephews and nigga, I'm just one of 50. Nigga, he got 2 nephews, me and my little brother. He ain't like he got a bunch of nephews. And I'm just like, you know what I'm saying? He done already hooked them up and I'm just late to the party.
Hell yeah.
That nigga said, yeah, you can't talk about none of that shit you be talking about. He said, yeah, you're gonna have to tone it down and talk. I want you to talk about business. And in my mind state right now, I could do it because I'm more business minded. I have more of a business mindset now. But at that time, it's strictly information, nigga. I just needed to get this off my chest. The ancestors were telling me to speak my mind. You know what I'm saying? Let me get it out. Don't try to stop my message.
Yeah. Shit, my auntie stopped coming to my lives officially when we start going ham on like celebrities in the entertainment world about it being fake and all of that type of shit. But she ain't been back here since.
Yeah, she can't be in the same. She can't get caught. Look, she can't get caught up in here. Fuck around.
And she an Eastern Star too.
Yeah, that's going against the oath. Yeah, that's going against the oath.
Her and my sister Eastern Star. I'm like, y'all ain't trying to sacrifice a nigga. They started laughing. No, I'm like, all right. You better make sure the job done. Just know that.
Better make sure like you find somebody else in the family. Get the drunk uncle he's 78 anyway. He finna go anyway. Get that nigga. Don't get me. I got a lot of life to live. Oh, get the old nigga that been smoking crack for 30 years. He done anyway. Get that nigga out the paint. Don't take me out the paint.
Man, slide me some of them knowledge things so I can get my platform.
They can't. Look, that's why I said when these people in these sororities, fraternities, fraternal orders don't just include college shit. We talking police officers, firefighters, all type of nurses, doctors. We talking all type of prominent positions in life. They take oaths. Who are they pledging these oaths to? A lot of that shit be Baal and Molech pledging. These fraternal orders go back thousands of years. They got a police department out here. It's the oldest police department in America. It go back 2,000 years, and it's all brothers in there. Ain't no white T people. I ain't never seen them. They like some secret police. I have never seen these niggas, and they in the same town where I'm at.
They probably got them undercover jobs.
Yeah, they go back to the Knights Templar. They got discovered, like, this is during TikTok era. They got discovered maybe like 2022. They was like the oldest police force in Los Angeles County. This shit go back to, and it's full of niggas. Like, hold on, where they patrol at? Because they sure don't be where I'm at.
them niggas, their job is to pretend to be gang members and start beef.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, blood. I got you. You need some tree? Like, hold on. Nah, I'm good.
Man, look. Hey, I finally read the damn Hippocratical Oath. That motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
That oath, bro. When I read that shit, I felt like, nigga, I'm signing a goddamn 360 deal.
Yes,
or
nigga, Capri tell you about that. She had to take that shit to become a nurse.
A Freemasonry or something. I was like, well, what the fuck is this? This ain't this. And nowhere in it do it say anything. It mentions medicine for real. You be like, bro, so where the medicine come in?
It's supposed to be to do no harm, but they do all the harm in the world.
One of the lines was, if my fellow brother, I think I'm about to paraphrase it, but it's like if a fellow brother or sister is in need, I have to help them, whether it's money, finances, or whatever.
Yeah,
because we are family or something like that.
So look, all right, I'm gonna tell you what that means, because Capri told me, and we talked about this before. She told me that, like, that pertains to, like, if she's somewhere and see a police officer pew down or something, she got to go save that nigga life. She got to drop what she doing, even if she ain't on the clock. You own the clock forever. Those are careers. Careers mean a career. Basically, that's another thing. They try to convince you, get you a job, then get a career. No, a career means you're tied in for life. You on the clock 24/7 a day. Ain't you know what I'm saying? Ain't no I'm clocking out. That's why they pay you a salary. Whether you come to work for 12 hours or 2 hours, you get the same pay, because you really on the clock 24 hours. And that's what I know from just being with her. She was really on the clock 24 hours as a nurse. It was times when she pulled doubles and shit where I used to be like, how the hell you do that shit? 2 12 hours, that's 24 goddamn hours. 2 12-hour shifts back to back.
That shit crazy as hell, for real.
Hell yeah. Shit. And then I can't do it. Boy, I'll be tripping off. I'll be at 4 hours. When they call lunch, I'll be thinking of ways to go home. I'll be like, man, I should tell them my back hurt.
Nigga be looking at me. I be inside one of them damn patient rooms, sleep somewhere. Paging Dr. Dooley, where you at? Where were you? Oh, I was helping somebody else down the hall. I'm sorry.
Hey, that's what them doctors do for real. Them niggas be up partying, doing booger sugar. They be partying. Like my youngest daughter, the doctor that delivered her, that nigga showed up at the last fucking second. I mean, like, the baby was goddamn coming out, and that nigga popped in, like, and cut the cord. Like, he handed me the scissors. Like, you want to cut the cord? Like, nigga, you just walked in. Get your ass out the way. I done delivered this baby.
Man, my daughter, when my daughter was born, our doctor was on fucking vacation, and we had to get a substitute doctor who ain't know shit about us, just fresh. We was like
who this
vacation
nigga?
You the one that told us when the due. You told us when the due date was. You on vacation, nigga? What are you doing?
They don't give a fuck, nigga. They be partying, nigga. That's what the doctor like. That movie Doctor Strange show you. That nigga was a playboy philanthropist partier.
And the TV show House do too. I love that TV show.
Yeah, House is my shit.
That nigga be high.
Look, House get higher than anybody on TikTok. House is higher than Joya, nigga.
Save the lives. Yeah, boy.
And he know the right shit because he a doctor. He know what get you, what do what. You know what I'm saying? How long it's gonna take, how long it's gonna last. He know everything.
I mean, when I first started watching House, man, I seen him like I was like, okay, Vicodin, okay, Pain. He popped one, Smooth, nigga. By the next scene, he threw 3 on back. By the end of the TV show, he'd have popped like 6 of them. I was like, God
Yeah, that
damn,
nigga
bro.
get high. That nigga's a D-rug head. And that show you that in the medical industry, Capri told me that too. Nurses and doctors get high than the motherfucker.
Yeah, them fake prescriptions, you know them niggas is doing it, man. You know you doing it. But yeah, that damn Hippocratic. Oh, and I was about to say too, like when I read that, it makes sense now that like when some nurses or doctors for real like quit their job, that's like you breaking a contract, nigga. Like you gonna be blackballed, they're gonna make it hard for you to work somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? Unless you come back to us.
Like right now, she's thinking about, now that we kind of in a better situation, we got a little money and shit now, she thinking about getting her license back and starting her own facility or whatever. And I'm like, at the end of the day, that show you that shit don't, like, you have to keep renewing. It's almost like that federal recognition card. You have to keep renewing and keep retaking the oath.
Yep. That damn tribal ID card.
You gotta keep renewing it like a driver's license. It's a privilege. It's not a right. It's a privilege.
Yeah. And it was some more stuff on it too. I'm still gonna read it. And I done found like a book about different oaths of fraternities in America, some shit. I just started like reading it. And that motherfucker was in there. And I was like, nigga, this shit sounds very goddamn like a small hat wrote this motherfucker for real. It's like a 360 deal in this bitch.
Yeah. That you gotta put everything, like when these people take these oaths and pledge their soul, you pledging your soul first of all. That's what you pledging. Your undying soul and trust and all that shit. Yeah. It's all that's in it's in the decree. It's all this wordage that I'm using is in there. So when I tell you pledging your soul to Molech and Baal and all these people.
So now, for those in the back, now you know what I'm saying, you understand why a lot of these doctors and stuff who be finding cures and shit be disappearing. They be breaking their oath. You ain't supposed to be doing that.
Yep, David Wilcox.
You be breaking your oath that you took.
All them niggas, 13 Sciences, they've been making they all got social media and stuff. That's where these elites fucked up. They should have never gave niggas social media if they want us to keep shit secretive.
Yeah, or they probably drop social media because they know that our consciousness was gonna activate to where we find more stuff than what they actually know. Cause a lot of them don't really be knowing nothing for real. Like they only know as much as they found here. A lot of stuff they've been studying us. That's how they figure out some more shit. Oh, this the hidden puzzle. This nigga said jig. You know what I'm saying? Like put it here, the melanin and all that. That shit. I don't know, man. That shit's weird though. Like these different oaths. Like they got a police oath too in that thing. I think it's called like the Blue Brotherhood or some shit like that. That not all of them take, but like certain groups take or whatever. And it breaks down on the way that a person gets into this organization is they get sent out on missions, just like any other gang or initiation.
You gotta put in work. Don't you gotta get, and they call it tenure. Once you become a professor at a college, you get tenure and all that shit. How much work you didn't put in, how much studying towards the goal of keeping niggas sleep have you done?
Yeah. So, and at hindsight too, bro, I hate to say this, but hindsight, I think that these cricket motherfuckers made us all kind of Freemasons on the low ski, like the regular public, like us would be like the lower levels, because we all took a pledge as a kid, and nobody really thought like, what the fuck are we pledging? And then when you break down here,
I pledge allegiance. The first words is crazy.
The kids.
Who you pledging allegiance to?
And what God?
To the flag for which it stands.
Moloch.
And you see the Roman eagle on the flag. That's really Moloch.
Holy Roman Empire. Come on, man. So they all lightweight made us Masons. This is why, like, when you pull the veil back and you start looking at society and even your mannerisms, a lot of it is a little masonry a little bit. You be looking at it, you just like, damn.
Look, you know how. Look, I'm gonna tell you a plain sight shit that niggas do in California. How niggas be standing, how they be standing at a 90-degree angle with their feet.
Yep.
Yeah, that's some Masonic shit.
Yep. And we stand and we stand like that in Atlanta too. Certain folks like when
nigga had that 90-degree angle stand.
Man, when that Cali swag popped off, but you know who run that entertainment, that shit spread to a lot of other folks, you know, and then folks stand like that. And then that right over left with the hand and shit. A lot of folks be standing like that in the hood too. You be square. They call it square.
Standing on your square. That's Masonic as fuck.
And it's crazy because old people used to say that growing up, you better stand on your square.
They were trying to indoctrinate a nigga with that masonry shit.
Yeah, so they really, so when you look at it as a societal thing, like most of us will be lower level Masons and our jobs is like indentured servitude, right? We take an oath, but not really an oath. You know, we sign indentured servants. And after every so often, we go for evaluation. Okay, we think we'll keep you on, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. Then when you get into the fraternity, sororities, and you know the college level and all of that type of stuff, or what they call so-called middle class, then you might get a little bit more little secrets and you know and information. And it's like that societal wise.
This shit is so deep that like we don't understand that you're sending your children to Masonic indoctrination camps. The principle, first of all, a principle is a Masonic talking point. It's a mathematic. All this shit is sacred geometry. That's all they're using. It's just basic sacred geometry, and they don't even teach you sacred geometry in school. They teach you like a dumbed down version of geometry, a super dumbed down.
Yeah, very. Like if they was to teach us real math, man, a lot of people would be surprised how much wrong math they know.
Yep, this is why you can't get ahead financially, because they taught you wrong math. You don't even know how to add and subtract correctly.
Nope. Numbers is definitely part of the algorithm.
Niggas think number 1 is the first number.
They think, yeah. They think 10 is the last number.
Yeah, these niggas are slow. Well, you think number 1 is the first number? No, 0. And our ancestors, the indigenous people of America, the Mayans and the Shiamaru, was the ones who created the number 0. That stands for the cosmic egg, creation, the womb, the sacred womb. The JJ looks like a 0 when it opens up, when the baby head is crowning through it.
Yeah. The halo. I'm saying, yep. Completion.
The serpent eating his tail.
Yep.
That shit, the niggas don't even have a concept of correct math, like we said, or science, period. Niggas think electricity coming out of, niggas think that electricity come out the clouds. That's what niggas think. They think electricity come out the clouds.
But I caused the argument for 2 weeks between me and my sister. I was trying to teach her something new. I was like, damn, twin, you know that I was telling her that and something else too. I was like, you know, electricity or lightning come from the ground and at the sky, and the sun ain't even hot for real. She was like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then she just like, boy, that shit come from the clouds and and started trying to show me images and woo. She was like, I should know. I'm valedictorian, because she graduated valedictorian from a magnet school.
Oh, she the most indoctrinated.
She pulled the card on me. I was like, damn, twin. But I was like, man, just research it. And then she watched science videos, and I was like, this shit come from the ground up.
Yep.
Everything come from the ground up. The sun ain't hot because heat always rises.
It's facts. The heat coming from the ground. That's why certain areas around the earth never get cold.
Exactly. Yep. Heat come from that ground. And I think that the sun in the sky kind of mimic the inner sun. that's moving around in the ground.
black sun.
Yep. Everything's a mirror of what's on the inside.
As within, so as without, as above, so below. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, the shit in plain sight. They convincing niggas that they getting electricity out of clouds. Y'all niggas is even creating clouds. Clouds ain't fucking real.
And you could do an experiment to test that electricity come from the ground. I think you could put like a lightning bulb inside the actual ground.
Yeah.
I think it has to be like red mud or some shit like that, and it'll light up.
Yeah, you can put it in certain trees. A banana tree will produce electricity.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Potatoes and shit.
Potatoes, yep. So like
yeah,
everything had, like Dr. Sebi was saying, like I mentioned yesterday, what the hell happened to the Dr. Sebi documentary? And like Dr. Sebi was saying, every fruit has an electric charge.
Yeah.
Everything natural has an electric charge. And it's really not electricity, it's really ether energy. That's what they hiding from y'all. They created the word electricity. That's not what it really is. It's the ether energy that come out the earth. They figured out how to harness it by using copper rods.
We just said that in the ground. He said we gardeners use copper rods in the ground to increase the garden.
Yeah, that electrifies your food.
Dang.
It's the shit Dr. Sebi was teaching.
And it's a reason why they took and two, a lot of people don't even know this, and I just found this out that when they was doing the reconstruction of so-called America and digging everything out, they took all the copper water pipes out and put it.
Yeah, they stole all the copper up out the ground. The infrastructure that we already built
was copper based.
And all our cups and eating utensils was predominantly copper based.
Yep.
Now we eating aluminum forks and shit, aluminum spoons.
Yeah, and they said that stuff like something as simple as drinking out of a copper cup for, just for the rest of your time can cure a lot of things that you ain't even know can fix. And if you add chlorophyll to your water when you drink it, it'll pull all the metals up out of your body that's being pumped into your body.
Mm-hmm. That's good for people that took that jabby jab too.
Because the metals are latched onto
the metals of body.
Yeah. So I was like, damn, boy, the Rothschilds came in and it was like, nigga, take it all. Take it all, nigga. Do you want to learn about it? We'll learn about it later. Just snatch it up.
I wonder what they did with all that copper. What did they turn it into?
I mean, these niggas was poor. They probably took it to the junkyard. That's how they got rich. They probably cashed in with China or something. Like, we ain't got much, but we got this copper. I don't know what. I'll be wondering that shit too. Like, where did they take? Like, where is all this big shit that they took? Like, I'm still trying to figure out how do you hide a damn 18-foot giant American copper colored Negro Indian, and where is his 9-foot sword at? Like, how you hide? Like, all the bills. You see, that's true. My pops is 86. I got pictures of the family house plumbing exposed. Yeah, copper pipes was all through that shit. Yeah, they snatched all that up. Mm-hmm. The reason why they used to drink out of copper cups in the hospitals years ago. Yup. And too, if y'all like vampire movies, go back and watch old vampire movies. He's drinking blood out of a copper cup with like a red ruby on it.
Surely is. That's where they get the concept probably of the pimp cups from.
Mm-hmm.
The original pimp cups was copper.
Mm-hmm. And look, That shit did a lot, man. I
Back
do
to
want
Chalice.
to bring out one of these old gems later on this week about the bells, because some of those bells was actually substituted for BOMBs.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they destroyed pretty much everything for real.
I was just talking about how they was doing miltology and well, basically out here on the West Coast, it's a lot of empty deserts, and a lot of those wasn't empty. A lot of those empty deserts got turned like that from BOMBs.
Yep.
America was tropical, the whole thing, the whole continent.
Yep. And my hypothesis is when they did the reset before they came in the 1800s, I think the first, so you know how they be sending like kids sleeper cells? I think that's what they did in the 1820s with the first immigration when they sent the kids first, right? And they planted shit.
Yep.
And I think that, and I also think because during those times, you know, a lot of the elders could remember like, you know, so-called BOMB threats and alarm practices and stuff like that. They would go in bunkers and practice woo woo. And I feel like one of those practices was an actual one. And that's how a lot of stuff got wiped out. And those who didn't make it to a bunker got wiped out too, which, you know, repopulation of America started jumping off.
And I tie into the orphan train children and the Cabbage Patch children and all this theories we be telling people about the old world technology, how we had cars that ran on hemp oils and all this shit. Listen, y'all, ain't nothing that they doing right now is more advanced than what was already happening in the 1800s.
Oh God. Because when you look at some of those old pictures of when things are destroyed, like some stuff, yeah, it look like, you know, mud flood and everything, but then you got some stuff that look like, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Damn, this town is decimated, nigga. What the fuck happened? You know, it's one of those pictures like folks are all dusty and shit coming up out the ground like
motherfucking stone buildings. The stone is in rubble. How mud don't turn stone to rubble?
Some shit that melted off and everything, like trees then petrified and shit like
all right, so the Congress, I was talking about these people a couple of days ago, the Congress of the Americanistas, which Franz Boas was a part of, they was in charge of digging out the pyramids in Mexico. So the Pyramid of the Sun, Teotihuacan, the Pyramid of the Moon and all that shit was in rubble. That shit, I got old pictures of that shit from the 1800s, and that shit was like blocks and shit was all on the ground and crumbled up, and the statues was knocked all down and crumbled up and all kind of shit. So they hired these Chino, well, not hired them. They brought the Chino slaves over here. That's what they had them doing, digging out those pyramids and digging and reconstructing the pyramids in Mexico, and also digging out the railroad tracks out there too.
And it's like, with all of this information, how can a person not believe that these folks didn't resetted America because of what was here? Like that, that makes sense. Like, ain't like you don't hear about Europe for real going through a reset like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? What's a great reset of Europe? Which probably the Black Plague, which is what I kind of think. But outside of that, like, because they had Tartaria buildings and World Fairs and shit too over there, and incubator babies and the whole setup over that way too. But you don't hear nothing about over there the advancement technology. All them folks is coming over here for the advancement technology. So a lot of this stuff wasn't so old like they want you to think. Like this, like we ain't really that far removed from the reset. That's why a lot of this shit in your mind.
Yeah. So look, what's so crazy? Like you said, we ain't so far removed from the reset. They didn't finish these reconstructing these pyramids until the 1960s. Mm-hmm. Like that's recent as hell. Our parents was alive and they couldn't go to the motherfuckers. So it was nobody going to Pyramid of the Sun in the 1950s and 60s. It wasn't done yet. They didn't finish it until 1967. So niggas wasn't even nobody was going into Mexico looking at no pyramids in the 1960s.
And then notice too, 1960s, if I'm not mistaken, that's when the first upgraded McGraw-Hill book or the prototype was start being published and circulated. Cause I remember that like my books in the 90s was way different from what my mama books was in the 60s. She said some of that stuff they did have, but some of that stuff they didn't have. Some stuff they took out and it's not in our books because it didn't work out. But she was like, yeah, but her books growing up was like they talked about Africa a little bit, but not for real, for real. They only stayed like in Greek and Rome and white Egyptians and shit like that when they was in school. They ain't really had no chapter about Africa, none of that. You know what I'm saying, in the 60s. And then when you get like into the late 70s, early 80s, then that's when they start sliding that African chapter in there a little bit. Not much, but probably like a page or two.
Yeah, look, another thing, like I was mentioning, Franz Boas was in this organization. This Congress of the Americanists, they still meet. This organization still exists. They do it every 2 to 3 years, and it just happened in 2025. So the next one is in 2027. But it was just here. It was in, but it'll never be in the United States. It'd be either in France or Europe somewhere or Asia somewhere. Then one year, the next time it'll be in America, but it won't be in the United States. It'll be in Canada or it'll be in Mexico or it'll be in South America somewhere. And these are the people that's anthropologists, archaeologists. These are the people that be all in these scientific journals writing about history and lying and shit. These same people try to convince. First thing they try to do at the ninth conference, which was in 1892. It was the anniversary of the 400 years of the 1492 shit. They was basically trying to credit America being called America because of Amerigo Vespucci. But then they did the research and found out they couldn't do it because it was a mountain range. One of the presidents of Nicaragua, the president, Senor Cardenas, that was his name. He went up to in front of them like, nigga, y'all can't do that because it's a mountain range in my country that's called the Amariques. And he was like, some indigenous people there, they're called the Americans. They've been here since the old days. They've been here before y'all. And he was like, shit. So America been being called America before a nigga named Amerigo Vespucci existed. And in that same document, they talk about how Amerigo Vespucci wrote the Christopher Columbus journals. That's the nigga who wrote that shit.
Yep. The crazy thing is the Roman Catholic Church wrote some of the damn history about Amerigo Vespucci too.
Mm-hmm. All these fake characters in history. Like, you know what I'm saying? This the timeline shit we be talking about where the timeline ain't adding up.
I'm telling you, shit be overlapping real fast. So
that's why that's why niggas gotta step away from that McGraw-Hill talking points and McGraw-Hill thinking patterns. These niggas that's just gotta be indoctrinated by some type of man coming over here on the boat. Boy, that shit didn't happen. That shit did not fucking happen.
Not even close to happening. The only for show boats came over here was in Ellis Island and Port Galveston and shit, honestly.
The ones we got pictures of. It's thousands of pictures of these niggas coming. They say we photoshopped them pictures. All you gotta do is put Ellis Island in your Google and press images.
Because even when I talk about the Latinos and Moors coming here, they came through Canada for real. They didn't come from Europe to the Caribbeans. They went through Canada and went down the coast. And then when you incorporate the little ice age at that time, it would be easy for them to walk over here because everything was connected here. So it wouldn't been no boats needed. And from the Iberian to Canada is but like 5-10 minutes. You know what I'm saying? So
you could just follow the coastline for real.
Exactly, because so-called Christopher Columbus, they said he used the Vikings map, and the Vikings went through Canada to get to America. So that means he shipped. They telling you the story a lie. They make you think he went from Spain, Africa, or Spain and then to the Caribbeans, but he went from the Iberian up to Canada, down to the coast, and then from South
Greenland and all that shit.
Yep.
So the nigga passed Greenland and was like, nah, fuck that. That shit empty. Let me go down here further. Nigga, why he ain't stop at Greenland? You feel me?
I'm in the building. Now for real. And that's inside of the Vatican manuscripts. Like I got the Vatican manuscripts I'm gonna bring out to everybody tomorrow, but that's in the Vatican manuscripts. They tell you that he used the map of the Vikings. So if he used the map of the Vikings, he wouldn't come from the Iberian to the Caribbeans. He would go from the Iberian to Canada because it's closer, and then you can track down the coastline safely and then go to the Caribbeans that way. Instead of fighting the ocean gyres or trying to cross the Atlantic, you can go with the waters.
Exactly. It's a current. I forgot the name of the current though, but it's a current that take you all the way from, like you just said, that same way. It's like an arch. It take you in the archway, and you'll end up in Canada, in like the main Canada area. You'll come like Newfoundland type of area.
Yep. It's fact. So that reset just happened, and I love talking about it, but I know a lot of our people in the community ain't really ready for that right now because
they still hung up on they still hung up on the transatlantic slave story. Like like we talking before that. Like, you niggas still on 1852.
Man, when they ready, shit, we here. But yeah, man, the damn reset. And somebody said it in the comments, and I wanted to touch on it. Like the most recent one that I can confirm reset that we had was the year Y2K, the year 2000. I was 10 years old when they said it was the end of the world. It was the end of the world as you knew it, not like the actual world. And that was the beginning of the plans that we are in right now. So the year 2000 was another reset. Because then when 2000 came, that's when a lot of new science and history started changing, and they doubled down on indoctrination heavy, all that type of shit, man. 9/11, all that. So that was definitely a reset, but not like a reset like everybody think. That reset was to usher in the internet, the cell phone, the 3G, 4G, 5G towers and shit that we have now. It was a technology leap into the frequency and radiation, you know what I'm saying, era.
Man, I always think about like how did we just go from niggas living in log cabins to one day niggas had electricity and cars and shit. Like, and then you had a period of time where it was like a 30 to 40 year period where like thousands of niggas is inventing shit. Just like, hold on, what made everybody just become inventors all of a sudden?
And I personally, and I know you do too, but after knowing what I know it wasn't no log cabins unless they just built them bitches in the 1900s. The Amish people, some
like, it couldn't have been no log cabins. And Christopher Columbus, the journal, it talked about how niggas was living in big lavish ass houses, not log cabins.
Yep.
On top of mounds and shit. He said they was living on top of mounds and big ass houses.
And then when you go to the when y'all look at these world fairs and the pictures in 1800s or 1900s, understand that all that was created out of granite. Granite stone can last up to 1,000 years. So that means if that picture was taken in the 1800s, that building, that area was there in the 17, 16, 15, 14, et cetera, hundreds, like literally. Because it takes time to carve and mold and put that there and create a whole city. Granite, that shit takes generations to do.
And
So
granite most of the granite is found in Georgia.
yeah, that too.
So where was they? Like, was niggas shipping granite on boats and shit places? Cause Stone Mountain is the biggest granite rock in the world.
Oh yeah, like these buildings and shit.
Yeah, how did niggas get granite from Georgia to build that?
Man, and Google would tell you that paper mache. That ain't no paper mache, bro.
Nah, you can tell by the elaborate designage on that. That's boy. You can look that. Speaking of BOMB, that looked like it got BOMB.
That's why it's falling, right? Mm-hmm. Good old C4, huh?
That's why I say it's something that happened, but they're excluded from history that we're all missing. They like if they find this out, everything else gets exposed. We just finding everything else. We ain't finding the main piece.
Right. Facts.
Whether it was a mud flood or a BOMB, something happened where niggas was like, nigga, we gotta hit the button, nigga. It's all bad. Hit the button, and then niggas was also great reset shit after the Reconstruction period. That's what they tell us it was. And look, ain't this during the time of Negro rule too?
Yep. This is the time. Yep.
That's why I said the timelines is overlapping.
Yep, the Negro rule, the Negroes owning plantation, the Indian wars, all, the Black massacres, all that is happening right here in this time frame, simultaneously. Yep.
The 1800s was chaotic. That shit was dramatic in the 1800s.
So what a lot of and I be on TikTok and I see a lot of people talking about old world, especially that one content creator, I think his name like Cultivate or some shit like that. When they be explaining it, they be leaving out the fact that all this was Black Americans' neighborhoods and shit. Like this picture I'm showing you, this is
somebody's house.
This is more likely in a Black American neighborhood or something.
It's probably somebody's house got BOMB. You can tell. You see all the little wood planks on the ground and shit.
I was just about to say that. You see the wood on the ground is already destroyed. You got the people running back like something been blown up or something like that, or because you ain't pulling that down. It's granite.
Mm-hmm.
And you know that ain't no wood or paper mache because it wouldn't even pull up the ground. Like it's the whole ground is coming up.
Yeah, you see the whole ground sticking out from up under there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with you. I'm willing to bet you if we was to dive into this picture on some time machine shit, we will see copper rods hanging out the bottom of that shit.
Man, and they had colored cameras at this time. That's what's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, they couldn't burn it because it was granite. You can't burn granite.
Yeah. Hey, shout out to Child of the Soul. I learned this from Child of the Soul. Child of the Soul, and I'll put that shit in my book too. Child of the Soul dropped the receipt about the fire department was the ones doing the BOMB and burning of the books and the scrolls and all this shit. When we talking about the Library of Alexander, all that shit was really over here. And they was burning our shit, burning the books. You know, they ain't created no books. We created books.
Yeah. And like you'll show a picture of this, a person, and it was crazy. They probably showed us a picture like this in school and was talking about Greek and Rome history the whole time. This shit's in America.
Yeah, this is in Austria. This is in Vienna, Austria. Nigga, that's Kentucky. That's Louisville. Yeah. Nigga, stop playing with it. That's Nashville, Tennessee.
And they gonna sit here talking about, it was paper mache and wood. How much paper you need to build this? You see how small the people is?
Down like millions of trees.
Come on, bro. This shit was made out of granite. Look at it. This is America. 1800s, and you could tell the immigrants at the bottom, they all wearing black and white and umbrellas and shit.
They look out of place.
Yeah,
they don't even match the background. They looking like tourists. Like when you be in New York and you looking up at the buildings and shit, niggas know you a tourist because you all looking at the buildings and shit. Like, damn, this shit tall as hell. Look at this shit.
And
That's what they
then
look like, tourists.
And then this shit too, honestly, this shit probably another so-called black American neighborhood. Probably somebody's house or a hotel.
Yup. This is how we was living. This niggas' houses and shit. People
how
gotta
we was
understand.
living.
When we talk about our ancestors used to live all in one house, this what the fuck we talking about. Of course, 100 different motherfuckers could live in a house this big.
Man, our people was probably like, our people was smart to advance. Like, so you know how they would have like the fraternity houses and shit like that. That's probably where they got the concept of a fraternity house, because this is probably
Boarding
like
houses, yeah. They
This is
turned a
probably
lot
the
of
Choctaw
our
house.
buildings like this into, like you said, colleges. They turned them into insane asylums, hospitals.
Yeah, this is probably like the Choctaw house, and the one over there is probably the house of the Chickasaws, or you know, the Moore house is behind them or something like that.
Yeah,
you know,
everybody lived in, and this shit probably was gated off. Like, remember the years ago you was showing how Atlanta used to look in the 1800s when it had that ring around the city and shit, like had a wall.
Oh yeah, I still got that. Hold on, let me see.
Now think about it. Niggas supposed to be in goddamn horse and carriage and motherfucking buggies and shit. How they building granite big ass city walls around the whole fucking city?
I couldn't pull up the sky view, but this is the inside of Atlanta Cotton Factory and
exposition. And I found the receipt that backs up what you say. It's the Coca-Cola basically exposition. It was 1895. Diva Brown was the melanated woman that created Coca-Cola, and she basically was debuting her Coca-Cola, and she had so much juice. She got them niggas to bring the Liberty Bell there, and she had Booker T. Washington and the Wild Buffalo Bill Wild West show was there too. And Booker T. Washington, this fuck nigga, made a speech called the Atlanta Compromise there. And this nigga gonna say, yeah, we need to let white people, we need to stop tripping off white people and let them do what they do. Like, nigga, what? And that niggas booed him and white people cheered for him. I got that receipt. Hold on, let me pull that up.
And here's the pictures that they don't show you after they destroyed the World Fair. I had to dig for this one. So when you see the World Fair being destroyed, you see it from afar. And when you zoom in, you see who in that water.
Shit I'm talking about. Miss Diva Brown, the original Coca-Cola woman. This was at the 1895 World Fair. Miss Diva Brown, the original Coca-Cola. Why my shit echoing? What the fuck? But yeah, they don't want this receipt out. That's why they fucking with the audio. But as you see, this is the Liberty Bell, and these are orphan trained children posed next to this Liberty Bell. But if you screenshot this right here, is where it talk about Booker T. Washington sellout bitch ass. And this is where it talk about the Buffalo Bill Wild West show as well. This is a play that was going on, the King Cotton March. Because you got to remember, the exposition nickname was the Cotton Exposition, like Loach just said, 1895. You see right here. That's Diva Brown logo and everything right there at the bottom. That's some orphan trained children standing with the Liberty Bell from Philadelphia. She got them to ship it down from Philadelphia to Atlanta for this World Fair. A melanated woman. So all that, we come from poor and humble beginnings. That's a lie. We had the wealth. We was the inventors and the creators and the movers and shakers. This is during Negro rule where they terrified of niggas being in power. Because niggas had power. Niggas had sauce.
Yep, we was definitely in power.
So all that Pan African talk of niggas never, no nigga own no Coca-Cola. They'll tell you that in the heartbeat. A white man created Coca-Cola. No, he didn't. That nigga was a D-Rug head. Pemberton, I cooked the shit out of Pemberton. And all his family, and the other family, the Asa Candler family, which is Candler Road in Decatur, is named after. They whole families was cursed. Everybody that went on to take on the Coca-Cola company, they all got unalived. Their whole family.
They put that bitch on the Indian ground.
Mm-hmm. This shit diabolical though, but yeah, when you read this story, y'all get y'all screenshots on this. When you read this story, this shit gonna fuck you up. Like, wait a minute.
Man, I'm still arguing with 05 about a white man inventing basketball. I was like, bro, I gave you the sources. I'm not about to keep arguing.
He said James A. Naismith.
Yeah.
Stephen A. Smith's great granddaddy.
Man.
I'm mad that nigga got the same last name as me. I'm feeling like he took my last name, Naismith.
Bro, I ain't about to keep arguing. That shit crazy, man.
Yeah, man. How a white man that can't play basketball invented basketball? How you invent a game that you don't know how to play? You ever seen the videos of old boy shooting on the peach basket? The Naismith nigga? This nigga couldn't even shoot. How he invent basketball?
That damn granny undershot shit.
Yeah, man, that shit terrible. I said, how this nigga invent this shit? He can't even do it.
Them niggas, the archaeologists found basketball from the Indians, and his ass was like, I can refurbish this, like they always do.
Mm-hmm. Or he went to the hood and seen niggas playing it.
Pretty much, since they were studying us
and
anyway.
Didn't know the name of it. We had probably a whole different name for it.
Because the time he discovered a so-called invented basketball, at the same time them niggas was inside of our neighborhood studying us and hoodoo and shit. So he probably more likely seen us hooping.
And it was like, what is the name of this? And they niggas probably said some country shit to his ass. Yep. And don't tell him what we said. And that nigga said basketball. It looks like they're shooting on a basket, but I don't know what that is.
Because I know for a fact, like, you know, my dad was born 1955. Like, I asked him about basketball one time. Like, how long have we been playing basketball? How long have you been playing basketball? Woo woo. He was like, well, we always been playing basketball. That's what he always said. We always play basketball. What you talking about? And I was like, well, they said a white man invented basketball. He was like, that's what they say. And then he just continued playing. He wouldn't even say nothing else after that. But it was like, we always play basketball. There's basketball teams that go all the way back to the 1800s with us on it.
You see that? It's a switch in Buzzards Bay, Massachusetts, in addition to the Liberty Bell display arranged by a committee to which Diva belonged to. The fair featured Buffalo Bill's Wild West show. Had them Native Americans in that motherfucker. John Philip Sousa's composed and premiered a march for the event as well, the King Cotton March. That's what this playbill is up here. And then it said, among speeches at the exposition was the famous Atlanta Compromise addressed by Booker T. Washington. That nigga was on some sellout shit. That nigga was like, yeah, we need to protect white people. We need to save these people. Niggas was like, boo, tomato, tomato.
Hey, and it's crazy because this is the time when Coca-Cola was being made with that booger sugar. Mm-hmm. So them niggas was probably high, just talking out their ass and shit. He probably had like 2 Cokes and just got up there and was like, we need to let the white people so high ass off the stage.
Man, who mans is this? I know it was a nigga that said that. Like, who this nigga is?
Man.
This show you that all these people that they give us as Black American heroes and all this shit, these niggas, more than likely 90% of these niggas were sellouts. The Marcus Garveys, the Booker T. Washingtons, the W.B. Du Boises. 99% of them niggas was fuck niggas. Like, you wouldn't like them niggas today if they was around today.
Ah, hell no, not for real. Like, not at all. I know for sure if Marcus Garvey was around, I probably would have been whooped his ass back in high school.
Yeah, Marcus Garvey is the equivalent, like basically 05. Umar Johnson or something. Like niggas don't like Umar. What make you think you'll like Marcus Johnson? I mean, you know what I'm saying? What make you think you'll like Marcus Garvey?
And it just goes back to what we've been saying though, like all these years about this shit. It's crazy, like out of everybody around the world, and I'm just guessing out of everybody out the world, but one thing I do know, America's the only country where you gotta piece together the fucking 1800s. and we still ain't got the full picture, but we almost there. But it's like these folks will give you a whole rundown about slavery, but then 1800s come, don't nobody know shit.
1816 hit, everybody sleep. Everybody just don't know nothing about 1816.
Kids disappeared, adults nowhere, just a whole America from Greenland all the way down just became a ghost town out the blue. Like, come on. And you got buildings like this on the background that exist way back.
Man, they got. I found like a map. It was a map of Detroit. Now, this is supposed to be in the 1700s. I don't got it in this phone, but it's in my other phone. I'm gonna have to put it in this phone because this is a new phone. But it's a map from the 1700s of Detroit. Detroit, the harbor, the Lake Michigan harbor. That shit had pyramids along the harbor, and then it was an aerial picture. I'm like, how the fuck they got an aerial picture in the 1700s?
The damn blimps.
But niggas was primitive. But we got aerial pictures. This is an actual real photograph. And this picture of Detroit is in like a museum in Detroit.
Yeah. And it's crazy because we are the ones that invented the blip and arrow ship in the 1700s. The same ones that people be seeing in the World Fair microfilms and shit. We built that shit in the 1700s, and people don't even know that.
That's in the American Indian Encyclopedia too.
Yep. Build blimps.
But we ain't got no culture. We ain't do nothing. We just was. America was empty. We're West African slaves. TikTok. We're West African slaves. America was empty, and the stringy haired Athabascans, they got here and it was just empty, and they started building teepees everywhere.
And the white man taught us everything from jigging to ebonics and
and soul music come from Africa, even though it ain't no soul musicians in Africa.
Oh, and our accents and last name come from British.
Because we're all English slaves.
So we are British African slaves who ended up being slaves to the Native Americans, who ended up getting freed by the whites, who got detribalized by the Native Americans.
And then reclassified by the whites again because Walter Plecker, he said we needed to be who we really are. So he made us black.
Yeah. And then we was reclassified by the whites again. And all of our culture comes from whites and Native Americans.
And then the only reason we needed to, do the civil rights movement because we needed equality. We was tired of drinking out of our own water fountains, tired of having our own hospitals. We was tired of having our own school systems.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the equality, man. We got tired of having money.
It was just so boring having all these stores and restaurants and stuff that we own. It was just boring.
I got all this farmland. I'm tired of eating real corn and shit.
Oh yeah, and cornbread comes from Africa as well. Even though it wasn't no corn in Africa, it was making it out of fufu.
Yeah, and our culture of rap obviously come from the Puerto Ricans. Even though you never heard of a platinum Puerto Rican artist, but it comes from them though. And don't say fat.
And Cool Herc put niggas on. As soon as he got to America, he was like, "Nah, y'all niggas need to rap like this." Cool Herc, the father of rap.
All these niggas are speaking Spanish when they first got here, but somehow they told us this.
And niggas in Wyoming came across Christopher Columbus. I don't know how they did, but they was the first contact Indians. Ain't they called the First Nations?
Yeah, First Nations.
How nigga in Idaho is a first contact?
They say First Nations, so I don't know. So the natives is kind of like the FBA with that one. So some people say First Nations because they know they come from Siberia a long time ago. Others will say First Nations because they was the first ones that Columbus met. But you know, like you said, I don't remember that nigga being in Wyoming.
Yeah, I don't remember that nigga going to Idaho or Arizona or anything. He was in New Mexico? I didn't know he went to New Mexico.
Oh yeah, man, that nigga was living la vida loca.
They skipped that part of the story, but yeah, this is the history that we supposed to believe. We're not supposed to question anything.
Yeah, this is the hell.
You have the three sisters, the Amari, the Mashik, and the Amari, Mashik, and the Kashi, and the Kashi. And they all look like me. With all the women, all the sisters, the three sisters. And they all look like me. They all had hair like mine and skin like mine.
Now, who are you, Reggie?
Have a camera. If you could have a camera and somehow go back to them days, just go back to the year just say 961. In the year 961. And look around in America and just look around. And then look at it today, what it look like now today, and you'll be like, you'll start crying. You'll start crying, man. It would break your heart. It would break your soul.
You gonna see all copper colored people.
And where we are now,
see all dark
it would
skinned
take
people.
your heart out your chest, man. Grown men would just start crying, man. Just grown men, man, would just start crying. To see where we were, who we are, how we was, man. Well, look here, man. Man, grown men would just start crying, man. I'm talking about crying like a little 4-year-old girl. Just see where we were, man, and how we ran it. We didn't go around the world, man, taking people's stuff from them. Everybody loved us, except the ones who didn't have nothing, that was jealous, that came over here to eat on the ploy of wanting to eat. And then coming over here, man, being greedy and not appreciating it. And then it got to the point where, you know what, we're just gonna take this. We're just gonna take it. But we're gonna have to be smart, you guys, about how we do it. One thing we noticed, they don't have no weapons. They don't have no pew-pews. They don't have no big pew-pews. They don't have no weaponry. So all we got to do is load up all our ammo, get our boats, put the ammo and put our things on the boats, get our cannonballs, make sure we have enough that we can bombard them. Man, they bombarded us. They pulled up on our shoreline where they had planned on coming in at, the point that they planned on coming in at, and they BOMB'd us for 3 months straight. Blew up all the infrastructure up to like 10 miles in. Up to 10 miles in. They did everything, man. They brought disease. They brought whooping cough. Man, we didn't know nothing about no damn whooping cough. What would we know about smallpox? They went over there to starts with an A. What's that island? Oh man, it'll come to me. Went over there, and when they seen wasn't no money over there, as soon as they pulled up, they just started unaliving the men, and then they kept the women and boys and did what they wanted to. They spread smallpox, and then they took some women with them, and then on their way back, they just dropped the women off. You understand me? And kept it moving, and there wasn't even nobody left. They chased the men up into the caves. because we had underground. They had I almost had the name of it. We had caves. The place reminded me of Easter Island. Anna starts with an A. Anna. I can't think of it right now, damn it. And bombed everything, man. Tore everything up, man. BOMB'd everything, man. Tore up everything, and then came in there, man, looking for gold and silver. You know, talking about some fountain of youth. Like you're talking about, they looking for the fountain of youth. The fountain of youth. No, you wasn't. You was looking to steal our gold and silver, and that's what y'all did. That's what they did. When they got to them islands over there, man, they unalived. They wasn't even off the boat, man, before they started busting at niggas, man. They wasn't even off the boat. You know, all the Hawaiians, man. Real Hawaiians look like me. Real Hawaiians look like me. Nappy hair, same color skin, face, eyes, nose, lips, look just like me. The real Hawaiians, the real Samoans, the real Japanese. Japanese have these slanted eyes. The ones you see now, the Orientals you see now, are offshoots of us. They're offshoots of us.
Mm-hmm. We got a brother that come in to the panels. He probably still in here. Vegan, you still in here? Vegan is Cambodian. He be telling us all about the ancient Cambodian culture and how it was dark-skinned people at first.
Yeah. Terrible, man, what they did to us. On TikTok. You can not fix this here.
These people say no sound from the air. Hey, that hat that Indian got on kind of remind me of Hermes.
Mm-hmm. And you see that instrument old boy playing?
Yep.
That instrument is only used here and in Australia.
The Sephardic Jews got one too.
And the nigga got the xylophone.
Yep.
Ain't no xylophone in Africa, nigga. That shit from here.
Being making music.
And you see the boy chiefing. He got the corn pipe. Stop playing with us.
Smoking and playing music. That's how they found us.
Sitting by the water playing music.
Columbus said
Chiefing and barbecuing.
Said he smelt it before he seen us.
Mm-hmm. Chiefing and barbecuing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, why don't Native Americans barbecue? If they're the indigenous people, when you ever heard of a Native American talking about they finna barbecue?
Shit, never. And then why they really ain't got like no old pictures like this, no old paintings and shit of them doing shit. There's no pictures of them doing shit.
Only thing they do is sit on the res and drink rubbing alcohol. That's only, and they like that's another telltale sign. They hold up that red shit like it's a badge of honor. Nigga, that don't mean you indigenous. That just mean your ass was put on the res to goddamn play a role. Being on the res don't got nothing to do with being from America. That's not a flex. We don't look at that as a flex.
Trying to get my damn screen back right here. What the fuck? Okay, let's see. Let's do this. There.
Damn, they drinking windshield wiper fluid? That's diabolical.
Yeah, that's crazy as hell.
Not the windshield wiper fluid. I'd rather drink rubbing alcohol than windshield wiper fluid. That's crazy. Not the Windex.
That's another type of low.
Damn.
I ain't never been that low before. $1 shot? You can't afford $1 shot? Damn, we got restricted. Said the live visibility restricted for 10 minutes.
Diabolical. Nick I can't even show paintings and pictures and shit.
Oh, they said that picture was sexually suggestive content.
See? You can't even show pictures.
They had clothes on them.
Diabolical. How is playing music and chiefing sexually suggestive?
Man, look.
It's niggas on TikTok right now playing music and chiefing.
Man, you know how it is on TikTok, man.
With no shirt on. And they ain't got no shirt on.
We gym droppers, man.
Damn, son.
Gym droppers.
I be thinking like it gotta be like we got like an assigned agent that just every live we on, no matter who panel it is, report.
I already know we do for sure. Like, I know that a motherfucker got a red book of the names of those who really, you know what I'm saying, can do something.
Mm-hmm. Got niggas profile pictures and all kind of shit.
Yeah, they keep us neutralized. You know, they always gotta keep a log on potential people who can electrify people. So if you are influential, they definitely gonna neutralize you on a social media platform. Last thing they want is niggas to read. So we gonna shadow ban everybody who talks about reading. Yeah, it's crazy because I watched a movie called Fahrenheit 451.
Yeah, with Michael B. Jordan.
Man, and the firefighters, just like you said, how the firefighters was BOMB and stuff, the firefighters were setting all the books on fire.
Yep.
In the future, nobody has ever seen or read a book. All they know is what was told to them. That shit crazy.
Shit, that sounded like our future.
Shit sound like it already happened too with the Alexandria libraries.
Yeah. Like I said about the fire department, why would they make a movie with the fire department doing that? And if you watch Gangs of New York, it's a scene in Gangs of New York where the firefighters, they basically was burning out buildings and stuff.
I mean, you know, the name Fireman intends that the man lights fire and set fires. So I don't see how the word fireman equals putting one out.
Patrolling fire.
And all through history, the fireman has always been like, they've been right there from the time they destroyed the world fairs to now in the churches and all that type of shit. Like that, there's probably a brotherhood of firemen just like everybody else. Mm-hmm. And we think these firemen is no crooked than the police, and they probably just as crooked.
Yeah, they just as crooked. They boy. Man, if you want to basically get something demolished or destroyed fast, that's who you hire.
Mm-hmm. So they learn how to control fire at the training center by me. That's crazy. Yeah, they learn how to control fire.
Yep. And look, in California with the fires, every year they have these fires, and it always start off with them sending you out a text message like, "Yeah, we're burning the fire, we're burning the brush so it won't catch fire." Huh? You burning the woods down so they won't catch on fire.
And then a day later, we all watching the news. Wildfire in California. It just got out of hand. You like
7,000 acres have been burned. Like, damn.
Houses is gone. And they'll never say it was the firefighters' fault. You know, they started it.
Mm-hmm. That shit's so diabolical, and it's almost the summer too. Watch, it's gonna be a fire every summer. It'll be a fire out here.
Yeah, that shit be, you know, it's crazy. That shit became the norm now. Because I remember growing up in the '90s, you ain't really hear about wildfires like that for real. Like you'll probably hear one every 5 to 6 months or so, years or something like that. What's that purple? But now, that shit, you can guarantee that the West Coast gonna catch on fire every year. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
That shit crazy.
They be doing, they call it controlled burns and shit. They send us text messages when they do it, like so we'll know what areas to avoid.
See, now Smokey the Bear had that joint in chokehold in the '90s, man. Look, I definitely failed the Dare dude, the Dare tiger.
Hey, why this nigga, the nigga who played Crime Dog McGruff?
Yeah.
Why this nigga was a D-Rug? I think he was in jail for telling D-Rugs.
Hey,
make this shit up.
Hey, what surprised me, man? Hey, all that shit's a job.
Just like the America's Most Wanted nigga. You know he unalived somebody, he in prison.
Yeah. Man, look.
Nigga was on the show, basically going after other niggas while he was a whole criminal himself.
Mm-hmm. And it's crazy too, because growing up, all that Dare and Tiger and shit, man. But I knew I was gonna smoke weed in the 5th grade. I knew I was. I already had it in my mind, if I ever can get a joint from my mama, I was gonna smoke that bitch. Bro.
Look, I always looked at Dare as them was talking about like booger sugar and stuff. I never thought they was talking about niggas on trees.
Yeah. Well, they always told us trees, and my mom and it was like tree. My dad used to call it dope because he was, old nigga.
Mm-hmm. I hate when old niggas say that. Y'all high on that dope.
I ain't on no dope, bro.
Yeah, that's how I used to be like, man, I don't do dope. I don't know what dope is. That shit sound like some shit in a white lab coat, in a white lab, in a white bag, and it's white. That's what dope sound like to me.
I'm telling you, shit. But I definitely always knew. I told my mama that too, because she asked when I started smoking and why. I was like, my mom always knew I was gonna smoke weed. I don't know, I mean, everybody in the family smoke weed. How you think I wasn't? Like cousins, aunts, you, uncles.
And look, when you was younger, that shit used to smell good as hell.
Hell yeah, I used to smell that shit in my sleep at nighttime. She used to, for real, my mom used to think that she was being sneaky and shit, closing her door, and that, like, I could still smell that.
That shit used to smell good as hell as a child. My dad used to be having that nigga had like that smell in the house when I get from school. I used to be like, damn, that shit smell good.
Mm-hmm. I remember
naturally in our DNA.
Shit, last year when I went back home to visit, I went out back to smoke a little joint and shit. My grandma came out there and was like, I know what you're doing. Let me hit it one time. I was like, Grandma, I ain't about to let you hit no joint. You don't know. This bitch you started smoking. Like, so we leave Georgia and you just start turning up. You got beer in the refrigerator, wine in the closet. What the fuck going on, Grandma?
See, you just not paying attention. She been doing this.
On God. And she just started laughing because I was like, damn, you did always used to keep beer in the closet in the back, but you used to blame it on my granddaddy, like, oh, that's his. But the whole time, you popping the man.
That used to piss me off when I was a kid. I would come in from playing outside and be thirsty. Nigga, I open the refrigerator, nothing but beers in the refrigerator. I used to be hot. I remember one time I was so thirsty, nigga, I popped one. They were like my first time drinking a beer. I was probably like 9 or 10. Nigga, I was like, fuck this. And I cracked it open. And nigga, I drunk that shit. But that shit would have my mouth drier than a motherfucker. I was even more thirsty than I initially was.
Man. Yeah. I used to be a curious kid growing up. I just used to try shit that be inside the house. Like when I go to my dad's house and shit, I always used to wonder why he drank Crown Royal. So I used to pour like a little cap full and I'm like, hell no, what the fuck? I just used to try shit at everybody's house I went to. Like I go to my granddaddy's house, he used to drink Parrot Bay. I'm like, let me see what this is drink. What the fuck is this? And I was like, man, liquor is nasty. What the fuck is y'all drinking on? I go to my auntie house. I'm sneaking one of her Newports to see what a Newport tastes like. And I just used to be curious. I just used to go. I just trust it because I feel like, I mean, shit, y'all wouldn't be doing nothing harmful, would you? Until you get older, you be like, y'all definitely was doing shit harmful. No fuck. But yeah, I just used to try shit growing up, man. He said an ecosystem can start a fire naturally for nutrients. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with fire. And oh man, I got these Christian niggas mad on TikTok because I told them niggas, I was like, if hell exists, it wouldn't be a bad place because fire purifies. Like that's literally what it does. It purifies shit, and new things grow from fire. You the devil. I was like, damn, I gotta be the devil, bro.
Soon as you don't agree, soon as you got your own ideology, they demonize you.
Yup. But what have we learned in history, y'all? The Christian Crusades did what? Crucify everybody who ain't believe what the Christians said, and they still do that today.
Yep.
So what do you believe in? Oh, I'm Muslim. You going to hell. You sure you don't want to be Jesus?
Look, I was watching somebody battle last night. It was a girl battling a dude, and the dude came on, and he was like, that nigga said, "Are you a Christian?" And she said, "Nah, not really." And then that nigga said, he said, just like you just said, he said, yeah, I gotta go find my people. I'm looking for Christians, and left the battle. He didn't even want to battle her.
I'm telling you.
I said, these Christians diabolical.
Man, Christians is damn near racist, but we're religion.
They like fuck everybody that's not a Christian.
That's how they believe, for real. If you're not a Christian, you is of the devil. Like, damn. Like, you can literally save a kid's life from getting hit with an 18-wheeler and say, I thank Allah. They're gonna be like,
Shit, you can save their ass by using you can save their ass by throwing a crystal rock at somebody and knocking their ass out and saving their life. They can be like, yeah, he used the instruments of the devil. He was using crystal. He didn't let Jesus come save us.
Hey, you know I saved your life. The devil give blessings too, you know. What the fuck?
Nah, but that's how these niggas is. That's why I said that people don't understand. That's how we kind of started on TikTok. Everybody was roasting Christianity.
Niggas not real Christians. Reading the Bible, they don't really preach shit like that. That's nothing in the scripture that say, hey, if you're a Christian, you can be the devil. You can tell niggas don't read the Bible. That's like the.
And it's bad because they really don't know. Like, really, like a Christian condemn you to hell if you ask them, do you know the history of Christianity? They'll be like, yeah, Jesus created Christianity. You're like, hell no, that's
yeah, that nigga wasn't even Christian. How the nigga y'all following ain't a Christian?
He hated Christians. He hated the church. He's like,
that nigga used to go in there smacking the collection plate off the table and all kind of shit.
His whole story was about him going against the church, bro. Only for his followers to go in the church.
Yeah. The New World Order. That sounds like the New World Order to me. One world religion type of. Yeah.
Man, that is the equivalent of a nigga riding down on me. I'm like, hey, Swarzy, hey, you get your revenge for me, big dog, and you end up joining them niggas. Like, yeah, that nigga gone.
Also,
what
Kevin
we doing,
Durant shit. Yeah. Also, Kevin Durant shit. How that nigga joined Golden State. Yeah. On that type of time.
He might join the Lakers next. He got his eye on that shit.
Yeah, he like, shit, whoever win, that's who I'm joining, nigga. I'm trying to win another ring.
My nigga literally just play basketball. He don't even care about the politics. He just play basketball, literally.
Yeah. That you seen the video where that nigga talking about nigga asked him about his hair. The nigga said he only get haircuts when the homies be over his house and get haircuts. I said, yeah, this nigga don't give a fuck about nothing but basketball.
That's it. Like that nigga, like he was probably created in a lab for real, just to play basketball.
On some Yao Ming shit.
Yeah. Cause I mean, honestly, bro, this nigga been in the law. He been in the league this long, but he ain't gained that no weight.
And that nigga don't got no children. Where that nigga son at? Everybody got a son.
He ain't interested into women, and you know, like not at all, unless they white women. Obviously, you know, he be chasing like that. But he ain't got no kid. He ain't gained no weight. His hair still fucked up. He might not even be us for real. I'm gonna keep it real.
I'm telling you.
That nigga got that. Hey, that nigga got that. What's that shit? That damn rosin ball jaw or some shit that they be saying.
That nigga got that Nigerian looking shit. Boy, that Nigerian hairline. Boy, I see it, Kevin.
He definitely got that Nigerian hair. Real shit.
Remember on Amelia when Lil Wayne said tougher than Nigerian hair?
Hey, Diaz. That nigga hair is tough.
Why he didn't say American hair or nigga hair, or you know what I'm saying? Why he didn't say tougher than African American hair?
Nigerian hair.
They just do some shit together.
Nigerian hair like a motherfucking Brillo pad.
Kevin Durant probably tried to comb that shit as a kid one time and said, fuck it.
He said, fuck it, I'm just gonna focus on basketball.
That shit probably hurt like a motherfucker too. He was like, nah, fuck that.
That's definitely some industry clone type shit. And then you ever seen the story, the old boy Michael Beasley when he telling his little life story and shit, and he talk about how he basically he was living with Kevin Durant.
Yep. Yeah. I watched half of it at work today. I started watching it because I had to clock out. But yeah, I seen half of it.
You could tell that nigga went through MK Ultra, how emotional and shit that nigga is.
I was just gonna say like something happened to him in the AAU league in the industry because he definitely have signs of MK Ultra. He definitely do. In the way that he talk and like the way he formulate, like I ain't trying to say he's slow in nothing, but I don't know.
Yeah,
man,
you can tell some type of trauma happened to him, and he's trying to pull himself out of it. That's what he's doing all these interviews all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm. Now, I understand he said, you know, his mama passed, but it's something a little deeper than that. Something it all goes back to that damn industry, bro. It all goes back to it eventually. Like
how I know the nigga was on some super MK Ultra shit. They showed the video where that nigga tried to check in the game he ain't even had the right shorts on.
Mm-hmm.
That's some what the fuck was on that nigga mind that heavy that nigga forgot to put on his basketball shorts.
Cause he kind of exposed the AAU league too. He was talking about
how niggas getting money.
Yeah, how a lot of those coaches are technically handlers and shit, and they be trading stars for money. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit, man. Look,
nigga, 12 years old, getting scouted and shit. Nigga, 11. He's the top ranked 11-year-old in California. Nigga, what? That nigga's 11.
Dude, this nigga know his ABCs though. It's the question y'all should be asking.
We don't know. We don't care about that. He's gonna be a millionaire. He shouldn't. He don't need to know his ABCs. 30 years later, yeah, season 3 of Broke. Yeah, I was worth $45 million. They was paying me $45 million a season. Now I'm broke. Now I'm broke.
You gotta
mess up $900 million. I was just letting the homies spend my money.
You gotta get the illiterate people. That's the only way this shit works. Cause I mean, I hate to say it like that, but that's exactly how it works. Real quick, if y'all want to screenshot this real quick, y'all can. This talks about the Know Nothing Party, but there's also a Know Nothing of colored people. There's colored people inside the Know Nothing Party.
Oh, shit.
Y'all want to screenshot that, you can. A lot of them got a little Indian blood in them too. So, you know, just a little bit. Not a lot.
Yeah. You know what's crazy? They just had the NFL draft the other day, right? Why the Eagles drafted this Nigerian nigga that never played football before?
The niggas is experimenting real quick. They're trying to replace us.
They're like, let's get some Nigerians up in here.
So what we seeing is an experiment. So they're gonna be experimenting with a lot of so-called Africans and shit to try to replace us and shit. But you can't replace us, man.
How you gonna draft a nigga that never played in the NFL, never played football, period?
Man, look. Them folk can't replace us. And y'all know the only reason why they trying to replace us so they don't have to pay us in nothing. Not only just so-called reparations or restitution, but they know on the job we are the best workers, so we got to be paid. You know what I'm saying? The contracts are shitty. You know, we work more than not. Like,
they let's bring in robots.
Yeah,
let's bring in robots. Yeah.
Come on, man. Yeah, tell me. That shit ain't gonna go
that's why it's time to nation build and get out their system. They making it so you ain't gonna be in their system anyway. So you might as well make a system of your own. They eliminating us out the system.
Yeah. We need to start our own NBA and NFL. I mean, we are the breadwinners. We the reason everybody come and see that shit. I don't know why everybody's scared. It's crazy that they got our Nephilim and our Giants scared of a 5'2" small hat.
Just it's another series called the Clipper. It's the Clipper series. If y'all ain't never watched that series called Clipped, it's on FX. It got Lawrence Fishburne playing Doc Rivers and shit. Boy, that show, Donald Sterling, that nigga was on some slave master shit. That nigga will parade niggas around to like other rich white tea people. And I ain't talking about no, look how he was on some, look how strong he is. And then he would take them in the locker room, like after the game while niggas getting dressed and be talking about how big niggas D's is. In front of niggas. Like this shit, boy, that shit was weird. Go watch that show. It put all that shit out there. Nah, Donald Sterling is just the only one that got caught. All the other owners do the same shit.
Well,
why you think they didn't like old boy Mark Cuban? They didn't like that nigga owning Dallas. He's not in the club. He's an outsider. That nigga's a goddamn Latino.
Yeah, I seen that too, Alicia. A lot of Nike trying to push Africans now instead of us. That's because niggas don't want to pay us, and them Africans is desperate. Them niggas will take anything. Because anything is more than what the fuck they had. So we'll pay you $500 for this advertisement versus us. They're like, bro, you know I'm influential. Everybody know me, bro. You gotta pay me a couple. 10, 20
Nike don't understand. We could collapse Nike if one of our celebrities say, let's say if Jay-Z go out there and say niggas got to stop wearing Nikes and Nikes, but you know what I'm saying? What niggas will stop wearing Nikes tomorrow? Remember when Jay-Z said niggas got to stop using auto-tune? That's what happened with auto-tune.
Cristal. Niggas stop drinking Cristal.
Niggas stop drinking it. Niggas was, you need to dress up. Stop wearing these long white t-shirts. Put you on a pink button up. Niggas start wearing pink button ups. Nike don't understand the power that when we don't fuck with you, what happens to you? You better ask Adidas. When Adidas didn't want to pay Run DMC, niggas low-key stopped wearing Adidas on the mass scale.
Yeah. A lot of folks start with the you'll be lucky to see anybody in Adidas now for real. Unless they young kids or whatever.
Nigga might have them the little slides, the little Adidas slides. That's about it.
Cause I know for sure, like, and then we got so many creative people inside the hood. I guarantee somebody can create a pair of shoes way better than Jordans. I know somebody.
I already know.
Shit,
Jordan admitted that the motherfuckers was ugly. He said he did an interview with David Letterman when he first got on, and the David Letterman was like, "These shoes are ugly." He was like, "Yeah, I know." That nigga said his own. Instead of being like, "Nah, these are tight." Nah, he said He's like, yeah, I know they're ugly, but the point is.
And I feel like, and it's the stardom and the celebrity worship that makes people look at the shoes like they're more than what they are. Cause me, honestly, like I fuck with Jordan. I ain't gonna lie like that, but I wasn't really a fanatic for him like that. But out of all his shoes, 1 through goddamn 1 gazillion, I only like probably like 3 solid pair. But they're not a pair that I must have every year or something like that. Like I could buy a pair of J's and be straight for like 2-3 years on buying another one. I ain't really tripping for real.
Exactly. And you caught them motherfuckers on sale. Nigga got them bitches because they was for the low ski. Nigga I ain't finna pay the whole full price. I'm finna find the nigga who done stole them and he got them for the low or something. You feel me?
Bruh. My goddamn my damn black and purple 13s that I got in the corner, I got them bitches from the Nike outlet for $80, bro.
Yeah, that's why I said we finna find them for the low. We ain't finna pay the full $300.
And everybody thought that I paid $3 for them things. I was like, I could resell these bitches on y'all ass for real, but I needed some shoes. But I would have resold them
for the low. Yeah, that's how we get
that. I went back to Nike outlet, grabbed like 3 more pair and just kept selling them bitches. Look.
Yeah, we ain't finna pay the full price for no fucking Jordans, nigga. A lot of that shit started with them immigrants when they got into the shoe culture. Because at first, them niggas, let's keep it real, them niggas was wearing soccer shoes and shit. When the Mexicans weren't wearing Jordans at first, them niggas was wearing soccer shoes and shit.
Them niggas was wearing goddamn Sauconys and motherfucking Pumas and shit.
Yeah, them niggas wasn't wearing no Jordans back in the day. That was the our shit.
And then them niggas started wearing Cortezes when we got done with them.
Mm-hmm.
Niggas like, all right, y'all niggas can rock.
They the masters of the 6 rings. They the lord of the 6 rings.
Oh man, them and them Camelos. They be rocking the Camelos up here like a motherfucker. The damn baby blue and white joints.
Yeah, so I know what you want. I know the ones you talking about. They be having them on out here.
Bro, where y'all be finding these bitches at, bro? I ain't even think these still
in Mexican grocery stores. In Mexican grocery stores, places that niggas don't go to.
Man, but I honestly could say, I ain't never paid full price for Jordans though. Now, the Forces and Air Max is a different story, but Jordans for real, I'm either going to the Nike outlet where I know they like $80 because they've been out for a couple of years or something like that. But when they on your feet, people don't be knowing. Well, I don't really be caring if people be knowing for real. I ain't no sneakerhead for real. I know some sneakerheads. They be slapping the bottom of your shoe to see if it's real and shit, checking the stitches.
Man, see the way your Jordan, man, his hand is really to the left. His hand on yours is to the right. Yeah, these are some reps. Like, damn, hold on, nigga. You see? How can you see that?
You see the Jordans that Jordan wearing on your shoe? Those ain't the right Jordans. He gotta have the ones on. Those is the 13s. Nigga, how you see that, nigga?
Yeah, the Jordan expert niggas be tripping me out.
Them niggas be high. Them niggas be high, bro. I know they be high. Them damn shoe resellers and shit. That shit crazy, bro.
Yeah, Forces is like the only shoe that I'll be buying like in a year. I'll probably buy like 2 or 3 pair of Forces. Probably more than that because them motherfuckers wear down fast. Probably like 3 or 4 pair in a year.
He said fat mostly Arabs and Spaniards on the sneaker stores now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of that shit is replica shit. That shit ain't the real shit.
See, I don't really be buying shoes like that. Like my gray and white Charles Barkley Air Maxes I got and the black and purple Jordans is honestly the 2 pair of shoes I got, and they in clean condition because I don't really wear shoes. I wear Nike slides literally 7 days a week, bro. Mm-hmm. I don't put my shoes on unless I'm going somewhere.
Exactly. Like, and then as soon as you get home, kick the motherfuckers the fuck up off your feet.
I kick them straight off. I done had them shoes for 2 years now. Like I wear Nike. My Nike slides will get wore down before my shoes do. Like for real.
Yeah, I just wearing slides and Crocs and shit. Crocs, slides, all that type of shit. Yeah, I wear that shit more than anything.
But you know, and a pair of Air Forces. You know, I keep a pair of all white ones, but other than that, I only really get 3 pair of shoes. I'm good. I go to my cousin's house. My cousin's a sneakerheads. You go in they closet, they got all the Jordans that ever been released. They got all the Air Maxes
Different
and
color
shit.
waves. They got 4 different color waves of the same shoe. Like, nigga, why do you need them in pink?
I picked up one of his Air Force. Hey, cuz when the fuck Air Maxes drop these, bro? This shit like lime green and lavender, nigga. The fuck is this? Yeah.
Yeah, then was the Batman edition for the Joker movie. Like, damn.
You know, nobody Air Max ain't got no commercial. How you catch these, man?
Yeah, that's another thing. When the fuck do these niggas be knowing how? Like, do they get alerts to their phone when shit be about to drop? How do these niggas be knowing that the new shoe about to come out? I always wondered that.
And they would never tell you, like, that shit's a secret society too, bro.
Yeah, that's a fraternal order. The secret society of shoe sneakerhead niggas.
They'll never tell you, because I've always wondered too, like, and then where do y'all go to be getting these exotic but real shoes from that obviously been released that the nigga don't know about? like when Forces and Jordan did they little fusion and shit, I was like 3 years late. I was like, nigga, when they did this? Fuck, Jordan and Forces fused together. Y'all see that this shit tight? Oh, them bitches old, fam. What? Damn, okay.
Yeah, them niggas be investing too much time and energy into that bullshit. And Jordan can't stand you niggas. You can have the whole Jordan outfit on. That nigga be like, get up out my face. I'm gonna take pictures with Negroes. And then when he told Chameleonaire, I think Chameleonaire said he had the whole Jordan outfit on.
Yeah.
Nigga wanted him to sign his jersey. That nigga Jordan told that nigga, I don't take pictures with niggas.
Man, look,
that nigga definitely a black Anglo-Saxon.
And I mean, the older he get, he ain't really looking like us no more. In his younger years, yeah, he kind of pulled it off, blended in, and he from North Carolina. You feel me? When them black Anglo-Saxons was at too. The older he get, I'm like, I don't know, bro. You might be Anglo-Saxon or an African. You got them yellow eyes. I know you smoke cigars and shit, but
and he'll hang with number white boys.
Number white folks.
A nigga into NASCAR. How the fuck your ass get involved in NASCAR, nigga?
And
I like the most racist sport on the planet.
And he won his first one.
Yeah, that nigga won 5, nigga. He almost won just as many titles as he got rings. He just won again.
You don't know shit about NASCAR and you just come in dominating shit. Like, what? Come on, bro. All right. This shit gotta be a script at this point. That shit crazy. That nigga been moving funny though. That nigga been choking race car drivers and grabbing booties and shit lately.
And look at his children. That nigga son all on them. That nigga son is on some Joe Biden, Hunter Biden type shit.
Talking about the one that got caught tooting.
Yeah, man. This nigga the booger sugar king.
Hey, that nigga said, I don't know nothing about no basketball, but I know about them 8 balls, though. Shit. Man, look, hell nah, man.
Yeah, he like, yeah, nigga, I don't know nothing about them free throw line, but I know about these white lines.
Definitely be taking off from the white line. That shit crazy. And I ain't gonna lie. Like, as an ex-fan, I can say I am disappointed because when he had sons when I was a kid, these niggas turned out the complete opposite. These niggas should have been what Alonzo Ball and them niggas are. Like, at least one of y'all was gonna make it.
Yeah, them niggas are trash. Every last one of them niggas. And they end up being short. Like, none of them niggas was taller than Jordan.
Tennessee, yo. Hey, man, hell nah. Matter of fact, I got this coworker at my job, and he cool, but I hate the small talk he be trying to do with me at 6 o'clock in the morning before the coffee hit. Every day is something about basketball, LeBron, Tom Brady, and shit. And I had to tell him today, like, bro, I don't know what you're talking. I don't watch sports, bro. Not at all. I'm like, no. If that shit don't come across my damn TikTok screen, a highlight or a clip, I don't know what you're talking about. I really don't, bro. Like, I plugged out of that shit, you know. Especially when I found out that shit was scripted, I was like, oh yeah, let me start watching this shit. This shit
Look, I always
WWE.
tell niggas, you playing Madden or 2K is more real than actually watching an NBA game. To actually being courtside. That's you got more control of the controller in your hand than you got control over betting on some real shit.
And it's crazy, bro, because I rather play NBA 2K than watch basketball, bro. You snapped on that new video, man. I appreciate that, fam. You already know. Trying to get back in the algorithm. TikTok got me shadow banned. My videos only did 100 views in 5 hours. But yeah, I'd rather play that. I'd rather play NBA 2K than watch basketball, man. Like, and I knew that shit was fake when Steph Curry ass became goddamn unlimited shot master.
This nigga shoot from everywhere. Nigga shooting from the car and shit. That nigga in the parking lot hitting shots all the way from the car and shit. Like, get the fuck out of here, nigga.
And it's funny because like everybody is just now kind of discovering Steph Curry when he started winning and being a starter. But I remember when he used to back up Monte Ellis. And people forgot about Monte Ellis. Like he was his backup, bro.
Steph Curry was trash as fuck when he came to the league.
Trash as hell.
That nigga couldn't guard nobody. That's why he didn't play.
He couldn't keep up with them niggas back then in T-Mac era and shit. For real.
He didn't get popular until like maybe like in the last 4, 5, 6 years. That's when he blew up. Like with the like him and Patrick Mahomes, the nigga from Kansas City, like got the same like little time period where they both came in and just started dominating out of nowhere. Two light-skinned ass niggas.
And then all the centers start shooting threes and shit. I was like, yeah, let me start watching this shit. The goddamn point guards is out rebounding the damn centers. Like, the fuck?
That's how niggas really hoop now. When you go play basketball at the gym, it be a big 7'2" ass nigga want to shoot threes. Nigga, get your big ass in the paint, nigga, so I can throw this alley-oop to you.
Marie said sneaker culture versus NBA obsession. Niggas do need to talk about that NBA obsession. Like I really like I want to talk about sports, but I want to talk about like you niggas is too obsessed with this shit type of sport.
You know shit, how niggas love the Cowboys. Well, niggas are a lot you behind them Cowboys.
And Cowboys ain't win shit since the 80s or 70s or some shit. And
but every year.
I think that shit's an MK Ultra because I find it crazy how people is crazily obsessed with Cowboys and niggas ain't even in Texas.
Yeah, niggas be all living in New Jersey talking about they're a Cowboy fan. Nigga, how the hell? Nigga, have you ever even been to Dallas? Nah, that's one of my dreams to go.
You ain't ever seen a game up close? Hell no, but go Cowboys. Win, lose, or draw, it's my team.
Ever seen the game? Nah. Anything you say, nah. My grandpa is supported.
They be like, yeah, my great grandpa liked the Cowboys when they last Super Bowl. Like, damn, it's been that long.
If it was his choice to decide that he likes them, I got him.
Diabolical.
They are called America's team. I forgot all about that. Damn.
That's part of the MK Ultra, nigga. If you down with the corporation, yeah, the Cowboys is your team. And if the other part of like the Democrats, that's the Cowboys team. The Republicans is New England.
And it's crazy because you would think like the Washington Redskins would be America's team, but instead it's the Cowboys. And then the New England Patriots, the England niggas after that. Come on, man. It's right there in plain sight. Shit crazy. Cause why New England and them haven't changed their names? Everybody else changing, you know what I'm saying? St. Louis Rams and all them like niggas is
them niggas still got the same jerseys from the 1930s and shit. So the old ass jerseys.
Them niggas is vintage, man. Yeah, that damn celebrity worship syndrome is a new topic niggas about to go in on for sure. I'm glad I discovered that because I knew it was a name for it. I just ain't know what to call it because I couldn't believe how in depth people is investing to certain like people's lives and shit. Like
that's
even with
the Meg Stallion and Klay Thompson shit, boy. That's all niggas can talk about right now.
Even with the T.I. and the 50 Cent shit, niggas know more about T.I.'s kids than him. There's like, yeah, I remember when Major was like 2 years old, boy. He marked up the damn couch and shit. I was like, damn, so what your kid do last night? I don't know what he did in his room. You know everything about T.I. kids, but you don't know who your kid is talking to on Roblox and shit. Come on, fam.
Yeah. Celebrity worship. Niggas know everything about Blue Ivy and Northwest, but don't know about their own daughters.
Just so happen to get arrested in a Pikachu onesie. This shit entertainment, man. This shit is entertainment. Goddamn, matter of fact, who's old dude? What was it, Say Cheese? Who came out and said, bro, this shit ain't even about talent no more, bro. This shit it's a storyline. If you have a good storyline in the industry, you can go far. This shit ain't even about rapping no more, acting no more, none of that. It's a storyline. And those with the good storylines make it. Here's like, for an example, with Julio Fulio and Ace. When Fulio died, Ace rap career over with because the story's over. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, that made hella sense. You know, the world is a storyline. You know, those who got a good storyline is still going on. You know, Snoop Dogg trying to hold on to his storyline. That's why he doing anything. This nigga with Martha Stewart and shit.
That nigga hosting the Olympics. That nigga everywhere.
This nigga everywhere.
The motherfucking White House Correspondents' Dinner dancing. That nigga everywhere.
Yep. Hey, it's all about the storyline, and it's all entertaining, and you can see it. Even with the basketball players, like we was never inside the basketball players' lives as much as we are. This shit is literally NBA 2K my player mode. And I seen the symbolism, like when I used to play games and that my player mode shit start popping off, I was like, damn, nigga, storyline. Then you go watch NBA, you be like, this is LeBron James storyline.
You show them niggas coming off the bus just like the game. And them niggas be wearing some old sassy ass clothes.
Yep. And then his son, Bronny James, his storyline getting started right now. He's trying to get his V coins up. You know, so boost up his attributes probably 3 years from now.
I think they're gonna let this nigga win the ring this year.
Hey,
I think LeBron he's gonna be the first player to win a ring with his son, and that's gonna make him the GOAT.
All about the storyline. What greater storyline than that? The first ever and probably the only person to play with your son, win a ring with your son, and then retire with as many rings as Jordan and shit.
Yep.
Rewriting history all over again. Even though it was all fake in the beginning. But, you know. And when he retired, shit, I don't know whose storyline it'll be after that. But it's definitely about that storyline. I think it was Say Cheese on YouTube, the interview dude, who said that. Because he got fed up with interviewing rappers because of that. Because he was like, every time I interview these rappers, it's the same fucking storyline.
The Adam 22 shit.
He just tweaked out on a rant.
It's the same storyline.
That nigga just tweaked out on live one time. He was just like, man, it's the same shit. Like, it ain't even about the music no more. Like, and then when it is the music, it's the same shit. You know, you spin on this nigga, that nigga. Like, it ain't no versatility, no substance, no topic no more. It's like, man, this shit might be dead. Nigga, dudes flash.
Yep.
50 Cent, the Police, your favorite rapper's an agent. The younger rappers are selling out and getting tricked into these deals.
And they into trafficking little girls.
Man,
allegedly. That David nigga ain't just a one-off. The little R&B nigga, the David nigga.
Yeah. Really, I have this.
It's all about that storyline, man. Everybody got a storyline in the entertainment industry. All the way down to the Meg and the Clay. This shit's a storyline. That shit ain't even real. A lot of they damn relationships be scripted like they career.
Yeah, all this shit scripted. Then Eddie Murphy daughter has a baby with Martin Lawrence's son.
Yeah.
Y'all don't find that suspicious?
Scripted like a motherfucker, ain't it?
Y'all don't find that suspicious?
And then the crazy thing is when they explain how their children hooked up, they try to explain it like it was some random shit, but they stumble over their words. Y'all know y'all push them kids to do that. Come on, man. All y'all do. All the adults date each other. All the kids date each other. That's how I go in that realm.
Yup. Then I'll be noticing how a lot of these celebrities be having these autistic children.
Some do always be wrong with at least one of them.
What's going on with they DNA?
Hey, a lot of these celebrities ain't American Indians. They just look like us, but they not us.
Now I'm looking at shit. I don't think this nigga D Wade is American Indian.
That
I
nigga
think
jaw
he's a
is
black
a little
Anglo-Saxon.
weird. His jawline is a little off.
That's why he always dressed kind of funny.
Yeah.
Nigga was dressed like a European the whole time.
Yeah, a lot of these people descendants is still amongst us. A lot of them know their history, where they come from. Some of these people then goddamn took trips to Europe as kids and all of that type. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't put it past none of these folk. You know, especially since I know some of them definitely look like us, but they not us. And they've been here since the 1800s. I'm pretty sure they got us down pat. You know, I mean,
Yup.
yeah.
They know exactly how to mimic. Like you was reading the mimic shit. They know exactly how to mimic our voice inflections. They know how to. It's to the point like it showed you on Snowfall. All they got to do is just be around you for a month or two. It don't even take that long.
NBA The Life was the first my player basketball game. Yeah, I remember the NBA The Life. I had that.
I remember that back in the day, NBA The Life. You had like a celebrity on there. Who was like the main character? Like that was like you had like a celebrity friend on the game.
I think you had. I think
they had Michael B. Jordan at first.
Yeah, I forgot who it is. I know as your career progressed, you start getting cool with like Dr. J and all of them. Hold on, I said
it was like Spike Lee or somebody like that was like your NBA friend or something on that. I can't remember exactly who it was.
Yeah. Said, why do I feel like you don't fully like your Haitian heritage, although you're fully American Indian? Haitians are Creole Indians. That's a wild statement to make, fam. That's a wild statement to make. My username is Yation Los. I mean, what makes you say I don't like my Haitian heritage? I mean, what do I got to do to prove I'm Haitian? Like, I mean, I eat Haitian food. I got a Haitian flag on my wall. I know a little Haitian Creole. I got Haitian tattooed on my hand. 1831, the revolution when it popped off. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what else? I keep a machete in my trunk. like, what else I gotta do?
Oh, just because your name ain't John Clark, John Luc Picard, or he ain't Haitian, his name got to be John Luc Picard.
I mean, I don't know, man. And it's no disrespect or shot to you though. It's just, you know, bro, I've been dealing with that my whole life growing up. You know, I'm not Haitian enough for the Haitians, and you know, I'm
You're
not
American enough for the Americans. Yeah. Like, damn, hold on, wait a minute.
We all Indians. Do it really matter? You know what I'm saying? So, but bro, I'm about as Haitian as it's gonna get. You know, I only had one great grandparent that was Haitian. You know what I'm saying? That's, you know, my great grandmama. You know, I don't really know too much about that. By the time my grandmama and my daddy and them came, our family was Geechee by then. So a little Haitian stuff survived, but by the time it get to my dad and me, shit, my family Geechee and Irish. You know, with the memory of the Haitian ancestor and shit. Like, and I'm shot all the way on my mama's side. So I grew up mostly mainland than Haitian, but I'm gonna always run with my Caribbean people. You know what I'm saying? Always, but I'm just a mainlander. That's all I know. All I know is Georgia, big dog. All I know is Georgia. I can't tell you shit else but Georgia. You know, it's all good. Get the Haitian flag tatted.
That nigga name is Kobe Bryant lover. I just seen that. That nigga got triggered. That nigga said, "This for Kobe, nigga."
See,
Kobe definitely was a black Anglo-Saxon. His will to beat everybody in the Mamba mentality, that's black Anglo-Saxon mentality.
I'm not saying you hate us or nothing, but it's recessive in your genealogy. What you mean it's recessive in my genealogy? I don't know what you mean.
How can the person look? There's no, huh?
I know a guy who was Geechee. I could barely understand a word he said. That's my grandmama. I'm talking my grandmama got that thick South Carolina Geechee accent. Like, the only reason why I understood her because I was up under her more than all the other grandkids. Like, you know, everybody else ran the streets. I was there watching baseball and shit with her. You know, passing her snuff because she used to dip snuff and shit out the tin can.
Hey, you ever tried that shit?
I tried that shit one time. That shit burned.
That shit hot as hell.
That shit burned the shit out of my gums.
Yeah, that shit burned the shit out of my gums when I tried that shit. Never again.
That's how
that
she
shit
caught
like
me.
chewing a cigarette.
She didn't do nothing but laugh. She laughed at me. She was like, "That's what you get."
Yeah, that shit like chewing a cigarette. That's lit. On fire cigarettes, boy. I don't know how them niggas did that shit, but I guess they would do that. You know, you zoning out, you in the field, you know, handling your crops and shit. You zoned out, not even you know, tripping. You got your little spit can and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, my grandma said she said she been dipping snuff since she was like 13, 14.
And that's back in the day, you know, where they were letting 12-year-olds smoke cigarettes. So that wasn't nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Taking shots of whiskey and shit.
Yeah, that shit was nothing like back in the day. Everybody did it.
So that's just my misunderstanding, bro. I didn't mean to come off offensive. I was just curious. Are you good? I ain't taking it as offense. I was just wondering, like, what's your definition of being Haitian enough or acknowledging Haitian heritage. Because I mean, shit. You know, when I talk about American Indians, I'm talking about all of us. You know, so everybody. You know, it's to me, it's no difference between the islanders and the mainlanders. The only thing different is just the accent and the tempo of music, but we all technically do the same shit. So we eat oxtails on the island, niggas eat oxtails in the south. And shit, like y'all got collard greens, we got collard greens. Y'all got cabbages, we got cabbages. Y'all got cornbread, we got cornbread. It ain't, you know what I'm saying? It ain't really no difference. It's just a difference of upbringing. You know, so see, that's crazy. You sit with your grandma and watch baseball too. Yeah, my grandma's favorite team was the Atlanta Braves. Win, lose, or draw. Well, we're gonna watch them niggas all 9 endings.
Oh man. Look,
all 9.
Oh man, that's the worst, nigga. And look, the Braves announcers be boring as hell. Them niggas ain't got no excitement in their voice.
Boring as hell, man.
Lines up for third base.
And this is the time where the Braves was horrible too. Like, grandma, come on.
Ah man, when they look, you talking about during the Otis Nixon days and shit?
Yeah, man. Like shit, grandma, come on, man.
The niggas used to be high as hell on the field. Otis Nixon was the Booger Sugar King.
Yup. She stayed in the project, so I was too young to go run the street with my cousins. I was like 5 and 6, so she was like, "Nah, you gonna sit here and watch baseball with me?" Damn.
All 9 innings. And this, I know you're talking about this TBS, nigga. This ain't even this back in the day. TBS. A lot of people don't. They like, what's TBS?
They don't know that, man. TBS, yup. It was the channel before TNT.
Yeah, TBS. You get to watch Hawks games, and you get to watch Braves games.
And then when the baseball go off, I could leave her room. You go in the living room. My uncle and daddy on the TV, and they watching either westerns, MASH. That's probably it for real. Westerns mainly.
Oh yeah, I would have been.
I'm ready to go home.
I would have had to sneak outside or something because ain't no way.
I was ready to go
nigga
home.
MASH, nigga. That is every time that shit come on, that was my signal to take my ass to bed.
If we watching MASH at grandmama's house, I know we ain't going home. Everybody's spending the night. You might as well go and get comfortable on the floor.
Mm-hmm. You see that helicopter?
My daddy didn't got drunk with his brothers and shit like that from that Crown Royal and shit. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere.
Mm-hmm. You see that? Yeah, you see that helicopter on the screen?
Yeah.
I'll be like, damn. Here come MASH.
My cue to go to sleep with my dad was either MASH or Twilight Zone, because Twilight Zone used to come on at like midnight and shit.
Yeah, you talking about the black and white Twilight Zone.
Yup, the Outer Limits and all of that shit, yeah.
Mm-hmm. The Tales from the Dark Side and all that shit. That shit used to be scary as hell as a kid.
My dad still be up taking shots of Crown Royal. I'm over there asleep, man. It's my bedtime. I ain't about to watch the scary shit with you. I'm 5 watching Tales from the Crypt and shit.
Mm-hmm. And that shit used to be like all true stories back in the day too.
Nah, you tripping, Pops.
Fuck that shit. You ain't about to have me having nightmares. I'm about to go to sleep when this shit come on. The little music used to be scary.
My dad was a prankster too. Like he'll watch horror movies with you, like real scary ones, and then when it's bedtime, he'll creep in the room and scare you while you sleep. He be playing too much. He play too much, bro.
Doing too much, yeah. About to have a stroke fucking with you.
Well, I got school in a couple of hours, and you want to come in here scare niggas and shit. Pops was a fool though, man. Yeah. Black Anglo-Saxons, man. Them boys is amongst us.
Yeah, I'll be seeing it. And then I'm just paying attention to what niggas be saying lately. When niggas be basically trying to push England over here, like the dude was the other day was trying to say England was in America. Like, nigga, hold on.
And I'm gonna be real, man. Like the more I look at Tyreek, he don't really look like us either. It look like that nigga mask falling
Yeah, he
off.
gives Black Anglo-Saxon too.
Yeah, like that nigga mask falling off and shit. Like his bow tie wearing off. Like, bro, you don't really you don't really look like us for real like that no more, bro. Like in your younger years you did, but the older folks get, because we know what our elders look like and we know the transition that they take. Some of these folks be like, nah. Some of you niggas look African now, the older y'all get. Some of y'all look European and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Because when we get old, our people start looking Asian and shit. When we get old, I'm keeping it real.
Umar's starting to look more African too.
Yeah. He definitely.
I'm like, maybe this nigga is African.
I mean, they did come here in Ellis Island. We cannot deny that. So some of these people probably are African descents from the 1800s of Ellis Island, 1860 and shit. They probably are for real. Them niggas probably came with that Pan-African movement, Marcus Garvey and them immigrants and shit.
Yeah. Niggas act like Marcus Garvey was by himself. He had a whole movement behind him.
I think he had millions of motherfuckers behind him. And he was being funded by the
Klan. Well, say with racist white people behind him. You know, racist white people, when they get behind you, they'll blow you up. Like Candace Owens. Candace Owens got blew up by racist white people.
And I can guarantee that they was racist smile-head people too. Because I really feel like the smile-head people start really taking over 1890. Because from the 1900s until now, it was all about Z Nation and small hats and central bank and shit. So I feel like them niggas was the main ones who was like, yeah, we're gonna bring all the immigrants in here type shit.
Hey, you know what I wonder? What the collect call was like when Marcus Garvey called Walter Plecker to bail him out. Will you accept the charges from an inmate in Walter, this Marcus.
Peace, Mother Nurture, glad you can tap in. Hey,
Walter, this Marcus. I'm in jail, bail me out.
Oh shit.
I'm just trying to figure out how that conversation went. Did he make the call? Did somebody else call? Who called Walter Plecker?
Man, and that was very specific too. Like he could have called anybody else, but he's just like, nah, I need Walter. Call Walt.
Mm-hmm. He was like, Walt, get us out of here. Get me out of here, man. They trying to jam me up.
That nigga Walter was down there in 2 hours with the bond money. They taking pictures together.
Mm-hmm. And that picture we always show, that's a newspaper picture. So that nigga was on the front of the newspaper.
Yeah. That's a real picture. And it's crazy it's crazy that Pan-Africans fight so hard about that. But it's like, bro, this man was with white supremacists. And y'all really think he was for the progression of black people? Okay.
And let's be real. When white people ever let niggas buy a boat?
Come on, man. This man made over $1 million scamming motherfuckers and built a boat.
Don't that sound like Umar? When white people let niggas buy boats, though, whenever in history, have you ever heard of a nigga running up a GoFundMe to buy a big ass cruise liner to send niggas back to Africa?
Man,
Never.
Never. So do you have a picture? I ain't got the picture on this phone, but I got on my old phone. But if you go to Google, you can type it in. They pull it straight up. You can type in Marcus Garvey with Walter Plecker. Hit search, and the picture will pull up the newspaper article and everything. They front page.
That shit crazy.
It's the same day he got bailed out. Like that picture is right after he got bailed out.
Yeah, they walking down the courthouse stairs.
Mm-hmm. In broad daylight, at a time where, you know, niggas and white folks ain't supposed to be with each other.
It's supposed to be segregation. Ain't it segregation time?
Man, look.
What is these niggas even doing talking to each other? How you know him? You talking to that? You calling that white man for bond money, nigga?
And it's crazy too, because out of all the so-called black people in America at that time, nobody
Why
could
he didn't
loan
call
you
W.D. Du Bois?
Man, you couldn't call the NAACP. You couldn't call Noble Drew Ali. Y'all was cool too. Noble Drew Ali was your homeboy. You couldn't call him.
Elijah Muhammad. Why you didn't hit up Elijah Muhammad?
That nigga called him white man. He called none of the so-called pro-black people.
He didn't even hit up like the hood black people. Like, why he didn't hit up old girl who was doing the number running? They was in New York at the same time.
Yeah.
What's her name? Madam. I forgot her name. Her name Madam something though. Y'all know the lady I'm talking about that was starting the number running.
Not CJ Walker, was it?
Her name is Madam something.
Bethune.
Damn, I can't remember his last name. But yeah, that's who Bumpy Johnson was working for.
I know you talking about for sure, yeah.
She the one who started the number running. So if she the one who got the money in the hood, why Marcus Garvey didn't go to her to get bailed out? And she was Jamaican. Now that I'm thinking about it, she was Jamaican too.
Well, nobody fucking with Marcus.
Yep, Madam Sinclair. There we go.
Nobody fucking with Marcus.
Why he didn't go to her for the money? And this back in the day when the white tea people would fuck with you, that's who you would go to get your family out of the jam.
Shit, why didn't he call his white Irish wife that he had at the time that people like to gloss over? Nigga had a white Irish wife.
Yeah, when he married to a sister or about to be he married to a sister and he left her for the white woman.
Yeah, so this nigga was getting his pimp on. So he married the white woman, left the white woman for the sister, left the sister for the white woman, and then went back to the sister, but it was too late because the sister had already left. And then the white woman didn't want him no more. And he was all by himself and he lost everything.
Damn, Marcus.
And that nigga, passed away and they sent his ass to Europe. And then Europe said, we don't want him. Sent his ass to Jamaica. Jamaica was like, we don't want him either. And don't nobody know where he at now.
So you got niggas like Jermaine Shoemaker and Tariq Nasheed promoting the ideologies of a nigga like Marcus Garvey, but they're packaging it in a new way, in a new form for the modern era Negro.
But he was
one nigga trying to convince you that you FBA, and then Umar got his own shit. It's called DAFA, Descendants of African something. I forget. It's DAFA. He got his own version of FBA. What up, Zaza?
Peace. And he was trying to get everybody to go to Africa. Yeah, a place that he ain't never went.
Ain't that what Umar trying to do? Then you got trying to do the opposite, trying to convince everybody that we African descendants of slaves and we deserve reparations for being African descendants of slaves.
Celebrity worship syndrome. That shit goes for political leaders too.
That's why when this nigga go live, 1,000 niggas. That's why all the niggas that was in here earlier that left went. They went to the celebrity niggas page like Tariq Nasheed.
Yep. He went live around this time. Celebrity worship. These niggas is fighting hard for Tariq Nasheed. Don't even know shit about it.
That nigga children is basically tethers.
No, like
that's the most diabolical shit. Why he telling everybody they tethers and You a sassy tether. Your children, I'm not of a mixed blood. You have children with a mixed blood person. like Opium be saying, these non-monoracial people.
Garvey family said Omar isn't related to him. Yeah, I know that. I bet he ain't. Omar
They said they don't
Johnson.
know that nigga.
That nigga ain't Jamaican. that nigga is Cuban.
Mm-hmm.
That nigga's Cuban.
I'm Cuban, B.
Like real shit.
Did they say Umar had Cuban ancestry?
And the different Douglas people said they don't know that nigga neither.
That nigga's Cuban.
I remember when he first said that shit, and the family was basically telling him he got to do a cease and desist. So I'm wondering, did he chip the family off or something to be able to use that name for the school? Because supposedly he got the school now. It's done.
30 years later.
Supposedly the school done now. I would never send my child to no indoctrination camp. I'd rather send them to public school than send them to that shit.
Facts. Shit. Y'all, we hit that 5 hour. I'm about to shut it down, get me something to eat.
All right, peace.
All right, peace. Appreciate you for coming up, Swarther. I'll see y'all in these TikTok streets. I done ate all my chips. I ain't got nothing else to munch on. So appreciate y'all for hanging out, rocking out with me, man. I will see y'all tomorrow. We will dive into Angel Island and Port Galveston immigration, just so y'all can get an understanding. And I got a couple of pictures for that too. About all this immigration. When did it start? How did it start? And it's continuing on. So, and then we're gonna dive back into our original topics: Cajun, Creole, Melungeon, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Just want to get refresh these old gems for new people who's coming in. So, with that being said, enjoy the rest of y'all. I'll let y'all tomorrow. Peace, 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 peace.
Neighborhood had the same type of minivan, if you know what I mean. But they didn't say anything to them, but they saying things to her. Yeah, they're gonna come back in regardless. They're gonna be here.
If you try dealing with your insurance more than getting stuck in an elevator with an overshare.
But at least they letting the family up in here. Hey, family.
You should have a JM.
What's going down?
Policyholders. Insurance underwritten by NJ Insurance Company and its subsidiaries. Welcome to Hollywood Casino.
What can I get you?
The same Hollywood you know, with a new hotel allowed. Hollywood Casino and Hotel Columbus, coming June.
They letting them come in.
Must be 21. Family problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
Hey. If you're new to my live, welcome. They letting the folks come in. Can anybody answer this question for me, though? It's all immigrants, and I'm talking about all immigrants. Go home. If your country is so great, why are you fighting to stay in my country, the United States of America? They coming in the chat. They pissed. I'm talking about all immigrants, so-called legal and illegal. I said all. When I say all immigrants, that's what I mean. All immigrants. If that's the case, then how come ICE ain't looking for me? Hey, how come ICE ain't looking for me? They deporting Africans back to Africa. How come I ain't going? Hey, hey. Mm, 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 mm. Why y'all mad? If y'all don't consider yourself immigrants, then why does this prompt bother you? What's going on, Lala? Hey, why don't you want to go back home to your country? Why don't y'all want to go back to your country and get out of my country? Why did you abandon your people? Why did you abandon your people in your country to come over here? Wasn't ICE on the Navajo reservation? Because this is my country. United States of America is my fucking country. That's why. So like I said, why are you fighting to stay in my country? Why don't you go back home? Hey, what do we say? A hit dog will holler. We got a lot of dogs barking in the chat right now. Why don't you go back to your country? Go back to your country. What's wrong with your country that you don't want to go back there? Hey, can all my family put the ice cubes in the chat for ICE? They coming to get you. ICE is coming for you. Mm-hmm. Ooh, look at them in the chat, y'all. They really pissed now. Look at them. Mm-mm. Look, even Zach had to put the ice cubes in there. Look. What's going on, Warrior? Peace, peace. Look at all these dogs barking in our chat. Look at all these dogs barking in the chat. Mm-mm-mm. How come ICE is at all the Bureau of Motor Vehicles places and I can go renew my license right now? No problems. They big mad in the chat. Look at them. They big mad in the chat. Look. They big mad in the motherfucking chat. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They pissed. But if you ain't no immigrant, why does this post piss you off? If you don't consider yourself an immigrant, why does this post bother you?